Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 13 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto as a branch Hyuga and awakened the Tenseigan. Let the tale begin. Chapter 530, Black Zetsu's Psychological Shadow. Roar! Accompanied by a loud roar, a flaming crimson-red Susanoo suddenly appeared on the edge of the battlefield. The flaming red sword that had appeared along with the crimson-red Susanoo illuminated the night sky all around, making the gourd-shaped sword-wielding Susanoo appear like a true god of war. That's the sudden change in the situation caused all the Konoha shinobi in the immediate vicinity of the battlefield to exclaim in shock and confusion. Similar to the previous emerald blue Susanoo that was used by Madara/Tobi before, this crimson-red Susanoo that appeared out of nowhere and all of a sudden has also never been seen before, at least not by the people currently alive, and since it hasn't been seen before, therefore, there is no intelligence of this Susanoo in the village, so everyone is confused. Another Susanoo. What's going on here? Why are there so many Susanoo appearing today one after another? This time, is it the enemy or an ally? The surviving Konoha shinobi are all uncertain whether the new Susanoo that suddenly appeared on the battlefield is used by an enemy or an ally. They have already experienced the horror of a Susanoo at the hands of Madara/Tobi not long by being unilaterally slaughtered, and now that they see another Susanoo, although small compared to the one used by Madara/Tobi before, they still can't help but feel instinctive fear. Soon, everyone discovered that inside the body of the crimson-red Susanoo holding the gourd-shaped sword, stood a mysterious shinobi wearing a midnight black gold-rimmed cloak and a fire-patterned mask. It's another member of Amatsukami. From the design of his cloak and mask, he should be Homusubi, right? As soon as they noticed the mysterious ninja, and recognized his identity as a member of Amatsukami, the nervous Konoha shinobi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although Konoha shinobi are not sure whether Amatsukami organization is an enemy or an ally of the village, and it is very difficult for them to trust the members of Amatsukami given the history of this mercenary organization, but from Fujin's act of protecting Konoha tonight from so many members of the Akatsuki organization, everyone at least understands that for tonight, Amatsukami organization is not Konoha's enemy, as such they are willing to put down their guard against the members of Amatsukami and trust them to some extent. Kurenai in the distance, who was released by Kuroto, Shadow Clone, seemed to have lost all her strength at this moment and sat down on the ground with a relieved look on her face. Great, a companion of Fujin has finally taken action. Now with other members of Amatsukami around, Fujin shouldn't be in much danger. A few moments ago, when Fujin was in distress, Kurenai almost had her heart come out of her throat in nervousness and would have definitely rushed towards Fujin regardless of life and death if it weren't for Kuroto, Shadow Clone, to keep a hold of her. And now that she has seen Homusubi taking action, Kurenai finally sighed and understood why Kuroto did not allow her to go. It was probably because Kuroto could see the arrival of Homusubi thanks to his Byakugan. Kakashi, who was lying injured on the battlefield, carefully observed the surroundings in search of the figure of the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. But no matter how much he searched, Kakashi couldn't find any trace of the masked man, so he can't help but mutter in shock and surprise, the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara was dealt with Homusubi so easily? Kakashi is the only Konoha shinobi who was alive on the battlefield when the masked man was sucking Fujin inside the Kamui dimension, and although severely injured, Kakashi was conscious enough to notice Homusubi's sneak attack on Tobi/Madara. So, Kakashi saw that while the masked man's guard was down and he was in a non-intangible state, a red shurika sword suddenly appeared out of nowhere, stabbed through the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara and absorbed him inside that gourd thing in an instant. And the biggest surprise to Kakashi is that while all this happened, the masked man wasn't able to put any resistance, and was easily absorbed inside that gourd-shaped thing despite having Kamui at his disposal. This is really unbelievable to Kakashi. You know, hundreds of Konoha shinobi including 2 of the 3 legendary Sannin had tried to deal with the masked man not long ago, and they were all useless. None of their attacks or tactics worked against the masked man, making Konoha extremely helpless. But Homusubi appeared out of nowhere, and so easily dealt with the masked man in a matter of seconds, so Kakashi was a bit dazed and felt like he was in some sort of genjutsu or something. But, Kakashi knows that he is not in a Jinjutsu because his chakra flow is not disrupted. The masked man has really been absorbed by that gourd-shaped sword in the hands of Homusubi Susanoo, so Kakashi also breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps this is for the best. Although Kakashi wanted to verify the identity of the masked man, Konoha's safety comes first, and now that the masked man has been dealt with, so although relieved, Kakashi's mood is still quite complicated, and in this complicated mood, Kakashi also lost consciousness due to severe injury and excessive bleeding. On the other hand, after a brief shock and surprise, the other Konoha shinobi also found that the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was missing from the battlefield, and soon understood that perhaps it was Homusubi who dealt with the masked man. Realizing this truth, everyone can't help but have a complicated mood, and finally, one of the Konoha shinobi can't help but murmur, the Uchiha of the Akatsuki organization was defeated by an Uchiha of Amatsukami organization, but isn't Uchiha part of Konoha? Listening to the murmur of that particular shinobi, the other Konoha shinobi were quite embarrassed, as the situation before them is indeed a great irony for Konoha. Uchiha clan is one of the two founding clans of Konoha village, but now the situation has arisen to such a point where Uchiha clansmen are fighting against each other for foreign mercenary and terrorist organizations, and not for the village. At this time, Kurenai suddenly found that the figure of Fujin has disappeared along with the masked man. Confused, she asked Kuroto, who was standing beside her, "Where is Fujin?" Kuroto, shadow clone, was speechless and didn't know how to answer. Even the shadow clone didn't think that Fujin would be absorbed by the sword of Totsuka, and so in response to Kurenai's question, he could only look in the direction of Homusubi with an unbelievable expression. Not to mention Kuroto, shadow clone, even Itachi, who was wearing the Homusubi disguise, was surprised by the sudden turn of events. The previous set of tactics were discussed by Fujin and him through the medium of a Jinjutsu. After Itachi informed Fujin that he has successfully obtained the sword of Totsuka and Yata mirror, the two planned out the layout to trap and seal the masked man. Of course, to trap and seal the masked man, there must be a suitable bait so that the masked man would get hinged and make himself tangible. Fujin knew very well that apart from himself, there was no bait on the entire Konoha battlefield that would make Obito drop his guard, and knowing this full well, Fujin acted as the bait to lure Obito out of the Kamui dimension. Fujin was convinced that as long as he is injured and helpless, Obito would never let go of the opportunity and try to get rid of him or capture him. This is not only because Obito needs all the intelligence of Amatsukami he can in order to deal with the threat of the mysterious Amatsukami organization that is probably the last hindrance in his project Tsuki no Mi, but also because of the individual strength of Fujin, which is too high for him to ignore him. In terms of close combat skills alone, Fujin can fully suppress and defeat Hiriko, who possesses 5 Kekkei Jinkai including Swift Release, Sharingan, Steel Release, Dark Release, and Storm Release. In terms of ninjutsu, Fujin can use Magnet Release, Typhoon Release as well as other Nature Release jutsu. Since Scorch Release has not been actively used by Fujin, therefore, nobody is aware that he has also mastered Scorch Release Kekkei Jinkai. Magnet Release alone gives Fujin close range and long range versatility and can help him both attack and defend as per the situational change. Not to mention the horror Shikatsumiyaku of Fujin, which is incredibly powerful, against which even the perfect defense of Susanoo can't compete, and Obito has personally experienced the horror of those gray bones that can even break through his complete body Susanoo. With all these skills at his disposal, although not perfectly immune, Fujin is still fast, strong, and versatile enough to threaten Obito. Therefore, Obito can never allow such a strong enemy to stay alive, and would definitely not let this opportunity go to waste when Fujin is in an extremely weak state. In fact, if Fujin and Obito were to swap positions, and Fujin were to face such a strong enemy as him, even Fujin would also not let go of such an opportunity and definitely get rid of the enemy. After all, there is no telling if such an opportunity would be available in the future or not, so it is better to get rid of the enemy so as to avoid future troubles. The result was exactly as Fujin had expected. Even Obito with his cautious and vigilant personality couldn't hold back and deactivated his Kamui intangibility in order to transfer Fujin inside the Kamui dimension. And the moment he did so, Homusubi used that opportunity to make the pre-planned sneak attack. Everything went smoothly, the sneak attack succeeded, Obito was sealed into the sword of Totsuka, but a small accident also happened. Neither Fujin nor Homosubi expected that when Obito used Kamui on Fujin, the chakra of the two would be in a linked state. And in this linked state, when Obito was sucked inside the gourd of sword of Totsuka, Fujin too was inexplicably involved and was also sucked inside sword of Totsuka. As a result, Homosubi is in a dilemma right now. It hasn't been long since Homosubi obtained the sword of Totsuka, and he is not proficient enough in using this spiritual artifact. Therefore, he is not certain if he can release Fujin out while keeping the masked Uchiha sealed inside. What to do now is a real problem, and since there are no other members of Amatsukami around for him to consult to, so he is not sure what to do, and he is hesitating whether to release Fujin or not. After all, the masked Uchiha was successfully caught once does not mean he can be caught the second time. At the edge of Konoha village, looking at Obito was stabbed by a red chakra sword and disappeared without a trace. Black Zetsu, who was hidden in the shadows, frowned. This is troublesome. I didn't expect them to be able to find the sword of Totsuka. The ignorant white Zetsu asked. An attack of such a level shouldn't kill Obito, right? Black Zetsu said solemnly, it wouldn't kill him, but the situation is more troublesome. Homosubi possesses the spiritual artifact sword of Totsuka. The sword of Totsuka is a variant of the Kusanagi sword with an enchanted blade capable of sealing the target it pierces. Those who are stabbed by the sword of Totsuka are drawn into the gourd and are trapped in a Jinjutsu-like world of drunken dreams for all eternity. White Zetsu also realized the seriousness of the situation and asked in surprise, does that mean Obito is sealed inside and will never be able to escape? Most likely. Amatsukami has planned well, and used the perfect method to get rid of Obito. Sigh. I really didn't expect someone to be able to find this artifact in this era, muttered Black Zetsu, and after a pause, he thought, especially after I spent so much effort to get rid of all the records of Sword of Totsuka from the history of the Uchiha clan. Damn it, even Madara was not able to find the Sword of Totsuka because I erased all the records, so how can Homosubi find it? White Zetsu asked in a depressed tone, then what should we do now? Black Zetsu said coldly, take control of Homosubi's consciousness, then it would be possible to release Obito out of the Sword of Totsuka. But we can't approach that guy carelessly, Sword of Totsuka is dangerous. What Black Zetsu did not say was that he really did not want to get close to anyone who possesses Sword of Totsuka, because his previous experience when facing the user of Sword of Totsuka has not been very good, as he was almost sealed by that Uchiha girl a few centuries ago. A few centuries ago, Black Zetsu tried to use the reincarnation of Indra of that generation and guided him step by step so that he awakens the Manjikyu Sharingan, Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and then the Rinnegan, but the younger sister of that generation of Indra realized Black Zetsu's presence and his planning and tried to seal him inside the Sword of Totsuka using her own life force as a fuel. Although she failed ultimately and died as a result, Black Zetsu had to also pay a considerable price, and also lost the reincarnation of that generation of Indra in the process of escaping. At the same time, Black Zetsu also developed a psychological shadow against the Sword of Totsuka and realized that this artifact can threaten him. That's why Black Zetsu did his best to get rid of all the clues and information related to Sword of Totsuka from the records and the history of the Uchiha clan so that no other Uchiha ever gets his hands on the Sword of Totsuka. But it seems that luck is not on his side, and someone really managed to get his hands on Sword of Totsuka. At the same time, Black Zetsu has also started to wonder if Homosubi of Amatsukami is a descendant of the Uchiha girl back then and has been hiding since then outside the clan. If Homosubi is really her descendant, then she definitely knows of my existence. As such, I really can't get close to Homosubi, was the thought in Black Zetsu's mind. Chapter 531, Orochimaru X. Zetsu of the Akatsuki organization isn't the only one skying on the battlefield from the shadows. In another corner of Konoha-dake, Orochimaru stared at the crimson-red Susanoo that suddenly appeared on the battlefield with a shocked expression, and this shocked expression soon turned gloomy as he saw that crimson gourd held by the Susanoo. Humph, so they really were after it. Orochimaru snorted softly. The situation has gotten to this point, the proof is right in front of him. If he still couldn't react to it and understand everything, then he wouldn't be Orochimaru, one of the most cunning characters in this shinobi world. Orochimaru has thoroughly understood that his previous encounter with Fujin at the Rains of Shrine wasn't just a coincidence, and also had nothing to do with Yuhi Kurenai was abducted himself. Fujin was definitely there searching for the Sword of Totsuka. And now that Homasubi has obtained the Sword of Totsuka, it proves that Sword of Totsuka must have been sealed in that shrine. Damn it! Orochimaru was really annoyed upon thinking that the spiritual weapon he was searching for so long and was finally about to obtain was taken away for Amatsukami, who got one step ahead of him. And he is more annoyed upon seeing the power of the Sword Totsuka. It is much stronger than he had initially expected, therefore, Orochimaru is really regretful now. It's truly a pity that Orochimaru isn't aware of the fact that having Manjikyu Sharingan is extremely necessary to be able to obtain and use Sword of Totsuka, as without Manjikyu Sharingan, even if he did manage to obtain Sword of Totsuka using some method, he wouldn't be able to control it, so it would just be a waste of time and effort. With a sullen expression, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze from the direction of Homasubi and looked around the rest of the village, revealing a trace of melancholy on his face. Orochimaru has been planning to destroy Kanagakur for so many years, but now that the village he has wanted to destroy is really in front of him, Orochimaru has suddenly felt empty in his heart, and a sense of loss has filled. Orochimaru isn't sure how he should feel about this situation, therefore, he is quite confused. But, Orochimaru is Orochimaru after all. He soon converged all these inexplicable emotions, condensed chakra under his feet, and soon disappeared from this corner of the village. Whoosh! At the refugee. Not long ago, when Tendo on the ground used a large-scale Shinra Tensei to destroy a large section of bone forest created by Fujin, the shockwaves also traveled down to the refugee and caused large-scale damage. Although the shockwaves this time were not as serious as the first time, the damage is still several times more serious compared to the last time. Multiple walls and pillars in the refugee shelter have collapsed, causing the number of casualties to be higher compared to the last time. And because all the electric lights have been destroyed in the passage, along with the collapsed wall that has blocked all the light from the outside, so the refugee is currently in a total dark state. There is no light, therefore, nothing is visible. Is everyone okay? At this moment, Shizen's voice came from the darkness. I am fine, Sasuke. I am okay, Naruto. We are also fine, Hinata and Neji. I am also fine, Izumi. There are no injuries except for severe chakra exhaustion, Yui. Cough cough, coughed Mitarashi Anko. Because of being choked by the smoke and dust, she tried to grope around for some support in order to stand up, but seemed to be unable to do so. Currently her physical state isn't good, as she seems to be seriously injured and bleeding around her waist. Therefore, she is having trouble standing up, and can't help but curse in annoyance. Damn it. Listening to Anko's painful voice, Shizen quickly asked, Anko, are you injured? I do seem to be injured, and there is also bleeding around my waist, answered Anko as she moved her hand as if searching for something. At this time, Anko's hand finally touched the flashlight that had fallen on the ground. She immediately shook the flashlight, and soon a beam of light appeared in the passage. As soon as the flashlight was lit, everyone gathered close to Anko, and Shizen, who seems to be in the best state among the four seniors Kunoichi, immediately healed Anko's wound using Iryo ninjutsu. While Anko's wound was being healed, the others tried to search the surroundings. Although the shockwaves a few moments ago caused various collapses in the underground refugee, fortunately, there was no major problem in this passage, which is also the reason why almost everyone in this passage, except for Mitarashi Anko, was safe and no children were injured. After a while of silence, Yui looked above, and said with a worried tone, What exactly is happening outside? As soon as Yui's words fell, the expression of the other three Kunoichi became extremely serious. As experienced Kunoichi, they too understand that collateral damage caused by ordinary battles is unlikely to extend to the refugee shelter, which is several meters underground. And now that the refugee shelter is subjected to such serious impacts, and shockwaves every now and then, this can only prove that the ongoing battles on the surface are unimaginably fierce and are beyond the scope of what they have ever witnessed. It's a pity that Yui is unable to activate her Byakugan because of the serious chakra exhaustion that occurred during the battle against Azura Pain, so she is unable to observe the situation outside, and therefore is unable to understand the exact situation. And while the 4 senior kunoichis' expression was extremely solemn, and the 4 young kids who were kinda nervous because of this serious atmosphere, suddenly the sound of leisurely footsteps sounded in the passage. As soon as the sound of footsteps was heard, everyone became vigilant. The eyes of 4 senior kunoichi looked at each other, and soon a plan was formulated. Shizune and Izumi, who seemed to be in the best condition among the 4, positioned themselves to ambush. Yui took the 4 kids a little far from the scene of the battle so as not to hinder the other 3, while Anko stood in the same position as previous to act as the bait in order to loosen up the guard of the incoming enemy. After everyone was ready, Anko, who held the flashlight, shifted the beam of light in the direction of the sound of incoming footsteps, and asked with a vigilant expression, "Who is there?" The light of the flashlight fell on the incoming person and the gloomy figure appeared in front of everyone. The figure looked at Anko in front of him, and a sly grin appeared on his lips. "Oh, isn't this Anko? It's been so long? Orochimaru." Anko was startled upon realizing the identity of the person in front of her. Immediately, a terrifying killing intent burst out of her. "How dare you sneak inside Konoha? I am going to kill you." After saying so, regardless of her injury, Anko quickly weaved hand signs and instantly rushed towards Orochimaru, ninpu, multiple shadow snake hands. Orochimaru was still quite carefree, but he still completed the hand signs of the same jutsu as Anko. At the same moment, ninpu, multiple shadow snake hands. Sha sha sha. Instantly, multiple snakes flew out of the sleeves of Anko and Orochimaru and fought against each other. Taking advantage of the short gap, Anko immediately used the body flicker jutsu and appeared behind Orochimaru with a kunai and stabbed through his heart. It couldn't have been so easy, right? Thought Anko with an uncertain expression. And sure enough, suddenly, Orochimaru's head tilted 180 degrees, and looked at Anko with a smile. "Obviously you said that you were going to kill me, but at the moment when you had the chance of stabbing through my heart, you still avoided the most vital part of my heart and shifted the kunai a little. Anko-chan, you still care about your sensei, don't you?" Seeing that Orochimaru, whose heart was stabbed by her, was still in the mood of joking and playing around, Anko was angrier. "Shut the hell up," and used the kunai in her other hand to chop off Orochimaru's neck off his torso. Orochimaru did not care about Anko's roar, nor did he care about the other kunai that would soon chop off his head off his torso. At this moment, he was considering something. After a moment of consideration, Orochimaru nodded to himself, and then instantly, a snake at the speed of lightning shot out of the cuff of Orochimaru's kimono and wrapped around Anko, restricting all her movements. The very next moment, Orochimaru's neck stretched out and elongated. It went around Anko's back and bit on her neck. Anko's goosebumps stood up as soon as Orochimaru bit on her neck, and all her senses were screaming, "Let me go." She struggled but was unable to, and suddenly started to feel weak. After injecting his chakra inside Anko, Orochimaru retracted his neck and said with a smile, "Anko-chan, this is the punishment for your willfulness. Next time you meet Sensei, you must greet him with respect, understand?" Anko held her neck, and while resisting the pain in her body that was quickly making her lose consciousness, she asked with a vigilant expression, "What exactly did you do just now?" But before she could get her answer, Kurenai's eyes went dark and she passed out. At the same time, the flashlight in Anko's hand also fell to the ground. As a result, an oblique beam of light shone on Orochimaru's body from top to bottom. The light shining on Orochimaru's body made his gloomy figure seem more horrifying, so horrifying that Shizune and Izumi, who were supposed to carry out a sneak attack on Orochimaru, didn't even have the courage to take a single step forward. Orochimaru didn't care about the 2 kunoichi and looked in a certain direction. Under Orochimaru's scrutinizing gaze, Yui felt hairy, but resisting the fear in her heart, she still put on the gentle fist posture and asked vigilantly, "Orochimaru, what do you want to do?" As one of the legendary Sannin who almost became Yondaime Hokage, Orochimaru's reputation is extremely loud in Konoha, and most of the Konoha shinobi have a natural fear of him. Even people as strong as Kakashi are not different in this aspect, so it is normal for the three kunoichi to be extremely flustered in the face of Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't reply to Yui. He looked at her for a moment, then his gaze shifted to Uchiha Sasuke behind her. This time, his purpose of sneaking inside the Konoha refugee is naturally to kidnap Uchiha Sasuke before either Konoha or Uchiha clan could react. From the battle between Kimimaro and Uchiha Sasuke a few months ago, Orochimaru has discovered that Uchiha Sasuke's talent, although not as good as Uchiha Shisui or Uchiha Itachi, is still very high. After all, Uchiha Sasuke activated his Sharingan at a younger age compared to Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Therefore, Orochimaru believes that the upper limit of Uchiha Sasuke is also very high. Activating Manjikyu Sharingan is definitely a possibility. As such, Uchiha Sasuke is the perfect candidate to act as his vessel in the future. Being subjugated to the vicious gaze of Orochimaru, Sasuke felt terrified. He felt as if he was being stared at by the most vicious being, and in fear, his Sharingan activated subconsciously. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked his lips in excitement. Tisk, tsk. What a beautiful pair of eyes. These actions of Orochimaru immediately made everyone understand that Orochimaru's target is definitely Uchiha Sasuke. Understanding this, Uchiha Izumi, while resisting the deep fear in her heart, also appeared next to Yui, and while guarding, she said to Orochimaru in a stern tone, "If you dare to do anything to Sasuke-kun, then you will incur the wrath of our patriarch, Shisui-san, and Itachi-kun. Facing the three of them, you will definitely suffer, even if you are one of the legendary Sannin." Izumi didn't know that her words really made Orochimaru sober from his previous excitement, and also tensed his nerves. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi, huh? Boom! And while Orochimaru was thinking of something, suddenly a burst of an explosion sounded on the other side of the passage, and a hole opened up. Immediately afterward, a figure wearing Takigakure forehead protector with a horizontal scratch on it, and Akatsuki's traditional black turtleneck cloak with a red cloud pattern on it walked inside the passage from the hole. The figure looked at several people in the narrow passage, then his gaze finally landed on the figure of Uzumaki Naruto, next to Uchiha Sasuke. Chapter 532, Helplessness and Impossibility. The presence of Orochimaru alone made everyone feel desperate, and suddenly, Kakuzu, a member of the Akatsuki organization, also appeared out of nowhere, which made several people in the underground refugee really terrified. Sasuke, Naruto as well as the other two Hyuga children Hinata and Neji were even more frightened. It's as if they would die the very next second. In the previous battle against the Azura Path, the four children experienced the taste of death, so now they understand that the real battles between shinobi are real life and death battles, not the ninja games they have been used to playing in their families with their siblings and friends. Therefore, whether it is arrogant and pretentious Sasuke or naughty and carefree Naruto, both of them are extremely nervous at this moment. The timid Hinata, on the other hand, had already clutched the edge of Niji's clothes tightly and buried her head low, not daring to lift her head in fear. Only Neji, who was a bit precocious and had a sense of responsibility of protecting Hinata, dared to grit his teeth and barely managed to take on a gentle fist combat posture, trying to put up resistance against Orochimaru and Kakazu. It's just that his inner nervousness and fear were clearly apparent from the trembling of his hands. Of course, Orochimaru and Kakazu didn't care about the emotions and psychology of the four children. At this time they were observing each other and calculating their course of actions. Orochimaru had turned his head and clearly looked in the direction of the uninvited guest on the opposite side. Upon recognizing the identity of the other party, his face sank and he asked with a bitter expression, "What are you doing here, Kakuzu?" Akatsuki organization has many shinobi against whom Orochimaru dared not be careless or arrogant and had to face them with extreme caution, but Kakuzu is obviously not among them. Therefore, in the face of Kakuzu, Orochimaru is not at all worried. Although Orochimaru is not afraid of Kakazu, he still understands that whether it is defeating Kakuzu or killing him will inevitably take some time and effort, which is not something Orochimaru is interested in wasting while knowing full well that Konoha's support could come any time. Kakuzu, who walked out of the cover of smoke and dust, was a little surprised upon noticing Orochimaru's presence in the Konoha refugee shelter, but he wasn't intimidated in the slightest. As an old monster who has been living since the era of the god of shinobi Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Kakuzu doesn't care about Orochimaru in the slightest, who is basically a junior to him. Of course, not caring about Orochimaru doesn't mean that he will swallow this breath, and while walking towards the group of children shivering behind Hyuga Yui, Shizune, and Uchiha Izumi, he warned Orochimaru with a cold tone, "Orochimaru, today I am not interested in killing you, so you better not hinder me." Kakuzu's reason for sneaking into the Konoha refugee is only one, and that is to kidnap the Jinchuriki of Kyubi as per Nagato's instructions. Threatened by Kakazu, Orochimaru licked his lips coldly, and with a sly smile, he too started walking towards the group of shivering children behind Shizune, Hyuga Yui, and Uchiha Izumi. Seeing two powerful enemies approaching from two sides, Shizune, Yui, and Izumi looked at each other and nodded with a determined expression. The action clearly meant that no matter what, they must not allow Orochimaru and Kakuzu to get their hands on the four children. Of course, in their hearts, all three know and understand very well that they can't do much against either of Orochimaru and Kakazu, especially given their injuries and chakra exhaustion, but irrespective of the great disparity in strength and the end result, they have to do what they have to do as Konoha shinobi. And while Shizune, Yui, and Izumi were prepared for a dead-end battle, the eyes of Orochimaru and Kakuzu were also looking at each other as they were approaching the group of shivering children step by step. From each other's behavior, both Orochimaru and Kakuzu judge that the other party's goal is also one of the children in this passage. Because all the four children present in the passage are gathered together in the dark corner under the protection of three Konoha kunoichi, so it is difficult for either of them to analyze which of the four children is the other party's target. In case the goals of both the parties coincide, a conflict between the two would be inevitable, and even if the targets of both of them are different, the possibility that the other party would intentionally interfere with their target also remains, so both Orochimaru and Kakuzu are already in a state of conflict and unwilling to back down. Seeing that analysis or intimidation wasn't working, and understanding that the situation can't continue as is given that Konoha reinforcements might arrive any second, Kakuzu stopped and said to Orochimaru in a deep voice, "Orochimaru, do you have to force me to kill you?" Orochimaru obviously didn't care about Kakuzu's threat and said, "No one can stop me from what I want to do, and obtaining what I want. Hokage can't stop me, Konoha can't stop me, Akatsuki can't stop me, and Yukikazu certainly can't stop me." Kakuzu sighed upon hearing Orochimaru's declaration, then slowly raised his hands towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru wasn't to be outdone, he too raised his right hand and pointed towards Kakuzu. As the war tension between Kakuzu and Orochimaru intensified, the atmosphere in the dark passage became more and more murderous, and the smell of gunpowder was already in the air. Tuck 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 tuck. And just when a battle between Kakuzu and Orochimaru was about to start, suddenly there were several rushes of footsteps in the passage. Just listening to the sound of the approaching footsteps, it can be determined that at least a dozen people are coming over. The Akatsuki organization consists of S-class rogue shinobi who were elites from their respective villages. Usually, they would travel in a three-man team, two-man cells, and sometimes even alone, so these more than a dozen people coming over cannot be members of the Akatsuki organization, nor can they be Orochimaru's subordinates, although the possibility of them being members of Amatsukami still remains. Everyone knows and believes that these more than a dozen people are more than likely to be Konoha shinobi coming over to check the situation at the refugee. Orochimaru and Kakuzu can think of it, so Shizune, Hyuga Yui, and Uchiha Izumi can certainly think of it, and knowing that more than a dozen shinobis are coming towards them, Shizune immediately shouted, "Everyone, there are enemies here. We need reinforcements to deal with Orochimaru and Kakuzu." There are several reasons why Shizune hastily shouted regardless of the consequences of this action of hers. One is to alert Konoha shinobi about the presence of Orochimaru and Kakuzu in the refugee so that the Konoha shinobi remain extremely vigilant and prepare themselves for the upcoming conflict. And the second reason is to make Orochimaru and Kakuzu panic and flustered so as to have a better chance of subduing the two of them. Of course, whether Shizune's intentions will be completed or not as per her expectation is another matter altogether, but the moment Shizune's voice fell, it acted as a spark in gunpowder barrel, and both Orochimaru and Kakuzu took action at the same time. Ninpu, many hidden shadow snake hands. Orochimaru used his signature jutsu towards Kakuzu, and at the same time rushed towards the three kunoichi and the four children. Fire style, intelligent hard work. Faced with many hidden shadow snake hands approaching him, the well-experienced Kakuzu immediately weaved hand signs and used a fire-style jutsu to roast all the snakes coming towards him into charcoal. Although the snakes shot by Orochimaru were easily resolved by Kakuzu, Orochimaru wasn't sad or disappointed, rather, he smirked evilly because this action of Kakuzu already put him in a disadvantaged situation as he was delayed by a single step and a few moments, which is already very crucial in the battle of shinobi of their level. Orochimaru, who had already jumped towards the four children, swiftly knocked down the three kunoichi who wanted to stop him, then focused his attention on the four children. Orochimaru's goal is Uchiha Sasuke, but Uzumaki Naruto is standing in front of Sasuke with the intention of protecting him, along with Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Neji beside him, and because Kakuzu is already coming towards here at an extremely fast speed, so Orochimaru had no other choice but to sweep all the four children of their feet. Instantly, several snakes were again shot out of the cuff of Orochimaru's kimono and quickly wrapped around the bodies of the four children. With all the four children in his captivity, Orochimaru retreated backward and glanced at Kakuzu with a provocative look. In the current situation, Orochimaru has not only captured his target Uchiha Sasuke, but also captured several hostages, including Kakuzu's target, which is probably the blonde-haired kid. Therefore, Orochimaru understands that he is in an advantageous position and he is willing to play with Kakuzu for a little while, knowing full well that Kakuzu's actions against him are greatly limited, and Konoha reinforcements are already on their way. To be honest, if it is up to him, Orochimaru really intends to disrupt the actions of the Akatsuki organization as long as it is within the limits of his abilities and he doesn't have to pay any significant price. And now that the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Uzumaki Naruto, the target of the Akatsuki organization, is in his hands, so, Orochimaru obviously does not intend to hand him over to Kakuzu so easily. It's just that sometimes Orochimaru tends to overestimate himself and underestimate the enemy. As such, he forgot that Kakuzu is also an old monster with combat experience of more than 5 to 6 decades. How can he be outdone by Orochimaru so easily? So, even before Orochimaru had the chance of posing his conditions to Kakuzu, the scene quickly changed. Crack crack. The ground under the feet of the four children cracked, and a black thread monster emerged out of the ground. The black thread monster fired several rock bullets towards the snakes, entangling the bodies of the four children, as a result, killing those snakes within a single breath, then stretched out hundreds of black threads towards them in order to capture the four children. At the same time, Kakuzu did not forget to shoot several wind bullets towards Orochimaru so as to prevent him from hindering the capture of the four children. Seeing his snakes killed by Kakuzu's earth grudge monster in a single breath, the four children about to be captured, and several wind bullets coming towards him, at the same time, Orochimaru took a cold breath, but he was unwilling to show weakness and immediately dodged the trajectory of the wind bullets. At the same time, did not forget to stretch out his own hands to grab the children with the intention of bringing them towards himself. Kakuzu did the same, and he too stretched out his hands to grab a few children with the intention of bringing them towards himself. For a while, a tug-of-war between Orochimaru and Kakuzu started, and the four children became helpless sheep being juggled around by the two ferocious beasts. Knowing full well that the situation can't continue this way, Orochimaru started to specifically target Uchiha Sasuke, so that at least his objective of coming to the refugee is completed. But because Naruto is worried about Sasuke's safety, so he repeatedly stands in front of Sasuke, and as a result, he became Orochimaru's target along with Sasuke. Seeing Naruto in distress, Hinata, who had always been timid, suddenly found courage out of nowhere, and unexpectedly stepped forward and used a gentle palm strike to meet Orochimaru's attack in order to protect Naruto. It's just that Kakuzu's hand was also coming towards Naruto, so Hinata, who had suddenly come in between the two, was affected and her attack diverted. The attack that was supposed to block Orochimaru's hands coming towards Naruto blocked Orochimaru's hands coming towards Sasuke. At the same time, she was also about to be captured by Kakuzu. And seeing Hinata in distress and about to be captured by Kakuzu, Neji as an elder brother took the charge and interfered, As a result, he came in the range of being targeted by Kakuzu. And seeing all the other 3 kids his age summoning up the courage to fight against such dangerous enemies, Sasuke's high self-esteem as a genius Uchiha did not allow him to back down. He gritted his teeth and took action by weaving hand seals of fire-style jutsu. Kakuzu and Orochimaru were initially afraid that high-level moves might result in the collapse of the passage, which might result in the death of their targets, so all their actions were very restrained, and within the limits of preventing any accidents. These limited actions of Orochimaru and Kakuzu allowed the 4 children to interfere with their intentions. Of course, the 4 children couldn't stop either Kakuzu or Orochimaru, but their actions caused small hindrances for the 2. And these small hindrances caused by the 4 children caused a very big change. As a result, the plans of both Orochimaru and Kakuzu were completely disrupted, or to be more exact, although both Orochimaru and Kakuzu caught 2 kids each, the children they captured were wrong. Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata were caught by Orochimaru, whose target was Uchiha Sasuke. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji were caught by Kakuzu, whose target was actually the blonde-haired kid named Uzumaki Naruto. Finding that their actual targets have fallen into the hands of the other party, the faces of both Orochimaru and Kakuzu changed. They were embarrassed and thought of exchanging the hostages. But the sound of incoming footsteps was already very close, and both Orochimaru and Kakuzu understood that Konoha's reinforcements will arrive here in less than 10 seconds. Whether it is Orochimaru or Kakuzu, both of them know that the battle on the ground is over because of the unexpected intervention of Homusubi of the Amatsukami. So, they also understand that if they keep entangling with each other in this manner, let alone capturing their targets, even the option of safe escape would become impossible. So, after weighing it a little, both of them sighed in helplessness, and decided to retreat with the kids they have in their hands. Orochimaru, who had captured Uzumaki Naruto and Hyuga Hinata, disappeared into a poof of white smoke, while Kakuzu, who had captured Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Neji, sank under the ground, as a result disappearing from the underground passage. And just as both of them left, the reinforcements led by Sarutobi Asuma and Might Guy arrived. Finding several corpses lying on the ground, and finding no enemy in the vicinity, Asuma quickly deployed the subordinates to perform a carpet search to check the presence of the enemy, and ordered the medical class to help treat the injured ones. Meanwhile, he himself came towards the injured, but conscious Shizune and quickly asked, "What's the matter?" "I heard your shout. Who is the enemy, and where is he?" Shizune, who has witnessed everything, but couldn't do anything, sighed, and explained, the enemies were Orochimaru and Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization. They not only managed to kidnap Uzumaki Naruto, but also took away the second child of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, along with the heiress of the Hyuga clan, and another child from the Hyuga clan. Asuma and Guy's expressions changed as soon as the 2 realized the severity of the situation. Then, regardless of their injuries, both of them took 3 subordinates each and immediately chased in 2 directions. As for whether they can bring back the 4 children, Shizune didn't really think it was possible. Shizune knows that Orochimaru used the reverse summoning jutsu to retreat. Finding him is next to impossible for anyone, other than probably Anko, whose life and death are unknown, while Kakuzu, who had retreated, would definitely meet up with other members of the Akatsuki organization, so rescuing Sasuke and Neji in the presence of so many Akatsuki members is also impossible. Chapter 533, Escaping. On Fujin's side. Fujin, who was just sucked inside the sword of Totsuka along with Tomoma's DMS Obito, suddenly appeared on a strange plain with a red sky, red clouds, red ground, and red river. At a clear glance it can be concluded that this is a strange plain with everything red in color. This strange red plain is none other than the sealing plain inside the gourd of the sword of Totsuka, and Fujin, who suddenly appeared here, was still in his previous posture of waiting goodbye to Obito and did not have enough time to put away that winning smile on his face that he had when the sword of Totsuka had penetrated through Obito's body back in the shinobi world. On the other side, the Tomoma's DMS Obito was also staring at Fujin with a posture slightly leaned forward. He was in the state of using Kamui on Fujin as if he was trying to suck Fujin inside his Kamui dimension. Fate is also quite ironic. 2 people, Madara, Uchiha Obito, and Fujin, Hyuga Kuroto, who have been playing and manipulating the entire shinobi world in the palm of their hands for the past few years, fighting, struggling, and calculating against each other directly or indirectly until only a few moments ago are now together trapped in a strange Jinjutsu world and became a pair of brothers in difficulty. The atmosphere is extremely embarrassing at this moment, and how awkward both of them are feeling is not something others can understand. Especially Fujin, he was completely speechless, and could only put down his waving hand helplessly so as to avoid more embarrassment. No way, his face is not thick enough to bear this cringy feeling. Fujin went as far as to use himself as bait as a temptation to ensnare Obito into a carefully prepared trap. Fujin had calculated everything, prepared countermeasures against all the situations that may arise, and was even prepared to sacrifice this precious clone body of his if it could solve the threat of Obito for good. The moment Sword of Totsuka pierced through Obito as planned, Fujin thought that the threat of Obito has finally been dealt with, and he was extremely happy and relaxed. But it didn't take long for Fujin to realize that fate is a real bitch, and Obito's luck is still against the sky. Despite considering all the possibilities, Fujin never even thought of the possibility that he too would be sealed inside the Sword of Totsuka just because his chakra was linked with Obito at the moment when Obito was sucked inside the Sword of Totsuka. Although Fujin wants to curse someone, cursing is of no use, so he could only sigh helplessly. And while Fujin was sighing helplessly, Obito also recovered from the sudden change of scenery. He was deeply shocked at this moment, and finally realized that he has been calculated again. Although, Obito is unclear about what plane this is, as an Uchiha who has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, his sensitivity to Yin chakra made him realize that he has been trapped in a Jinjutsu plane, and this Jinjutsu plane is not an ordinary Jinjutsu plane. Of course, Obito is still quite confident in himself and his abilities, so he is not too worried about this sudden change. So after recovering from his shock, he curiously looked around for a while, observing and analyzing the Jinjutsu plane. Obito muttered, "Huh, is this your method of dealing with me? What exactly is this place?" Fujin didn't answer, just smirked coldly under his mask. Although, Fujin knows that this is the Jinjutsu plane inside the gourd of the Sword of Totsuka. However, this is the first time he has personally witnessed the power of the Sword of Totsuka and entered inside the sealing space of this spiritual artifact, so when it comes to knowledge about this plane, he is not much different from Obito. Therefore, Fujin really doesn't have much information to answer to Obito. Seeing that Fujin did not answer his question, Obito was a little annoyed and sneered disdainfully, "You think this mere Jinjutsu can trap me? Stupid!" Then Obito activated his Manjikyu Sharingan in order to dispel the Jinjutsu. The moment Obito activated his Manjikyu Sharingan, Fujin focused his gaze on Obito and observed him carefully. Looking at Obito's attempt at breaking through the Sword of Totsuka, Fujin had a complete expression. The current Fujin himself doesn't have any method to be able to break through the seal of the Sword of Totsuka. If he still wants to get out of there, it appears that Fujin will have to rely on Obito to be able to break the seal of Sword of Totsuka. But at the same time, Fujin really doesn't want Obito to be able to break through the Sword of Totsuka. Fujin knows that if Obito can break through the seal of Sword of Totsuka, then Fujin will also be able to find his way out of there. But if Obito is really capable of breaking through the seal of Sword of Totsuka, then Fujin will no longer have any method to be able to kill or restrain Obito, at least, not until Fujin completes his Project Godhood. Therefore, Fujin's current mood is quite contradictory. The two waited for a while as Obito started to dispel the Jinjutsu, but seeing that there was no change in the surroundings, Fujin immediately snickered in a mocking tone. Hearing Fujin's mocking snicker, Obito's face was hot in embarrassment, and said, "This Jinjutsu is a little tricky, I'll give you that, but that's it. There is nothing in this shinobi world that can trap me, for I am Uchiha Madara." As soon as the voice fell, Obito activated Kamui, and suddenly a spiraling whirl appeared on Obito's Tomo mask and started to suck his body inside the Kamui dimension. He can still use Kamui? Fujin's eyes condensed and he stared at Obito with a stunned expression. However, it didn't take long for his stunned expression to return to normal, a relieved one, as Kamui didn't work. Although a spiraling whirl of Kamui appeared around Obito's body when Obito activated Kamui, in actuality it did nothing. Obito wasn't sucked inside the Kamui dimension, nor was the seal of Sword of Totsuka broken, which greatly relieved Fujin. Because if Kamui could deal with the seal of Sword of Totsuka so easily, then this sealing artifact would become useless against Obito. Therefore, Fujin was greatly relieved. Sword of Totsuka is really a spiritual artifact. Even Kamui can't break through the seal. Although Fujin doesn't have much information about the Sword of Totsuka itself, the deeds of Itachi in the canon prove that this spiritual artifact is really strong. The fact that Itachi was able to seal Nagato's Edo Tensei with the Sword of Totsuka alone proves this fact. It must not be forgotten that Edo Nagato was capable of using all the abilities of the 6 paths of pain thanks to the Rinnegan. He had enough strength to single-handedly defeat the Kyuubi Chakra Mode Naruto, Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of Hachibi. Even then, the Edo Nagato was easily sealed by Itachi with the help of the Sword of Totsuka, so it can be understood that the Sword of Totsuka is a really buggy artifact. And this is all the more reason for Fujin to be relieved. Of course, Obito's emotions were exactly opposite to that of Fujin. The moment he realized that even Kamui is not working, he finally panicked. How could this happen? Exactly what kind of jutsu did you use? Fujin said in a taunting tone, do you really think that this one would tell you? Besides, such a pesky jutsu should be nothing for you. After all, you are the great Uchiha Madara-sama, right? Obito's face sank upon hearing Fujin's taunt. Obito really wants to kill the other party, but knows that he can't in the current situation, so he can only clench his fist in anger and speak. There's no need to play around. I believe that you should also be able to feel it too. The change is happening to us since the moment we arrived here. You don't want to spend eternity here with me, do you? As soon as he appeared here in this red plane, Obito was able to vaguely feel lethargic and drunk. He realized that this is the result of the Jinjutsu, which is making him feel drunk. Therefore, initially, he did not choose to fight with Fujin but gave priority to escape. Obito instinctively felt that if he really got drunk and didn't escape in due time, then he would forever be trapped here, with no way out. It's just that Obito didn't expect this jutsu would be so tricky. He wasn't able to dispel the Jinjutsu even with the Manjikyu Sharingan, and Kamui isn't working either. With no other way left, Obito had to finally look at Fujin. Although Obito is not 100% certain, he has a feeling that Fujin is also trapped here similar to him. Therefore, Obito thinks that perhaps the other party would be willing to cooperate with him in order to escape here. Of course, Obito thinks too much, but Fujin is not as panicked as Obito and thus chose to remain silent. Fujin naturally doesn't want to spend the rest of his life inside the Sword of Totsuka. For him, although the threat of Obito is great, it is far from worthy enough to sacrifice his own life. Fujin is very clear that as long as he successfully completes Project Godhood and achieves Kekkei Moras similar to Otsutsuki Kagaya, then what Obito? What Nagato? What Madara? And what Kagaya? There will be countless easy ways to resolve these threats. So, it is very important that he goes out of the Sword of Totsuka and continue to work on his Project Godhood, but Fujin is not in a hurry to team up with Obito to escape the seal of the Sword of Totsuka, because Fujin still has another method to escape out of here, and that is Itachi. Itachi holds the Sword of Totsuka, and if he has a method to help Fujin get out of there while making sure that Obito remains sealed inside, then naturally Fujin would opt to use that method. After all, it took a lot of effort to seal Obito in Sword of Totsuka. There's no telling if this method would work on him a second time. Therefore, Fujin doesn't intend to cooperate or help Obito break out of the seal. And while Fujin was silent, suddenly the red mist in the surroundings started to get thicker and denser, and along with the mist, a strong aroma of sake spread in the surroundings. As soon as the strong aroma of sake appeared, it increased the dizzying effects on both Fujin and Obito, as a result affecting their thinking process and cognition, and paralyzing their minds to process any thoughts. Obito became more anxious. Damn, what are you still hesitating for? Fujin was silent, and while trying to resist the tipsy feeling, he started to consider where possibilities that would help him get out of there. And while Fujin was thinking, suddenly a voice appeared. Fujin, I have yet to figure out a way to properly liberate the seal. To release out of here, I would need your cooperation." Fujin wasn't much surprised upon hearing this familiar voice, and asked doubtfully, how should this one cooperate? Obito also perked up his ears, listening attentively to seize the opportunity to get out of there. "Wait for a little while, I will use my Manjikyu Sharingan to trigger the seal from the outside. The moment I trigger the seal, make sure to use that opportunity and find the method to escape here. Additionally, make sure to remain conscious, and don't fall into the Jinjutsu, because if you were to fall into the Jinjutsu, then there would be no escape. At least, I don't think escape would be possible at that point." The moment he heard these words, Fujin's face changed and he thought to himself with a sigh, "Well, it appears that Itachi can't bring me out without preventing Obito's escape. Sigh, this is troublesome." Although helpless, Fujin remained calm. He didn't bother to talk any nonsense and was silently waiting for the opportunity as Itachi said. Obito is now fully aware of the situation and understands that there is only one opportunity. If this opportunity were to be missed, everything would be over and he would have to kiss goodbye to Project Tsuki no Mi for good, which is something he doesn't intend to do, no matter what. Therefore Obito was completely alert at this moment and waiting for Homusubi to trigger the seal so that he too can escape. Fujin and Obito didn't have to wait for very long, and soon a red beam of light shooting through the sky appeared in the red plane. This is undoubtedly the opportunity Itachi created by triggering the sword of Totsuka from the outside. At the moment of the trigger, a subtle connection between the outside world and the inside of sword of Totsuka was established. Fujin and Obito looked at each other, and both understood that the opportunity has come. The very next instant, Obito used all the visual prowess of his Manjikyu Sharingan, trying to create a gap in the ceiling space. With the input of Obito's visual prowess, a crack finally appeared in the ceiling space, but this crack was too small for either of the two to pass through. "Damn it!" Obito let out a desperate roar. He used every cell in his body to squeeze out his chakra and used that to widen the crack of the ceiling space, but no matter how hard he tried, it didn't work. Obito understood that his visual prowess alone is not enough to open the gap in the ceiling space, but there is no one else here who can support him with visual prowess to widen the crack. Seeing no method working, Obito became more and more desperate, and finally thought of sacrificing one of his Manjikyu Sharingan. If he were to sacrifice one of his Manjikyu Sharingan, then his strength would decrease by several levels. Although his strength will decrease, at least he will be able to escape from this ceiling space. And just when Obito was about to sacrifice one of his Manjikyu Sharingan, suddenly, an inexplicably powerful visual prowess appeared out of nowhere, and instantly widened the crack in the ceiling space. Following the source of visual prowess that suddenly burst out, Obito looked at Fujin with a doubtful expression. "You also have a dojutsu?" Fujin didn't even bother to look at Obito, nor answered his question. The moment the gap in the ceiling space widened, his body flashed and disappeared. It's a pity that Fujin didn't know of Obito's thoughts of sacrificing his Manjikyu Sharingan. If he knew, then he would sigh in pity that such a good opportunity is wasted. Obito stared at the disappearing figure of Fujin, and his face became more and more solemn. Earlier, he didn't even consider the possibility that Fujin might have some sort of dojutsu. And now that Obito has witnessed the power of Fujin's dojutsu, Obito is more afraid of him. At the same time, he is also grateful that he did not sacrifice his Manjikyu Sharingan, because if he did that, then his situation would have become more passive. One after another, just where are these freaks coming from? With this complicated thought in his mind, Obito also took advantage of the gap in the ceiling space and escaped out of the sword of Totsuka. Chapter 534, Senile Obito? Whoosh! The red brilliance of the Totsuka sword flashed again in the night sky, and immediately after that, the familiar sight of the destroyed village and messy battlefield again appeared before Fujin. "Really escaped," muttered Fujin with a sigh of relief while burning the sight before him to confirm that he had really escaped the sword of Totsuka, but before he had the opportunity to do anything else, an indescribable sense of tiredness swarmed Fujin's body. The very next instant he was completely paralyzed and lost control of his body. Plop! With a low muffled sound, Fujin fell to the ground head-on. No, no, no. Now I wouldn't be able to put any resistance, thought Fujin with a flustered expression, and he was really panicked at this moment. Fujin knows that this loss of control over his body is mostly because of the outbreak of the curse of the Kagaya clan. As a result, the concentration of the toxin in Fujin's body has increased beyond what he can bear. The toxin has not only spread in all the organs but has also invaded the central nervous system of the Fujin clone, so let alone extracting or condensing chakra, even blinking of eyelids is no longer for him. If no measure is taken, then this clone would be beyond repair, and dead. But that's not the main issue. The main issue is that Obito is just behind him. Given the state of the Fujin clone, a single move from Obito is more than enough to destroy this clone. Obito doesn't even need to use ninjutsu, or any other large-scale attack, just a shuriken is more than enough. Yes, as long as he throws a few shurikens towards Fujin, the clone would be destroyed. Such worry had just risen in Fujin's heart, and the very next second the figure of Obito appeared beside him. Undoubtedly, Obito did not let go of the opportunity in that short instant and managed to escape through the gap in the seal of the sword of Totsuka. Feeling Obito's presence just behind him, Fujin's heart sank to the bottom. What to do? What to do? Fujin used almost all his brain cells, trying to think up a countermeasure that will help this clone survive, but couldn't think of anything. Nothing he could think would work. This is the second time Fujin felt such hopelessness and helplessness. And while Fujin was hopeless and helpless, Obito, who appeared beside him, naturally discovered Fujin, who had collapsed not far away and seemed to have lost all his mobility. Looking at Fujin's figure lying helplessly not far away from him, Obito felt anger from the bottom of his heart, and he roared at Fujin, "Asshole! Do you want to use this trick again?" What's wrong with him? Thought Fujin in confusion. Do you think I will fall for the same trick again and again? Obito growled, his chakra riled up as a result of an outburst of his anger. No way. Obito felt that his IQ has been greatly insulted by the members of Amatsukami. He gritted his teeth and really wanted to punch these bastards of Amatsukami into a bloody pulp. But he restrained himself because he knows that Fujin and Homosubi are again trying to lead him into a trap. So instead of going towards Fujin or attacking him, Obito immediately activated the Kamui to suck himself inside the Kamui dimension and disappeared from the battlefield. The speed and decisiveness of escape were so fast that even Konoha's yellow flash might have been taken aback had he witnessed the scene. Phew! The night breeze blew. Dust and smoke were rolled up. Huh? Fujin, who was racking his brain for a possible solution, was also taken aback by the incredulously strange action of Obito. He didn't quite understand why Obito didn't take the opportunity to land the decisive blow and kill him but chose to retreat. Only a fool would do so. Has he finally gone senile or what? Well, whatever. Although doubtful, Fujin was still happy that Obito is a fool and did not kill this clone of Fujin. Now Fujin still has the option of repairing this clone and wouldn't have to waste time, money, and effort into recreating and cultivating another Wind Nature clone. With his mood recovered, Fujin immediately used the Tensei Soul Descend to transfer his soul out of the Fujin clone. And while Obito has disappeared and Fujin's soul had left the battle, Homosubi standing in the distance sighed helplessly. The reason for his helplessness is obviously the fact that the mysterious masked Uchiha also managed to escape from the seal of Sword of Totsuka along with Fujin. Homosubi had already anticipated this result when he lifted the seal, so he wasn't much surprised, just disappointed in himself. If Homosubi had better control of the Sword of Totsuka, he could have prevented Fujin from being sealed inside it along with the mysterious masked Uchiha, and even if he couldn't have done that, he could have at least selectively unsealed Fujin out of the gourd if he was proficient enough. But no! Homosubi couldn't do either of these. Hell, he couldn't even prevent the mysterious masked Uchiha from escaping the seal after Fujin came out of it. Homosubi already understands that the strength of the mysterious masked Uchiha who claims to be Uchiha Madara is stronger than him. After all, masked Uchiha can manifest the complete body Susanoo with wings on its back, so obviously the visual prowess of the other party is not only not weak, but is stronger compared to him. Additionally, the masked Uchiha also has Hashirama cells transplanted into his body, so his chakra levels are simply monstrous. When combining all these facts, theoretically, it is normal for the current Homusubi, Itachi, to be of no match to him, as a result unable to present his escape. But Homusubi is still disappointed in himself, because had he been strong enough, he could have solved the threat of the masked Uchiha once and for all, but he clearly isn't, thus he failed. Of course, there was also the option of not allowing Fujin to come out of the seal of Sword of Totsuka, which would have prevented the escape of the masked Uchiha, and the two would have together died inside the seal, but Homusubi didn't consider that option for more than an instant. After all, Homusubi, Itachi, is just a member of the Amatsukami organization and therefore has no right to decide the life and death of other members of the organization. On the other side, seeing Fujin collapse on the ground, Kurenai ran towards him with a flustered expression and immediately urged, "Futen. Futen, are you okay?" Kuroto's soul is no longer in the Fujin clone body, so naturally, there was no response or movement. But Kurenai doesn't know this, and after receiving no response from Fujin, she immediately panicked. She gently shook Fujin's body and shouted, "Futen? Futen," but no matter what, there was no response. Seeing this scene, Homusubi, Itachi, also quickly walked over, and his face under the Homusubi mask had a dignified expression. He did not expect that Fujin's injuries would be so serious, and didn't know what to do for a while. While both Homusubi, Itachi, and Kurenai were at a loss, suddenly, a calm voice came from the side, "Let me check his situation." Homusubi and Kurenai looked over and found that it was none other than Senju Tsunade, the best medical nin in the current shinobi world, who volunteered to check Fujin's situation. Seeing that Tsunade was willing to help Fujin, Kurenai hurriedly stepped forward and begged her, "Tsunade-sama, please, please save him." Tsunade took a deep look at Kurenai and could easily guess the young girl's psychological state and feelings towards Fujin. But Tsunade chose to remain silent on that matter and did not comment anything. Next, Tsunade walked towards Fujin, who seemed to be lying lifelessly on the ground, and said to Homusubi, "I will treat him." Homusubi, who has already received Kuroto's shadow clone nod from the side, nodded to Tsunade, then please, and stepped aside. Homusubi, Itachi, thought that it would be best to be treated by Tsunade, whose exploits in the field of medical science and Iryo ninjutsu are impeccable in the current shinobi world, while Kuroto, shadow clone, who knew the true cause of everything that has happened to the Fujin clone, wanted to see if Tsunade can treat the effects of the curse of Kagaya clan with her Iryo ninjutsu. Although Kuroto, shadow clone, doesn't have much hope in this regard, this is just a test in which Kuroto loses nothing. Even if Tsunade is unable to treat the effects of the curse of the Kagaya clan, she would at least become curious about it, and perhaps might even make some kind of major breakthrough in her Iryo ninjutsu after some research, which might also be beneficial to Kuroto in the future. Therefore, he had no issue in letting Tsunade give it a try. With Homusubi's nod, Tsunade crouched down near Fujin and started to check his condition. At the same time, a group of Konoha shinobi, including Jiraiya, also approached the place where Tsunade was treating Fujin. Everyone has seen how much Fujin has helped Konoha with all those fierce battles tonight. If it were not for Fujin's help, Satori, the monster that came out of the box of ultimate bliss, alone might have destroyed the village, not to mention, there were still several other extremely strong members of the Akatsuki organization that were dealt with by Fujin, including Hirako, Pain Rakuto, and the masked man who claims to be Uchiha Madara. Nobody knows why Fujin helped Konoha to such an extent. The experienced ones believe that he might have some objective and reason behind Fujin's actions that they are unable to figure out for a while, but no matter the reason, the fact that Fujin helped Konoha in its most desperate time is still undeniable. Therefore, even if many Konoha shinobis are still wary of the other members of the Amatsukami organization, they have no malice against Fujin. In fact, many Konoha shinobi are very grateful to Fujin for everything he did and truly hope for Sannin Tsunade to save him. After a while of analyzing and treatment, Tsunade's brows frowned, and shock quickly became apparent on her face. Jiraiya, who is quite familiar with Tsunade, hurriedly leaned forward and quickly asked, "What's the status?" After withdrawing her hands, Tsunade said with a solemn expression, "His body is damaged beyond recovery. His skeletal structure has already been damaged completely. Additionally, the cells in his body are dying faster than they are born. It's as if his life is being burned out." Homusubi, Itachi, asked, "What do you mean by this?" Tsunade glanced at Itachi and explained, "Well, what I mean is that no one can survive after their body is damaged to such an extent. Normal people should have already died several times had they suffered such injuries. I have only once seen someone's body being damaged to such an extent, and that was when my Due opened the gate of death and fought against the 7 swordsmen of mist on the battlefield of Kirigakure during the Third Great Shinobi War. To be honest, I am highly surprised that he was able to continue fighting those fierce battles with such critical injuries." Jiraiya's expression turned into a frown, and he asked quickly, "Was Fujin also using the forbidden technique of 8 inner gates?" Tsunade shook her head. "No, I have already checked it, he wasn't using the 8 inner gates formation. But the damage his body is suffering from is of a similar level, although not exactly the same, similar type." Kurenai asked anxiously, "You must be able to heal him, right?" Tsunade shook her head, and sighed silently. "Unfortunately there is nothing I can do. This is beyond the scope of Iryo Ninjutsu. His cells are dying at an extremely terrifying speed, and no one can survive that phenomenon. I am no exception to this. Even my grandfather, the Shodame Hokage, who is said to have a terrifying recovery rate, is also no exception to this. Now perhaps, only some kind of miracle can save him." Kurenai fell to the ground in despair. Jiraiya sighed silently while Itachi's expression under the Homusubi mask was stunned. He simply couldn't believe it. He clenched his fist and seemed to be undergoing some kind of emotional stimulation brought on by the death of Fujin. Seeing the changes in several people, Tsunade remained silent, and seemed to be thinking something. There is one thing Tsunade did not mention to anyone, and that is the fact that her Iryo Ninjutsu doesn't seem to be effective on Fujin's body. Tsunade is not sure what is the exact reason, but she did feel the presence of something in Fujin's body that was preventing her Iryo Ninjutsu from healing. Tsunade quickly deduced that this something is probably the cause of Fujin's approaching death, so out of her curiosity and necessity she did not forget to use her slugs to secretly collect some of Fujin's blood and tissues in order to study and analyze them at a later date. Of course, all of Tsunade's secret actions were very clear to Kuroto, Shadow Clone, but he remained silent and said nothing. After all, even Kuroto himself hasn't found any solution to the curse of the Kagaya clan, and if he wants to keep this clone preserved until he uses it for the Chimera ritual in the future, then he needs all the help he can to deal with the curse of Kagaya clan. If Tsunade can find a solution with her medical science and Iryo Ninjutsu that can restrain the damaging effects of the particles of all-killing ash bones, then Kuroto is willing to ignore her small actions. As for the possibility that Tsunade will be able to deduce the true identity of Fujin, Kuroto is not too worried about that issue. And even if Tsunade can deduce that secret, Kuroto will still not be too worried. After all, what's the worst that can happen? At best Shursui will have to use Kodo Amatsukami on Tsunade to make her a loyal member of Amatsukami. So, there is nothing to be worried about. Inside a cave a few miles away from Konoha. Suddenly, the eyelids of a sleeping person open to reveal a pair of royal blue eyes that are clearly mysterious, yet beautiful. This person is not someone else, but the main body of Hyuga Kuroto. After Kuroto's soul came out of the Fujin clone, the soul traveled towards this cave where the main body of Kuroto has been hidden. Kuroto knew that Akatsuki organization has targeted the Konoha village, so neither the village nor the locations around it are safe for storing his main body. Therefore, Kuroto created this temporary underground base in the remote area of the Land of Fire and used this place to hide his main body under the watch of the Sandaime Kazekage puppet. As for the question of why not use the Anchor Vantian for this purpose? The answer is very simple. The aerial fortress floats above the sea area between the mainland and the Land of Water. In that case, if the main body was stored there, then it would take a lot of time for Kuroto to return to Konoha after changing his body. Therefore, he used a nearby location, so that he can return to the village in a very short time. After moving around his body for a little while, Kuroda muttered with a pleasant smile, no matter what, my main body is still the most comfortable. The Fujin clone is actually very comfortable and is perfectly adapted to Kuroda's soul, but as the effects of the curse of the Kagaya clan spread throughout the physical body, Kuroda's soul body also felt somewhat uncomfortable as controlling the body became more and more difficult. But there is no such problem with his main body, therefore, Kuroda's soul feels extremely comfortable in the main body. After getting rid of the soul exhaustion, Fujin quickly wore the Yama disguise and ordered the Kazekage puppet to return to the anchor Vantien. While he, himself, activated the Tenseigan chakra mode and turned into a cyan streamer flying towards Konoha at an incredibly fast speed. Chapter 535, An Unknown Variable. It didn't take long for everyone in Konoha to discover a cyan blue color covering the horizon, and immediately after that, everyone noticed a cyan streamer rushing in the direction of Konoha at an incredibly fast speed. Such strong chakra fluctuation. Is it the enemy again? We don't know the identity of the person coming towards the village, everyone stays vigilant. Because of the chakra fluctuations sensed by several people, the village that had finally returned to calm and silence again fell into a noisy and chaotic state. It's quite easy to judge the strength of the coming party just based on the extraordinary chakra fluctuations and the astonishing speed at which the other party is rushing here. And since the people of Konoha don't know the identity of the other party, so whether it was Jiraiya and Tsunade, or the other Konoha shinobi, everyone had a solemn and desperate expression on their faces as they prepared themselves to face the new enemy. The physical structure of the village may have been destroyed, but that doesn't mean Konoha is finished. In the hearts of Konoha shinobi, the village can still be rebuilt, but the dignity in the lives of people if once gone will never come back, therefore, they must do everything they can to protect the lives of people in the refugee shelter and the dignity of the strongest shinobi village. For this reason, even if they have to continue sacrificing themselves, they are more than willing to do so. And while everyone was preparing for the upcoming battle, Tsunade and Jiraiya glanced at Homasubi, who was also looking in the direction of the incoming cyan streamer. Although they can't see Homasubi's expression under the mask, both Jiraiya and Tsunade were still able to deduce that the threat is not too great because Homasubi seemed extremely calm, as if everything is under control. Whoosh! Accompanied by the piercing whistling sound, the cyan streamer fell from the sky and steadily landed in the village. As the cyan chakra wrapping around the body of the person faded, everyone got a clear sight of the person in front of them. Looking at the black mask along with the unique Amatsukami cloak, the Konoha shinobi soon recognized that the other party is also a member of the Amatsukami organization and breathed a sigh of relief. Along with a relieved expression, there was also a look of awe and worship on the faces of everyone as they recognized the identity of the person standing in front of them. After all, the other party is none other than Yama, the leader of the mysterious Amatsukami organization. After coming to Konoha village, Yama didn't waste any time in rhetoric and directly walked towards the Fujin clone lying in the distance. Seeing Kurenai squatting next to the Fujin with a bitter and saddened expression, as if she was looking at the corpse of a loved one, Yama felt a little strange, but not delving into that matter too deeply, he asked silently, "Can you give him to me?" Kurenai raised her face, and after wiping away the tears, she asked Yama, "Can you save him?" "Huh?" Fujin was stunned by Kurenai's question, then replied ambiguously, "Perhaps." Kurenai nodded silently, although she wasn't too hopeful, there were still some expectations in her heart. With Kurenai's nod, Yama quickly picked up the Fujin clone, then cast a glance at Homasubi on the side. The two nodded tacitly, then immediately flashed and disappeared from the Konoha village. After leaving the destroyed Konoha village, Yama and Itachi stopped in the forest outside the village. Yama immediately put down the Fujin clone on the ground, then weaved several hand seals, and lightly tapped on Fujin's body. Poof! Instantly, with a poof of white smoke, the Fujin clone disappeared from the forest. Upon seeing Yama's action, Itachi, who was wearing the Homasubi disguise, couldn't help but ask, "Yama, Tsunadeheim said that Fujin's injuries are extremely serious, and his physical condition is beyond the scope of medical ninjutsu, so saving him is impossible. Is that really the case? Will Fujin die?" Looking at the guilty aura that Homosubi had over him, Yama smiled slightly, and said, "What she said is not wrong, Fujin's condition is really extremely bad, but you needn't worry. I have a way to save his life," although, Yama paused here, then shook his head with a sigh, "Nothing. You can rest assured that he won't die, at least not yet." After listening to Yama's words, Homosubi nodded with a sigh, and finally calmed down. He understood in his heart that as long as Yama has said that he has a method to save Fujin, then there must be a way. As for what exactly that method is, now is not the right time to talk about it. So, with the matter of Fujin's life out of the way, Homosubi immediately looked in the direction of the battlefield outside Konoha where Shisui had rushed towards not long ago, quickly said, "Yama, Shisui-san went towards that battlefield to support the Gakage. I am worried about him. We should go there immediately and help." Following Homosubi's gaze, Yama also looked in the direction of the battlefield outside Konoha, and then immediately nodded. In fact, there was no need for Homosubi to remind Yama in the first place, as Yama had already known about the battle outside the village since he was controlling the Fujin clone thanks to his Byakugan vision. Because of the high purity of his Byakugan, Yama can cover up to several kilometers when using distance visioning. And since the movements and chakra fluctuations outside were no less than inside the village, so they were obviously noticed by Yama. Just based on the chakra fluctuations, Yama was able to determine that the two sides fighting there are undoubtedly the Gakage against the rest of the members of the Akatsuki organization. It's just that there was still one doubt lingering in Yama's mind, and that is the unique chakra signature that Yama perceived back then. The person with that chakra signature carries huge chakra reserves, like really huge chakra reserves, almost reaching the level of a high-tier bijou. Of course, it's not a major problem, but Yama is still surprised, as the other party not only has huge chakra reserves but also has extremely strong strength. After all, the other party not only fought against but also managed to suppress the surprise unit led by the Gakage. In other words, aside from Nagato, Obito, and Hirako, there is still a member in the Akatsuki organization who has unfathomable strength reaching the level of a Super Kage. And what's troublesome is that Yama has no idea who this person is. Therefore, he is very doubtful and curious about this person. It's just that he can't determine the exact identity of this unknown variable without going to the battlefield in person, so, without waiting even a moment, Yama converged all his thoughts and nodded to Itachi, "Let's go." Yes, Homosubi nodded and immediately both he and Yama rushed towards the battlefield outside Konoha. Chapter 536, 5 Kage, Lost? Boom 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 boom. Another series of explosions took place on the battlefield, and Shisui retreated backwards. Fortunately, his speed is extremely fast, and this speed has only gotten faster after mastering the Sennin mode, so no matter how many explosions took place on the battlefield, they didn't hurt him in the slightest, nor was there any severe consumption of chakra. Conan's beautiful face was filled with a dignified expression as she looked at Uchiha Shisui, who is continuously avoiding the range of explosions caused by the rain of her explosive tags. Conan never expected that the combat effectiveness of Uchiha Shisui would be so high. Just trying to stop him from interfering on the main battlefield has pushed her to her utmost limit, yet she has not been able to do much. She has used all kinds of attacks she has in her arsenal, however, everything seems to be in vain. No matter what kind of attack she uses, Uchiha Shisui avoids it, virtue to his speed. In fact, Uchiha Shisui's speed has gotten so fast after mastering Sennin mode that Conan isn't even able to see the other party with her eyes, and is purely relying on her sensory skills to perceive Shisui and is barely keep a track of his movement on the battlefield. However, this isn't helping much because even if she is able to barely keep track of Shisui, her own speed is unable to keep up with him, so all her attacks and offensive are easily dodged by Shisui and everything is proving to be useless. It can't continue like this, thought Conan in worry as she tried to think up some countermeasure against the enemy but didn't really have a solution to be able to deal with Uchiha Shisui. Rare. And while Conan kept trying to keep Shisui entangled, suddenly, a terrifying roar sounded from the main battlefield in the distance. As soon as the roar sounded, Conan breathed a relieved sigh, and thought to herself, everyone should have been dealt with by now. And contrary to Conan's relieved sigh, Shirsui's face sank upon hearing this roar. I can't let her delay me any longer. I must get on that side as soon as possible. Uchiha Shirsui couldn't be more familiar with this roar. He, who participated in the summit war at Amigakure a few months ago, clearly remembers that this is the roar of the Gedo Mazo statue summoned by the leader of the Akatsuki organization. What's horrifying to Shirsui is that the Gedo Mazo statue is even capable of withstanding and resisting Kuroto's Golden Will reincarnation explosion, which is simply mind-boggling to him. After all, not even his Susanoo can withstand a single attack from Kuroto's Golden Will reincarnation explosion, so the horror of Gedo Mazo is not without reason. And now that Nagato has summoned the Gedo Mazo statue, Shirsui is more worried about the situation on the side of Gakage. Worried, Shirsui asked Fuafuwa, who is resting around his shoulders, "Fuafuwa-san, how is the situation on that side?" Fuafuwa yawned in boredom, and while licking her patty paw, she blinked her green eyes several times, then mentioned casually, "It's not optimistic." Fuafuwa's casual words only increased Shirsui's worry, and he no longer bothered to care about Conan, who has been trying to stop him. After taking a deep breath, Shirsui activated Susanu's defense around him, and without any care of the rain of explosive tags, he forcefully broke through the several layers of Conan's obstruction and finally arrived at the main battlefield in the distance. However, the scene of the main battlefield before him stunned Shirsui. What Shirsui saw is a sight of massacre, and except for 2 shinobi, everyone on the battlefield is either dead or severely injured. And these 2 shinobi, who are neither dead nor injured, are members of the Akatsuki organization with very peculiar identities. The first one is the red-haired Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who stood on the edge of the battlefield with an indifferent expression. While the other one is the white spiral-masked Tobi fellow, who crouched down and curiously poked the cheeks of 2 specific shinobi. These 2 specific shinobi poked by Tobi include the Kirigakure's Yandere Mizukage Karatachi Yagura, that is, the perfect Jinchuriki of Sanbai, and Kumogakure's Killer Bee, the perfect Jinchuriki of Hachibi. Currently, both the perfect Jinchuriki were motionlessly lying on the ground, with their life and death unknown. And that's not the end of it. The Gedo Mazo statue behind the leader of the Akatsuki organization seemed to be absorbing the Biju chakra from the bodies of Karatachi Yagura and Killer Bee. The chakra of 2 Biju, which was dense enough to be visible to the naked eye, was constantly being sucked out of the bodies of Yagura and Killer Bee and entering inside the mouth of Gedo Mazo. Shifting his gaze, Shirsui found hundreds of shinobi lying either injured or dead on the battlefield. With just a casual glance, he identified several known and famous faces, including the Godame Kazakage Pakura, the Yandere Reikage Ai, the Konoha advisor Elder Hamura Mitokado, along with several elite shinobi among them. The Godame Kazakage Pakura was lying unconscious with several tree branches penetrating her body. The Yandere Reikage Ai seemed to be conscious and struggling to get up, but his injuries were so serious that he was unable to. The Yandere Mizukage was struggling as the Sanbai's chakra was being sucked out of his body, while there were no traces of Sandame Hokage as well as Sandame Tsuchikage on the battlefield. "The 5 Kage, lost?" muttered Shirsui with an astonished expression. The scene before him really subverted his inherent concepts and understanding of the shinobi world. Shirsui never even thought that a day would come when the 5 Kage would fail even after joining forces together. And while Shirsui was stunned and a little lost, Conan flew towards Nagato's side and said in an apologetic tone, "Sorry, I couldn't stop him. Uchiha Shirsui's strength is several times higher than mine." Nagato shook his head lightly. "It doesn't matter." Although controlling the 6 paths of pain to attack Konoha consumed some of his chakra reserves, for the current Nagato, such chakra consumption is close to negligible and has already recovered. Therefore, even if Uchiha Shirsui's strength exceeds Conan by several times, it makes no difference to Nagato, whose strength has evolved by several dimensions during the past few months. Nagato strongly believes that except for maybe the leader of Amatsukami, Yama, no one in this shinobi world is strong enough to contend with him, not Jiraiya, not the so-called Uchiha Madara, and certainly not Uchiha Shirsui. Conan nodded, then after a brief silence, she looked at Gedo Mazo and said with a worried tone, "Absorbing 2 Biju at the same time, will your body be able to support it, Nagato?" Nagato said, "Don't worry, for the current me, let alone absorbing 2 bijou. Even if all the 9 bijous are absorbed at the same time, it wouldn't be a problem. In the canon, it was necessary to gather all the members of the Akatsuki organization to participate in the absorption process of even a single bijou, and it would still take several days to do so. But after the perfect transplantation of Hashirama cells, Nagato's sage body has qualitatively improved. The powers of the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan are perfectly integrated and balanced in his body, therefore, controlling Geto-Mazo is no longer burdensome for Nagato. At the same time, his already high chakra reserves have further grown, and because of this, Nagato can single-handedly absorb bijou in much less time compared to the canon. Although, being able to absorb all the 9 bijou at the same time might be a bit of an exaggeration, absorbing 2 at the same time is not a challenge, and Nagato can do so even passively without the slightest burden. Conan nodded lightly, then shifted her gaze towards Uchiha Shursui. Of course, Conan didn't dare to make direct eye contact with Uchiha Shursui, for fear that she would be caught in Jinjutsu. She just silently observed him while standing next to Nagato, and was ready to make a move to stop Shursui with everything she has should Shursui tries to hinder Nagato from absorbing the bijou. But Conan wasn't too worried. Even if Uchiha Shursui's strength is several times higher than hers, at best it would be at the same level as Tobi, not to mention there is still Nagato present here. Don't look at Tobi's funny behavior and innocent mind. Those lying dead and injured on the battlefield are more than clear about the horror of Tobi. After all, this massacre was done by none other than Tobi. The entire surprise raid force led by 4 Kage and comprising dozens of elite shinobi was ruthlessly crushed by Tobi single-handedly. Nagato and Conan didn't have to make a single move. So, if Uchiha Shursui really wants to stop Nagato, then he would have to get past Tobi first. Chapter 537, A True Coincidence. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 5 figures, as fast as ghosts, are engaged in a game of run and chase as they are passing by the forest. Their speed is so fast that except for afterimages, nothing can be discerned. If those with good eyes and insight are to look at these people engaged in a cat and mouse game, they would instantly realize that 3 of these 5 figures are the elites of the Konoha military police force that are heavily armed with all kinds of shinobi gear, and are chasing after someone under the leadership of their patriarch Uchiha Fugaku. The person they are chasing after is dressed in the traditional Akatsuki black turtleneck cloak with red cloud prints, and from his scarlet eyes with 3 black tomos spinning in them, it can be discerned that the person they are chasing after is also a member of the Uchiha clan. Shinichi, how long are you going to keep running away from the clan? Uchiha Fugaku, who was closely following Shinichi, shouted at him in a stern tone, beckoning him to stop and face them. It's just that this Uchiha happens to be a traitor of the Uchiha clan who has defected from Konoha and joined the terrorist Akatsuki organization, hence the cat and mouse game. Uchiha Shinichi turned his head slightly and glanced at the 3 Uchiha elites as well as the Uchiha patriarch behind him, then continued to move forward without answering Fugaku's question. As the perpetrator who started this chase, the cat and mouse game, Shinichi, of course, has his own considerations. It happened before Nagato used Tendo of the 6th Path of Pain to release Super Shinra Tensei over the sky above Konoha, in order to completely destroy the strongest shinobi village. At that time, Nagato instructed all the Akatsuki organization members present inside the village to retreat and escape far away from Konoha. Initially, Shinichi was surprised by such an instruction, and a little skeptical, because the instruction obviously sounded absurd, and contrary to Akatsuki organization's objective tonight. Akatsuki's objective tonight is to destroy Konoha, eliminate the Gakage, and capture the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. But Shinichi soon came to the conclusion that Nagato probably intends to use one of his super destructive moves to completely destroy Konoha in a single move. Shinichi didn't doubt whether Nagato can do so or not, because he knows that Nagato is perfectly capable of such a feat. Therefore, Shinichi deliberately appeared in front of the members of the Konoha military police force and conveniently led them outside the village just in time to escape the effects of the Super Shinra Tensei Nagato used to flatten the village. The members of the Uchiha clan were shocked by the sight of the village that no longer existed. Then, under the orders of the Uchiha patriarch, most of them went back in order to help in rescuing the wounded, while the patriarch himself led 3 Uchiha elites and chased after Shinichi. While Shinichi recalled the event that happened not long ago, Uchiha Fugaku's persuasive voice sounded from behind. Shinichi, I understand that you are dissatisfied with the clan and the village for not giving Kurumi's killer a fair judgment, and I also accept that I was incapable of bringing justice to Kurumi, but that's no reason for you to join a terrorist organization like the Akatsuki. You have also witnessed the scene back in the village. I don't think I need to make it clearer to you that the members of the Akatsuki organization are all lunatics. If you stay with them, you will not end well either. When Tendo used the Super Shinra Tensei to flatten Konoha, all the Uchiha who had chased and fled out of the village in order to catch Shinichi also witnessed the shocking scene, and for a moment, none of them could believe their eyes. It happened in an instant. Just a moment ago, the village, which was built by the joint alliance of the two greatest shinobi clans during the Warring States era, the village which has been standing in place for more than 5 decades, and had witnessed 3 great shinobi wars and the change of 4 Hokage, the very same village was reduced to ruins at the next moment. And when that shocking scene took place, Fugaku, thanks to his Sharingan, keenly discovered the surprised expression on Shinichi's face as he looked in the direction of the village and the relieved expression as Shinichi looked at the Uchiha clansmen who survived that calamity. So Fugaku came to the conclusion that for some reason Shinichi was aware of the incoming danger and tried to help the Uchiha clan by leading the clansmen outside the danger zone. Fugaku is not sure why exactly did Shinichi help the Uchiha clan survive and foil the plans of the Akatsuki organization, but Fugaku understood one thing, and that is the fact that in Shinichi's heart, the Uchiha clan is still more important compared to Akatsuki. This is also the reason why Fugaku is trying to persuade Shinichi and not directly eliminate him. Ha ha ha, Shinichi laughed upon hearing Fugaku's words. Of course, whether this laugh is mockery, self-mockery, or despair cannot be understood by anyone except for Shinichi. When Kurumi was killed, the clan did not help bring justice to her, and the village did not punish her killer. At that time, Shinichi's heart was filled with nothing except hatred, and he felt betrayed. This feeling of betrayal was further stimulated because of awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan. For Shinichi, the Manjikyu Sharingan represented the hope of avenging Kurumi. If the clan cannot bring justice to Kurumi, then I would do it myself. If the village did not punish Kurumi's killer, then I would do it myself. With these intentions, Shinichi sneaked into the root base and killed Kurumi's murderer. After the death of that root member, Shinichi was focused on the next target. After all, the masked man was also behind Kurumi's death, and Shinichi had to figure out a way to kill that bastard. Therefore, he escaped the village, looking for an opportunity to kill the masked man. But there was something left that he had to complete before he said goodbye to Konoha forever, and that was to defeat Hyuga Kuroto. This was important to Shinichi, as his defeat at the hands of Hyuga Kuroto was the primary cause of why everything happened. Even if Hyuga Kuroto wasn't personally involved with the events related to Kurumi's death, Shinichi had to defeat Hyuga Kuroto. Unfortunately, that didn't do as planned. Instead of defeating Hyuga Kuroto quite easily, he, himself, was ruthlessly defeated by the other party. The defeat was so thorough that Shinichi couldn't see himself winning anytime soon, so he was suddenly lost. At that point, when Shinichi was emotionally overwhelmed and frustrated, Hyuga Kuroto talked to him and gave him the hope of bringing Kurumi back to life in exchange for being a subordinate for 15 years. Shinichi was so taken aback that he immediately agreed and became Kuroto's subordinate. Shinichi didn't know why he believed Kuroto of being able to do something so absurd, he just did so. If Kuroto really brings Kurumi back to life, then let alone 15 years, even if it is lifetime subordination, Shinichi is willing to do so. The hope of seeing Kurumi back to life again cleared Shinichi's heart from despair and hatred, and with his heart cleared, Shinichi felt complicated towards the clan and the village. Of course, there was also anger towards the masked man. Knowing that the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara was behind everything, Shinichi obviously wanted to kill him and willingly became a spy within the organization and periodically reported all his findings to Kuroto. Working in the organization also gave Shinichi some time to calm his mind and recollect his thoughts. By now, Shinichi no longer has any hatred towards the clan and the village, nor is there any hatred towards the masked man. If someone were to ask what he feels towards the masked man, then the answer would only be a single term: pity. Shinichi doesn't know what exactly has the masked man experienced in his life, but the fact that he has been pushed into such depths of despair, and has come to the conclusion that nothing except for Project Tsuki no Mi can bring peace to this shinobi world, makes Shinichi really feel pity for him. Shinichi doesn't know whether the masked man is right or wrong, and frankly speaking, he doesn't really care anyway. As Kuroto's subordinate, Shinichi only needs to do what he was asked for at the beginning, and that is to lurk within the Akatsuki organization as a spy. Shinichi knows that Kuroto doesn't want the masked man's plan to succeed, so Shinichi doesn't plan to let the masked man succeed. And since his hatred for the clan is no longer there, Shinichi doesn't want the Uchiha clan to be destroyed either. After all, Kurumi would be sad if the Uchiha clan were to be destroyed. This is also the reason why he was conveniently chased out of the Konoha village by several Uchiha clansmen. As a result of this, the Uchiha clansmen coincidentally happened to have avoided the catastrophe that struck the village just in the nick of time, and survived. That's right, it's truly a coincidence that the Uchiha clansmen escaped. But, it's just that Shinichi can't say it out loud and clearly because of being monitored by the White Zetsu clones. Chapter 538, Shinichi's Shrewdness. Since the Tri-Alliance consisting of Konoha, Kumo, and Suna jointly raided the Akatsuki organization's stronghold in Amigakure, both the leaders of the Akatsuki organization, that is Nagato, and the Masked Man have become extremely vigilant. As a result of which not only have they increased their vigilance towards the other great shinobi villages, and heightened the threat level of the mysterious Amatsukami organization to the maximum, but they have also started to improve, organize, and strengthen the internal management within the Akatsuki organization, just to be on the safe side, and avoid infiltration and leakage of information. Previously, all members of the organization were free to do their own things as long as they completed their assigned missions, but that's no longer the case. Nagato and the Masked Man are no longer so loose towards the members of the organization. This has also caused a headache for Shinichi. And the reason is quite obvious. Both Nagato and the Masked Man have noticed Shinichi's perfunctory attitude towards the organization, and have, therefore, instructed White Zetsu to use his clones to monitor Shinichi 24/7. If it was before, even if Shinichi was under surveillance, the White Zetsu clones did not dare to get too close because they were aware of Shinichi's terrible, in the good sense, sensory skills, and therefore, monitored his actions only from a large distance in order to avoid being discovered by him, which gave him ample opportunity to pass on the Akatsuki's intelligence to Kuroto on regular intervals. But after the White Zetsu clones were given the specific order by the Masked Man to monitor Shinichi, they no longer cared about the problem of being discovered by him and began monitoring all his actions at a clone's distance, as a result of which, Shinichi is unable to transmit any information to Kuroto using his previous methods without the high risk of being discovered by White Zetsu clones. And this is also the reason why he couldn't express his true thoughts to Fugaku. Of course, Shinichi is also a shrewd one. Ever since he entered the organization, he has not forgotten his objective of spying. If he cannot use his previous methods to pass on the intelligence, then he will use new and unconventional methods, and the team led by Uchiha Fugaku, or more specifically, Uchiha Fugaku behind him, is that method. With this intention, Shinichi continued to lead Fugaku's team and finally stopped at a relatively open grassland. The three elites, as well as Fugaku who were chasing after him, also stopped one after another and spread around the grassland to surround Shinichi at the center of a four-sided siege, thus cutting off his escape route. With Shinichi under control, Fugaku walked in front of him and said with a solemn expression, "The root subdivision has been abolished by the village, and you should let go of the past too. Now the village is facing the threat of the Akatsuki organization, so the village needs you, and the clan also needs you more than ever. The Uchiha clan is the co-founder of Konoha. As such, the Manjikyu Sharingan of the Uchiha clan should not become a weapon at the hands of the enemy of the village. You have already expressed your anger and dissatisfaction, now there is no longer a need to continue. Come back to the village with us. Kurumi wouldn't want you to continue doing what you are doing right now." Fugaku may have considered the option of coup d'état, but he never even thought of defection. This shows that he too is deeply loyal to the village. Even in the canon, after knowing that the coup could no longer succeed because his son Itachi sided with the village, Fugaku gave up and died silently, but never once considered or showed the slightest intention of defecting. In the heart of this indecisive Uchiha patriarch, Uchiha and Konoha have long been integrated. The internal discord of the Uchiha clan and Hokage faction is one matter, but as a Konoha shinobi, the captain of the Konoha military police force, and the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Fugaku would never be merciful to the enemies of the village, especially when those enemies are the traitors of the Uchiha clan. The only reason Fugaku has been trying to persuade Shinichi to come back to the village is that Shinichi has not done any serious damage to the village, except for the time he massacred root shinobi during the time of his defection. But hey, we can ignore that case. After all, the Uchiha clan also tolerated the death of Uchiha Kurumi at the hands of a root shinobi so as to avoid escalating that conflict. So, Sandaime Hokage will also have to tolerate Shinichi's action of avenging Kurumi, even if it led to the death of several root shinobi back then. Hearing Fugaku's persuasive words, Shinichi raised his eyebrow, then said with a smile, "Isn't it too late to say this already? You should have witnessed the scene back then." Fugaku shook his head calmly. "Better late than never, Shinichi. As for the issue of the village being destroyed, it is not a problem. The roots of Konoha lie with us Konoha shinobi. So long as we are alive, so long as the Uchiha clan exists, the Konoha village will not perish and continue to flourish even amidst the most terrible storms." To a certain extent, Akatsuki's raid this time, and the failure of Hokage to protect the village is not a bad thing for the Uchiha clan. Because the village suffered such serious damage, the ones to be blamed most will be the Hokage faction, as a result of which, the reputation of the Hokage faction will be hit hard, and it wouldn't be strange if Sandaime Hokage is forced to abdicate in order to take responsibility of his failure. If the Hokage faction's reputation is hit hard, and Sandaime abdicates, the Uchiha clan, as one of the two founding clans of Konoha, will not only be able to gain back its foothold in the village but will also be able to gain more political power because of this incident. After all, the current elites of the Uchiha clan did not suffer much from Tendo's Super Shinra Tensei. And Fugaku also sent back several Uchiha in order to help in the rescuing work, which will allow the people of Konoha to see the efforts of the Uchiha clan to protect the village. Shinichi mocked, "Maybe so, but that won't change my mind, and you won't be able to stop me either." Seeing Shinichi's resolute expression, Fugaku sighed, "Sigh. In that case, I can only do what I must as the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. You are a threat to the village and the clan, so I have to either eliminate you, or I have to capture you." As soon as he finished, Fugaku's Sharingan suddenly changed. The pattern that was a three-tomo Sharingan until a moment ago changed shape and transformed into the Manjikyu Sharingan. Whistle. Well, isn't the patriarch the most hidden one?" said Shinichi in a surprised tone, then added, "You too have the Manjikyu Sharingan. I do wonder why did you never reveal this information?" Fugaku folded his arms over his chest, and answered, "It was for the sake of the peace of the clan. I was worried that if the news about me awakening the Manjikyu Sharingan is revealed, it will lead to discord between the Hokage faction and the Uchiha clan. Although, I didn't expect that in your generation, both you and Shursui also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. So, if you were to return with us, then with the existence of 3 Manjikyu Sharingan users, the Uchiha clan would no longer need to be suppressed by the Hokage faction. And we will also be able to obtain the position of the next Hokage." After experiencing the initial surprise, Shinichi was disappointed by Fugaku's following words, and shook his head with a chuckle. "Are you still struggling for the position of Konoha's Hokage? Patriarch. I am afraid you don't understand the kind of strength the leader of my organization has, and you also don't understand what kind of enemy the 5 great shinobi villages are facing. Even if all the 5 great shinobi villages were to unite, they wouldn't be able to find a way to overcome the threat of the Akatsuki organization, nor will they be able to defeat the leader of my organization. In such a scenario, the Hokage would become nothing more than a joke. Even if you become Hokage, it would be meaningless." Fugaku's face sank upon hearing Shinichi's ridicule. In that case, there is no longer a need to talk. As soon as Fugaku's words fell, Shinichi suddenly discovered that the surroundings have changed. He is no longer in the relatively open grassland and found himself in a black and white world. A very powerful Jinjutsu indeed, muttered Shinichi with a thoughtful look as he observed the surroundings, then without a moment of delay, he immediately spoke to Fugaku. At $% end. Fugaku was suspicious of Shinichi's words, and asked, "What you have said is position coordinate, right? And if I remember correctly, this position coordinate is located in the Land of Iron? What are trying to do by telling me this coordinate?" Shinichi replied, "I couldn't reveal it in the real world, so I chose this Jinjutsu world. The position coordinate I have revealed a moment ago is the place where the new secret base of the Akatsuki organization is located." What? Fugaku was shocked by Shinichi's words. Chapter 539, Fugaku's Deductions. Why are you telling me the position coordinate of the new base of the Akatsuki organization? Asked Fugaku with a frown. He was a little stunned. After all, Shinichi's current action is practically betraying the Akatsuki organization, so Fugaku was taken aback and subconsciously stopped the invasion of Inyang inside Shinichi. However, to Fugaku's question, Shinichi gave no reply. He remained silent and just shook his head. Given the circumstances he is in, Shinichi can only pass on the Akatsuki organization's intelligence through the medium of Jinjutsu while confronting the enemies. Otherwise, his secret identity as a spy within the organization will be confirmed by white Zetsu clones that are monitoring him, which is something Shinichi doesn't want. As for the reason why Shinichi passed on this information to Fugaku and not others, it is very simple. Shinichi was unable to meet any other person who would act as a safe channel and pass on the information to Kuroda. Passing on Akatsuki's intelligence to Fugaku is equivalent to passing it to Uchiha Shisui, and Shisui would definitely inform Kuroda about such an important piece of intelligence. Although there is a certain risk factor involved in this approach because of the use of a second and third party that is acting as middleman, Shinichi must pass on such critical information regardless of the risk factor, as it might help Kuroda better plan out his next course of action against the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, using this approach would also help Kuroda better understand Shinichi's current situation within the Akatsuki organization. Seeing Shinichi's silence, Fugaku said, "It seems that you are not truly loyal to the Akatsuki organization. If so, then you will come back with me. As for your dissatisfaction with the clan and the village, this time I promise that I will not disappoint." However, before Fugaku could finish his words, Shinichi interrupted coldly, "Patriarch Sama, our views, intentions, and objectives differ. You have your consideration, and I have mine. No matter how much you try to persuade me, I will not be coming back. So, it's better to end this conversation here, because it would just be a waste of time for both of us." What Shinichi said this time is his true intention, and he doesn't plan on leaving the Akatsuki organization, at least, not anytime soon, and not without notifying Kuroda. The reason is that the more he stayed within the Akatsuki organization, the more he understood the depths of this terrorist organization whose primary objective is to bring peace to this shinobi world. Shinichi is not sure whether this so-called peace can be achieved or not, but what he understands is that lurking within the Akatsuki organization is extremely important, as it would allow him to keep tabs on them. Being able to detect and pass on the intelligence related to the horrendous plans of these lunatics to achieve their so-called peace is far more significant for the Uchiha clan, Konoha village, and the entire shinobi world, compared to going back to the clan with the patriarch and help him become Konoha's Hokage. This is what he has come to believe, and this is also the reason why Shinichi has never tried to explicitly come into contact with Kuroda ever since he was under suspicion. His identity as a spy may come in handy in the future. "Humph, you don't seem to understand your situation here, Shinichi," Fugaku snorted coldly, then continued after a pause, "Whether you can retreat from here or not, is not up to you. I am the one who decides it." As soon as Fugaku finished, the blacks and whites that have been stagnant started to invade Shinichi's body and started to blur his consciousness bit by bit. At first glance, Shinichi doesn't seem to be able to put up any resistance against the invasion of the black and whites. Aside from his consciousness, even his body in the Taikyakusa realm became modeled and slowly became part of this Inyang prison world. At this time, Fugaku's voice sounded in the Taikyakusa realm, "You needn't worry, Shinichi, I won't be killing you. the cause of your defection also had the responsibility of the clan, so after we go back, I will personally talk why. Ha ha ha. Before Fugaku could finish speaking, Shinichi, whose consciousness was blurry and mottled, suddenly laughed out loud. Then, without waiting for Fugaku to react, he immediately disappeared from the Taikyakuzu plane. Fugaku was shocked. What the? Fugaku had expected various means that Shinichi would try to use in order to dispel Taikyakuzu, but not this kind. There was no confrontation of visual prowess, no use of Jinjutsu, and nothing at all. Shinichi just straight up disappeared from the Yin-Yang plane as if he wasn't even here, to begin with. And this disappearance was so abrupt that Fugaku didn't even have the opportunity to stop Shinichi. No! To be more exact, Fugaku didn't even have the opportunity to notice the disappearance of Shinichi. And it was only after Shinichi had disappeared that Fugaku realized and reacted. Shocked at such a situation, Fugaku's consciousness quickly returned to the real world and asked Shinichi, "How did you do it?" Shinichi smirked. "Don't forget, Patriarch Sama, you are not the only one here with Manjikyu Sharingan." Fugaku nodded stiffly. "I see, so it is related to your Manjikyu Dojutsu?" Shinichi nodded. "I suppose you can say so, so it would be best that you don't waste your chakra and visual prowess on trying to stop me, because whether you use a physical attack or a spiritual attack, nothing would work on me." After speaking so, Shinichi did not wait for Fugaku to react and quickly used body flicker jutsu to disappear from his position without hesitation. The information that had to be passed has been passed, so there is no longer any reason for him to stay here. On the other hand, the three elite Uchiha who were surrounding Shinichi along with Fugaku looked at each other, then at Fugaku, waiting for the Patriarch's order. "Patriarch, whether to pursue Shinichi or not." In response to the questioning gaze of the three elite Uchiha, Fugaku stood still and remained silent for a while, then shook his head slightly, and there would be more Akatsuki members there, so the situation would become disadvantageous for just the four of us. Let him go this time. Fugaku's words silenced the three Uchiha elites, and they could only helplessly look in the direction Shinichi disappeared. While the three elite Uchiha were helpless, Fugaku thought, "I hope I did not make any mistake by letting you escape the Taikyakuzu plane," then turned his head to look in the direction of the forest on the side. The other three Uchiha may not have noticed them, but Fugaku clearly sensed the presence of those non-human beings traveling through the earth and following after Shinichi. Fugaku noticed that these non-human beings have been following Shinichi and their squad ever since they left Konoha. Only now, when Shinichi has retreated, did the presence of these non-human beings traveling through the ground disappear. Initially, Fugaku thought that they were Shinichi's companions, so Fugaku was also vigilant against the sneak attack from them, but now that Shinichi has indirectly revealed several things, Fugaku can obviously guess and figure out a lot of things. Although those non-human beings are Shinichi's so-called companions from the Akatsuki organization, they are more like monitoring Shinichi's actions than simply assisting him in resisting the enemy. With this information alone, Fugaku was able to deduce a lot of things and acted as per those deductions. Of course, Shinichi being able to escape the Taikyakuzu plane was a surprise to Fugaku, but Shinichi being able to retreat from this place is because Fugaku allowed it. The reason is obviously that Fugaku wants to see what are Shinichi's true intentions. Moreover, after today's short confrontation with Shinichi, Fugaku has also confirmed one very important thing. And that one very important thing is that Shinichi neither holds animosity towards the Uchiha clan nor towards Konoha. This is primarily the main reason why Fugaku allowed him to retreat without any further confrontation after he managed to escape the Yin-Yang prison world. "Well, let's wait and see," muttered Fugaku to himself as he recovered his thoughts, then said to the three Uchiha elites, "Let's go back. I am worried about the situation back in the village." "Yes, Captain." The three Uchiha nodded, then rushed back towards the direction of the village. Chapter 540, What Does It Feel Like to Poop? On Shinichi's side. After getting rid of the pursuit of Uchiha Fugaku as well as the three elites Uchiha, Shinichi traveled through the forest with a bitter expression as the pattern within his eyes returned back the three-tomo Sharingan state, which soon turned to black. Manjikyu Sharingan is a pair of cursed dojutsu that will eventually lead to blindness because of their power being sealed away with each use. Was what Kuroto said to him a few years ago. Ever since Shinichi learned of this fact from Kuroto, he has always been prudent in his use of the Manjikyu Sharingan and has been protecting his visual prowess as much as possible, so that he can cope with any sort of emergency should the need arise where he will have to use everything he has. In short, Shinichi generally doesn't rely on the Manjikyu Sharingan Dojutsu until he is pushed into the very corner and has been left with no other option. Precisely why the fact that he had to resort to using his Manjikyu Sharingan to intimidate Fugaku in order to get rid of the pursuit really makes Shinichi feel a little bitter in his heart. But no way, he had no other option. After all, Shinichi really didn't expect Fugaku to be hidden so deeply. It's really patriarch. The fact that Fugaku-sama has awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan shouldn't be known to anyone within the clan. At least, the elites following him were completely unaware. I don't know if Kuroto is aware of this information or not, thought Shinichi with a deep frown, then shook his head without much care, because Shinichi has a feeling that Kuroto should be aware of this information through Shursui. Ma, it doesn't really matter, this information doesn't have much to do with my mission, anyway, I was able to pass on the information that I wanted to, the rest is up to him, muttered Shinichi with a smile. But to be honest, it's really unbelievable, if I count, myself, Patriarch, Shursui, the fake Madara and Tsukihei who most likely is the one playing the role of Amatsukumi's Homusubi, currently the number of Uchiha who have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan amounts to 5. This is perhaps the most glorious period of the Uchiha clan in its millennium-long history. Yet, the clan is still struggling with the village and fighting for the position of Konoha's Hokage, thought Shinichi with a sigh, then again shook his head and decided to not focus too deeply on this matter. After all, he doesn't really care much about the position of the Hokage, and if you ask him, there is perhaps only one candidate suitable for the position of Konoha's Hokage, but then again, it doesn't have anything to do with him, so he would neither comment on it nor would he express his opinion. But one thing to note is that Shinichi is aware of the fact that Uchiha Tsukihei also possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan, despite the fact that he was never told about this information. As for how Shinichi knows that Uchiha Tsukihei also possesses the Manjikyu Sharingan, the answer is relatively simple, he doesn't know, it's just his guess. Shinichi guessed that Uchiha Tsukihei also has Manjikyu Sharingan due to several simple reasons. It happened only a few months ago, the fake Madara who returned from Kirigakure with new recruits relayed the information about Homusubi's abilities and also the fact that she is a woman. At that time, Shinichi guessed that the Uchiha woman who plays Homusubi is most likely Uchiha Tsukihei. After all, Homusubi and Uchiha Tsukihei are related to Amatsukumi and Hyuga Kuroto respectively, and Hyuga Kuroto happens to be the secret leader of the Amatsukumi organization. At the same time, both Homusubi and Uchiha Tsukihei are women, so the two of them have to be one and the same person, and that is Uchiha Tsukihei. Of course, not everyone can guess this information as easily as Shinichi did, because Uchiha Tsukihei is officially dead, as she was killed by Shino. Shinichi knows that Tsukihei did not die back then, but Shino died later, so it's simple for him to guess Homusubi's true identity. Of course, Shinichi is also not yet aware of the fact that Uchiha Itachi has also awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan and also plays the role of the Homusubi of the Amatsukumi organization. But even if he knew this information, it wouldn't change his guess, because he is more than certain of his guess. Anyway, all that aside, among all the current known abilities of all the Manjikyu Sharingan users, my Manjikyu Sharingan abilities are really the best, trickiest, and the most practical ones, muttered Shinichi with a smirk, as he thought about Hachiman and Nakasawame. Shinichi feels that his thought isn't wrong, because he has found that his Manjikyu abilities Hachiman and Nakasawame are really the most wonderful pair of abilities among all the known abilities. One allows him to fight at his peak state irrespective of any damage or injury that he takes on, while the other one allows him to retract back in time. With the combination of these two abilities, killing him is one of the most difficult tasks. This is also one of the reasons why Shinichi has always been carefree in the Akatsuki organization, even if Akatsuki consists of several monstrous class shinobi. After all, nobody in the Akatsuki organization is capable of killing him. For the same reason, the fake Madara also doesn't take Shinichi lightly and has been using the white Zetsu clones to monitor his actions all the time. In the face of Shinichi's Nakasawame, which allows him to track back in time, even the fake Madara's space-time jutsu is not much effective. So, even if Shinichi is pulled inside the Kamui space, Shinichi can just use Nakasawame to track back in time and return to the shinobi world. Of course, this doesn't imply that Shinichi is capable of killing the fake Madara. The current Shinichi's visual prowess is limited, and he will be blinded if he overuses his eyes, which is not the case for the fake Madara who has Hashirama cells transplanted into his body. He is aware of this disadvantage of his, therefore, he has not turned his face from the fake Madara and has not declared open hostility against him. Shinichi knows that if a life and death battle were to break out between the two of them, Shinichi would be at a little disadvantage and might end up losing the battle, which is not something he would want. Anyway, putting all that aside, Shinichi retracted his many diverging thoughts and increased his speed. Before long, he arrived at one of the many predetermined retreat points. At the retreat point, Shinichi was surprised to find that only a single member of the Akatsuki organization was present there, and it was none other than Kakuzu. Kakuzu silently sat on a piece of a large rock, and seemed to be waiting for the arrival of the other members. Beside him were two tied-up, unconscious children. Huh! These two kids are... Looking at the two unconscious children, and more specifically, at the clan crest on their clothes, Shinichi frowned, then asked in a ridiculing tone, "Well now, are these two kids the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi? And are they both Jinchuriki of Kyuubi?" As far as I knew, it was a blonde kid with blue eyes and whiskers on his face named Uzumaki Naruto. But clearly, none of them resembles any physical feature mentioned by Toby. "You sure have done a perfect job, Kakuzu." Kakuzu didn't take Shinichi's ridicule to heart and replied lightly, "The Jinchuriki of Kyuubi was accidentally taken away by Orochimaru. If I have to guess, Orochimaru's original target was this kid from the Uchiha clan who is now in our hands. After this matter is over, we can simply exchange our respective targets and the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi will be in our hands." While retreating from Konoha, Kakuzu deeply thought about Orochimaru's intentions and concluded that Orochimaru's original target was probably the kid from the Uchiha clan that was now in his hands, so he didn't bother anymore, and simply brought over the kid with him. Kakuzu doesn't believe that Orochimaru can control the power of the Kyuubi. So, he should agree to the exchange. Anyway, the other party is only an Orochimaru. Can that snake still refuse a deal from the Akatsuki organization? After listening to Kakuzu's reasoning, Shinichi found it plausible and didn't say anything more. Instead, he focused his gaze on the two unconscious children, more specifically, on the pair of white eyes of the other kid, a kid from the Hyuga clan. Back to the main battlefield. Shursui had an extremely solemn face as he looked at Conan, Toby, and Nagato standing on the other side. The defeat of 5 Kage has really shocked Shursui to his core. He doesn't know what happened to Sandaime-sama, and where he is currently, but Shursui knows that he cannot abandon those on this battlefield and prepared himself to fight to the death. No matter what happens, Shursui cannot allow Nagato to strip out the Sanbai and Hachibi out of their Jinchuriki. Whoosh whoosh. As Shursui was racking his brain to find a possible solution that he can use to at least ensure the safety of Yagura and Killer Bee, suddenly, two figures appeared on the battlefield. The vigilant Shursui turned his head to look at the two figures who have just arrived on the battlefield, and his hanging heart finally couldn't help but be relieved. But contrary to Shursui's relief, as soon as the three members of the Akatsuki organization saw the arrival of these two figures, their faces changed. The indifferent Nagato's eyes shrank, expressionless Conan's face was filled with traces of fear, and as for Toby... Although Toby's expression was hard to deduce, one thing was certain. His head was filled with countless question marks as he really wanted to ask one very important question from the three people opposite to him. What does it feel like to poop? Chapter 541, Nagato's Changes. On the mountainous valley, the two figures who had just arrived on the battlefield stood quietly and didn't bother answering Toby's stupid question. The silence of these two people made the atmosphere solemn. Swish! The night breeze blew by, blowing the blades of grass, and fluttering the black cloaks of the two people. The rays of moonlight escaped through the gaps in the dark clouds in the sky and sprinkled on the figures of the two people, adding an indescribable breadth to the two of them and giving them a sense of elusive mystery. The solemn and mysterious atmosphere of the two agitated Conan's heart. She took a step back subconsciously and whispered to Nagato, "Please be careful." Nagato! Conan has always believed that Nagato, who bears the Rinnegan Dojutsu, is the strongest shinobi in the world. However, in the presence of Yama, the mysterious leader of the Amatsukami organization, she can't help but feel afraid from the bottom of her heart. It is as if Yama is the natural nemesis of Nagato. Listening to Conan's worried tone, Nagato nodded earnestly and clenched his sweaty palms as he fixed his gaze on Yama's figure. In their last fight at Amigakure, Nagato was almost killed at the hands of Yama. The desperate situation back then is still deeply ingrained in his mind. The existence of the leader of Amatsukami standing before him really makes Nagato feel frightful and cautious. Even if Nagato is no longer what he used to be, even if his strength has increased by several dimensions since their last fight, the fear etched in his subconscious has still not diminished in the slightest. While Nagato and Conan were extremely nervous and dared not make the slightest move, at this time, Shursui, who was relieved by the arrival of Yama and Homasubi, tacitly retreated behind the figure of Yama. Of course, concerning his current identity as a Konoha shinobi, Shursui still kept a certain distance and did not get too close to Kuroto and Itachi, who were disguised as Yama and Homasubi of the Amatsukami. With this action of Shursui, a silent confrontation between the six people started. Kuroto, who was currently disguised as Yama, was also feeling the tremendous pressure coming from Nagato and the Geto-Mazo statue that stood behind Nagato, but he calmed his nerves and carefully examined the battlefield. Similar to Shursui, Yama too was shocked as he observed the state of the battlefield that was covered with trees and nearly 100 severely injured or dead shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages, including the current Kazekage, Reikage, Mizukage, and Konoha Elder Advisor. Then Yama's gaze landed on the figure of Tobi, whom he did not expect to meet here on the current battlefield. As far as Yama knows, the white swirl pattern phase Zetsu named Tobi is originally one of the earliest human victims of Otsutsuki Kagaya's infinite Tsukuyomi. He was tethered to the god tree over the course of several years until transforming into one of the Zetsu beings, and was ultimately stored within the Geto statue, where he remained until the statue was summoned by Madara, and Black Zetsu then removed him from inside the statue and modified with Hashirama's DNA, leading Madara to believe that he is an imperfect clone of Hashirama similar to White Zetsu. Aside from all the roles that Tobi played in Madara and Black Zetsu's plans, one thing to note is that Tobi's individual strength is not good enough to be able to cause such a massacre on this battlefield. Although during the Fourth Great Shinobi War, Tobi displayed the strength of a Super Kage, he did so by using Yamato's/Tenzo's prowess to dramatically increase his own, and was able to take on several Kage class as well as dozens of elite Jonin class shinobi. But that's the issue. In the canon, Tobi displayed Super Kage's level of battle prowess using Tenzo, but here Yama is quite clear that Tobi is not encasing around Tenzo, yet Tobi is able to display such a level of battle prowess. How exactly did he do this? Is it possible that Tobi is encasing someone else? But if so, then who? This doubt needs to be cleared, or else things would get troublesome in the future. Currently, Yama has no clear idea as to who is encased by Tobi, but it should be someone who can use Mokuton just like Tenzo. Regardless of how Tobi is able to display a Super Kage's level of strength at this point in time, his presence has at least dispelled Yama's doubts about the unknown variable that made him frown earlier. Now with this doubt out of the way, Yama finally fixed his gaze on Nagato. Just a casual look at him made Yama surprised to find that Nagato has completely changed since the last time he saw the other party. The current Nagato no longer has that pitiful, shriveled, and emaciated appearance like that of a dead twig on the verge of death, but has been restored to a healthy appearance of a young man, his body brimming with vitality and his white hair restored to its iconic bright red color of the Uzumaki lineage. Even the several black rods that were embedded in his back as well as the mechanical walker that he needed to control the Geto statue are also no longer required. The current him can easily control the Geto-Mazo without any such problem. Although Yama had expected such a result considering the fact that Nagato dared to openly attack Konoha, however, the recovery of Nagato has exceeded Yama's expectations. In fact, not only has Nagato fully recovered, but his strength has also grown to an unfathomable degree, much higher than what Yama had expected. If Yama were to be placed in Nagato's situation, he doesn't really have the confidence to be able to recover so much in such less time. Damn it, at this rate, Nagato might have even surpassed the current me, thought Yama with a nervous expression. In fact, this is still not so much of a surprise. After all, Nagato too is one of the children of the prophecy, and there is no clear knowledge about where exactly his upper limits lie. Even in the canon, similar to Itachi, Nagato was never truly defeated by Naruto but instead was moved by Naruto's painful past, and especially by Naruto's ideology that was quite similar to that of his late sensei Jiraiya and his friend Yahiko, as a result of which he pinned all his hopes on Naruto, and resolutely chose to sacrifice himself. At the moment when Nagato chose to sacrifice himself, he was far from reaching his true limits, because if that were not the case, then it would have been impossible for him to use the ability of the outer path to resurrect thousands of dead Konoha shinobi at once. We must not forget that in the shinobi world, resurrecting the dead in the truest sense is actually a very, very difficult task. Except for one of the outer path's abilities of the Rinnegan, that is Gedo, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu. Only Tsunagekyu's Elder Chiyo's forbidden jutsu Kisho Tensei, Kyuzugakyu's Ryuzetsu's Kekkei Genkai that allows her to use the secret jutsu Ryumei Tensei and Mount Myaboku's special seal tag instilled with great sage power refined over the centuries is capable of resurrecting the dead. If we assume that bringing the dead back to life, that is, the resurrection of the dead is an equivalent exchange, then whether it is Gedo, Rinne Tensei no Jutsu, Kisho Tensei, Ryumei Tensei, or Mount Myaboku's special seal tag instilled with great sage power, each of these jutsus is based on equivalent exchange. Elder Chiyo of Tsunagakure resurrected Gaara at the cost of her life, Ryuzetsu saved Naruto's life at the cost of her own life, and Hagoromo was able to bring his younger brother Himura back to life at the cost of Mount Myaboku's special seal tag. From these few examples we can indeed confirm that the resurrection of dead ones is a process of equivalent exchange, which means Nagato had enough value to resurrect thousands of people, or in better words, even the emaciated and shriveled Nagato had enough chakra and vitality to be able to resurrect thousands of dead Konoha shinobi, which clearly shows just how much of a monster Nagato truly was in the canon. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say that if Naruto hadn't been able to use his talk no jutsu on Nagato and move the heart of the other party, and if no other greater power had intervened at that time, then the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Uzumaki Naruto would have been no match for Nagato and would have been easily caught by the Akatsuki organization. This point was later proved by Edo Tensei Nagato, who single-handedly crushed both KCM Naruto and Killer Bee without any ability to resist or fight back. If it hadn't been for Itachi to be able to break free of Kabuto's control using the pre-transcripted Koto Ematsukami, and then seal Nagato using the sword of Totsuka, the outcome of the Fourth Great Shinobi World War would have been something else entirely. Therefore, where exactly do Nagato's upper limits lie, Yama cannot guess. Is the effect of Hashirama's cell transplantation on the Uzumaki clansmen so good? This thought suddenly appeared in Yama's mind. But the answer to this question is already known to Yama. It's not just the Uzumaki descent of Nagato that resulted in such tremendous growth. The existence of Madara's Rinnegan in Nagato's eye sockets, as well as the presence of Gedo Mazo, have helped him in such a terrifying growth. Most importantly, it is the fusion of yin-yang chakra in Nagato's body that has resulted in such monstrous growth. While Yama was thinking about various things, the space next to Nagato distorted spirally, out of which the figure of Tomomask DM Esabito appeared on the battlefield. As for Zetsu, although he did not appear on the battlefield directly, Yama could still see his presence not too far away. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At the same time, with the sound of breaking through the wind, several more figures also appeared on the battlefield. The first person to appear was none other than Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was wearing his black battle suit and holding his adamantine staff. From his appearance, although Sandaime Hokage looked a little tired, he didn't seem to have suffered any significant injuries. Of course, Sandaime Hokage was not alone. He was closely followed by Sannin Jiraiya and Sannin Tsunade. And just as 3 Kage-class shinobi from Konoha appeared on the battlefield, the figures of Sandaime Tsuchikage Inoki and his son Kitsuchi also flew over. Of course, both Inoki and Kitsuchi did not land on the battlefield directly but floated in the air at a moderate distance from the members of Akatsuki and Amatsukami, such that they can both intervene in the battlefield and also retreat from the battlefield depending on how the situation progresses and the flow of battle changes. Of course, neither Nagato nor Yama, who were engaged in a silent confrontation, paid much attention to the arrival of these 5 people and completely ignored them because both of them knows that their arrival wouldn't really change the situation. Chapter 542, Hokage and Tsuchikage's Helplessness. With the arrival of Sandaime Hokage and Sandaime Tsuchikage, both Shisui and Itachi disguised as Homusubi breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that the two of them expect Sandaime Hokage or Sandaime Tsuchikage to be able to help in the battle, they are just relieved that these 2 Kage are still alive. When the two of them saw the tragic situation of the Godaime Kazekage, Yondaime Reikage, and Yondaime Mizukage, as well as what had happened to the Yondaime Kazekage last time at the War of the Best, both of them were really worried about the situation of the Sandaime Hokage and Sandaime Tsuchikage and thought that perhaps the two of them have been secretly killed by other members of the Akatsuki organization. After all, both of them were missing at the same time. But now that they have personally confirmed that that's not the case, and both Sandaime Hokage and Tsuchikage are safe, both Shisui and Homusubi are really relieved. In fact, Sandaime Hokage did not even participate in the previous battle of Gakage vs Akatsuki, nor did he fight against any other member of the Akatsuki organization. Of course, this does not mean that he had no intention of joining any battle. Truth be told, Sandaime Hokage had every intention of joining the Gakage vs Nagato battle and was eagerly waiting for the message from Yamanaka Inoichi to arrive while presiding over all the ongoing battles in the village from the roof of Hokage building. But before he could receive any message from Yamanaka Inoichi about the hidden location of Nagato, Sandaime Hokage, who was standing on the roof of the Hokage building, suddenly discovered the figure of Tendo Pain floating above the sky of Konoha. Initially, he was confused about what Tendo Pain wanted to do and assumed that perhaps Tendo Pain was observing the situation in the village, but after receiving several messages about the abrupt evacuation of all the Akatsuki members from the village at the same time, Sandaime Hokage immediately realized the abnormality of the situation. Although he didn't know what exactly Tendo Pain wanted to do, he at least understood that it would not be a good thing. So, immediately, Sandaime Hokage used all the chakra he could muster to cast several Earth-style defensive jutsu in order to protect the key areas of the village, including all the refugee shelters, Hokage Building, Umbu Base, Intelligence Base, Konoha Hospital, Konoha Academy, as well as several other important locations from Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei. With the timely action, Sandaime Hokage did manage to negate the damage at these places to the bare minimum. However, he himself was not lucky enough and directly bore the impact of Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei. As a result of which, he along with the entire Hokage building was completely crushed and buried deep into the rubble. Because of directly bearing the impact of Tendo Pain's Super Shinra Tensei and because of heavy chakra consumption at the time of using defensive Earth-style jutsu, coupled with his old age, he lost consciousness and was unable to come out of the rubble. It was only after the battle inside the village had ended and all the foreign parties had retreated that Jiraiya and Tsunade, who were worried about Sandaime, found and rescued him from the pile of rubble. After Sandaime was rescued and regained consciousness, he was told the intelligence that the 4 Kage, as well as Elder Hamura, along with several dozens of shinobi, had already secretly left the village to kill the leader of the Akatsuki organization. As soon as he learned this piece of intelligence, he simply instructed Elder Koharu to preside over the situation in the village, then immediately rushed towards the outer battlefield while completely ignoring his own chakra exhaustion and injuries. It was only thanks to the treatment given by Tsunade while rushing here that Sandaime Hokage's injuries had recovered and his chakra reserves were also restored. For Sandaime Hokage, the destruction of the village is already an established and irreversible fact. Although he is deeply angered and saddened at what has happened to the village, he knows that he cannot change what has already happened. But even then, if the Akatsuki organization that threatens the peace of the shinobi world can be eliminated once and for all at the cost of one-time destruction of Konoha village, then he is willing to clench his teeth, harden his heart, and bear such a cost. Therefore, regardless of the situation in the village, and without any care for his own injuries, he rushed towards the outer battlefield in order to provide whatever support he can so that they can completely eliminate the threat of the Akatsuki organization. When he was rushing here, Sandaime Hokage had imagined all sorts of scenarios that he might end up facing, and also thought up their respective countermeasures so as to cope with those scenarios, but never did he expect to face such a scene upon arriving here and was deeply stunned. Watching dozens of elite jonins lying dead or injured on the messy battlefield, watching Yonde Mizukichi Karatachi Agura and Killer Bee, the two perfect Jinchuriki lying injured and being stripped of their respective bijou, watching the Yondaime Reikage and the Godaime Kazekage lying injured and unconscious in the pool of their own blood, and watching Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, as well as the three other Akatsuki members including the masked man who claimed to be Uchiha Madara, Conan, and Toby standing completely unharmed despite facing all these people. Sandaime Hokage finally realized that he had really underestimated the threat of the Akatsuki organization. As a result, everything he did was completely meaningless. All the planning and strategizing he did to catch the Akatsuki organization in the carefully woven trap in order to completely eliminate it once and for all with a thunderous strike resulted in a complete failure, and after everything that has happened tonight, the one who was truly defeated was not the Akatsuki organization and Nagato, but Konoha village and him. Such a reality really made Sandaime Hokage feel desperate for the first time, and he can't help but clench his fist at his own weakness and inability to protect the village. But at the end of the day, he can only sigh and look at the figure of Yama with the hope that the leader of Amatsukami protects the village. And while Sandaime Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was helpless, Sandaime Tsuchika Jinoki, who was also floating in the sky, looked at the battlefield. Previously he too participated in the battle to eliminate Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of Akatsuki, but their company couldn't even get past Toby, who alone crushed them all. It was only thanks to his experience and cautiousness that he soon realized the difference in the strength of the two sides, and barely escaped at the last moment under the cover of several Iwagakure shinobi. Had it not been for the fact that the leader of Amatsukami decided to take action in order to stop the Akatsuki organization and Sandaime Hokage came to the battlefield along with Toad Sannin Jiraiya and Tsunade Hime, he really wouldn't dare to return to the battlefield, because he is more than clear that it is suicidal. To be honest, Tsuchika Jinoki's current mook is quite complicated. Although he doesn't know how strong the leader of the Akatsuki organization is, based on the strength that Toby has shown previously, and also based on his own personal experience of the shinobi world, he knows that once he intervenes in the battle, he is likely to die. Moreover, Inoki also has a feeling that if the 5 great shinobi villages do not take advantage of this opportunity brought by the intervention of Amatsukami, then perhaps there would no chance to defeat the Akatsuki organization in the future. Although this is his gut feeling, such a reality is still very hard for him to accept, who has been used to controlling the flow of the events of the shinobi world as the leader of one of the 5 great shinobi villages. With such helplessness, Inoki can't help but look at the pair of ripple-patterned dojutsu in the eye sockets of Nagato and think, are those the Rinnegan eyes? The eyes of Rakuto Sannin. And is the leader of Amatsukami really stronger than the leader of Akatsuki? Can Yama really defeat the Rinnegan bearer Nagato? With this doubt in his mind, Inoki shifted his gaze on the body of Yama. This is the first time he has seen the figure of the mysterious leader of the enigmatic Amatsukami organization that has earned such high prestige in the shinobi world. Inoki doesn't know exactly how strong Yama is. But based on the fact that Yama seems to be able to calmly bear the pressure exuded by Nagato, it is still easy to assume that the strength of Yama is also unfathomable. Although Inoki doesn't want to admit it, even he has realized that the only force capable of fighting against the threat of the Akatsuki organization is the Amatsukami organization, not any of the 5 great shinobi villages. Obviously, Inoki wasn't the only person with such a train of thought, others too had such a thought in their minds. In fact, at this moment, the gazes of all the people, including all the members of the Akatsuki organization present here, were consciously or subconsciously converged on Yama's figure. This is because no one could guess what exactly is Yama thinking and what kind of move will he make to defeat Nagato. Chapter 543, Madara and Conan's Persuasion. Don't look at me like that, even I have no confidence of winning against the current Nagato. No, it's better to say that winning against the current Nagato is almost impossible, muttered Yama inwardly as he felt everyone's expectant gazes upon him. Of course, he just muttered this to himself and did not say it out loud, but even if he did not say it out loud, this does not mean Yama is not clear about his own situation. On the surface, he, as the leader of Amatsukami, seemed to be extremely calm and indifferent when facing Nagato, giving everyone a sense of oppression and reassurance, but only Yama knows that that's not the case at all. Yama is quite clear about the situation, and if it is up to him, he really doesn't want to fight. Just standing in front of Nagato, Yama can feel the difference in their strength, even the difference in their visual prowess is already obvious. What's more, Yama has also sealed a part of his Tenseigan visual prowess inside Yui using the transcription seal. At the same time, Ryumyaku/Toyamaheim is also not with him but is with the shadow clone in the village, so Yama is obviously not at his peak state here, and can't go all out. In such a state, if he were to still make any move, neither will he be able to kill Nagato, nor will he be able to seriously injure him, as a result of which, even the deterrence effect against Nagato will be gone. To be perfectly honest, if it weren't for the fact that Geto Mazo was sucking out the Bijou chakra out of Yagura and Killer Bee, Yama didn't even want to stay here for a single extra second. But no way, he has no other option. The Akatsuki organization captured the Jinchuriki of Nibi a few months back during the War of the Best at Amigakure, which means that they already have Nibi under their control. If they are now allowed to capture Sanbai and Hachibi as well, then it probably wouldn't even take them a month to capture the other Bijou as well. And if this were to happen, then the next thing Yama would end up facing would either be Jubi running amok around the shinobi world under Nagato's control, destroying any nation who opposes them, as a result, maintaining a fragile nuclear peace, or Shinju under Obito, Madara or Kagaya's control where all living beings would be hung onto the Shinju. Either way, the situation progressed, and it wouldn't be conducive to Yama's ultimate goals. As a result, he has no other option but to stop Nagato, or at least delay Nagato and Akatsuki from collecting the 9 Bijou. So, despite being in a disadvantageous situation, Yama has to make his stand here as a deterrence against the Akatsuki. Moreover, he can't just remain standing quietly, else Nagato and Obito would become clear about Yama's disadvantageous situation, and who knows what they would then. So gritting his teeth, Yama stepped forward, and said in a regrettable tone, "It seems I shouldn't have allowed you to escape last time." The moment Yama took a step forward, Nagato's nerves tightened, but he calmed himself, and said in a cold tone, "Maybe, your mistake, this time wouldn't be the same as the last time. The current me is different from before." "Are you now?" muttered Yama, then tilted his head to the side, and asked disdainfully, "How different are you? Have you grown more arrogant? Or have you completely lost yourself to power? But even then, what about it? What difference does it make?" Nagato's face became grim. "You can find out for yourself." This time the result would be completely opposite. As soon as Nagato said so, Yama became silent. The words Yama said just now were actually just a small temptation to figure out Nagato's attitude and confidence. Yama speculated that since Nagato is currently absorbing 2 Bijou from their respective Jinchuriki at the same time, so he shouldn't be too confident, as doing so should be a little burdensome for him. But from Nagato's attitude, it seems that he is really eager to fight him. Moreover, Yama's tentative words that expressed his own self-righteousness and disdain towards him really angered Nagato. So, Nagato is more eager to defeat Yama. Of course, Nagato's uncharacteristic response surprised Conan and Madara. They know Nagato for being a cold and indifferent person and didn't expect that just a few taunting words from Yama would make Nagato lose his cool. Seeing that Nagato has lost his cool and was about to recklessly make an attack against Yama, Madara stopped him. "Nagato, don't be impulsive." Madara's act of stopping him made Nagato frown. He looked at Madara with a questioning gaze, and asked, "What are you doing, Madara?" Madara shook his head slightly, and whispered lightly, "Don't act rashly. Amatsukami's Fujin, Homasubi, and Suijin should still be hidden nearby, waiting for the perfect opportunity to take action against us. Tonight's main objective was to destroy Konoha, defeat the Gakage, and capture our target. We have accomplished almost all of them. We aren't yet ready to start an all-out war against the Amatsukami. So, it's best if we retreat here. Madara's words calmed Nagato's face condensed, especially at the mention of Fujin. Nagato is quite clear about Fujin's strength. After all, Fujin is strong enough to not only defeat Hiriko but also threaten the existence of Tendo Pain, which is really outrageous. Therefore, Nagato had to really think about what Madara said, and consider it again. When Conan heard Madara, she was slightly puzzled, and asked, "How can Homasubi be hidden? Isn't Homasubi standing in front of us?" Faced with Conan's question, Obito's face under the ripple-patterned Tomo mask was quite uncomfortable, and replied with a bitter expression, "It appears that there are two individuals in Amatsukami with the same Homasubi codename, and both of them have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. The one standing before is different. I am talking about the female Homasubi. She should still be hidden somewhere." Shinobi are capable of disguising everything, including their body structure, appearance, age, voice, and even gender. However, the color of Susanoo, which is the manifestation of one's chakra dominated by mental energy, cannot be disguised by any means. The color of one's Susanoo upon the awakening of Manjikyu Sharingan will be fixed, and not change under any circumstances. Madara clearly remembers that the color of Homasubi's Susanoo at the time she fought against him at Kirigakure was golden, but the Susanoo of Homasubi who sneaked attacked, and almost sealed him inside the sword of Totsuka, and currently standing in front of them is crimson red. Although Madara considered the possibility of this change in Susanu's color as a result of acquiring Sword of Totsuka, upon rethinking it deeply and consulting it with Zetsu, Madara denied this possibility. Since the color of Susanoo cannot be changed, so the only possibility that remains is that these are two different people. So, Madara inferred that perhaps Amatsukami has two Uchiha clansmen who have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan, one male and one female. Although, such a fact is hard to accept even for Madara, and he can't figure out why would Uchiha clansmen who have awakened Manjikyu Sharingan chose to betray their clan and join the Amatsukami organization. The facts are right in front of him, so no matter how much he wants to deny it, he still has to accept such a reality. Therefore, although uncomfortable mentioning it, Madara still reminded Nagato about this information. Two Homasubi? Are you sure, Madara? Conan's face grew more worried after hearing this information from Madara. Madara nodded, and continued to persuade Nagato, "This is not all. The Homasubi standing in front of us holds a spiritual artifact called Sword of Totsuka. It's an ethereal weapon with an enchanted blade capable of sealing its targets. Those who are stabbed by this sword are drawn into the jar and trapped in a Genjutsu-like world of drunken dreams for all eternity. Even I was almost sealed inside the Sword of Totsuka not long ago, and barely managed to escape using a secret Uchiha Jutsu and my vast experience. But there's no telling if that method would work again. Therefore, when fighting against Amatsukami we would have to be cautious of Homasubi too. So, it's best that we don't act rashly, and withdraw now that we have completed our objective. Now is not the time to start a full-scale war against Amatsukami. Moreover, we are not yet ready for such an all-out war." After hearing this piece of intelligence of Homasubi from Madara, Conan felt that Amatsukami was more dangerous, and she too stepped forward to persuade Nagato. "Nagato, please don't. You are currently absorbing 2 bijou inside Gedomazo, and even if you say that it's not too burdensome, it will still hold you back if you fight against Yama, so it's best that we don't actively seek conflict with Amatsukami. We should retreat with Sanbai and Hachibi in our hands. If we retreat now, we will have 3 bijou in our hands, and then we can passively continue to collect the remaining 6 bijou one by one using various means and planning. After all, Amatsukami, or more specifically, Yama can't always come to the rescue of the 5 great shinobi villages, right? In this manner, sooner or later we will be able to collect all the 9 bijou, and after we have all the 9 bijou and revive Jubi, then whether it is Yama, Amatsukami, or the 5 great nations, none of them would be able to threaten us." Chapter 544, Helpless, Uneasy, Anxious, and Guilty. Listening to the reasoning of Conan and Madara, the cold and indifferent Nagato fell into a deep thoughtful look. On Yama's side, as he saw Madara and Conan trying to stop Nagato with sensible reasoning that sounded plausible enough, he can't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and really hope that Madara and Conan can persuade Nagato to retreat this time so that Yama doesn't really have to fight it out with Nagato to the end. But it's a pity that even if what Madara and Conan said was perfectly reasonable, they still failed to persuade Nagato. After Madara told Nagato the intelligence about the abilities of Homusubi present in front of them, as well as the possibility of the other members of Amatsukami, including the second Homusubi, Fujin, as well as Suijin, who might still be hiding nearby and waiting for the perfect opportunity to make a sneak attack on them, although a solemn and vigilant expression appeared on Nagato's face as he looked at Yama and Homusubi, however, there were still no signs or intentions of backing down from this fight. It can clearly be said that even the persuasion of Madara and Conan did not shake Nagato's confidence in being able to win against Yama. In fact, Madara, himself, really couldn't figure out why exactly was Nagato so eager to fight Yama despite their passive situation considering the current circumstances, and looked at him with a thoughtful expression. Is it possible that Nagato has awakened something that would give him unrivaled confidence? Looking at eager Nagato, Madara felt that perhaps his guess is indeed correct, and thought to himself with a resolute expression, if it is as I guessed, then I need to at least know what exactly has Nagato awakened so as to be able to prepare corresponding countermeasures against that something too. And while Madara was trying to figure out what that something is and thinking up countermeasures against that something, the unaware Nagato looked at Yama with war intentions. If it was Nagato from before, he might have really agreed with Madara and Conan and immediately retreated just after capturing Sanbai and Hachibi's Jinchuriki. This is because, even if has the Rinnegan, reputed to be the most exalted eye amongst the three great dojutsu, the eyes of Rakudo Sannin himself, not only helped him in learning the basics of the yin-yang release but also allowed him to blur the boundary of life and death to a certain extent. Nagato never truly forgot that Rinnegan is not only his greatest weapon that can crush all his enemies, it is also his greatest restriction that can crush him too. Although he has had the Rinnegan ever since the death of his parents and awakened it following his friend Yahiko's sacrifice, however, because his yang chakra has never been strong enough, Nagato was never able to display the true potential of these eyes of the gods. And perhaps it was because of the psychological resistance of power that is too strong, or maybe fear of losing himself to this exhilarating rush of power, Nagato, himself, never dared to explore the true potential of these eyes of the gods. But this all changed after the War of the Best at Amagakure. Because of his serious injuries, Nagato had no choice but to follow Madara and Zetsu's advice and transplanted Hashirama cells. After the successful transplantation of Hashirama cells, the yang characteristic in Nagato's body underwent both qualitative and quantitative improvement, because of which, the yin-yang balance in his body stabilized and entered a harmonized state. Overall, it not only strengthened his basic strength, giving him a better and stronger sage physique quite similar to Senju Hashirama himself, but also presented him with the opportunity to explore and bring out the true potential of these eyes of the gods. At the same time, because of the existence of Yama that threatened him and his goals, Nagato neither had any more psychological resistance to power that is too strong, nor did he care about losing himself to power. In fact, he needed to be so strong that all his enemies became helpless in front of him. So, Nagato actively decided to use this presented opportunity and started to explore the true potential of these eyes of the gods. As a result, not only did his mastery over yin-yang release improve, but his understanding of the Rinnegan and its various techniques also reached a whole new realm. Among these, the best thing that happened is that he was able to master several new Rinnegan jutsu, new jutsu, and powerful Rinnegan jutsu that have always been present there, but he was neither aware of them nor was he able to master them up until some time ago. And now that he has mastered these new Rinnegan jutsus, Nagato is confident to be able to defeat Yama, while still remaining unscathed. Therefore, Nagato looked eager to fight against Yama. His intentions were clearly perceivable from the faint yet heart-palpating chakra fluctuations that covered the entire battlefield. Perceiving Nagato's intentions, Yama's expression shrank, and he can't help but scream inwardly, "Damn it, Nagato, just retreat already, will you? Why do you want to fight against me so much? What good will come from our fight?" Of course, these thoughts of Yama were only known to him and nobody else on the battlefield. For Yama, who has the Tenseigan, perceiving that the opponent's strength is higher than his is not that difficult of a task. In fact, he can do so without even the need to rely on the Tenseigan, and because he knows the difference in their strength, so he also knows that winning this battle is not possible for him. This is exactly why he doesn't want to fight against Nagato at this time. After all, even their last battle at Amigakure wasn't a definitive win for Yama and resulted in somewhat of a draw, or perhaps in mutual defeat, where Yama wounded the enemy by 1,000 points and suffered 800 points of injury himself. If it weren't for his excellent bluffing skills that not only fooled Nagato, Madara, and Zetsu but also the other people present on the battlefield at that time, the end result of the War of the Best at Amigakure might have been something completely different. In fact, it might even be hard to say which side would be the first one to retreat from the battlefield. Of course, Yama also understands that even if he has excellent acting skills, he can't always bluff his way out, but Yama had still hoped to delay this at a later date. But it appears that that's not a possibility anymore, as Nagato is really determined to fight this time. Although a little doubtful, Yama also considered the possibility that one of the reasons for such an ardent determination of Nagato is that Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, might have also seen through the difference in their respective strength, otherwise, he wouldn't be so ardent. Damn it, damn it, damn it, if only I had managed to combine my Sannin mode with my Tenseigan chakra mode. If I had managed to do that, then I would have had the strength to defeat Nagato. But unfortunately, I am unable to do so at this stage. Thought Yama with a regrettable expression. But there is no medicine for regret in this world, so although helpless, Yama can only sigh and think of some other method that he can use to defeat Nagato. And while Yama started to ponder over all his options, Itachi, who was disguised as Homusubi, felt something wrong with the situation, and immediately a worried expression appeared on his face. Although Homusubi has very high confidence in Yama, he can't help but get worried because of the what-if possibility. After all, the chakra fluctuations emitting from the leader of the Akatsuki organization are really heart-palpating and even made him, an extremely calm-hearted individual, feel frightened to the core. Homusubi never thought that a shinobi could be so strong. Such a level of unfathomable strength reminds him of the legendary tales of the god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. And Homusubi is not certain whether Yama can defeat such an enemy, therefore, he can't help but feel uneasy. Shirsue's forehead and back were also covered with cold sweat because he too realizes the danger of Nagato. Shirsue is different from the others in regards to the fact that his Nikomata Sannin mode gives him unusually high perception, therefore, he has a better understanding of the depths of Nagato's strength. At the same time, because of being able to sense natural energy, Shirsue is also able to sense and feel the life energy exuded from the Geto statue standing behind Nagato. Such a thing being in the hands of someone like Nagato is really synonymous with destruction for the entire shinobi world, so he can't help but feel uneasy too. And while Homusubi and Shirsue were feeling uneasy, the gaze of everyone else jumped back and forth between Yama and Nagato. Influenced by the oppressive and gloomy atmosphere, others started to lose their judgment and slowly started to get anxious. Of course, unlike others, Sandaime Hokage was not so confused. After all, he is different from everyone else, as he has personally experienced all kinds of events in the shinobi world. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not only presided over the situation of the shinobi world over several decades but has also witnessed the peak strength of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Those jutsus that could travel all the way to the other shore, and those cloud-towering and earth-splitting moves are not something he can ever forget in his life. Standing here, Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that the leader of the Akatsuki organization, although has a solemn and vigilant expression, is determined to fight it out with Yama, while the leader of the Amatsukami organization, although appears to be calm and confident, however, is hesitant and does not seem to want to confront Nagato for some reason. This observation of his made him understand that the situation might be even more passive for their side than he had initially judged, which only increased his worry and guilt. At the same time, Jiraiya also stared at the opposite Nagato with a dazed expression. Although the appearance of Nagato standing on the other side is similar to the Nagato in his impression, however, Nagato in his impression was a confused and troubled child who wanted to protect Yahiko and Conan, sought peace more than anything, wanted to find a way to get rid of the cycle of hatred and also had the power to believe in that possibility. But, the Nagato currently standing in front of him is completely indifferent towards such things. And Jiraiya has no one but himself to blame for such a change in Nagato. Had Jiraiya stayed in Amigakure and not left the three young kids to their own devices, perhaps the result might have been something different. And the worst thing about all this is that he doesn't even have the power to stop Nagato's actions, so there is another round of guilt and self-blame. But there is no crying over the spilt milk, so blame himself all he can, it would change nothing. Chapter 545, Re-establishing Resonance. At this time, Nagato slowly raised his right hand and while pointing his index finger towards Yama, he said coldly, "The future of this shinobi world will be decided here and now between you and me. No matter what you try, you cannot avoid it, I will not allow you to avoid it." Yama didn't answer, or more like he couldn't answer as he was using all of his brain cells to figure out something that would let him get past this predicament. Seeing Yama silent, Nagato, who is usually not very talkative, continued, "Although your mask hinders me from figuring much about you, I can at least feel that just like me you are also a dojutsu user. Even if I don't know what kind of dojutsu you have, I can still feel your visual prowess. And, you don't need to deny that the visual prowess of my Rinnegan is higher than visual prowess of your dojutsu." As soon as Nagato said so, Yama squinted his eyes slightly, but did not give any definitive answer to any of Nagato's assumptions. Even if in his heart Yama knew that Nagato is indeed right, he did not acknowledge it out in the open. But Yama understood that he has been cornered now, and started to consider the possibility of making a major breakthrough under such heavy pressure. He also knows that it isn't strange for certain people to make a major breakthrough under heavy pressure, especially when they are driven to a corner and left with no option. As the saying goes, even a cornered rat will bite a cat. And Yama can only hope that he is also one such individual. As for the option of turning around and running away, it's not that he did not consider this possibility, he did consider it but immediately denied it. The reason why he denied this possibility is not something so foolish or naive as only cowards run away, and I am not a coward. No! Yama would never act or believe in something so foolish and naive. The only reason he denied the thought of running away is that if he were to run away now, then the invincible image of Amitsukami in the hearts of everyone would collapse, which would mean that all the hard work he has done up until now to build this invincible image of Amitsukami in the hearts of others would go to waste, and Yama can't have that, not if he can help it. Moreover, if the invincible image of Amitsukami is collapsed, then the unbridled Akatsuki organization would become even more wanton and will be easily able to collect all the 9 bijou with no one to stop or oppose them, which would only speed up the resurrection of Jubi and the events following that. But Yama can't allow the Jubi or Shinju to come to the stage at this point, as it will be non-conducive to his own plans. Therefore, no matter what, Yama can't allow Nagato or the Akatsuki organization to continue collecting the bijou. Even if Yama can't stop Nagato, he must at least find a way to delay Nagato's plans, so that he and the shinobi world can have enough time to prepare corresponding countermeasures. Of course, it's not that Yama has no way to defeat or stop Nagato, he has it. It's just that he has not managed to successfully learn that method, at least not yet, therefore, it's sort of useless. But now that he has been driven to a corner, he has no choice but to do everything he can to turn that useless into useful. As such, Yama again used every bit of his brain cell to carry out all sorts of calculations, and tried to figure out a way to somehow combine his Sennin mode with his Tenseigan chakra mode. Yes, combining his Sennin mode with his Tenseigan chakra mode. Combining his Sennin mode and his Tenseigan chakra mode to give birth to an all-new chakra mode is the only thing he can think of at this point that would give him enough strength to defeat Nagato. And Yama is certainly confident that as long as he can combine these two modes, he can outright crush Nagato. Of course, this is only possible if he can do it, and he must do it. Now with a clear objective in his mind, Yama tried to think up a way to really do it. But the moment Yama started to think of a method to combine the two modes, Nagato took another step forward, and after walking out of the protection of Geto-Mazo, he questioned in a deep tone of voice, "Could it be, you are afraid of me?" Following Nagato's question, Gedomazo standing behind Nagato let out a heart-palpitating roar. At the same time, an intense pressure descended upon the battlefield, cracks appeared all over the ground and stormy winds started to rage all over the battlefield. Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it, at this rate he wouldn't even give me enough time to make a breakthrough. Yama cursed inwardly and was now in a real panicked and hopeless state. What do I do? What should I do? What can I do? The moment Yama's thoughts started to become muddled and panicked, the dark clouds that had been covering the battlefield in an oppressive atmosphere up until now suddenly dispersed. As soon as the gloomy dark clouds dispersed, silver moonlight sprinkled on the earth and illuminated the dim and dark battlefield into an elusive state. White and black, light and dark, sharp and soft, such a combination appeared on the battlefield, and it was painful yet beautiful, simply as that of an illusion. When this silvery moonlight fell upon Yama's figure, all his muddled thoughts suddenly disappeared, and a faint smile appeared on his face as he looked at the unusually close bright moon in the starry night sky. The appearance of the moon also made Yama realize that he still has a trump card that can reverse the state of the battlefield, and can't help but think, it's been a few years already since the previous incident. Those old people of the last generation of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon should have relaxed their vigilance by now, right? The more Yama thought about it, the brighter and the more obvious his smile became. Of course, because he was wearing the Yama mask, so this smile was not visible to anyone. Anyhow, it has been more than 4 years since Yama's Tenseigan resonated with the giant Tenseigan on the moon. After that accidentally coincidental incident, those old fellows of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon were extremely vigilant for a while and used the giant Tenseigan on the moon to search the shinobi world of the earth from time to time, trying to investigate the specific cause responsible for such an unusual occurring. Yama, who also has the Tenseigan and Himura's chakra flowing in him, was always able to perceive all their attempts and chose to decisively cut off the connection between his own Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Of course, he didn't stop just there. He also made sure to lay low during those times by shielding his own chakra fluctuations and didn't even dare to use his own Tenseigan at those times, all for the sake of avoiding being perceived by those old yet arrogant radicals in any manner possible. Yama's efforts obviously bore fruits, and despite all their search, they were unable to find anything that would give them an answer for such an unusual occurrence. With the passage of time, the frequency of their search of the cause became less and less and finally stopped about 18 months ago, which really made Yama take a relieved breath. Maybe it was because no matter how much they tried, it gave no result except for more and more speculations and assumptions with no substantive proof and no definitive answer. As a result, they simply gave up, or perhaps something unusual happened on the moon itself, which diverted their attention on the more pressing matters. Regardless of what was the exact cause of them giving up, what's certain is that they did give up their search. Of course, Yama still did not drop his vigilance, and never tried to borrow any chakra from the giant Tenseigan on the moon. This is because he knew that if such an unusual occurrence with the giant Tenseigan on the moon were to happen again, then those radical old fellows of the Otsutsuki clan wouldn't give up so easily. Yes, they would definitely not give up the second time, and there's no telling what they might try to do to find the cause. It's possible that they might even come down to Earth in search of the cause, or maybe even use a more radical approach and directly collide the moon with the Earth to completely destroy the cause, and the shinobi world at the same time. Whichever the case, it would not only not be beneficial for him, but in fact be harmful to him. Therefore, Yama avoided trying to cause a second unusual occurrence that is inexplicable. After all, once might be an unusual occurrence that is inexplicable, but more than once is definitely not an unusual occurrence that is still inexplicable. Therefore, to make sure that either of these possibilities doesn't come true, Yama chose to lay low and avoided attracting their attention to both himself and the shinobi world of the Earth. Although he knew that this is not a permanent solution to the problem, as sooner or later they will definitely be able to find him, he had no other option, as this was the only method he had at the time in his hand to solve his dilemma. But Yama believed that sooner or later he will be able to find a permanent solution, so he was not too worried. Besides, there is also the fact that not many of those Otsutsuki descendants are left on the moon, and even the ones that are alive now wouldn't stay alive for very long. After all, even in the canon story that focused on the events that happened more than 10 years later, that is, 2 years after the conclusion of the Fourth Great Shinobi War, when Otsutsuki Tonri kidnapped Hyuga Hanabi and also attempted to destroy the shinobi world of the earth to carry out the so-called last will of Hamura. At that time, he was the only descendant of the Otsutsuki clan of the moon to have survived. Anyway, all that aside, now that he has no other option left and Nagato wouldn't give him enough time to forcibly integrate the Sennin mode and Tenseigan chakra mode, so he decided to rely on the giant Tenseigan on the moon, which is his only and best option at this point. As for the possibility that he might be found by those Otsutsuki clan descendants on the moon, Yama doesn't have nearly enough time or attention to think about it, and he will be reckless for once and think about how to solve that problem later. So, with his objective clear, Yama converged all his divergent thoughts at this moment, then focused on re-establishing the resonance with the giant Tenseigan on the moon. Instantly, the pair of Tenseigan in his eye sockets glowed with a brighter light, following which a resonating connection between his Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan on the moon began to be re-established. Almost done, just need a few more seconds, muttered Yama to himself. The connection has already been established, but Yama has to wait a few more seconds for the chakra from the giant Tenseigan to arrive in his body. After all, the distance between the Earth and the Moon is still several 100,000 miles and can't be covered instantly, unlike spatial movement. So, now Yama has to only delay Nagato for a few seconds so that the chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon arrives in his body, and then he will be all set to beat up Nagato. Chapter 546, A True Narcissist. Receiving no reply from Yama despite all his earlier provocation, Nagato frowned slightly, his gaze swept over everyone on the opposite side of the battlefield, paused on Jiraiya for a short moment, then finally returned on Yama's figure again, as he said, "As I thought, you really are afraid, that's why you are hesitating. It seems that you are not as strong as you appear to be on the surface." But there was still no reply from Yama. Seeing Yama silent, Madara also looked at him with a curious and playful expression. Before Nagato said anything, Madara was already starting to get suspicious of Yama's unnatural behavior of remaining silent and not taking any action to stop them, despite the fact that Karatachi Yagura and Killer Bee are being constantly stripped of the Bija sealed inside them, and may end up losing their life at any point. And now that Nagato has openly pointed out the fact that Yama is afraid, and yet Yama has not taken any action, nor even expressed any sort of reaction, so Madara is even more certain. At the same time, the trace of worry on the face of Sandaime Hokage became even more apparent. Even Sannin Jiraiya and Tsunadeheim glanced at each other silently. Both of them could guess each other's thoughts and knew that both of them had the same worry in their hearts. Floating in the sky, the face of Sandaime Tsuchika Jinoki also sank, and he can't help mutter, "Has what the leader of the Akatsuki organization said really true? Even the leader of the Amatsukami organization is also afraid of him? If even Yama is afraid of him, then who can oppose Nagato?" But unfortunately, there is no one to answer Sandaime Tsuchika's doubts. And behind Yama, Homasubi and Shisui clenched their palms that were already filled with cold sweat. Both of them know the nature of Yama better than anyone else, at least they think that they do. This is why they understand that if Yama is certain of winning, he would never hesitate to make the decisive move, especially in the case where Geto Mazo is constantly absorbing the Sanbai and Hachibi chakra of their respective Jinchuriki hosts. But the fact that Yama has not yet taken any action to stop Nagato and Geto Mazo is also clear. Therefore, Shisui can't help but think, is Kuroda-san really not sure? Although Shisui is not completely certain, the moment such a thought appeared in his mind, he reached a certain determination, his expression became resolute, and with this resolute expression of his, he slightly glanced at Homasubi standing beside him. Homasubi only needed a momentary look at Shisui's eyes to understand Shisui's thoughts, and he too nodded slightly in acquiescence, because he has the same thoughts as Shisui. Undoubtedly, Shisui has made the determination to sacrifice himself in order to create a winning opportunity for Yama. And similar to Shisui, Itachi disguised as Homasubi also made up his mind to sacrifice himself in order to create a winning opportunity for Yama. Itachi knows that he is a shinobi, and as a shinobi, if he were to sacrifice himself for the sake of the peace of Konoha and the shinobi world, then he thinks that his death and sacrifice would mean something. He would die as a true shinobi and would be proud of himself that he acted as per his beliefs until the very end of his life. With these thoughts and determination in their hearts, both Shisui and Homusubi cast their eyes on Yama's back. Both of them firmly believe that Yama will definitely help the village to get through tonight's catastrophe. Therefore, both of them must do all that they can to help Yama, even if it results in their deaths. At the moment when the atmosphere was so suffocating that even breathing had become difficult, and everyone was more or less prepared for their impending deaths, Yama suddenly turned his head slightly and questioned Sandaime Hokage. "If I remember correctly, you are the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha Village, Sarutobi Hiruzen, right?" Hiruzen was taken aback, and nodded. "Yes, that's right," although he didn't know why exactly was Yama talking to him all of a sudden, moreover, asking such a stupid question, but he nodded nonetheless. No way, he did not want to offend Yama at any cost, as Yama might be the only person alive capable of stopping the current Nagato. With Hiruzen's acquiescence, Yama nodded slightly, and continued, "The proposal we made to you a few months back, do you remember it? And have you considered it?" Hiruzen frowned upon hearing the term proposal from Yama, and suddenly remembered the events from a few months ago, and immediately nodded, "Yes. I do remember, and I agree to your terms." It happened just after the retreat of the Akatsuki organization following the defeat of Nagato at the hands of Yama at the War of the Best. The proposal was made by Homusubi, and it said that if the villages can afford the price, then Amatsukami would be willing to fight the Akatsuki organization in your stead. Chap 369. At that time, Sandaime neither agreed nor denied because he still had confidence in his planning and the strength of the 5 great shinobi villages, but considering the current situation, he would be a fool if he still does not agree to the so-called proposal of Amatsukami. Everyone on the scene looked at Yama and Hiruzen with confused expressions, not understanding what the two of them were talking about. Of course, Homusubi was an exception to these, as he perfectly understood what exactly are the two talking about and can't help but flash a bitter smile. "Really? Now of all times?" Not caring about what others were thinking, Yama continued, "So, now that you have considered it, and agreed to our proposal, then, I will name the price." Really, deciding on the suitable price was a very difficult task even for me. It took me a lot of time, consideration, and brainstorming to think of a suitable conclusion. Of course, I am not an unreasonable or greedy person, and also took into account the heavy damage that Konoha has suffered tonight while reaching the conclusion. Huh. What is this am I hearing all of a sudden? You all are saying that I am a very kind and generous fellow. I know it myself, so you all don't need to say it. I can tell that you all are looking up to my generous self, and truly admiring me in your hearts. But admiring and praising me won't get you anywhere, so keep your thought to yourself. Anyway, putting aside the thoughts of my admirers, after much thinking and deliberation, I decided on 20 million ryo for saving each Kage, 15 million ryo for each Jinchuriki, and 10 million ryo for saving each Jonin. How is it? This price isn't too high, and quite affordable, right? Hiruzen's eyes twitched at Yama's narcissistic words and almost coughed out old blood upon hearing the generous price mentioned by Yama. Of course, Hiruzen wouldn't say that the price is unreasonable. In fact, it is not too much for saving the lives of several Kage, Jinchuriki, and dozens of elite Jonins, but the way Yama said that he took various things into account, Hiruzen can't help but really want to curse this guy as a true narcissist. As Yama mentioned different prices for saving people of different ranks and identities, the others present on the battlefield suddenly realized what kind of proposal was Yama talking about, and can't help but look at each other with blank faces. They never expected that the leader of Amatsukami would be such a narcissistic fellow and suddenly start talking about business on the battlefield, moreover, on such a battlefield where the lives of several Kages are hanging on the edge of a rope. Before anyone could say anything, the old and spicy Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, took a deep breath, and promised in a solemn tone, "Please save as many people as you can, Yama-sama. As for the expenses for employing the mercenary organization Amatsukami, we will bear all the expenses and would pay everything after the events tonight are over." As soon as Sandaime Hokage finished speaking, the other ninjas on the battlefield also nodded to show their acquiescence with Sandaime Hokage. Of course, their acquiescence appeared quite unnatural because of their stiff faces. But no matter what, the doubts that had appeared in the hearts of everyone, and the faith in Amatsukami that was starting to get lost was now restored. At the same time, everyone felt that the reason why Yama was hesitating just now was not that he is afraid of the leader of the Akatsuki organization, but because he was considering serious business matters, and also driving all of them into a desperate psychological state so that they immediately agree to his proposal without much thinking. This also shows that despite being a narcissistic fellow, Yama has an excellent and opportunistic mind. In fact, a certain legendary sucker, who would not like to be named publicly because of their bad habit of gambling, looked at Yama in real admiration, and thought, I must also learn things from him about how to take advantage of such opportunities to make money. If I too can be like him, then I would never get short on money. And if I am not short on money, then I can gamble all the time I want without any fear of being chased by the debt collectors. That's right, hee. Anyway, putting aside the secret thoughts of a certain fat sheep 106 centimeters bust size, Shursui and Homasubi were rather embarrassed about Yama's actions. Only a few moments ago they had made up their minds to sacrifice their lives in order to create an opportunity for Yama to defeat Nagato because they felt that Yama might not be able to do so on his own. But now this happened? To be quite honest, they never expected that the true reason behind Yama's hesitation was not that his strength is not enough to defeat Nagato, but because he was considering important business matters. Although embarrassed, both of them were still glad that the situation is not as bad as they had presumed. Of course, unlike Shursui and Homasubi, not everyone was glad. Upon hearing Yama's narcissistic words, Nagato, who stood opposite to Yama, was annoyed, and said coldly, Yama, you are being too arrogant despite knowing that you have no chance of winning. Humph, you can try to gloss it all you want, you won't be able to save anyone today. Hearing Nagato's words, Yama slightly tilted his head to the side, then spoke in a disdainful tone, a pitiful puppet who has lived all his life dancing in the palm of someone else without ever even realizing the truth of the matter. Although I do wonder where does your inexplicable self-confidence comes from, I am not that interested in knowing about it, and it's no longer important enough. Anyway, since you are so ardent to again have a taste of failure, I am more than willing to fulfill your wish. Having said that, Yama lifted his left hand and lightly flicked his index and middle finger. Immediately following Yama's flick, except for Karatachi Agura and Killer Bee, who were held tightly by purple and golden chakra chains, all the shinobis lying on the battlefield, whether dead or alive, were pulled by a very strong force and instantly moved to the other side of the battlefield, that is behind Yama. It's really Bansho Tenen, how can he use this jutsu? Conan, Madara, and the hidden black Zetsu were shocked upon realizing the meaning of Yama being able to use the jutsu he used just now. After all, Bansho Tenen is not an ordinary jutsu. It's a visual jutsu that only the Rinnegan bearers can use. They did not expect Yama to be capable of using a Rinnegan jutsu. Moreover, not long ago, Nagato stated that Yama too has some kind of dojutsu. These two pieces of information lead to a certain absurd conclusion that neither of the three would like to believe in, but can't help but think about the possibility of it really being the case. Is it possible that Yama also bears the Rinnegan? Nagato's eyes condensed, but his expression remained unchanged. In his previous fight with Yama, Nagato had already discovered the fact that Yama is capable of using Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenen, therefore, the scene just now was not a surprise for him. On the side of the 5 great shinobi villages, everyone was shocked and frightened upon seeing the fact that Yama just flicked his fingers lightly. Immediately after that, almost all the shinobi lying on the battlefield flew over by themselves and were orderly placed at a safe distance from the battlefield. No way, such a jutsu is really amazing for them. Even the experienced Sandaime Hokage and Sandaime Tsuchikage can't tell the exact principle of this jutsu, and can only make some inexplicable guesses. Nagato did not care about the fact that Yama was rescuing those dead and injured, as their entire being was completely irrelevant to him. So, instead of caring about them, Nagato, who has already gathered enough chakra and visual prowess, stretched out his right hand and released his visual jutsu, Shinra Tensei. Chapter 547, When Worldview Collapses. Shinra Tensei. As soon as Nagato's indifferent yet murderous voice resounded, an invisible but majestic repulsive force burst out from his palm. similar to the previous Super Shinra Tensei used by Tendo Pain that flattened almost the entire Konoha village in just a single attack. The attack that Nagato used this time against Yama required the same amount of effort with a similar level of chakra consumption and the same input of visual prowess of his Rinnegan. But of course, despite the same effort, there were still various differences in the resulting attack. One of the differences is the difference in the destructive power and resultant force produced by the attack, that is, the Super Shinra Tensei released by Nagato against Yama is far stronger compared to the Super Shinra Tensei used by Tendo Pain to destroy Konoha. The reason for such a difference in the resultant power, despite the same effort and same inputs, is the loss of chakra during the transmission process. When Nagato performed the same attack while using the Tendo Pain, some of the chakra was lost or perhaps consumed in better terminology, during the transmission process. At the same time, the Tendo Pain's body, which is actually just a corpse, couldn't really bear the full pressure of Nagato's chakra and the Rinnegan in his eye sockets. Therefore, all the large-scale and full-powered attacks that Tendo Pain performed were limited in their upper limits and couldn't really display Nagato's true power. The reason for informing such an obvious fact is to highlight just how strong Nagato's main body, that is, he himself is. Anyway, all that aside. Whoosh! The boundless and majestic repulsive force released by Nagato swept the entire battlefield and seemed to overwhelm everyone. Although it was just some colorless and invisible force of repulsion, however, because of how abnormally powerful this force was, it even distorted the very air itself, which was a medium of transmission of this force. The distortion and compression of air gave off a shining silver halo and produced pitch black and blood-red sparks in the air. Faced with such an attack, the shinobis of the 5 great nations who were present behind Yama and treating or rescuing the injured ones were immediately panicked. It didn't wait for even an instant as everyone subconsciously stopped whatever they were doing and looked at the shining silver halo with pitch black and blood-red sparks coming in their direction with pale expressions that were filled with nothing except for a horrifying look as if facing death itself. Even if they know that Yama should be able to deal with such an attack, they still couldn't help but get worried over the what-if possibility, and to be honest, nobody could blame them for their worry. After all, it wasn't their fault. This is just basic human nature. Nothing one can do about it. Sandaime Hokage, who has already suffered damage from such an attack not long ago, subconsciously raised both of his hands to quickly weave hand signs in order to use a defensive jutsu, but stopped halfway through. The reason why Sandaime Hokage stopped halfway through is that he suddenly realized something, and this something is the fact that even if he has mastered an uncountable number of jutsus to be hailed as the professor, but he still had no jutsu in his arsenal that would be able to cope up with the situation in front of him. At such a close distance, facing an attack several times more powerful than the one that destroyed almost the entire Konoha village, he could do only one thing, and that is pray that the leader of Amatsukami is capable of countering such an attack, else it would be death for all of them. And just as everyone felt desperate, Yama, who has already finished rescuing almost all the injured and wounded, raised his right hand like Nagato and pressed forward in the void. It was at this very moment, the heartbeat-like resonance between Yama's Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan on the moon was completely completed. It was also at this very moment when the chakra of the giant Tenseigan had crossed the distance of several 100,000 miles between the moon and the earth and poured into Yama's body in the form of an endless stream. And using the endless stream of Tenseigan chakra pouring into his body, Yama countered Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei with his own Super Shinra Tensei. Counter! The moment Yama pushed his right hand forward, another repulsive force abruptly appeared on the battlefield and rushed towards the incoming attack from Nagato. The chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon is extremely powerful. It is even exaggerated to the point of being able to drive the entire moon directly towards Earth without much consumption. This point was proven in the Canon, where Otsutsuki Tonari wanted to forcefully collide the moon with the Earth to destroy the shinobi world established by Rakuto Sennin in order to fulfill the so-called last will of Hamura. Regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, one thing to note is that Tonari believed and had full confidence that the giant Tenseigan on the moon would not only be able to shield the castle located in the core part of the moon from the resulting impact brought by the collision of the moon with the Earth, but it will also be able to help him make the world anew. You know, the resulting impact brought by the collision of the moon with the Earth would most likely create a planetary explosion, not your run-of-the-mill explosion, but a ***ing planetary explosion. Not to mention, make the world anew. How is that shit even possible? And yet Toneri had such confidence? This just goes to show how absurdly powerful the giant Tenseigan on the moon is. Therefore, even when supported by the measly chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Yama's simple counterattack was in no way inferior to Nagato's Shinra Tensei. Whoosh! It didn't take long for the two repulsive forces to slam into each other, and the moment the two collided, the surrounding air that was affected by the repulsive forces was continuously distorted and compressed, then resulted in a huge explosion. Boom, boom, boom. But it didn't stop just there. Even the valley where the battlefield is located couldn't bear the resulting confrontation of these two repulsive forces and started to shake violently. Shake! Shake! Rumble! 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 Following the terrible shaking which knocked down almost everyone except for the Kage-class individuals, the entire valley gradually started to crack open at a speed visible to the naked eye, and within just a few more seconds, the entire valley was torn apart from the middle. Boom, rumble. 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 Smoke and dust start to rise up, but under the compression of the two colliding repulsive forces, it formed a nearly flat screen in the middle. The splattered gravel and dust were also crushed into fine dust particles and merged with the flat dust screen in the middle. And monsters, these two are simply monsters. Nobody knew who muttered such a thing in nervousness, but everyone who was watching the two couldn't help agree with him. Looking at the pieces of land that were being gradually pushed away from the meeting point of the two repulsive forces, the two sides that were separating further and further, and the bottomless earth fissure that appeared in the middle, all the onlookers were stunned. But more than stunned, they were baffled. No one imagined that fights between shinobi can also take such a form. When they thought of shinobi confrontation, people usually thought of colorful but dangerous ninjutsu, wonderful shuriken and kunai throwing techniques that required all sorts of calculations, graceful and elusive kenjutsu techniques, high strength-based as well as gentle taijutsu techniques, less impactful but more deadly jinjutsu techniques, fuinjutsu techniques that required high IQ, as well as various types of kekkei genkai that are rooted in blood, and whatnot. But this? None had imagined before. Who can think that just by raising their right arms, the leaders of Amatsukami and Akatsuki can change the entire terrain of the battlefield? Even the Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen and Sandaime Tsuchika Jinoki, who have lived in this shinobi world for several decades and have their fair share of experiences, could have never imagined that one day they would witness such a scene of battle between two shinobi. At this time both looked at each other with bitter expressions on their faces and could guess each other's thoughts, because both of them felt their worldview collapsing. In fact, the people of the 5 great shinobi villages weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even Conan, Madara, Tobi, and the hidden Zetsu were shocked by the sight before them. Of course, the cause of their shock was different. Although, it was the first time they have witnessed Nagato use such a powerful Shinra Tensei, what surprised them more is the fact that despite using such a terrifying Shinra Tensei, Nagato still couldn't gain a slight upper hand against Yama. Among the 6 members of Akatsuki present here, the one most troubled and angered was undoubtedly Black Zetsu. Just how in the heck is this possible? He, who has lived in this shinobi world for almost a millennium, is the one most clear about Nagato's strength. The changes in Nagato just after the implantation of Hashirama cells had already made him feel quite uneasy, because he realized the fact that Nagato had grown too powerful and could no longer be controlled as easily as before. This is also the reason why he compelled Obito to take back his other eye. But what he didn't expect was that even after Nagato underwent such earth-shaking changes, there is still someone who can match, and perhaps even overwhelm Nagato. Is it really as I thought? Is Yama really a descendant of Hamura? Muttered Black Zetsu with a gloomy tone. While Black Zetsu was gloomy, Madara was also filled with anxiety as he looked at Yama. Of course, Madara did not forget to pay special attention to Homusubi behind Yama. Because it hasn't been very long since he fell into Homusubi's trap, and was sealed inside the sword of Totsuka, so, his memories are still quite vivid. therefore, he is clearer than anyone that Homusubi in front of him is a sinister and calculative guy. No, in his opinion, all the Homusubi of the Amatsukami are despicable and shameless people. Therefore, in Madara's eyes, the threat of Homusubi is no less than Yama. And Madara even believes that if he were to mistakenly ignore or forget the existence of the subordinate named Homusubi just because the big boss Yama is present on the battlefield, he will definitely suffer another loss at the hands of Homusubi. So, even if he is cautious of the big boss Yama, Madara is still more afraid of Homusubi, who is capable of sealing him inside the sword of Totsuka. In fact, at this time, Madara even felt a little regretful for his earlier stupidity. He felt that he should have saved Hiriko early and not let him suffer such serious damage at the hands of Fujin. That way, the Akatsuki organization wouldn't have lost a Super Kaguya-class combat personnel. But no way, what's done is done already. Now he can only hope that Hiriko does not die and manage to survive, although, according to Zetsu's analysis of Hiriko's current state, the probability of Hiriko's survival is very less, so he doesn't have much hope anyway. Therefore, Madara is really a bit regretful. And while Madara was feeling regretful for not saving Hiriko, Konan looked at Nagato with a worried expression on her face, but neither did she try to stop Nagato, nor did she speak anything else to disturb him, and chose to remain silent. The situation has already developed to such a point where even she couldn't speak about retreating. Of course, the option of retreat is still in her mind, but for them to safely retreat, they must find a suitable opportunity. Otherwise, the attempt to retreat from just this battlefield and the Land of Fire will result in the retreat from the shinobi world itself. At the same time, on the moon. Although the temple where the giant Tenseigan is enshrined is brightly lit because of the glowing giant Tenseigan, overall, it still retains its silent and solemn atmosphere. Since the resonance between Yama's Tenseigan and the giant Tenseigan was neither a first-time occurrence nor was it established through a forced or crude approach, so there was no alarm, and, coupled with the fact that, currently, there is no one present inside the temple, so the unusualness of the giant Tenseigan went unnoticed. Of course, sometimes, people are just so damn unlucky that even if everything they do is perfect, the Lady Luck still gives a harsh kick in their balls. As is the case this time. Although no one on the moon noticed the unusualness of the giant Tenseigan, which allowed Yama to re-establish resonance with the giant Tenseigan without any hindrance, and use its chakra without alerting anyone. However, tonight just happened to be the night when the puppets who were responsible for cleaning the temple came into the temple. Of course, for cleaning the temple. What is the probability of such a thing happening today, and right at this moment? Regardless of whatever the actual probability fraction is, the moment the cleaning puppets noticed the unusualness of the giant Tenseigan, a commotion seemed to have broken out, and all the puppets were panicked. After a while, the leader of cleaning puppets, who is also a puppet, calmed all the puppets, then took some of the puppets and ran towards the direction of the living quarters of the elder to report the unusualness of the giant Tenseigan. Chapter 548, The Silver Storm and the Emerald Rain. Still on the moon, at the citadel located within the barrier/artificial sun created by the giant Tenseigan. In one of the bedrooms inside the castle, a middle-aged man with a pale complexion and grayish eyes was quietly resting on the bed. By the bed of the pale middle-aged man sat a beautiful young boy. The young boy was about the age of 10 or 11 years old, with fair skin, whitish-blue hair, and hollow eye sockets. But the strange thing is that despite not having his eyes, the young boy was able to clearly sense everything around him, and looked at the middle-aged man lying on the bed with a trace of sadness hidden in his heart. Undoubtedly, the middle-aged man lying on the bed is about to come to the end of his life, and no matter how much the young boy wants to deny this fact, it still cannot be avoided. Even the strong smell of herbs in the room couldn't conceal the deterioration of the middle-aged man's body. Death is very near, perhaps a few more hours of struggle, and he would begin his new journey in the afterlife. At this time, the leader of puppets responsible for the cleaning of the temple hurriedly entered the bedroom and respectfully addressed the young boy. "Master." The young boy frowned at the act of the puppets of disturbing him at such a critical time, and rebuked him coldly. "Otasama's state is not good, and I wish to remain here until the very end to bid him farewell. Do not bother me until I personally come out of this room." The leader of the puppets was scared, and knew that it must not do anything against the young boy's words who is his master. But it also understood that it must report the situation of the temple, so it tried its best to not directly look at the young boy's face, and reported solemnly, "Master, there was some unusualness with the energy vessel enshrined within the temple." As soon as he heard these words, the juvenile's eyebrows narrowed, and a cold glint appeared on his face. The young boy knows that the energy vessel/giant Tenseigan enshrined in Amira's shrine is the key to maintaining the artificial sun on the moon and giving a certain degree of autonomy to hundreds of puppet servants that take care of almost everything in this castle. Along with an uncountable number of other functions, the giant Tenseigan on the moon not only creates a barrier that protects this castle but also helps the Otsutsuki clan on the moon to closely monitor the changes in the shinobi world on the earth. Therefore, the young boy understands it very well that if something were to happen to the giant Tenseigan, the consequences would be disastrous. Although he understands this fact and knows that he must check the unusualness of the energy vessel as soon as possible in order to avoid any tragedy, however, the young boy who is only about 10 or 11 years old couldn't really bring himself to leave his father alone during his last moments. But the dying middle-aged man is different from the young boy. He has lived a fairly long life, and even approaching death didn't cloud his judgment abilities. Moreover, he also heard the report from the puppet a few moments ago and was worried about the unusualness of the energy vessel, so he said to the young boy in weak, yet ordering tone, "Go to the temple, and check the situation." Although the young boy cannot see his father's expression, he can still feel that the grayish eyes of his father were appearing to be more and more lifeless with every passing moment, as such a hesitant expression appeared on his face. The middle-aged man, of course, noticed the hesitation on his son's face, but as the father of this child, he must at least set an example for his son, so he used the remaining bits of his life to regain some spirit, and while tightly patting the young boy's head, he said in a gentle tone, "Tonari, death is something that everyone must face, and I am no exception to this rule of the cycle of life. Although I feel extremely sad that my death would leave you as the sole survivor of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, I still hope that you can continue to live, continue to do what you must do, and what you wish to do. Of course, as your father, I hope that you don't live in loneliness, forget about the clan's decree, and go to Earth to find real friends and comrades, and live for your own sake. Whether you choose to go to the Earth, or continue to stay on the moon to observe the Earth and the shinobi world on the Earth as we of the Otsutsuki clan have done for the past millennium, will ultimately depend on your choice. Regardless of what you choose to do, you must not forget what I told you a few months back. This is not the first time that such an unusualness happened with the giant Tenseigan. We don't know why it happened even back then, and our search for the possible reasons has borne no fruit, as of yet. Therefore, we know nothing about this unusualness with the energy vessel. The elders of the clan who witnessed it at that time concluded that it was related to the shinobi world on the Earth, and specifically related to the one who stole the Geto statue a few decades ago. Although there is no proof, perhaps they might indeed be correct, or they might be incorrect. I cannot say for certain, so you must stay vigilant. Do you understand, Tonari? The young boy named Tonari nodded solemnly. Yes, Oda-sama. The middle-aged man nodded with a gentle smile, then said, "Now go, and remember this, I will always be proud of you and will always love you." With that, the figure of the young boy named Tonari disappeared from the room, and just as the figure of Tonari disappeared, the middle-aged man also lost his breath. On the Earth, in the hinterlands of the Land of Fire, somewhere far away from Konoha. Although a young boy on the moon just lost his father and became the orphan, the last descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, the battle ongoing on Earth was not affected by it in any way, at least not yet. Boom boom boom. Accompanied by the sound of deafening explosions, and the terrible shaking of Earth, the tentative struggle between Yama and Nagato continued. Under the actions of the two repulsive forces, the plain valley has been divided into two cliffs, and the artificial fissure that separates the two cliffs has only become bigger and bigger, and deeper, but there's still no end in sight, and the cracks are starting to spread inch by inch on the two cliffs too, so the two cliffs are also showing signs of collapse. And it won't take long for the land in the radius of several miles to completely collapse, but whether it is Yama or Nagato, either of the two has yet to show any signs of taking countermeasures against such a happening. Perhaps both Yama and Nagato are not afraid of the collapse, so they are completely indifferent to it. Of course, the fact that Yama and Nagato are not afraid of the collapse does not mean that the other people in the surroundings can also remain indifferent to it. They are of course, very afraid, so they have already started to use their own means to flee from the battlefield. No way, even witnessing such a battle is not their cup of tea. In order to remain alive, they must do whatever they can to ensure their survival. On Nagato's side, Conan spread a pair of paper wings behind her back. Immediately after that, she flew to the sky like an angel and observed the situation while hovering above the battlefield. It's just that despite being synonymous with an angelic figure and beauty, Conan's face was filled with worry as she looked at Nagato, who has yet to take a single step forward or backward from the cliff he stood upon. Madara temporarily hid inside the Kamui dimension and only observed the situation, while Tobi, who has the Mayfly ability similar to other Zetsu beings, silently sneaked underground, waiting for the perfect opportunity to come. On Yama's side, under the joint command of Sandaime Hokage and Sandaime Tsuchikage, the slightly injured shinobi who have already been healed because of the treatment done by Tsunade Hime using her slugs, carried the severely injured and unconscious shinobis and hastily withdrew from the precarious battlefield. Just a few moments later, the only people left standing on the broken valley were Nagato, Gedomazo, as well as Yagura, and Killer Bee, both of whom were tied with purple and golden chakra chains, being drained of their chakra and stripped of their bijou. And Yama, along with Uchiha Shursui behind him. Homosubi was using his Yatagarasu no Jutsu to hover over the battlefield just like Conan. Of course, Shursui was staying on the battlefield with the permission of Sandaime Hokage. Hiruzen is aware of Shursui's super-fast body flicker jutsu, so he fully understands that Shursui is undoubtedly the fastest shinobi of Konoha, and since Shursui also has the ability to use Susanoo for the purpose of defense, so he agreed to Shursui's request to stay, and hoped that Shursui could help in rescuing Yagura and Killer Bee. It didn't take long after the extras withdrew, a large-scale collapse reaching up to several miles began. And this time, the collapse also seems to affect Yama and Nagato. Fully aware that the battlefield is about to collapse, Yama telepathically gave instructions to Homosubi and Uchiha Shursui behind him. I will hold him. In the meantime, the two of you will find the chance to save the Mizukage Yagura and Killer Bee. Boom boom boom. Explosion! Just as Yama finished giving instructions to Homosubi and Shursui, several large-scale explosions occurred on the battlefield, and the battlefield that could no longer stand the devastation of the two massive repulsive forces collapsed in a noisy roar. The damage was massive and it spanned several miles, raising terrible dust storms, forest fires, landslides, and heavy rain of lightning. But Yama, who was already prepared for such a thing to happen for quite some time, was not affected by the collapse of the battlefield. He instantly weaved the hand signs to activate the Tenseigan chakra mode and flew into the air while wrapped in the soft chakra cloak of cyan color. Similarly, Homosubi and Uchiha Shursui, who have already received orders from Yama, were prepared beforehand and used their individual means to escape the impact of the collapse of the battlefield. Homosubi scattered his body into thousands of crows and avoided getting injured, while Uchiha Shursui used his extraordinarily fast body flicker jutsu in conjunction with his newly acquired abilities granted to him by the Nikomata Sennin mode to flexibly avoid being swept away by the battlefield collapse. Of course, because the collapse of the battlefield is quite serious, and because they were entrusted with the task of rescuing Yagura and Killer Bee by Yama, so their exact position is quite difficult to determine at this time. But Yama wasn't really that worried about the two of them as he can see their situation all the time. Shursui has already started to fight against Tobi, while Homosubi is still hidden and finding an opportunity to bypass Conan and Madara in order to rescue the two captured Jinchuriki. That aside, after Yama activated the Tenseigan chakra mode and flew into the air, he noticed that Nagato was also hovering in the air. The hovering Nagato also looked at the opposite Yama and said, "You didn't disappoint me, it seems you really are my arch-enemy." Yama raised his eyebrow as he looked at Nagato's expression while he said the previous words, and Yama was surprised to find that not only did the result of the previous temptation did not scare off Nagato, but it made Nagato more excited, as if a fighting spirit was ignited within him. Humph! Yama snorted softly, and quickly compressed several truth-seeking orbs. Because of the chakra support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Yama was quite unscrupulous this time, so one after another, a total of 9 truth-seeking orbs appeared around him. Looking at those 9 black orbs that were only about the size of a fist, Nagato felt instinctive palpitations. In their previous battle at Amigakure, Nagato had not only witnessed but also personally experienced the danger that these fist-sized black orbs represent. 4 of his Rakuto pain were destroyed by these black balls, and no matter how he tried, he was unable to repair them. In fact, he himself would have turned into dust if Madara hadn't intervened in time and used his spatial jutsu to cut off the area on his legs damaged by that golden sword, so even though he survived, Nagato still has a deep shadow of these black orbs. Although he doesn't know what kind of jutsu these black balls are, he can at least guess that these black orbs absolutely surpass the level of Kekkai Jinkai and reaches the domain of either Kekkai Toda or perhaps even higher. While Nagato was vigilantly looking at the 9 black orbs floating around Yama, Yama's gaze shifted on the Gedomazo on the ground. At this moment, Gedomazo is alone on the ground and only its purple chains are trapping both Yagura and Killer Bee. The golden chains that tied the 2 Jinchuriki previously have disappeared, and the reason for their disappearance is not hard for Yama to guess. This means that this is a perfect opportunity. From the very beginning, Yama's first priority is cleared, and that is to rescue the 2 Jinchuriki. Because Yama knows that as long as the descendants of Hamura on the moon are alive, sooner or later they will be able to notice the unusualness of the energy vessel, and immediately cut off the connection between the giant Tenseigan on the moon and his Tenseigan on the earth. With such a possibility always remaining, Yama is not sure for how long can he access the chakra of the giant Tenseigan. Therefore, his first priority is to rescue the 2 Jinchuriki. Other things can be talked about later, but the rescue of the 2 captured Jinchuriki from the hands of Gedomazo must be given priority over everything else. Only after their side is successful in saving the 2 Jinchuriki will the initiative return in their hands. At that time, whether he wants to continue fighting or he wants to retreat will be up to him. If the reaction of the members of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon is fast enough, Yama will choose to retreat, but if their reaction is slow, then Yama can continue to fight, and even try to kill Nagato. But of course, that all depends after the rescue of the 2 Jinchuriki of complete. So, without wasting even a single instant of his invincible time, Yama used Inyang Release to merge 5 truth-seeking orbs in his right hand, and immediately after injecting Tenseigan chakra into them, he exploded it towards Nagato. Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion. At the same time, he used Inyang Release on 2 of the remaining 4 truth-seeking orbs to break those 2 black orbs into hundreds of smaller fragments, then injected Tenseigan chakra into them, causing them to expand and glow emerald green, and without wasting even an instant, he fired those hundreds of emerald glowing orbs towards the Gedo statue on the ground. Emerald Will Reincarnation Explosion. These 2 actions were performed at rapid successions, so in the difference of just an instant, 2 amazingly powered attacks were thrown towards the Akatsuki organization. The silver storm with tearing characteristics that burst out from Yama's palm swept Nagato, while the emerald rain of exploding orbs that was telekinetically controlled by Yama overwhelmed the Gedo statue. Chapter 549, Yama vs. Nagato Round 2. Whether it is the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion or the Emerald Will Reincarnation Explosion, the power that these jutsus displays are directly linked to the number of truth-seeking orbs that are invested at the time of using the jutsu, and the amount of Tenseigan chakra consumed to use these jutsus. Therefore, even though Yama used only 5 truth-seeking orbs to cast the Silver Will Reincarnation Explosion, and merely 2 truth-seeking orbs to cast the Emerald Will Reincarnation Explosion, but because he wasn't stingy at all in the input of the Tenseigan chakra, so the power of the 2 jutsu still reached an unprecedented level, and almost touched the realm of 6-path level. Boom! The violent silver storm was like a giant eraser. Wherever it went, it erased almost everything in its path. The rocks, the trees, the mountains, the rivers, anything that came in the path of the silver storm was like paper, instantly shredded into tiny little pieces that soon disappeared as if they never existed. Wherever it goes, only a terror of destruction is left. When the silver storm struck Nagato, his face sank and a great sense of crisis surged from the bottom of his heart. However, he chose not to follow the instincts that were screaming him to retreat but chose to face this attack head-on with his own counterattack. Deciding so, Nagato stretched out both of his arms, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Shinra Tens, snap!" But before he could finish speaking, a leaf revolving along the cutting winds of the silver storm happened to strike his mouth with a crisp sound that almost resounded like a harsh face slap and caused him to come to a halt. Of course, this face slap did not affect the super-level Shinra Tensei he used in an attempt to counterattack Yama's silver storm, but the Shinra Tensei he used in a hurry couldn't even impede the silver storm for more than an instant, much less stop it. The repulsive force of the Shinra Tensei was completely devastated in the face of the cutting winds of the silver storm that even Nagato was taken aback. This. How could it be possible? But Nagato couldn't remain shocked for too long as he too was drawn into the silver storm. Even if he has the Rinnegan, even if he has the perfect sage body, and even if he the massive chakra reserves on an Uzumaki, but when swallowed by the silver storm, he was no different from other trees and rocks and constantly revolved along with the cutting winds. Sometime he would bump here, then he would collide there only to get constantly injured and puke out blood. Nagato! Conan, who had retreated far away, was worried when she saw such a scene from a distance, and quickly weaved hand signs in an attempt to use her jutsu in order to rescue Nagato. But it's pity that Conan's strength is not good enough. No matter what she did, her papers couldn't even get close to the silver storm, much less rescue Nagato. The moment her papers would come close to the cutting winds of the silver storm, they would either be blown away, or simply shredded into paper dust. No matter how much chakra she injected into her papers, she couldn't even bring her papers in the close vicinity of the silver storm. And it didn't take very long for Conan to realize that Yama's jutsu has an inexplicable restraining effect on her dance of the Shikigami. At this rate, let alone rescue Nagato from that violent silver storm or intervene in the battle between Nagato and Yama, even getting close to the battlefield would result in her instant death. Although worried and helpless, Conan still bit her lower lip and grit her teeth while continuing to try and help Nagato. And while Nagato and Conan were helpless on one side by the silver storm, on the other side, an endless emerald rain of explosive orbs had already reached down to the Geto Mazo. Roar! Facing the endless emerald rain that can level down a country and evaporate a sea in seconds, the Geto Mazo let out a violent roar. Although it is only the husk of Jubi, Geto Mazo still has a part of the Jubi's consciousness and is capable of sensing danger. As such, it can instinctively feel that the emerald rain of explosive orbs coming towards it has reached the level of sixth-path in the truest sense, and can, therefore, hurt it. But of course, it isn't capable of dodging the rain directly, as the emerald rain covers a vast territory, so the best it can do at this moment is to protect itself with the best of its abilities. As for the two Jinchuriki, Geto Mazo didn't have any time or IQ to be able to take care of the two of them. Boom 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 rumble. Boom! Boom! When the emerald rain of explosive orbs that contain full input of the Tenseigan chakra Yama could use at a time hit Geto Mazo, the scene reminded certain onlookers of a flatboat drifting in the most violent sea storm. Just like a flatboat could only drift with the waves and barely avoid being swept by the sea storm, Geto Mazo could only do its best to take the attack head-on and barely bear the pain as it continued to roll through the battlefield and constantly move far away from the two Jinchuriki under Yama's directive. Seeing that he had successfully separated the Nagato and Geto Mazo from the two Jinchuriki, Yama was slightly relieved, and immediately stopped the both Emerald will Reincarnation Explosion and Silver will Reincarnation Explosion. Phew! After completing this task, Yama took a momentary break as he was feeling a little dizzy and gasped lightly. Even if he is using the giant Tenseigan's chakra for the input while casting these jutsu, using two six-path level jutsu at the same time is still somewhat difficult for the current him. Although slightly burdensome, fortunately, his approach worked, and the first step of the objective is completed. Now for the second step, his side has to take custody of the two Jinchuriki. At this moment, the Mizuki Jigura and Killer Bee, who were freed from the grasp of Nagato and Geto Mazo, became the focus of contention between the two sides. On Akatsuki's side, Madara and the Hidden Zetsu took immediate action to recapture the two unconscious Jinchurikis, while on Amatsukumi's side Homusubi, who has been calmly waiting for the opportunity, rushed towards his targets. The speed of both sides is extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, both of them are about to collide together. After discovering Madara and Zetsu's intentions of interfering with his objective, Yama no longer had any time to gasp for breath and started to make preparation for using another Tenseigan jutsu in order to interrupt them so that Homusubi can take custody of the two Jinchuriki without any problem. But before Yama could make his move, a violent suction force acted on his body and interrupted him. Using his Tenseigan vision, Yama instantly realized that this attack was made by the bloody Nagato, who has just jumped out, and shouted while clenching his fists, "If you think that that's all I have, then you are sorely mistaken. Now face the consequences of angering a god." True, Chibaku Tensei. Crash 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 crash. As soon as Nagato used the true Chibaku Tensei, under the influence of the Chibaku Tensei's core gravity ball, the rubble and rock pieces scattered all over the battlefield rose into the air, and within the next short few seconds, they combined together and buried the floating Yama inside an incomparably huge planetary sphere. Far away from the battlefield. Looking at the incomparably huge planetary sphere that suddenly appeared on the battlefield in the distance, Jiraiya had a dumbfounded expression. Nagato's jutsu is getting better and better each time. This time it is even more exaggerated than the one he used in Village. Whether it is the speed of the formation of the planetary sphere or the size of the planetary sphere, it is several times stronger compared to the last time he used this jutsu. Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen's eyebrows were twisted in a deep frown. The battle between the Amatsukumi and Akatsuki has reached a level beyond what he can control, especially the battle between the leader of the two organizations. His previous guesses about them weren't wrong. The strength of the two of them have really exceeded the concept of a Kage. Witnessing such a battle again reminded him of his childhood when he watched the final battle between the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Tsunade Haim on the side didn't understand the true danger of Chibaku Tensei and curiously asked Jiraiya, who was standing next to her, "Will the leader of Amatsukumi be able to escape that giant planetary sphere?" Jiraiya was about to nod, but then paused, and after thinking a little, he said with a bitter expression, "This. How do I know whether he can escape it or not? Not long ago when Tendo Pain used the same jutsu in Konoha, Fujin of the Amatsukumi was able to escape the confinement of the planetary sphere, so technically speaking, escaping the confinement of this jutsu is not impossible, but the thing is that the planetary sphere that Fujin escaped from was used by Tendo Pain, but now it is personally used by Nagato. Although the same jutsu, the difference between their level is still completely different. No, it should be better to say that the two are not in the same dimension at all." Tsuchika Jinoki said faintly, "If the leader of Amatsukumi cannot escape the confinement of that planetary sphere, then the history of the 5 great shinobi villages will probably end tonight. Sigh, how can such monstrous people emerge in the shinobi world without us Kage even getting a whisper about them?" Just when everyone was uneasy and worried that Yama wouldn't be able to escape the confinement of the Chibaku Tensei, suddenly, a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire night sky emerged from inside the giant planetary sphere and cut through the sky. That is, the sudden appearance of the dazzling golden light in the dim night forced the people of the 5 great shinobi villagers on the far edge of the battlefield to block their eyes with their hands, as adapting to the sudden light was difficult for them, and they couldn't directly look at it. Of course, there were still a few exceptions, who reacted immediately and adjusted their eyes, or the types that didn't need to adapt at all. One such example is the Toad Sannin Jiraiya. Since Jiraiya is currently in the Sannin mode, he didn't need to adapt and was able to clearly see the source of the golden light, and muttered, "That's the same golden sword. If he can still use this jutsu, he should be fine." Jiraiya obviously clearly recognized the golden sword that was used by Yama back in Amage Cure. Tsunade Haim's cheeks twitched, and she can't help but mutter silently, "Sword? What are you talking about, Jiraiya? How can there be a sword in this world with a blade length spanning several kilometers?" Chapter 550, Killing Nagato in One Shot. Sword? What are you talking about, Jiraiya? How can there be a sword in this world with a blade length spanning several kilometers? Tsunade Haim's words are not unreasonable. The dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire night sky, and easily pierced through the planetary sphere whose radius is more than 100 meters, rushed unimpeded towards the sky as if piercing through the heavens, and is at least several thousand meters in length. Such a thing is obviously way beyond the concept and scope of being considered a sword, at least not in the conventional sense. Therefore Tsunade Heim much rather call it Heaven Piercer or Heaven Splitter than just a simple so-called sword. Of course, Tsunade Heim wasn't the only one who was awed at the power of the so-called sword. The other ninjas of the great shinobi villages were also in a quite similar state. As their eyes adapted to the dazzling golden light, they all were taken aback looking at the unnaturally phenomenal scene in the sky and had incredible expressions on their faces. No way, this is the first time they have witnessed such an incredulous scene, so it's quite normal for them to be left dumbfounded. In fact, the normal shinobi weren't the only ones who were shocked. Even the Sandaime Tsuchikage felt his scalp tingling, and can't help but mutter in a cold sweat, "Chew, just what kind of a jutsu is that?" Upon feeling the extremely powerful chakra fluctuations emitting from the golden beam or sword, and subconsciously flew to a higher altitude for a better and clearer view. Even if he the longest reigning Tsuchikage, he has never seen such a scene before him. In fact, even the brief encounter with Uchiha Madara that left a deep shadow in his heart was not as unbelievable as what he is seeing in front of him. In comparison, Sandaime Hokage is still quite calm and is still able to think things through. After all, he who has witnessed the Battle of the Valley of the End between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara is no stranger to such inhuman and god-tier jutsu capable of piercing heavens and splitting seas. So compared to the youngins and the inexperienced around him, he knows more about the true level of power that some shinobi can acquire. Sandaime Hokage also thinks that it's really a pity that after the death of Shodaime Hokage, neither he nor any other Konoha shinobi reached such a level of power, although Namikaze Minato perhaps had that kind of potential. However, Namikaze Minato died early. As a result, he didn't have enough time and opportunity to fully develop that potential. Anyway, that aside, the abnormal changes in the air also attracted the attention of the parties competing for getting hold of the two Jinchuriki and caused them to stop their movements. Madara looked at the sky with a thoughtful expression. Madara knew that Yama, the leader of Amatsukami, is an incredibly powerful individual, but he never expected that the strength of the other party would be so high. Black Zetsu's face was even more gloomy. If there is a jutsu in existence he hates most, then it is undoubtedly the Chibaku Tensei. After all, Hagoromo and Himura used the very same jutsu with six-path chakra's enhancement to seal his mother Kagaya, and it's almost been a millennium since then, but there are still no signs of the seal breaking. Therefore, Black Zetsu simply loathes this jutsu. And the scene of Yama's jutsu piercing through the Chibaku Tensei made Black Zetsu witness something he has always wanted to see, that is Chibaku Tensei failing, but it's a pity that the person who made it fail is not his mother, but Yama, a freaking enemy who has now started to become the biggest obstacle in his plans. So, Black Zetsu's current mood is extremely complicated. Although he is somewhat happy, he is also filled with raging anger and wants to simply chew Yama alive. Of course, nobody other than him knows his current mood because of his pitch-black color. And while Black Zetsu was inwardly boiling with anger, at the same time, Shursui, who was in the midst of constantly cutting off dozens of incoming wooden hands of the Kanzen Lotus King using his Susanoo, took a relieved breath upon seeing the sudden appearance of the dazzling golden light that pierced through the heavens. When Yama, who was fighting against Nagato, was suddenly imprisoned in the planetary sphere used by Nagato, Shursui's heart almost touched his throat. He was really worried that Yama would be trapped inside the Chibaku Tensei seal and wouldn't be able to escape on his own, so he was looking for the opportunity to get closer to the planetary sphere and drill through it with his drill sword in order to help Yama escape the seal. However, this damn Toby fellow wasn't giving him an opportunity to be able to do so. But now that Yama's situation is clear, and the fact that the Chibaku Tensei seal isn't working on him, Shursui was again able to focus on the battle and decided to beat the hell out of this Toby guy. Fuafua, who has been sitting on Shursui's shoulder all this time, clearly felt Shursui's dark thoughts and giggled slightly. Of course, she didn't say anything to him, and continued to do what was asked of her, that is, to help Shursui absorb natural energy in order to stay in the Sennin mode. At the same time, Homusubi was also relieved by the appearance of the golden light, and completely focused on the task assigned to him, which is to retrieve the two Jinchuriki. In fact, even when the golden light had not appeared, he didn't allow the ups and downs of his mood to affect his performance, and was constantly approaching the two unconscious Jinchurikis while bypassing all the hurdles that came before him. On the other side, Nagato looked at the sudden appearance of the golden light with an incredulous expression, and couldn't help but flap his mouth open and close like a fish. Nagato's current mind is in a complete mess, and he just isn't able to comprehend the scene before him. How the heck is this even possible? The Chibaku Tensei used by Tendo Pain can directly seal not only Sannin-level shinobi but even the Bijus and perfect Jinchuriki, so how come the Chibaku Tensei cast by himself couldn't even trap Yama for more than 30 seconds? Is it because of that golden sword? Is that golden sword capable of destroying the Chibaku Tensei's seal from within? This thought suddenly emerged in Nagato's heart as he looked at the golden beam of chakra piercing through the heavens. He is no stranger to that golden beam of light, although the golden beam currently in front of him is several times stronger compared to the one he saw Yama use in Amage Cure. Nagato still understands the danger of the golden beam of chakra used by Yama. After all, he has personally tasted the horror of it. The golden beam of chakra used by Yama is capable of disintegrating things. Therefore, technically, it's not impossible for the golden beam of chakra to be able to disintegrate the core of Chibaku Tensei from within. But just because technically it's a possibility doesn't mean that one can really do it. And this is the primary reason for Nagato's shock. At the same time, within the giant planetary sphere. Damn! I almost became the second Kaguya. Yama muttered with a relieved breath. Even if it is him, he felt really frightened at the thought of being sealed within the Chibaku Tensei for who knows how long. The strength of the Chibaku Tensei seal used by Nagato has completely exceeded Yama's highest expectations. In fact, the Chibaku Tensei one used by the Tendo Pain in Konoha not long ago when compared to this one is simply a child's pediatrics. At the moment of being sealed within the Chibaku Tensei, almost nothing can be done, let alone molding chakra. Even maintaining consciousness is almost impossible. It feels as if everything is frozen, including the time, space, body, and also soul. Such a feeling is both horrifying and mortifying. In fact, there is also no feeling, just pure emptiness where one can't even rely on his instincts as they too don't function either. If it hadn't been for his Tenseigan to be in the resonant state with the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Nagato's Chibaku Tensei would have surely trapped him inside the Chibaku Tensei with no means of escape possible, and that would have been the end of this battle. But fortunately, that didn't happen. With the support of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Yama was able to barely maintain his consciousness and used his strongest jutsu, Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion, that is capable of cutting the moon in half to destroy the gravitation core of the planetary sphere. With the gravitational core of the Chibaku Tensei destroyed, the planetary sphere is no longer as strong as it should be, so destroying it, and escaping out of it now is a piece of cake for Yama. And Yama did exactly. At this time, the dazzling beam of golden chakra that was piercing through the heavens began to drift slowly. As Sannin Jiraiya said previously, the golden beam of light that is made out of chakra resembled a sword, even if its blade length is several kilometers. The kilometers-long golden sword drew a beautiful arc along the diametrical axis of the planetary sphere made by Nagato and instantly split it into two equal halves with an extremely smooth inner surface. Boom! The planetary sphere, which was cut into two hemispheres by the golden sword, fell towards the ground like a meteorite falling from the sky, and its mere approach towards the ground shook the entire battlefield to almost another collapse. In the face of such a mighty force almost comparable to the horror of nature itself approaching them, even Madara and Zetsu didn't insist on it and retreated using their own means. The retreat of Madara and Zetsu gave Homusubi the perfect opportunity he needed to take the unconscious Mizuki Yagura and Killer Bee in his custody. Of course, he would have to hurry if he wants to do so because the two hemispheres are going to fall above them, which would definitely crush the lives out of the two Jinchuriki. But Homusubi wasn't afraid, and immediately charged towards them without any hesitation. Aside from Sword of Totsuka, Homusubi also has the Yata Mirror in his possession, and because he perfectly understands the powers of Yata Mirror, therefore, he has confidence in his abilities to be able to rescue the two Jinchuriki without getting injured by the two falling hemispheres. Back to the air. As the two hemispheres smashed on the ground, bringing forth another terrible earthquake of magnitude 10 on the Richter scale, the figure of Yama holding the kilometers-long golden sword was also revealed before everyone. In the dim night sky, with the bright big and white moon hanging behind him, the appearance of Yama wrapped in the cyan chakra cloak, holding the kilometers-long dazzling golden sword that can cut through heavens, was no different from that of a god and gave off a sense of elusive majesty to all beings beneath him. Seeing such a majestic being before them, everyone had more or less awed in their hearts. Even Nagato, with the Rinnegan, wasn't an exception. And while everyone was awed as they looked at him, Yama himself was panting in the air, and thought in his heart, Chibaku Tensei is indeed worthy of being the most powerful Fuinjutsu there is. A mere Chibaku Tensei with just the Rinnegan's chakra is already so dangerous. It's no wonder that the six-path Chibaku Tensei can even keep Otsutsuki Kagaya, the current most powerful being in the shinobi world, sealed for over a millennium. At the same time, Yama was also thankful that he was not sealed using the six-path Chibaku Tensei, because, if he was, then he would have already been done for. After all, six-path Chibaku Tensei is the most powerful yin-yang seal in existence. Even the likes of Kagaya can't break free of it, so there is no doubt that he, who has not even reached the level of six-path, would obviously not be able to break free of it. Thinking of this, Yama locked his gaze on Nagato. At this moment, Yama is no longer as calm as he was before. The Chibaku Tensei personally used by Nagato is too terrifying for him. Escaping it once was already a very difficult task, but if Nagato were to use this Fuinjutsu again, there's no telling whether Yama would be able to escape again. This is because Yama is clearly aware of the fact that his invincible state is short-lived and false. But Nagato's strength is real. The only reason Yama is able to overwhelm Nagato is because of the chakra of the giant Tenseigan. However, once the Otsutsuki clansmen on the moon cut off the connection between him and the giant Tenseigan, then Yama would have no room to resist. And now that the two Jinchuriki have almost been saved by Homusubi, the task is nearly completed. Therefore, at this moment, there is only one thought in Yama's mind, and that is to completely eliminate the threat of Nagato taking advantage of this short-lived invincible state that is still active. With this objective in his mind, Yama did not bother to waste even an instant and directly rushed towards Nagato in the form of a blue streamer. Whoosh! While using the Tenseigan chakra mode, all of Yama's physical attributes are increased, especially his speed, which increases by several times. Moreover, currently, he is using the chakra from the giant Tenseigan on the moon, so his chakra reserves he has access to are almost endless. And Yama was not stingy in consuming these almost endless chakra reserves to further increase his speed and appeared in front of Nagato before Nagato could even react. Seeing Yama standing in front of him, Nagato was startled. At this moment, he was still comprehending the information about the fact that Yama managed to break free of the Chibaku Tensei seal from within and escaped. Even if he is able to guess the reason why Yama managed to be able to do so, this fact is still a little hard for him to accept so easily. Therefore, currently, his mind was in a slightly turbulent state. As such, he couldn't react to the sudden appearance of Yama in front of him. An opportunity, muttered Yama upon noticing the shocked look on Nagato's face that was clearly not hidden from his Tenseigan. He obviously did not plan to let go of this opportunity that came to him because of Nagato's momentary stupefaction, and without any hesitation, he waved the golden sword to slash through Nagato's neck, with the intention of severing his head and torso, in order to kill him in one shot. Puff. Chapter 551, The Natural Enemy. At the moment Yama's golden sword chopped through Nagato's neck, Nagato's Rinnegan flashed, and a change that even Yama's Tenseigan couldn't perceive happened. Yama, who couldn't perceive the sudden change, used his golden sword to cut through Nagato's body unimpeded. Slash. Puff. The golden sword fell, and instantly, and slashed through Nagato and the ground behind him. As a result, another fissure extending up to several hundred meters appeared on the ground. There was another earthquake, the smoke and dust soared through the sky. Although the battlefield was again filled with dust, it didn't hinder Yama's vision as he looked at his golden sword and the place where he cut Nagato, but for some strange reason, rather than being relieved for having killed Nagato, Yama's expression turned into a frown. He could feel it. A moment ago he really cut through Nagato's body, a solid physical body, not the shadow clone kind of thing, but strangely enough, both Nagato's body and the blood that was supposed to have been present here are missing. This just didn't make any sense. Was I affected by some jinjutsu? Muttered Yama with a confused expression, but soon denied this possibility because there is no disruption in his chakra flow. If I wasn't in a jinjutsu, and I did feel as if I cut through a body, then why is there no dead body of Nagato? And if there is no dead body, then who did I cut earlier? Moreover, the fact that there is no dead body here, does that mean Nagato is still alive? Thought Yama with a doubtful expression on his face as he tried to analyze what exactly happened in that short instant. Yama had an intuitive feeling that the threat of Nagato still exists. No! It's better to say that Yama is quite certain of his feeling. The threat of Nagato has really not been dealt with. And being certain of his feeling, Yama vigilantly scanned the battlefield to find Nagato's real position. Not far away, Nagato knelt on the ground, his chest undulating violently as he desperately gasped. His body was shivering, his heart was beating fiercely, all his goosebumps were erected, and cold sweat was overflowing from his sweat pores. Just a moment ago, Nagato was able to feel the breath of death encroaching him, and he knows in his heart that if he was even a microsecond late in doing what he did, he would have definitely died under the slash of Yama's golden sword. There is no otherwise, but or if here. It was an absolute case. Had that sword touched him, his neck would have been chopped off and instantly turned into dust. The reason why Nagato is absolutely certain about the fact even his sage physique granted to him by the combination of Uzumaki and Hashirama DNA would not be able to withstand that sword for more than an instant is because one of his shadows that he used to change position with his real body has now turned into dust after being cut by that golden sword. That's right. At the moment the blade of Yama's golden sword was about to slash through his neck, Nagato used body replacement technique with one of his four shadows and barely avoided death at a hair's breadth. Although he avoided death by a very small margin, the breath of death is still lingering on his body, and the scene where his shadow instantly turned into dust at the moment of being slashed by the golden still makes his heart shiver. If instead of his shadow, it was him slashed by the golden sword, the result would have been exactly the same. He too would have instantly turned into dust. Damn it! His jutsu is definitely a combination of more than 3 chakra natures, otherwise, it's completely impossible for it to disintegrate my shadow, thought Nagato while spitting out the blood stuck in his throat, then stood up slowly. It has been already mentioned repeatedly that since having transplanted the Hashirama cells Nagato has mastered new dojutsu. The new Rinnegan dojutsu he has awakened is Limbo, Border Jail. After awakening Limbo, Border Jail, Nagato is able to project his shadow into Limbo, an invisible world that coexists with the physical world but is ordinarily impossible to detect or perceive. With the pair of Rinnegan, Nagato can form up to 4 shadows. Each shadow has the same abilities as the real Nagato, with the added advantage of being untraceable. The shadows can attack targets, giving the appearance of an inexplicable force knocking them down, or they can defend Nagato, giving the appearance of an invisible wall around him. The shadows are invulnerable to any kind of physical damage and cannot be harmed through conventional means. A shadow's very formation can be used defensively, taking Nagato's place mid-attack as a sort of body replacement technique. Of course, after a certain amount of time, a shadow will need to return to Nagato's body, and he will likewise need to wait a certain amount of time before he can reform it. In the face of Yama's sudden attack just now, Nagato abruptly replaced position with one of his shadow to survive. Based on all the characteristics and abilities that the Limbo shadows have, it wouldn't be wrong to say that these 4 shadows even surpass Nagato's main body. Precisely why, from the fact that Yama's sword completely destroyed one of his Limbo shadows, Nagato knows that if that sword were to even touch his main body, then he would definitely die. After all, the Limbo clones are basically himself, other than the added advantage of being untraceable, and if even they couldn't survive Yama's sword, then how can he survive? The Limbo clones can be reformed after a certain amount of time, even if they are destroyed, but he, himself cannot reform. Therefore, Nagato knows that he must be more cautious when dealing with Yama. At the same time, he also knows that he must take initiative, and decided to use Limbo clones to attack Yama. Limbo clones are his advantage, both numerically, as well as strategically. Nagato knows that Yama shouldn't be able to see or sense his Limbo clones, and one can't fight something you can't see or sense. Moreover, with his Limbo clones, Nagato will be able to overwhelm Yama using the numerical advantage. If one him can't defeat Yama, then two him will do so. If two can't, then three will, and if even the three can't, then 4 and 5 will definitely defeat him. Nagato doesn't believe that Yama can fight against 5 him at the same time, and still come out as the winner. Therefore, although a little scared, Nagato is also absolutely confident that he will be able to defeat Yama. So, with all these thoughts in his mind, Nagato projected the other 3 Limbo clones and made them attack Yama. Yama didn't know Nagato's complicated thoughts. He was still pondering about how Nagato avoided his slash at such a close distance. Just how exactly did he do it? That slash just a few moments ago, Nagato should not have been able to avoid by any conventional means, and Yama is fairly certain that it wasn't a shadow clone that he killed, because a mere shadow clone would never give such a firm touch at the moment of being slashed by something like Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Therefore, Yama is quite confused and unable to deduce what exactly happened. Of course, all these thoughts didn't stop Yama from quickly finding the position of Nagato. Just as Yama discovered Nagato hidden within the cover of smoke and dust, he found out that Nagato was looking in his direction, or more like, Nagato's gaze was specifically locked on his body, which surprised Yama. He shouldn't be able to see me through the cover of smoke. Does that mean he has also learned sensory jutsu? Thought Yama. It is exactly as Yama thought. Although Nagato's Rinnegan doesn't allow him to see through dust and smoke, Uzumaki clan's unique chakra sensory jutsu Mind's Eye of Kagura still allowed him to find the position of Yama even through the obstruction of smoke and dust. Anyway, that's not important. What's important is that Yama could see chakra gathering in Nagato's Rinnegan, which means Nagato is trying to do something. What exactly is Nagato trying to do? Yama is not sure, and Yama couldn't just make another attack on Nagato without figuring out how exactly did Nagato dodge the previous attack. After all, that scene was extremely bizarre. So, with this intention, Yama quietly waited for Nagato to make his move. After a few moments of waiting and observing, Yama felt 2 dim things approaching him, one from the left side, and the other from the right side. Huh! What is that? Thought Yama with a shocked expression. Even with his Tenseigan fully activated, Yama couldn't clearly recognize what exactly are the 2 things approaching him at an extremely fast speed. Therefore, he was extremely shocked. Is there still some kind of jutsu that even the Tenseigan can't perceive? But Yama didn't have enough time to get his answer or make any deduction, as the 2 things had already approached him and attacked him. Bang 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 bang. Accompanied by the muffled sound of fists and feet hitting his body, Yama's figure flew back sharply and heavily slammed on the ground. Puff! Blood spurted out of his mouth at the moment of collision. What the hell? This was the only question in his mind, as it was going numb and his body was painful. In just a short exchange that took place a few instants ago, he was hit more than several dozen times, and each hit he took was strong enough to smash mountains. Slammed heavily on the ground, Yama resisted the pain he was feeling and fiercely waved his golden sword to force the 2 things back. Then he too took some more distance from Nagato. Up until this moment, Yama hasn't clearly seen what those 2 things were. But one thing that Yama has understood through pain is the fact the raw power of those 2 things is high enough to smash mountains into rubble, which is completely inconsistent with their small size. Moreover, the 2 things are fast enough to somewhat keep up with Yama's speed, and also manage to hurt him. You must know that when using the Tenseigan chakra mode, Yama's speed and strength are improved by several dimensions, and, because of the coating of Tenseigan chakra, normal attacks can't even get past the defense of the chakra cloak, much less hurt him, and yet, those 2 things could hurt him. This fact implies just how much raw strength those 2 things have, and this fact also made Yama raise the threat level of Nagato higher. Of course, Yama wasn't the only one shocked. Nagato on the other side was even more surprised than Yama, and thought, he can perceive my limbo clones? Just how? Limbo clones should only be perceivable through the Rinnegan that can see through space. Does that mean he really has the Rinnegan? Because the limbo clones do not exist in the physical world, they cannot be perceived by conventional means. Although Yama was able to coincidentally destroy his first limbo clone, Nagato didn't think that Yama can perceive his limbo clone, but not it seems that might not the case, and he more and more felt that Yama might also possess the Rinnegan. To see the limbo world, one needs the Rinnegan, and to sense the existence of the limbo world, one must have sensory skills at the level of 6 paths in Nin mode. Of course, Yama has neither does he have the Rinnegan, nor has he mastered the 6 paths in Nin mode, but the inside of his Tenseigan is no inferior to the Rinnegan. Although Tenseigan can't see through space unlike the Rinnegan, it can still see chakra. The limbo clones, although existing in the limbo world, they are still chakra, and Yama's Tenseigan is allowing him to see that chakra, albeit barely and unclearly because the limbo clones are present in a different dimension. This is also the reason why Yama called Nagato's limbo clones as those two things rather than those two people. But Nagato doesn't know this fact. He felt that Yama is able to see his limbo clones, which made him completely shocked. Nagato clearly understands that besides all their special abilities, the main reason why limbo clones are extremely powerful is because of other people's inability to perceive them. Obviously, you can't defend or attack something you can neither see nor sense. But if someone can perceive them, the threat of the limbo clones will obviously be reduced. Although the limbo clones will still give him a numerical advantage against Yama, it won't be like before where just looking at Yama was more than enough to kill him. Moreover, for those standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, such as Yama who can turn anything they attack into dust, the numerical advantage won't be much advantageous. Thinking of all these conclusions, Nagato more and more felt that his initial absurd idea might just be true. Yama might just indeed be his so-called natural enemy. Chapter 552, Tonari's Anger. As he retreated sharply, Yama did not forget to fight back, and waved the golden sword towards both, Nagato in the distance, as well as towards the two things that are repeatedly trying to kill him. Slash. Boom! The sword that Yama hurriedly waved while distancing himself, although failed to cut both Nagato and the two things who were already prepared for the attack, nonetheless, still bought enough time to Yama for him to readjust his state and safely land on the ground. After regaining his distance, Yama injected more chakra into the pair of Tenseigan in his eye sockets, and tried his best to better and more clearly observe the two things that almost killed him, while also analyzing the strange events that have happened in the past few seconds, in order to understand what exactly is going on here. Those two things just now, were they some kind of clone? But Nagato shouldn't be able to use such a bizarre clone jutsu, right? Is it some kind of new jutsu that the Akatsuki organization created? One after another, countless thoughts flashed by in Yama's mind, as he tried to figure out what kind of jutsu is he facing now. Although coincidentally, one thing everyone cannot deny is that several extremely talented people are or have been part of the Akatsuki organization during its second iteration, and it wouldn't be wrong to say that a few of them are among the best of the best in the entire shinobi world when it comes to their concerned field of expertise. If these people were to really put their mind to it, then it would be neither strange nor impossible for the Akatsuki organization to be able to create such a bizarre jutsus in a very short amount of time if they really desire to do so. Considering this obvious fact, Yama's first assumption was that this is a new jutsu created by Nagato and his subordinates. Of course, Yama didn't consider the possibility that the jutsu Nagato is using right now might be Uchiha Madara's exclusive Rinnegan Dojutsu, Limbo, Border Jail. The reason why he didn't consider this possibility is actually just a mental block, or perhaps some sort of overconfidence, or maybe just a superiority complex brought by knowing almost everything about the Naruto-verse. It is indeed a true fact that in the Naruto canon, neither Nagato nor Obito ever used Limbo while in possession of Madara's Rinnegan, which led Yama, who is obviously subconsciously influenced by his prior knowledge of the Naruto-verse, to subconsciously ignore this particular possibility at the first thought. Therefore, even now Yama is not certain what those two things are and is trying to find more information about them which would give him a better understanding of this jutsu. One should always remember that a battle between fellow shinobis is a battle of information. As long as one shinobi has more information over the other, that is, his enemy, the chances of winning increase by several folds. This was taught to him by Orochimaru back when he just graduated from the academy, and Yama has never once forgotten these words of Orochimaru. Therefore, without gaining a proper understanding of Nagato's jutsu, Yama acted cautiously and restrained as he tried to figure out whether his guesses are correct or not. Of course, the other party was also taught by the Sannin Jiraiya. As such, he too understands the essence of a battle between shinobi. He did not want to give Yama enough time to continue his analysis and decided to speed up the attack frequency. Whoosh whoosh. As Yama retreated sharply, the two vague things again came towards him. It's weird, Yama's brows under his ass wrinkled at this moment as we looked at the two things. The two things repeatedly shuttled back and forth in the cover of dust and smoke while closely following behind Yama, but the strange thing is that neither did they leave any trail behind them nor were there any traces of their presence in the physical world. Even Yama, who can use Tenseigan chakra mode to buff all his attributes several times, can't do such a thing. The reason is that as long as something has a physical state, then no matter how agile or nimble they are, while moving, they would inevitably leave behind some kind of trail and traces. These traces may not be visible to the naked eye, but shouldn't be hidden from Yama's Tenseigan, which can perceive even extreme minute details. But the fact of the matter is that he isn't perceiving any trail left behind by the two things. In fact, there is even no movement in the air particles around those two things. And Yama knows that such a thing only leads to one possibility, which is, does that mean they have no physical state? However, this thought was soon denied by Yama. No, they definitely have physical states, else why am I still feeling such terrible pain? In the short exchange of a few moments ago, Yama, who was sort of unprepared to face such a bizarre thing, obviously suffered some injuries. Although most of those injuries will be healed by the Tenseigan chakra, the feeling of pain is still vivid in his mind. As such, Yama is fairly certain that those two things definitely have a physical state, else it's completely impossible for them to be able to injure him. As Yama tried to continue his analysis, he was again interrupted as the two things suddenly speeded up and almost caught up to him. Seeing this, the corners of Yama's mouth twitched in annoyance. He is not the kind of guy who is willing to suffer needlessly or be bullied one-sidedly, so seeing that the two things have almost rushed up, Yama grinned evilly. Let's see what are those things going to do in this situation. With this thought in his mind, Yama deliberately waited for the last moment. Just as the two things were about to hit him again, he suddenly dispersed the golden will reincarnation explosion in his hand. At the same instant, he merged two truth-seeking orbs together and changed their shape into a spherical shell with himself caged inside the spherical shell's protection. Boom! Bang bang bang! The instant spherical shell of truth-seeking orb was formed. Several muffled sounds of impacts resounded on the battlefield. The huge force capable of shaking the mountains produced visible ripples when pounded on the black surface. In the distance, Nagato, who watched this scene, opened his mouth wide with an incredulous expression. Just what is that black substance? Not only it is dangerous to physical touch, it is also strong enough to be able to completely shield him from my Limbo clone's attacks this easily. Nagato couldn't be more clear of the raw power of each of his Limbo clones. Even if it was Hiriko using his steel release to defend against the attack of his Limbo clone, when actually hit by it, he was simply knocked out cold with just one hit. Such a degree of attack power is not something easily blockable. Nagato would still understand and find it acceptable if Yama were to personally block those attacks, but to be able to completely negate the raw power of the attacks just using that black substance? This is simply cheating. Of course, Nagato wasn't the only one surprised. Yama was also full of surprises. Although it can be said that Yama used the truth-seeking orbs to defend against the two vague shadows, however, it wouldn't be wrong to say that he was attacking them indirectly through the truth-seeking orbs. Everyone basically knows that only people with the six-path chakra can effectively touch truth-seeking orbs. If those who do not have the six-path chakra touch the truth-seeking orbs, they would disintegrate on both physical and spiritual levels. Even the forbidden jutsu Edo Tensei that blurs the boundary of life and death, as well as gives the so-called infinite chakra and regenerating bodies, cannot resist being disintegrated upon being touched or damaged by the truth-seeking orbs. So, using this concept, even the two vague things shouldn't be able to avoid being disintegrated upon contact with the truth-seeking orbs, right? But the fact of the matter is that such a thing is not happening here. The two vague things, although getting injured to some degree, are not actually disintegrating. In fact, not only are they not disintegrating, but are also able to repeatedly make mountain-shaking attacks on the surface of the spherical shell made up of the truth-seeking orbs. This is just unreasonable and unscientific. I can't perfectly capture them even with my Tenseigan, because they are extremely difficult to perceive, as if they are almost imperceptible. They have a physical state when trying to attack me, yet they do not leave behind any trace on the physical world, as if they do not have any physical state, or more like they are incorporeal in the physical world. They do not disintegrate upon contact with truth-seeking orbs. It's as if, although they are hitting the truth-seeking, they are also being protected by something, or perhaps being separated by something. There are more than one of them at a time, and each of them is extremely strong, almost as strong as Nagato, but with the added advantage of being extremely difficult to perceive. Imperceptible, incorporeal, do not disintegrate. At the same time, they are as strong as Nagato. As strong as Nagato, do not disintegrate, incorporeal, and imperceptible, incorporeal, imperceptible, incorporeal, imperceptible, and incorporeal. Wait. That's it. With a flash of thunder, Yama suddenly figured it out. It makes sense now. Imperceptible, incorporeal, do not disintegrate, at the same time, as strong as Nagato. When combining all these abilities, Yama could only think of one jutsu that matches such a description: Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan Dojutsu, Limbo, Border Jail. On the moon. After hurriedly rushing to the temple where the giant Tenseigan is enshrined, Tonari sensed the blooming chakra fluctuations, and his face became extremely gloomy. Although extremely angry, Tonari did not immediately cut off the resonance between the giant Tenseigan and the shinobi world on the earth. Instead, he came closer to the giant Tenseigan, stretched out his right hand, and gently pressed it on the surface of the giant Tenseigan. The moment he did so, Tonari's consciousness plunged into the giant Tenseigan, and he looked at the distant earth. By following the trail of chakra flowing towards the earth, the distance of more than several 100,000 miles was covered in just a few breaths, penetrated through the several layers of the atmosphere as well as clouds, and vision, granted to Tonari by the giant Tenseigan, finally focused on the land of fire, more specifically on the site of battlefields somewhere far from Konoha village. Because at this time Yama was inside the spherical shell made up of truth-seeking orbs, so Tonari was neither able to see him nor was he able to sense his existence. As such, the first thing that attracted Tonari's attention on the battlefield was the incomparably huge wooden figure with 9 closed eyes, and Tonari immediately recognized it, that is, demonic statue of the outer path, Gedomazo? Although he has never personally seen Gedomazo before, however, that doesn't mean he doesn't know about it or doesn't know what it looks like. The descendants of Hamura on the moon shoulder the responsibility of keeping the husk of Jubi sealed on the moon, but the fact of the matter is, they have failed to fulfill their responsibility. Gedomazo was stolen from the moon several decades ago, and to this day they had found no clue as to who stole it and who did they steal it. Of course, there were assumptions, but no solid evidence, as all the searches resulted in failure. The descendants of Hamura have failed to fulfill one responsibility they were given. Such a thing is very humiliating for the proud Otsutsuki clan. Damn them all! Even before he witnessed the scene on the battlefield, Tonari was already in a state of sorrow brought by his father's death and not being able to accompany his dying father during his final moments because someone stupid in the shinobi world tried to steal chakra from the giant Tenseigan. So, the moment he saw Gedomazo, Tonari's mood fluctuated, and the words of the dead elder resounded in his mind: "We of the Otsutsuki clan have been observing the shinobi world on the earth for centuries now, and have reached a conclusion. The people on the earth have forgotten what chakra truly represents. They dared to weaponize chakra for themselves and used it to fight meaningless wars, which ultimately led to the failure of the shinobi sect established by Rakudo Sennin. The current shinobi world has been decayed beyond redemption, and ruin is the only means of salvation for them. Tonari, you are the last hope of the Otsutsuki clan, so, you must remember Himura's wishes and the Otsutsuki clan decree. He snapped in anger that surged from within, and his killing intent skyrocketed. The emotional, young, immature, and inexperienced Tonari did not care about finding the person responsible for stealing the chakra from the giant Tenseigan on the moon at this moment. Instead, he transferred his vision from the battlefield in the land of fire on the earth to the endless space. After searching for just a while, he selected a huge asteroid drifting in the space somewhat closer to the Earth and then dragged it all the way towards the Earth, and more specifically towards the battlefield at the Land of Fire. If any space scientists past the fourth dimension wall were to observe the asteroid that Tonari selected, they would immediately identify it as 99942 Apophis, an asteroid that can cause damage equivalent to 5,866.67 nuclear bombs should it hit the Earth, which, although unlikely, may happen in the year 2029. Translator's note: for those who don't know what it entails, no need to freak out, it wouldn't be the complete extinction of life on Earth, unlike the time with dinosaurs. Just a few million, or possibly a billion people will die or get injured, along with countless other phenomena that would make survival difficult. And Tonari selected the very same asteroid that can cause such devastating damage. And in order to avoid the situation of stirring the grass and startling the snake, Tonari also made sure to not cut off the ongoing resonance between the giant Tenseigan on the moon and the shinobi world, all while guiding 99942 Apophis towards the Earth in order to wipe away all those irredeemable shinobi of the Earth. Chapter 553, Opportunity Appears? Back to the battlefield. After figuring out that the two vague things trying to attack him are limbo clones, Yama frowned slightly, not because he was afraid, but because he understood that limbo border is a very tricky dojutsu. In the canon, Uchiha Madara was not only able to easily defeat all the 9 Bijou at the same time with just one limbo clone, but he was also able to nearly kill EMS Uchiha Sasuke as if merely playing around. The disparity that just one limbo clone of Madara brought to the Shinobi Alliance was too much, that he was totally unstoppable by any means, and Rakuto Sannin had to come out in person to help bring Sasuke and Naruto back to life and give them his own chakra to level up the strength disparity. In fact, even after Sasuke and Naruto obtained the six-path Yin and Yang chakra, they were still vulnerable to the limbo clones and couldn't gain any advantage over Madara. Although Sasuke could see the limbo clones with his 6-tonal Rinnegan, he was unable to attack them as normal physical attacks are completely useless on the limbo clones, while even though Naruto was able to sense them and had the means to attack the limbo clones because of having mastered the six-path Senjutsu, his strength was not strong enough to be able to kill them. Obviously, the current Nagato's limbo clones are not as strong as the limbo clones used by the Jubi Madara, as can be seen from the fact that one of them turned into dust upon being attacked by Yama's Golden Will reincarnation explosion. They are still very difficult to be dealt with, and have sufficient power to be able to hurt Yama if they use their numerical advantage against him. While Yama was pondering how to deal with Nagato's limbo clones, a spiral whirl appeared out of thin air and created a big hole in the spherical shell that was protecting Yama from Nagato's limbo clones. The moment Yama discovered the hole in the spherical shell made up of truth-seeking orbs, he can't help but curse inwardly, "Damn it, Obito, did you really have to interfere at this time?" Although annoyed, Yama wasn't slow to act, and immediately reformed the truth-seeking orb that was used to create the spherical shell into 2 rods. Although truth-seeking orbs are invulnerable to almost all kinds of attacks, thus creating perfect defense below the 6-path level, spacetime, especially the ones like Kamui that literally tear a gap in space, can still bypass that defense. And knowing that Madara has also joined this side of the battle, passive defense against Nagato and his limbo clones is no longer meaningful, so Yama can only go with the offense. After all, as they say, the best defense is a good offense, and Yama certainly intends to follow this saying. Immediately after getting out of the defense of truth-seeking orbs, Yama flew to a higher altitude where Nagato or his limbo clones won't be able to attack him immediately, then used an extremely powerful Bansho Tenin on Madara. Instantly, an extremely powerful attractive force acted on Madara, who was hidden and trying to help Nagato, then dragged him all the way towards Yama. While Madara was being attracted towards him under the control of Bansho Tennin, Yama transformed one of the truth-seeking orbs floating behind him into dozens of black chakra receivers, then infused his Tenseigan chakra into them and threw them towards Madara while muttering, "Now let me Obito. Can you still use Izanagi to cheat death with black receivers disturbing your chakra?" The black receivers were extremely fast, and instantly several of them pierced through incoming Madara's body. Yama made sure to avoid piercing Madara's vital organs, as his target was not to kill Madara but to stop his interference in the battle, for a very good reason, of course. Zetsu, who has been hiding all this while, saw this and realized that it's not good. Normally, killing Madara is not that big of a problem for him because Madara can use his Izanagi to change that reality, but with black receivers piercing his body, his chakra will be disrupted and he will not even be able to move, much less using Kamui or Izanagi, so Zetsu could no longer stay still and had to make a move in order to protect Madara from dying and getting his eyes poached. As Yama continued to drag Madara towards him, suddenly countless tree branches that could absorb chakra broke out of the ground and tried to bind Yama. Now someone has started to think that even these weak tree branches can stop me? Yama chuckled lightly in disdain, all while changing the shape of another truth-seeking orb floating behind him into that of a rod, then used that rod to cut all those tree branches. But of course, Zetsu wasn't going to give up so easily, and the tree branches continued to come towards Yama. Although those tree branches weren't really threatening to him, having to continue to cut them repeatedly was still a bit annoying for Yama. And as if that wasn't enough already, even Nagato's limbo clones used the growing tree branches as a foothold and attacked him from the two sides. With the interference of Nagato's limbo clones, Yama had to stop using Bansho Tennin on Madara. POV change. The moment Yama stopped Bansho Tennin on Madara to fight against Nagato's limbo clones, the original Nagato suddenly appeared beside Madara, as if teleporting, then removed all the chakra receivers piercing him. Since Nagato can also create chakra receivers because of his Rinnegan, therefore, he is able to touch the chakra receivers piercing Madara without his chakra getting disrupted. Seeing Nagato helping him, Madara said sarcastically, "I did not expect that you would go out of your way to help me." Nagato didn't care about Madara's sarcastic tone, and said indifferently, "You are part of the Akatsuki, and this time I did it to repay the favor of saving Tendo, that's all." Madara was silent upon hearing Nagato's answer, then as he got up again, he said to Nagato, "Still though, Yama is really strong, like really strong. Can you defeat him? Because if you can't, then our plan of capturing all the 9 Bijou in order to revive Jubi will become very difficult in the future." Nagato nodded lightly, then said, "I will defeat him, for sure, but if I can't, I will at least be able to keep all his attention on me. You can use that opportunity to try removing his head off his body using that space-time jutsu of yours." Madara nodded lightly with Nagato's so-called plan and disappeared into a spiral whirl in order to wait for the so-called opportunity to appear. With Madara gone, Nagato again got ready to fight Yama, and seeing Nagato getting ready to fight him, Zetsu also stopped with his almost useless harassment and hid away. P.O.V. change. On Yama's side. TCH, so he managed to get rid of them with Nagato's help. Yama clicked his tongue in annoyance as he dodged yet another attack from Nagato's limbo clones. Of course, Yama made sure to keep a track of Madara on the battlefield to avoid getting his body suddenly getting cut off because of Kamui. Then focused his attention back on Nagato's limbo clones. If I want to kill Nagato's limbo clones, I will need to use Golden Will Reincarnation Explosion. Just using truth-seeking orbs wouldn't be enough to kill them in one shot, but even if I kill them, Nagato will be able to recreate them after some time. I don't know exactly how long it will take for him to recreate them, but he will be able to do so, and I am not sure if I will be able to kill Nagato in less than that time. So, to deal with Nagato, I will need to use a sealing jutsu on the clones. The sealing jutsu would bind the limbo clones' movements for the duration of the battle. Of course, while sealing the movements of Nagato's limbo clones, I have to make sure to do it in such a manner that Nagato won't be able to swap position with his limbo clone in the middle of the battle, as he did the last time. To do so, I think using a truth-seeking orb infused with Tenseigan chakra as the core would be the best choice, as the moment Nagato chooses to swap position with his sealed limbo clone, he will come in direct contact with truth-seeking orb and immediately disintegrate. Then for the seal, I will add a cursed seal that I created after observing Shikaku's natural cursed seal markings. This should be enough to keep the Limbo clone sealed. After having understood that the exact jutsu that Nagato is using, Yama would obviously not be as restrained as before, so although he was still facing 2 Limbo clones, his face under the mask remained unchanged, and he continued to make preparations while waiting for an opportunity to show up which he would be able to use to seal Nagato's Limbo clones. Now's the time. Chapter 554, Royally Screwed? Now's the time. It didn't take very long for the opportunity Yama was waiting for to appear, and the moment it did, Yama had also completed the preparations, and violently threw 2 platinum spears towards the 2 Limbo clones of Nagato. Platinum will reincarnation explosion. Whyish. Whyish. Accompanied by the whistling sound of cutting through the wind, the 2 platinum spears covered the distance gap and approached the 2 Limbo clones in less than an instant. The speed of the 2 platinum spears was as fast as light, and Nagato's Limbo clones had no opportunity to react to their sudden appearance. As a result, they couldn't dodge this attack that pierced through their bodies unhindered by the difference of space and dimension. The moment the 2 platinum spears came into contact with the 2 Limbo clones, the cursed seal took effect, which made the clones' movements suddenly come to a stop. And the momentum that the 2 platinum spears carried didn't stop just there. After piercing through their bodies, they continued ahead for several hundred meters and effectively nailed the 2 clones on 2 different rock protrusions in such a manner that no matter what, they could no longer play any role in the ongoing battle, neither active nor passive. The 2 clones were shocked by the sudden turn of events and struggled in order to break free, but no matter how hard they tried, the silver spears formed upon infusion of Tenseigan chakra and addition of an extremely powerful cursed seal to the truth-seeking orbs didn't even budge a nano-inch. Upon seeing his approach being successful, Kuroto under the Yama mask smiled slightly while nodding in appreciation, then focused his attention on the next target while tapping a black spear on his shoulder. Whoosh! Then without waiting for the other party to react, Yama's body suddenly disappeared from his position and directly rushed towards Nagato's main body. As far as Yama understands the Dojutsu Limbo, Border Jail, the maximum number of Limbo clones that Nagato can make at a time should be no more than 4. After all, Uchiha Madara could only make 4 Limbo clones with 2 Rinnegan. So, there is simply no way Nagato would be able to make any more than Uchiha Madara could. Since this part is clear, then the next part should be easier to understand. Of the 4, Yama had already killed 1 Limbo clone with his Golden Will reincarnation explosion, and at this moment, he has sealed the other 2 Limbo clones using Platinum Will reincarnation explosion. Going by simple mathematics, Nagato should have only 1 Limbo clone remaining. And Yama intends to seal that Limbo clone too. With such intention, Yama rushed towards the original Nagato at an extremely fast speed, all while making preparations to again use Silver Will reincarnation explosion. In the blink of an eye, Yama, who had turned into a cyan blue streamer, appeared in front of Nagato's main body, and without a shred of hesitation, he stabbed Nagato with the black spear in his hand. Seeing the black spear approaching him, Nagato, who knew the threat of these black things, had no other option but to change position with his last Limbo clone. Swish! With a swish, the Nagato in front of Yama suddenly disappeared and exchanged position with a fuzzy thing which is his last Limbo clone. Yama, who was prepared for such a thing to happen, wasn't surprised by such a sudden change. In fact, it can be said that this was his primary objective, so he did not stop his movement. The black spear in Yama's hand pierced yet another Limbo clone, and at the moment of contact with the clone, the black spear transformed into a platinum spear. The platinum spear perfectly played the expected role and completely sealed the movements of Nagato's last Limbo clone by nailing it to the ground. And that's the 4th one, muttered Yama with an inward sigh. Now then, it's time for me to deal with the real Nagato. Hiss! Hiss hiss hiss. But he didn't have enough time to care about the real Nagato, as he suddenly heard the sound of countless exploding tags on ignition. Yama frowned, as he looked at the ground, summoning circles. He noticed several summoning circles on the ground, out of which hundreds of thousands of ignited explosion tags were coming out each second. The summoning circles weren't there a moment ago. Did Nagato leave them behind just before disappearing, or did the Limbo clone print them just before being immobilized? Thought Yama, but it didn't really matter, as the first thing he has to do at this moment is to get away from here. But before he could do so, suddenly tree roots sprouted out of the ground and coiled around his legs. Zetsu again, thought Yama, then shook his head because he saw Nagato in the distance pressing his hand on the ground and injecting his chakra in the ground to stimulate the growth trees. After understanding this, Yama initially thought of transforming a truth-seeking orb floating behind him into a black long katana in order to cut off all the tree roots, but chose not to do so because of the lack of time and knowing full well that there would be no end to the roots coming towards him. Therefore, rather than a long katana, he transformed the truth-seeking orb into a spherical shell around him, as that would protect him from the explosion of the exploding tags and also prevent all the tree roots from approaching him and sucking out his chakra. But again, the moment the truth-seeking orb was transformed into a spherical shell, something, which made Yama grit his teeth, happened. Kamui. That's right, Uchiha Giobito went and did it again. He used long-range Kamui to rip out a large hole in the spherical shell, much to the annoyance of Yama. Damn it! In fact, this time Kamui's real target was Yama's head, but coincidentally enough the spherical shell made of truth-seeking orb came in between Madara's eyesight and Yama and happened to have saved Yama from sudden death, much to the annoyance of Madara, which made him curse damn it. Although very unhappy that his attack failed again, Madara refocused his attention, and knowing that he won't be able to use the sneak attack on Yama again, at least for the time being, so instead of wasting his effort on ripping out Yama's head or body parts, he focused his attention on those black orbs floating behind Yama and repeatedly used Kamui on them, and even managed to transfer 4 of them into the Kamui dimension. And at the same time as Madara transferred the truth-seeking orbs to the Kamui dimension, thus making them inaccessible to Yama, a cubical enchantment barrier suddenly appeared around Yama, cutting off all his escape route by trapping him inside in a vulnerable state to the millions of specially prepared exploding tags and chakra-absorbing tree roots. As all this happened, Yama was taken aback and could only blink his eyes in wonder as he muttered, did they plan out such a well-thought-out attack way before? Or did they just use these series of attacks in the spur of the moment? Regardless of whichever the case, it seems to be working and I am totally done for, as in royally screwed. The moment Yama finished his words, the millions of exploding tags inside the cubical enchantment suddenly burst out loudly and kicked off a series of earth-shaking explosions. Boom! 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 Explosion! The sound of continuous explosions resounded through the night sky. The intensity and the duration of the explosions shocked the shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages far away from the battlefield. And the closed state of the cubical enchantment only made the situation worse for Yama, as the energy of each explosion was being confined and triggering a chain reaction that further made it difficult to survive for Yama. In this manner, more than 3 minutes passed, but there were no signs of the explosion stopping, which made Tsunadeheim in the distance speechless. The explosions haven't stopped yet. Just how many exploding tags did they use? The calmer Sandaime Hokage wiped the sweat off his temple, as he said, it should probably be around a few millions, but that's not the only issue. The numbers of exploding tags aside, the power of each tag is that of a high-tier exploding tags. Creating millions of such exploding tags requires enormous time and resources that even the 5 great shinobi villages can't spare unless in the time of a war. I wonder how Akatsuki organization obtained so many of them? Jiraiya again sighed, and said, there's no need to think too much, it can only be the work of Conan. With her dance of the Shikigami, based on origami, she can mass-produce millions of exploding tags with much less time and resources. Moreover, the power of each tag will be that of a high-tier exploding tag. Hearing Jiraiya's words, everyone can't help but sigh more and more. The more you know about the Akatsuki organization, the more you will understand the true depths of their power, which will only make you sink into despair and want to give up. At the same time, on the other side, Madara, Zetsu, and Conan appeared beside Nagato using their unique jutsu. Tobi was still engaged in a battle with Uchiha Shursui, and Homusubi was hidden away to ensure the safety of the two Jinchuriki. The four people who are obviously the core of the Akatsuki organization looked in the direction with slightly nervous and expectant expressions on their faces. This trap was prepared by Nagato after careful consideration, and he used himself as the bait to lure Yama inside it. Almost everything was taken into account to finally kill Yama using more than 100 million exploding tags prepared by Conan. Although Nagato is not certain if this much would be enough to kill Yama, he still hopes to greatly wound the other party in order to make the battle ahead advantageous for him. Therefore, Nagato has high hopes for this trap and is intently waiting to see the result. After a while, the explosion finally stopped, and the cubicle enchantment barrier also disappeared. Looking at the smoke that suddenly spread all over the battlefield, White Zetsu asked in an uncomfortable tone, "He should be dead, right?" However, no one answered White Zetsu's question, because, at this moment, everyone's gazes were focused on the center of the site of the explosion where the smoke and dust were starting to clear up. As the dust and smoke cleared up, a black sphere floating in the midair appeared in the eyes of everyone, and before either of them could react to it, the black sphere opened and changed into a fist-sized orb, revealing the unscathed figure of Yama from within. This... Damn it, how did he still have one of these black orbs with him? I thought that the last four of them that were floating behind him were removed by Madara/me. This was the collective thought in the minds of everyone as a huge sense of frustration rushed into the hearts of all the four Akatsuki members. Even Nagato was no different. They have exhausted almost all kinds of methods, not only using their numerical advantage against him but also using well-planned-out strategies to trap him in order to kill, or at the very least injure him. But no matter what approach they use, nothing seems to be working against him. Killing him is one thing, they aren't even able to injure him. Such a thing obviously made the four of them deeply frustrated in their hearts. Just when they were frustrated and thinking about what to do next, the four of them soon discovered that after coming out of the black sphere, Yama didn't pay attention to them, instead, looked up into the sky. Although confused, the four of them also looked up into the sky only to find an extremely bright light spot in the night, and what's strange about this light spot was that it was gradually becoming bigger and brighter with each passing second. Conan frowned. What is that thing? Madara and Zetsu were also a bit confused, as they couldn't immediately understand what exactly that bright spot of light is that is continuously getting bigger and brighter. Only Nagato, who has the Rinnegan, realized what that freaking thing is, and muttered with a slight stammer, It seems to be a meteorite that is about to fall on our planet." Following Nagato's words, the bright light spot in the distant night sky became more and more clear, and everyone soon realized that the flaming piece of space rock that has started to become visible to the naked eye was approaching Earth with a speed faster than the escape velocity and would soon strike the Earth's surface, causing massive destruction to the life and property. Yup. I didn't guess wrong. No. We are really royally screwed. Chapter 555, Approaching Meteorite. The night sky, as if illuminated by the sudden appearance of a meteorite, became bright again, as if the night has become day again, which left everyone tranced for a moment and they couldn't open their eyes for a moment. Yama looked at the rapidly falling meteorite and felt the restless air due to the sudden compression, with a doubtful expression under the mask. Because of his Tenseigan vision, Yama can naturally tell at a glance that this falling meteorite is not the result of ninjutsu created by the use of chakra and thrown towards the battlefield from a height of hundreds or perhaps thousands of meters above the surface of the Earth, but a real piece of space rock/asteroid drifting in the boundless space and has now entered the Earth's atmosphere due to some reason. As the meteor approached closer and closer to the Earth, the flames surrounding it became brighter and hotter to the point that Yama can't help but mutter. Is it really just a coincidence? Or is it the handiwork of a certain someone? Muttered Yama in doubt. A meteor suddenly falling on the Earth, although an extremely rare event, is not an impossible event, theoretically considering. But the fact that it happened to occur on this specific night and happened to fall at this specific battlefield. This kind of event may theoretically be possible based on the probability factor, but that is only in theory. In reality, such a coincidence is impossible to occur. Therefore, Yama didn't have to guess too much to understand that it must be someone's handiwork. If it were to hit the surface of the Earth, then even if it is me, I am afraid will definitely suffer. Yama didn't have to think too much to reach this conclusion. Yama is certainly confident in his strength to be able to smash boulders falling towards Earth from a height of 100 or 1,000 meters, but a falling meteorite that has been forcibly accelerated and dragged towards the Earth under someone's control is not something he can easily deal with. It would have been a completely different story had the meteorite not yet entered the gravitation field of the planet Earth, but under the control of the giant Tenseigan chakra, it has already entered, which makes it all the more troublesome. The acceleration of the meteorite under the gravitational attraction of the planet and the energy radiated upon the impact with the surface is not something Yama is sure to be able to withstand. Now even if the backhand behind this incident doesn't do much, they have already caused a real survival crisis for the aboriginals of the planet Earth. Of course, Yama has already guessed the origin of the meteorite and the identity of the backhand behind the scenes. As early as when Yama had hidden himself inside the spherical sphere made up of the truth-seeking orbs to protect himself from Nagato's limbo clones, he had already noticed someone trying to secretly pry over the battlefield. But at that Yama didn't have much time to think about the identity of the person prying over the battlefield because he was seriously pondering over Nagato's strange jutsu. Moreover, the prying had suddenly disappeared for some reason, therefore, Yama didn't care about it too much at that time. Then later when Yama came out of the protection of the truth-seeking sphere, or more like, he had no other option left but to come out because Madara used Kamui to tear the protection. Yama was then engaged in a battle with the members of Akatsuki, where he had to pay full attention to his surroundings in order to guard against Nagato, Madara, Zetsu and Conan at the same time. So again he didn't have enough time and attention to consider the identity of the person who was earlier prying over the battlefield. It was only after the trap prepared by Nagato and Conan was activated, and Yama had used a hidden truth-seeking orb to create a sphere around him to protect himself from millions of explosive tags, did he have enough time and attention to consider the issue of the snooper he had sensed earlier. As for the threat posed by the repeated explosions caused by millions of explosive tags, Yama didn't really worry over that issue because the defense of truth-seeking orbs is too strong to be breached by something like that. After all, the truth-seeking orbs can withstand explosions caused by multiple Bijidama released by Jubi and still remain undamaged. Will the explosion caused by just a few million explosive tags still be higher than Jubi's Bijidama? Obviously not. Therefore, for Yama, defending against the explosions caused by just a few million explosive tags was nothing more than consumption of some chakra, and considering that he is in a state of resonance with the giant Tenseigan on the moon, so the most dispensable thing for him at the moment happened to be chakra. Therefore, the carefully prepared trap was meaningless to Yama. In fact, this short break gave him enough time to analyze the identity of the snooper he had sensed earlier. The snooper may have thought that their secret prying is extremely concealed and impossible for anyone else to detect, but because the snooper was using the giant Tenseigan to snoop around, and because Yama also has the Tenseigan which is in resonance with the giant Tenseigan, therefore, Yama was able to figure out the origin of the snooper upon a little exploration. Of course, because Yama was able to do so, he also understood that the snooper might also be able to do so. Therefore, Yama took advantage of his own Tenseigan, which gave him a somewhat higher authority over the giant Tenseigan compared to the snooper, and made sure to isolate the resonant connection between him and the giant Tenseigan. In this way, although the state of resonance between him and the giant Tenseigan still remains, which would make the giant Tenseigan act strangely, finding Yama, who is the person responsible for the anomaly, will become impossible for the snooper, unless of course, Yama willingly wants to be perceived. This is similar to how the administrator of higher authority works. Those of higher authority can prevent themselves to be found out by those of lower authority, and can still continue to do what they are doing, without letting others find out. Of course, Yama can do so doesn't mean he will have permanent access to the giant Tenseigan on the moon. If those of the lower authorities directly cut off the power, then him having a higher authority would make so sense. Therefore, Yama understands that the higher authority granted to him due to having Tenseigan is actually of no use in the face of those who can manually control the giant Tenseigan on the moon by merging their consciousness with it. Anyway, that aside, something has been bothering Yama this time around. A few years ago, when Yama's Tenseigan resonated with the giant Tenseigan, those Otsutsuki clansmen on the moon chose to immediately cut off the connection with the shinobi world, thus prioritizing the safety of the giant Tenseigan, then began to manually investigate the cause of the anomaly. This series of actions clearly highlighted their conservative and cautious nature. But this time around, the Otsutsuki clansman who found out the anomaly in the giant Tenseigan neither chose to immediately cut off the connection nor did he try to figure out the identity of the cause. Instead, he chose a completely different approach. After snooping around the location of this battlefield through the giant Tenseigan where the cause is present, he chose to directly launch a meteorite on the battlefield without a shred of hesitation. Moreover, during the entire process, he still did not cut off the connection of the giant Tenseigan with the shinobi world, which he probably did to make the cause responsible for the anomaly in the giant Tenseigan lower his guard and let him end with the meteorite. This series of actions clearly highlights their impulsive, radical, yet extremely clever nature. This change from the conservative and cautious person to the radical, impulsive, yet clever person shows that something major must have happened on the moon, and that's what's concerning Yama. However, Yama doesn't have enough time to figure out what's the reason for such a change on the moon as he must find a way to stop the meteorite. One good thing is that this radical and impulsive Otsutsuki clansman seems to have underestimated the people of the shinobi world. He neither knew nor considered the possibility that the cause of the anomaly in the giant Tenseigan on the moon might be another pair of Tenseigan in the shinobi world. So, from the moment he took action to snoop around and eliminate the cause of the anomaly in the giant Tenseigan, his intentions were already detected. Yama can also guess that at the moment when the meteorite is about to impact on Earth, the other party will completely cut off the connection between the giant Tenseigan and the shinobi world, to make sure that the cause has no means to change the final outcome, that is complete annihilation. But even if Yama has figured this out, it still doesn't make the situation any better. To be honest, Yama really didn't expect that the radicals of the Otsutsuki clan would take such a step and directly send a meteorite to Earth. And if Yama doesn't figure out a way to deal with this meteorite, then he can kiss goodbye to all his future plans. While thinking about how to deal with the approaching meteorite, Yama lowered his head to look at the members of the Akatsuki organization on the opposite side and keenly noticed the surprised look on Nagato's face. Aside from the completely unexpected move made by the Otsutsuki clan on the moon, the growth of Nagato this time has also far exceeded Yama's expectations. In fact, not only Yama's expectations, but even Nagato's own, and Madara as well as Zetsu's expectations. Because of this, Yama can certainly see that Nagato has not been able to display the full extent of his strength by the means of tactics, and also, he failed to take advantage of many good opportunities that he could have to inflict serious damage on Yama. Although this proved to be advantageous to Yama, he certainly knows that this advantage is only temporary. If Yama fails to solve the threat of Nagato this time, then it won't be very long before Nagato gets used to using all the high-level dojutsu of the Rinnegan and perfectly integrates them into his fighting style, thus increasing his combat power again by another dimension. But Yama is not certain if he can do so before completing his Project Godhood. In such a scenario, only by borrowing chakra from the giant Tenseigan will he be able to match up to Nagato, and it is obviously impossible for Yama to repeatedly borrow chakra from the giant Tenseigan. To be honest, Yama is now a little scared to borrow any chakra from the giant Tenseigan. This time they send a meteorite. What will it be the next time? Wouldn't they choose to directly smash the moon to the Earth? It's not impossible. After all, Otsutsuki Tonari did attempt to do so in the canon. Therefore, Yama is very clear that no matter what, in the future, he cannot rely on the giant Tenseigan on the moon, as that would risk the destruction of the entire Earth. However, this is also a problem. Other than the giant Tenseigan on the moon, Yama doesn't have really any clear path ahead that would help him improve his strength, except, of course, Chimera Jutsu. But Yama knows that it will take him at least a few years to complete and perfect that jutsu. To have that much time with him, the only option he has now is to put an end to Nagato's life here and now and destroy the Rinnegan when all his Limbo clones are either sealed or dead, because if this opportunity is missed, then killing Nagato in the future will become even more difficult. Even if Yama doesn't know if he can succeed, he must at least give it his best try. With these complicated thoughts in his mind, Yama ran his brain at full throttle, and quickly formulated a plan that would help him get rid of the threat of the falling meteorite, and also bring him a chance to kill Nagato with minimum effort. Now that the plan was formulated, the first thing Yama did was speak to telepathically issue an instruction to Toyotama. Toyotama, pass on a message to my shadow clone in the village. I want him to get to some secluded place and immediately start absorbing the natural energy to enter the Sennin mode. Alright, Kuroto-sama. The childish voice of Toyotama was heard in Yama's mind, indicating that Toyotama has received his instructions. Now that that's out of the way, Yama focused all his attention on the plan ahead, and then without any hesitation, under the bright light of the falling meteor burning with fire, he rushed towards the members of Akatsuki organization on the opposite side. At this moment, although Yama only has one truth-seeking orb in his hand, it is still more than enough to bring Nagato's life to an end. Looking at the rapidly approaching figure of Yama despite the threat of the falling meteor on top of their heads, all the 4 core members of the Akatsuki organization couldn't help but unanimously exclaim in their hearts, "Oi, you can't be serious. Is he insane or what?" Everyone, even with normal eyes, can discern that the size of the meteor is quite exaggerating, and should it fall, it will definitely set off large-scale destruction. In such a scenario, what they should be worried about is how to safely escape this calamity, rather than fighting each other, because fighting in such a situation is equivalent to double suicide. The people of the Akatsuki organization didn't believe that Yama wouldn't understand such a simple truth. As such, they really couldn't figure out what the hell is going in the mind of the other party. On the side of the people of the 5 great shinobi villages, Sandaime Hokage Hiruzen, who was standing at the canopy of a tree, suddenly jumped down from it and warned the fellow melon eaters shinobis of the great shinobi villages, "Run for your lives." Although these people of the 5 great shinobi villages have repeatedly retreated far away from the main battlefield, however, Sandaime Hokage knew that this distance is safe only from those geography-changing jutsus used by Yama and Nagato. By no means will this distance be considered safe if they have to withstand the aftereffects and aftershocks of a meteor collision with the Earth's surface. Therefore, if they wish to live, then they must run for their lives and continue to retreat farther and farther from the main battlefield before the meteorite falls and sets off devastating damage. Nobody questioned Sandaime Hokage's words and continued to run farther away from the main battlefield as fast as they can. And while doing so, Jiraiya repeatedly glanced back at the battlefield from the corner of his eyes, and murmured, "How come a meteorite is suddenly falling here? Such a phenomenon is too coincidental and strange." Toad Fukasaku, who was standing on Jiraiya's shoulders, stated with a solemn expression, "This is by no means a coincidence." Hearing Toad Fukasaku's words, Jiraiya glanced back with a stiff expression, and can't help but sigh with emotion. Are they already strong enough to pull meteorites from the space? No one answered Jiraiya's question, and there was no need to, because each of them, including Jiraiya, already had an answer in their hearts. On Shisui and Homosubi's side, feeling the threat from the approaching meteorite, both Shisui and Tobi ended their battle in a draw and retreated towards their respective sides. Shisui, who had retreated, soon met up with Homosubi on the way. Both were completely unsure what to do in this situation. Uchiha Shisui, even with his Sennin mode, had no confidence to be able to help Yama in the current situation with a meteorite falling on the earth. Homosubi's thoughts were no different from Uchiha Shisui's. He knew very well that even with the Autumn Mirror, he won't be able to completely resist the aftershocks caused by the collision of the meteorite with the Earth's surface. Therefore, while pondering over what to do now, Homosubi glanced at the figure of Yama, who was attacking the Akatsuki organization even in this situation, and said decisively to Shisui, "In the given situation, by staying here, rather than help, we will only be a hindrance to Yama. The mission he assigned us has already been completed, and by staying here we are of no help to Yama, and will only add more chaos, so retreating will be the best course of action." Shisui thought a little, and asked Fuafuwa, "What do you think, Fuafuwa-san? Will Yama be able to defeat Nagato? And is there a possible way for us to help him?" Fuafuwa yawned in boredom, not sure if he can defeat the red-haired guy. "I can't sense anything about him because of that disguise of his. Anyhow, you shouldn't interfere, as you are not yet strong enough. It's best to retreat." "Ugh. I know I am not strong enough, you don't have to rub it in." Shusui's side then retreated with Homusubi. As both Shursui and Homusubi along with the two unconscious Jinchuriki disappeared from the battlefield, Fuafua was sitting on Shursui's shoulder, glanced backward at the falling meteorite and murmured to herself, "Those chakra fluctuations I am sensing from the meteorite, they are exactly the same as the ones from back then. I wonder if..." "Were you saying something, Fuafua-san?" Shursui asked as he felt Fuafua murmuring something. "Nothing." Fuafua shook her head and thought while yawning, "I think I am thinking too much." Chapter 556, When the Meteor Falls. Rumble. With a deafening roar, the falling meteorite approached closer and closer to the surface of the Earth. The intense heat and soaring flames produced due to the friction between air and the meteorite's surface turned the entire messy battlefield hot red and air scorching dry, like a sea of fire. In this scene akin to the end of the world, Yama, whose complete body was wrapped in the cyan Tenseigan chakra cloak, rushed towards the members of the Akatsuki organization completely unhindered and unbothered. Facing the menacing and godlike Yama coming towards them, whether it was the indifferent Nagato, the cold Conan, the arrogant Madara, the cunning black Zetsu, the playful white Zetsu, or the innocent Tobi, everyone couldn't help but show a flustered expression like never before. They never expected that the leader of Amatsukami would be crazy enough to start another round of offensive at such a desperate time when both sides should stop tacitly and prepare their individual or perhaps even combined means to ensure their and the surroundings' safety. But no! It's as if Yama doesn't care what happens to him, and just wants to kill them, which clearly shows that he is crazier than they might have assumed. Yama may be crazy, but they aren't crazy enough to accompany him into a meaningless death without even fulfilling their goals. If the environment was normal, the members of Akatsuki wouldn't be afraid to fight Yama to the end, but the falling meteorite put too much pressure on them. At this moment, their minds were completely focused on ensuring their safety, and they had long lost their will to fight, so facing the persecution of Yama, they had zero thought of resisting and immediately choose to run away. Therefore, all of them, almost at the same time, subconsciously reacted and tried to distance themselves from the crazy Yama. Nagato used body flicker jutsu and retreated sharply, Conan unfolded her paper wings behind her and flew away, Madara didn't think too much and immediately activated Kamui to make himself intangible. Meanwhile, Zetsu, black and white, as well as Tobi, submerged themselves into the ground using mayfly technique and retreated hundreds of meters below the surface, which would make it impossible for Yama to attack them. Upon seeing the actions of Nagato, Madara and the others, Yama nodded to himself, as their individual reactions prove that his action is right. The presence of the approaching meteorite has put too much pressure on them and clouded their judgment skills, causing them to misjudge the situation, which was Yama's very intention for the first step of the plan. Now that the first step of the plan was a success, Yama proceeded towards the second step. While still pursuing after them, Yama completely ignored the existence of the intangible Madara and the submerged Zetsu and Tobi. Instead, he focused his attention on Nagato running on the ground and Conan flying in the air, then stretched out both of his hands and used a full-powered Bansho Tenin on both of them at the same time. As if pulled by a sudden suction force, Nagato, who was running on the ground, suddenly slowed down, then was lifted off the ground, and uncontrollably flew towards Yama. At the same time, the Conan's figure that was flying in the air was suddenly smashed on the ground. Since Conan's speed was quite slow compared to Nagato's, and she couldn't put much resistance because of the strength disparity, so her body left a somewhat bloody trail on the ground as she was forcefully dragged all the way towards Yama under the traction force of Bansho Tenin, and was then pinned to the ground with black receivers piercing through her four limbs. Of course, Yama kept Conan alive. Hostages are only useful when alive. Killing Conan would only make Nagato act berserk, which would be non-conductive to Yama's plan. Now with Conan taken hostage, Yama looked at Nagato and muttered, "Now then, Nagato, will you abandon your comrade, or will you sacrifice yourself to safeguard your comrade?" Initially, Nagato was about to use Shinra Tensei to resist and fight back against Yama's Bansho Tenin, but upon seeing that Conan was taken hostage, Nagato suddenly panicked. He gave up resistance and rushed towards Conan. At the same time, a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Nagato understood that the main reason why Yama targeted Conan and took her hostage is that Yama intends to use Conan as leverage to prevent his escape. Although a good plan, it is still quite odd as it will result in both of their death at the same time, which is why Nagato can't help but feel puzzled. Does he really intends to see this through and wants both of us to die with the meteorite? Would it really be worth it? Nagato knows that dying in such a manner is completely meaningless for both of them, so he can't help but feel that there is something more to Yama's actions. While Nagato was racking his brain to figure out what exactly is Yama trying to do by pitting them both to death, he suddenly sensed a familiar chakra wave emitting from the meteorite that was getting closer and closer with each passing second and suddenly realized, don't tell me that this meteorite was actually summoned by him. Making a meteorite fall on the battlefield is not that big of a deal, as Nagato can do so too by creating a planetary sphere in the sky using Chibaku Tensei or summoning large pieces of rocks midair using the summoning jutsu, but to be able to summon meteors literally from the outer space is still shocking for him. So, he can't help but feel shocked at the fact that Yama is capable of doing such a thing. And what made him more shocked are Yama's intentions of summoning the meteorite. Nagato knew that it was impossible for Yama to commit a double suicide for no reason, so after sensing traces of familiar chakra from the meteorite, Nagato immediately connected all the dots after concluding that this meteorite must have been summoned by Yama. Damn it! Yama is not trying to commit a double suicide to kill both of us. He is actually dragging me here using Conan as a hostage to kill me using the meteorite he summoned. After understanding this, Nagato realized that he had fallen into Yama's trap. He understood that Yama, who has summoned the meteorite, has used Conan as a leverage/hostage against him to drag him down in order to put him to death by the meteorite as it collides with the surface of the earth. In this way, Nagato will most certainly die, while Yama himself must have prepared some kind of space-time jutsu that he will be able to use to escape at the last second, that is just before the collision. Of course, this situation can be avoided as long as Conan is rescued, but Conan herself won't be able to escape from Yama, and the black receivers piercing her four limbs are making it impossible for Nagato to directly send her away by the means of reverse summoning jutsu. Moreover, as long as Yama is present here, he would definitely prevent Nagato from rescuing Conan, so it would be impossible for him to be able to rescue Conan before the meteor collision. This means Nagato has no means of saving Conan and escaping from here before the meteorite falls. Yama must have known that Nagato won't abandon Conan even if it means death. This is why he prepared such a trap. Conan also realized Yama's intentions, and because of this her heart felt more painful. This is the second time she is facing such a situation. The last time resulted in the death of her friend Yahiko, and this time might result in the death of Nagato. If Nagato were to die because of her, she won't ever be able to forgive herself. As such, Conan shouted at the top of her lungs. "Don't, Nagato, never mind me, you need to escape," urging Nagato to retreat. But her words fell to deaf ears. Nagato had no intention of abandoning her. Therefore, Nagato is left with no other option but to deal with the falling meteorite alone, because if he doesn't and escape alone, then Conan will undoubtedly die, which he won't allow, no matter what. Then there is only one thing I can do, and it is also something I must do. Nagato muttered, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. Then he brought both of his hands together. Snap! A clear sound of applause resounded as Nagato clasped his together and erupted his chakra reserves without holding back even a single drop. Even if his face was distorted and painful, he continued to squeeze out more and more chakra. The current him, if he gives it all without holding back anything, then it may not be impossible for him to stop a falling meteorite, and now that he is forced into a desperate situation, Nagato has no choice but to just do that. Boom! A clear explosion rang as Nagato's chakra erupted unreservedly. Immediately after that, with a poof sound, the Geto statue that had gone missing some time ago appeared behind him and attached several black rods to Nagato's back. Now under Geto Mazo's protection and being able to extract life force from the statue, Nagato, who had amassed enough chakra, stretched out both of his hands towards the sky and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Shinra Tensei." As soon as he used the Shinra Tensei, his red hair started to pale at a speed visible to the naked eyes and soon turned sickly white. His eye sockets started to bleed bloody tears, and, his nourished body, as if squished out of all of its juice, suddenly became thinner and haggard, just like it used to be a few months ago before the transplantation of Hashirama cells when he still relied on the wooden cart. With the overdraft of chakra, and condensation of Rinnegan's visual prowess, the Shinra Tensei used by Nagato broke out just before the meteorite was about a few hundred meters away from the Earth's surface, and suddenly slowed down its fall as if two big invisible hands were stopping its further descent. And while trying to slow down the meteor's descent, Nagato muttered with gritted teeth, "Damn, it's too heavy. At this rate, I won't be able to stop it completely. I can only slow its speed and delay the fall for a few seconds." After realizing this, Nagato glanced at Yama from the corner of his eyes, as if waiting for Yama to leave the battlefield by the means of space-time jutsu, so that he can have the chance of saving Conan. At the same time, he swore in his heart, "I lost this time, but the next time, I will definitely kill you." Nagato had to admit that he really lost this time, and his loss was much worse than their last battle at Amigakure and so thorough that he can't even give any excuse. But he is not discouraged, and believes that he will definitely be able to win next time. As long as Yama leaves the battlefield, Nagato will be able to rescue Conan and escape, of course, before the meteorite falls. A few seconds later. In this manner, a few seconds passed, and something that Nagato hadn't expected happened. The meteorite he had slowed down with everything he got was now only about 100 meters away, but there were no signs of Yama leaving the battlefield, as if Yama didn't really plan to leave the battlefield in the first place. Nagato was surprised, and his heart shuddered in realization. No, don't tell me he even expected this. Just what is he planning to do now? Yama obviously didn't know Nagato's complex and absurd thoughts, and seeing Nagato looking towards him with inexplicable expression, he muttered inwardly, "Don't get distracted while looking at me, you have a meteorite to slow down." Up until now, everything has gone basically as per Yama's plans, and Nagato was forced to use everything he had to stop the meteorite's descent. Although, Nagato's actions slowed down the speed and momentum of the meteorite by more than 60%, which was expected. But Yama's heart was still not at ease because Nagato really couldn't completely stop it completely, as expected, so, the meteorite, which is only about 50 meters away, will eventually fall, as expected. Even if with only 40% speed and momentum, it will still set off large-scale destruction. Damn it, why doesn't he leave already? Damn it, why didn't you surpass my expectations this time? Both Nagato and Yama cursed at the other party, but neither had any time to think too much. In Nagato's panic and struggle, and Yama's helplessness and disappointment, the meteorite eventually fell. Nagato's all-out Shinra Tensei was shattered as if a fragile piece of glass, and the meteorite, whose speed and momentum was greatly slowed down, smashed on the thick and rigid head of Gedomazo. Boom! As the core of Jubi, Gedomazo's skin can be said to be one of the hardest substances in the existence, as can be proven from the fact that even Yama's Golden Will reincarnation explosion can't cut through it. But even if it's extremely hard, when the meteor directly smashed on its head, it let out a heartbreaking wailing roar. Roar, roar. Amidst the painful wailing and roar of Gedomazo, the meteorite that was still unstoppable finally smashed to the Earth's surface. At the moment of collision, the entire horizon glowed in firelight, and a mushroom-shaped cloud of smoke that could be seen from hundreds of miles away rose into the sky. The entire mainland shook. Hundreds of thousands of deep cracks spread out in all directions and reached up to several dozens of miles. The earth-shaking shock waves engulfed the sky with dust that spread in all directions like a tsunami. In the face of such a calamity, the shinobi of the 5 great villages that have already fled dozens of miles away from the battle were not spared either, and were unbiasedly swept away one by one. Whether it was a medic nin, a san nin, a Hokage, or a flying Tsuchikage, every single one of them was like a grain of sand washed away during a sandstorm. Chapter 557, How to Awaken the Tenseigan. On the Moon. Plop. As soon as the meteor was smashed on the battlefield in the Land of Fire, Tonari collapsed on the ground and heavily gasped for breath. Although Tonari possesses one of the purest Otsutsuki bloodlines and has extremely high talent as well as authority over the giant Tenseigan, he is still an immature kid who has yet to enter his teenage, so, dragging a meteorite from all the way in deep outer space to the Earth was still a very difficult task for him. After all, the distance that the meteor had to cover is hundreds of thousands of miles. Just accelerating it and correcting its trajectory during the journey has put a lot of burden on Tonari and emptied his entire chakra reserves. And this is still the situation when the main chakra consumption is that of the giant Tenseigan. If Tonari had relied on his own power, then let alone dragging it all the way towards the Earth, he couldn't even make the meteorite budge slightly. Therefore, Tonari realized just how weak he is at this moment, because if not, then he wouldn't be desperately gasping for breath at this moment. Sure enough, I am still not good enough. After introspection, Tonari stood up on his soft feet and lightly pressed his palm on the giant Tenseigan. Although at this moment he is extremely tired and overwhelmed, he must at least confirm the result of the meteor collision to figure out whether the person who stole Geto Mazo died in the attack or are they still alive. Of course, no one can survive such an attack. That's what Tonari thinks. You must know that the meteorite that fell on the battlefield was an asteroid drifting in outer space. Its toughness, density, as well as rigidity are much higher compared to the ordinary piece of rocks that are found on the Earth. Moreover, the entire process of the meteor collision was under the control of the giant Tenseigan's chakra, so its power is multiple times higher compared to the artificial meteor fall. As such, there is really no way anyone can survive such an attack. That's what Tonari believes. But there is no harm in confirming. He still wants to be foolproof and verify whether that person is really dead or not. With these intentions, Tonari activated the giant Tenseigan, and his consciousness soon reached the shinobi world on the Earth, and more specifically on the battlefield in the Land of Fire. As Tonari looked at the battlefield, the first thing he saw was the mushroom-shaped cloud of dust and smoke that was constantly rising above. The mushroom-shaped cloud not only contained a large amount of dust and ash but also extremely dense and chaotic chakra waves consisting of Rinnegan chakra, Tenseigan chakra, as well as extremely rich natural energy and life force. The combination of these scattered chakra made the center of mushroom-shaped cloud extremely chaotic, filled with stormy winds and raging lightning, thus making it extremely difficult for Tonari to clearly perceive anything inside it. After discovering this situation, Tonari's frowned brows gradually loosened with a relieved expression. Although he doesn't really have much combat experience, this does not hinder his basic judgmental ability in regard to certain things. And given the chaotic situation inside the mushroom-shaped cloud, Tonari didn't really think anyone could have survived the meteor fall. Therefore, it doesn't really matter who stole Geto Mazo, and what is the cause of the abnormality with the giant Tenseigan on the moon. After being crushed by the meteorite, each and every single one of them must be dead, which means everything is over. In fact, Tonari even felt that the ominous Geto Mazo might have also been crushed by the meteorite and permanently destroyed, so the Otsutsuki clan would no longer have to be shameful for not being able to fulfill their responsibility of guarding the Geto Mazo, and the threat of Jubi will also come to an end. With this, I hope that the people of the shinobi world will learn a lesson and not use chakra for creating more wars, muttered Tonari, and decided to withdraw his consciousness out of the shinobi world. Roar! And just as Tonari was about to do so, suddenly, a breathtaking roar came from the center of the mushroom-shaped cloud and resounded all over the battlefield. What? Tonari exclaimed in surprise, shock, and doubt. Immediately afterward, the mushroom-shaped cloud started to slowly disperse under the storm caused by the roar and revealed a hideous and terrifying head with 9 eye sockets. The demonic statue of the outer path. How could it still be, okay? Tonari immediately recognized the statue and was surprised to find that even after being smashed in the head by the meteorite, it was not destroyed at all, which made Tonari extremely shocked. But before Tonari could get any more answers, he keenly felt a force on the battlefield trying to perceive him. Upon feeling someone trying to perceive him, Tonari was extremely decisive, and without any hesitation, he withdrew his consciousness out of the giant Tenseigan and cut off all the connection between the moon and the Earth. And that's not it, he even activated several defensive barriers on the moon that would prevent anyone from trying to invade here. After finishing these series of tasks in one breath, Tonari again collapsed on the floor and faintly breathed a relieved sigh. The experience just a few moments ago was really shocking for him. Not only were the people of the shinobi world able to resist and survive the meteorite fall, they still had enough chakra and energy left to be able to perceive him, the perpetrator, who is present hundreds of thousands of miles away from them. This is too scary. What the elder said is indeed correct. That has not yet arrived, so we can never be too careful or hasty with the shinobi world. No matter what path I choose, I need to have the corresponding strength to follow that path, muttered Tonari in understanding. After learning this lesson, Tonari also realized why the ancestors haven't dealt with the shinobi world yet, and why they haven't taken back Geto Mazo yet. Previously, the ignorantly innocent and arrogantly proud Tonari didn't understand the caution of the elders, but now he finally understood why the elders have been so cautious with the matters of the shinobi world, despite having the giant Tenseigan with them. Only when you awaken the Tenseigan will you be able to exert the true power of Homura's Tenseigan. These were the words of the elders before their death, and now Tonari has carved them into his brain. The main reason why these Otsutsuki clansmen of the moon are able to freely control the giant Tenseigan is that the giant Tenseigan mainly constitutes tens of thousands of Byakugan of their ancestors. This blood connection is what allows them to control the energy vessel. However, the power gap between a single individual and the giant Tenseigan that contains the chakra of tens of thousands of people is still too great. As such, even if the Otsutsuki clansmen of the moon have an innate control over the giant Tenseigan, exerting its true power is still very difficult and burdensome for them. The same is the case that happened now. Although Tonari was able to drag a large meteorite from all the way in outer space to the battlefield in the land of fire on the earth, doing so was extremely burdensome for him and emptied his entire chakra reserves. Being able to do this is already the upper limit of the Otsutsuki clansmen on the moon, therefore, the elders have been very cautious. The elders understood their limits fairly well and acted within them, lest they mistakenly provoke an overly powerful enemy and end up suffering annihilation. After all, even if they have the giant Tenseigan, they are not fully confident in their ability to be able to defeat the likes of the gods of shinobi. As such, they patiently bid their time and patiently waited for a better opportunity and placed all their hopes on the young to do the things they have been unable to do. In their eyes, perhaps only Tonari has the ability to complete Homura's decree of purifying the failed shinobi world of Rakudo Sennin. And Tonari also understood this, murmured to himself in a distracted tone, I need to awaken the Tenseigan to fully use the power of Homura's eyes, but how do I awaken the Tenseigan? The young Tonari is obviously unaware of how to awaken the Tenseigan, and neither his father nor the elders of the Otsutsuki clan on the moon told him how to awaken the Tenseigan. The reason why they didn't tell him is that they, themselves, are unaware. And this is also reasonable, because if they were aware, then they would have long since stolen a pair of Byakugan from the Hyuga clan on the earth and awakened the Tenseigan by now. But Tonari needs the Tenseigan to exert the power of the giant Tenseigan, so after thinking a little, he muttered, perhaps I need to study the history of our clan, maybe I will be able to find something from there. On the battlefield in the shinobi world. Crack! 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 Not long after Tonari cut off the giant Tenseigan's connection with the shinobi world, the sound of the spherical shell made up of the truth-seeking orbs sounded in Yama's ears. His previous speculations were indeed correct. Not long after the meteorite collided on the battlefield, the connection between the giant Tenseigan on the moon and the shinobi world was cut off. In fact, not only was the connection cut off, but several layers of the barrier were also deployed, because of which Yama can no longer perceive the existence or chakra of the giant Tenseigan. After losing the chakra support of the giant Tenseigan, Yama's strength decreased. Fortunately enough, Nagato lived up to Yama's expectations. Not only did he slow down the meteorite, he even offset most of the damage caused by the meteorite, which made it possible for Yama and the mainland to easily survive this calamity situation with just some shaking and small-scale damage, respectively. Crack, crack. Kacha, shatter. It didn't take long for the cracks to spread all over the spherical shell as it started shattering into dust and disappeared into the air. The truth-seeking orb was greatly damaged by the meteorite, and not that the resonant connection with the giant Tenseigan on the moon is cut off, so Yama could no longer maintain the truth-seeking orb. As such, he didn't insist on it and let it crumble to dust. With the protection of the truth-seeking orb gone, Yama's figure appeared on the battlefield out in the open, and he looked at the figure of the bloody and scrawny Nagato not far away. Chapter 558, Yama's Deterrent Effect. Unbelievable. Not only did Nagato actually manage to offset most of the momentum of the falling meteorite, he even managed to save Conan from being crushed by the meteorite, at the same time, managed to survive himself? This is simply unbelievable, thought Yama with an unhappy expression as he looked at the scrawny and bloody Nagato not far away. Almost everything went according to his plan and did not deviate much from his expectations, but this doesn't make Yama happy at all. On the contrary, Yama is unhappy, very angry, and cursing himself for being correct this time. Because this only makes the situation worse. Although on the surface it seems as if Yama not only single-handedly faced against all the 4 core members of the Akatsuki organization at once, but even managed to overwhelm them without much difficulty, as a result, proving himself to be an invincible existence, and making them appear as extremely vulnerable and helpless against him. Yama himself is extremely clear that in reality, that's not the case at all. In reality, whatever power Yama showed, it was all thanks to the chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, and now that the connection with the giant Tenseigan has been cut off, Yama himself doesn't retain much chakra to be able to continue the same level of invincible offensive. Yama knows that without any support from either the giant Tenseigan on the moon or from Toyama/Ryumyaku, he is unable to maintain and control too many truth-seeking orbs at once. And considering the fact, 3 of his truth-seeking orbs are being used to constantly maintain the seal of the 3 limbo clones of Nagato that he sealed not long, Yama doesn't really have many options left with him at this moment. Maintaining those seals on the limbo clones to stop them from interfering in the battle is rapidly consuming chakra out of him. As such, even though Yama has such a nice opportunity in front of him, with Nagato being in such an injured and sorry state and all, he is still not certain whether he will be able to successfully kill off Nagato because the damn Gedomazo is still connected to him and rapidly supplying him with life force. And while Nagato is being given life force by Gedomazo, there are still no signs of Senjutsu chakra appearing in Yama's body that was supposed to have come by now, which has further delayed him. This delay has disrupted his plans of killing Nagato, as his current chakra reserves are simply unable to support him in doing so. With Yama's current chakra reserves, even maintaining those seals and the Tenseigan chakra mode is a difficult task for him, much less attacking Nagato with Gedomazo on his side, which is a complete suicide move in his opinion. Understanding this full well, Yama dare not be so bold as before and openly attack Nagato. Actually, Yama had originally planned to force Nagato to give it his all to resist the meteorite in order to protect Conan and wanted to take advantage of it to reap his life, but the delay in the arrival of the Senjutsu chakra from his shadow clone and the damn existence of the Gedomazo has disrupted all his plans, and again made him realize that Nagato is really one of the children of the prophecy. Killing him won't be easy unless Nagato willingly sacrifices his life. I didn't expect that the gap between our individual strengths would be widened to such a degree in just a few months, Yama muttered silently as he looked at the opposite Nagato, who was removing the black receiver from Conan's body. Puff. After removing the last black receiver from Conan's body, Nagato coughed a mouthful of blood, his figure staggered slightly and almost fell to the ground. The bloody and injured Conan, who was protected by Nagato all this time, resisted the pain brought by her injuries and quickly got up to support Nagato. The current Conan has no words left to say. After all, the reason why Nagato is in such a sorry state is primarily her, therefore, she can only bite her lip in frustration at her uselessness, let the tears stream down her face in guilt and sadness, but dare not mutter a single word to be a distraction in the face of Yama, and only supported Nagato to the best of her abilities, which is the only thing she can do at this point. Cough cough. Nagato coughed up blood, then wiped the corner of his mouth with his right hand while looking at the figure of Yama not far away with his bulging eyes. Following Nagato's gaze, Conan too looked at the figure of Yama on the opposite, and said while gritting her teeth in anger, "Nagato, you retreat. I will try to draw away his attention to cover up for you. I am not sure for how long I will be able to hold it. I think it should be possible to distract him for a few seconds. But you needn't worry. I have placed billions of exploding tags on the battlefield. The big deal is that I will die together with him. But you must survive, Nagato, for only you can bring peace to the world. Although Conan said so, in her heart she is extremely clear that her exploding tags are completely useless on Yama no matter how many billions of them there are. Therefore, she knows that her intention of distracting Yama is just a suicide move, but this is the only thing she can do. If she can trade her life in exchange for bringing an opportunity for Nagato to retreat, then she would do so without any hesitation. Ha ha ha. Hearing Conan's words, Yama chuckled disdainfully. Of course, it's not that Yama was looking down on Conan's so-called billions of explosive tags or her determination to sacrifice herself, it's just that he is trying to intimidate the two of them to make sure that they don't start making reckless moves against him out of desperation, because that would be very dangerous for the current Yama. Yama's current intention is very simple. He just wants to delay some time, to make sure that Senjutsu chakra molded by his shadow clone arrives in his body. Of course, Yama has to make sure that Nagato and Conan don't figure out Yama's true intentions, therefore, the disdainful laugh. This is not the first time he has been in such a dilemma, so he has enough experience of how to deal with it and knows how to play it cleverly to delay some time. Of course, while delaying time and vigilantly watching Nagato, Yama also tried to perceive his surroundings in order to find the positions of Madara, in order to be prepared to guard against his sneak attacks. Yama is very clear that almost everyone on this battlefield, including him, has suffered some sort of injury because of the meteorite fall just now. But there is just one exception to this. And this exception is without a doubt Madara, because of his bug-type Manjikyu Sharingan Dojutsu, Kamui. Because of his Kamui, Madara is capable of making himself intangible, so Yama knows that there is no way the meteorite fall would have had any impact on him. After all, Madara was completely unaffected even by Deidara's C0 suicide bomb, which creates a blast range of more than 10 kilometers radius, so obviously Madara won't suffer here either. As such, Madara, who can completely ignore these types of attacks, has naturally become the one most threatening to the current Yama. After all, aside from his intangibility, Madara is also capable of using long-range Kamui attacks to directly shred anything with just a single glance at his target, which is the most dangerous and can bypass all sorts of defense. Therefore, Yama must remain vigilant against Madara and his Kamui at any cost. And while Yama was searching for Madara, Nagato waved his hand towards Conan and said, without moving his gaze away from Yama, "No, the one who should retreat is you. As for me, I haven't lost yet. I still have some tricks up my sleeve. As such, I can defeat him just fine." Although his figure is already skinny and bony, his chest is heavily gasping for breath, heaving up and down as if he will suffocate any moment. Nagato still had the determination to fight to the death against Yama, and the war intention radiating from his eyes have not weakened in the slightest. Unnecessary emotions such as surprise, hesitation, doubts, disbelief, and anger that were interfering and clouding his judgment until a while ago because of the sudden appearance of meteorite have completely disappeared, and all that's left now is the intention to kill or be killed. Perceiving Nagato's intentions, the reflaring of his chakra that he sucked out of the Gedomazo, and the sudden appearance of a vague shadow next to him, Kuroto's face under the Yama mask turned darker. The vague shadow that appeared next to Nagato is obviously his fourth limbo clone. Earlier Yama had destroyed it using the Golden Will reincarnation explosion, but it seems that more than enough time has passed since then, and Nagato has managed to bring it out again using the chakra he sucked out of the Gedomazo. The appearance of the fourth limbo clone beside Nagato only made the situation worse, because now Yama is not even certain if he can successfully seal the fourth limbo clone while guarding against the real Nagato, Madara, Conan, Zetsu, and Tobi at the same time. In fact, given the current situation, and the sudden turn of events, the probability that Yama might be the one who ends up dying at the end of this battle has also increased exponentially, which has also made him somewhat afraid to make a move. This also made Yama sigh at Nagato's body. The pseudo-sage physique that Nagato has gained after the transplantation of Hashirama cells is extremely terrifying, with exaggerated battery life, extremely high chakra reserves, extremely fast charging speed, extremely fast chakra recovery speed, and the most terrifying power bank. Gedomazo, that can continue to provide him the needed charging anytime and anywhere. While Yama was sighing in helplessness, suddenly, a spiraling whirl appeared on Nagato's side, out of which the figure of Madara appeared. Madara, while vigilantly guarding against Yama, grabbed Nagato's shoulder, preventing him from making any reckless attack against Yama. At the same time, Zetsu and Tobi also appeared out of the ground, and while fearfully looking at the figure of Yama standing on the opposite side, both of them persuaded Nagato, retreat. The appearance of Madara, Zetsu, and Tobi loosened Conan's tight nerves, and she sighed in relief and quickly said to Nagato, fighting to the death here is worthless. Have you forgotten Yahiko's last words? How are you going to complete them if you end up dying here? After hearing Conan's words, and specifically the mention of Yahiko's last words, Nagato sighed and stopped, insisting, "All right, retreat." The moment Nagato agreed, Conan spread out her paper wings, lifted off Nagato, and flew far away from Yama, leaving behind Madara, Zetsu, and Tobi, who stayed here with the intention of covering up Nagato and Conan's retreat. Although they stayed behind to cover up Nagato and Conan's retreat, they were extremely nervous and clenched their hands in sweat. Upon seeing such a sudden change, and Nagato's intention of retreating, Yama frowned. Although he is somewhat afraid of the current Nagato, Yama didn't want to just let all of the members of the Akatsuki organization retreat so easily. So, without caring about whether the Senjutsu chakra in his body had arrived or not, Yama rushed forward, and shouted, "You!" But before Yama could either finish his words or cover even half the distance to get closer to any of the Akatsuki members, the faces of Conan and Nagato in the distance turned fearful, and fearing that Yama will catch up to them, Nagato immediately shouted, "Reverse summoning jutsu," and then the very next instant both he and Conan disappeared into poofs of white smoke. At the same time, Zetsu, Tobi, and Madara's expressions were also fearful, and noting that both Nagato and Conan had disappeared, they did not dare stay here an instant longer and disappeared from the battlefield using their individual means of Kamui and Mayfly technique. Phew! At this moment, a gentle breeze blew, and Yama, who was the only person left on the battlefield, blinked his eyes in daze, and muttered in wonder, "Has my deterrence already reached such a high level?" Chapter 559, Night passes and dawn arrives. Has my deterrence already reached such a high level? Yama muttered in wonder, as he didn't expect that the core members of the Akatsuki organization such as Madara, Zetsu, and Tobi would retreat in so much panic. Although he felt a bit regretful, there is nothing he can do about it, and sighed, "Well, although I failed to kill Nagato again, which is a pity, I at least managed to safeguard the reputation of Yama as the current invincible character in the shinobi world. Even if this reputation is just a hollow shell. Don't underestimate the effect of deterrence. It may not seem much on the surface, but sometimes it can play unexpected and miraculous effects. The invincible existence of Yama is something extremely necessary, as it will give Kuroto the necessary buffer time he needs to continue his Project Godhood. Because the situation after the war tonight is clear to the entire shinobi world. The strength of Uzumaki Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization, has far surpassed any Kage-level existence and has really reached the domain of a high-tier Super Kage. Whether it is a Kage, a Jinchuriki, or a Bijou, none of them can put any resistance in the face of Nagato. Even if the 5 Kage fights together against Nagato, they cannot even touch Nagato in the strict sense, as they will die at the hands of Limbo clones before they can do so. So, the number of people in the shinobi world, the ones currently alive, who can actually threaten Nagato is already 0 if the existence of Obito's bug-level Kamui is not counted. So, it wouldn't be wrong to say that the shinobi world has officially entered the same era as that of the previous god of shinobi, with Nagato being Uchiha Madara-level existence. In such a situation, if there is no deterrence of an invincible existence present in the shinobi world who is keeping Nagato in check, Nagato and the Akatsuki organization would have no scruples at all, and mow down the 5 great shinobi villages single-handedly with no one capable enough of stopping them. When this happens, the 5 great shinobi villages will either be forced to surrender their bijou for the sake of survival, or the 4th great shinobi war will start much earlier than it should, and even then, it is highly unlikely that the shinobi alliance would win. Maybe it will take a few months at best and the Jubi will be revived, but Kuroto's project godhood would obviously not be completed in such a short period of time. At that time, Kuroto will either have to face the Jubi Jinchuriki Nagato who wants to create peace with fear, or the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya, who would have been freed of her seal and descended upon the shinobi world and wants to hang all the creatures of this shinobi world on the divine tree to absorb their chakra and turn them into Zetsu beings. If it is the former, that is Nagato, then there would still be room for maneuver as Kuroto could hide in dark and continue his project godhood in extreme secrecy, but if it's the latter, that is Kagaya, then there is nothing Kuroto will be able to do and perhaps he too will become nutrition of the divine tree after being hung to it under the effects of the infinite Tsukuyami. In such a situation, the existence of Yama is very important and meaningful, as Yama has basically become the Senju Hashirama of this era, the only person capable of fighting against and suppressing Nagato, the Uchiha Madara of this era. Even if Kuroto is no longer on the same level as Nagato and cannot defeat him if he is not in a resonant state with the giant Tenseigan on the moon, this deterrent effect and feat brought by the mere existence of Yama will keep Nagato in check. After all, Nagato isn't actually the Uchiha Madara. With a relieved sigh, Yama looked at the moon in the night sky, with a thoughtful expression, and muttered to himself, "It does seem that I can no longer rely on the chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, because the actions of the radicals on the moon are too crazy. They don't seem to care about the consequences that their reckless actions can cause to the shinobi world." The act of sending a meteorite to the battlefield is a clear declaration and a warning. If Yama were to casually borrow chakra from the giant Tenseigan on the moon again, the next thing falling on the earth will not just be a meteorite. As Yama was thinking, the faint orange light appeared on the horizon, and as if cutting through the dark and dreary night, it illuminated the world again with a warm embrace. "It's finally dawn," muttered Yama as he cast his gaze at the rising sun. With the emergence of the morning light of the rising sun, the difficult night had finally passed away. Although the pain this night brought to the people of Konoha can't be forgotten so easily, it would still ease up their nerves to some extent. When Yama thought as such, he couldn't help but laugh at himself. It's ironic that the Konoha village and the shinobi world needs dawn from the Akatsuki. Not getting too much into it, Yama soon retracted his gaze from the rising sun and looked at the surroundings. The damage done to the battlefield is enormous, and the picture of several miles has completely changed. There is no longer any shadow of the valley as there was before. The center of the battlefield is 100 meters deep crater with big chunks of hot and melting rocks at the center of it, and all around is just plain and simple destruction. Several villages and towns far away also seem to have been affected, muttered Yama with a sigh, such is the power of a meteorite. After confirming that nothing was left for him to do on the battlefield, Yama waved several hand signs, then disappeared into a cloud of smoke. On the other side, the emerald green Susanoo appeared out of the mounds of dust and smoke. Cough cough, coming out of the mud and rocks that buried him, Shursui coughed heavily, and Fuafua, who was sitting on Shursui's shoulders, shook her whole body to clean off the dust from her fur, and cursed in anger, "Damn it, now I will have to take a bath to clean off all this dirt." Shursui remained silent and didn't give any reply as he looked around to see if he could figure out the situation. Following Shursui, Itachi disguised as Homusubi also came out and coughed heavily while looking around at the scene of destruction. Although Shursui and Homusubi had tried their best to get as far away from the battlefield as possible, the offshoot and the aftereffects of the meteorite's collision with the Earth's surface still affected them, and they had no other choice left but to use all their chakra reserves into using Susanoo in order to prevent their death because of being buried in the ground. Chapter 560, Aftermath. After easily avoiding all the obstacles, Kuroto quietly returned to the village. With the soft morning light falling on his back, Kuroto stood on the remains of the outer wall of the village and looked at the scenery of Konoha that has experienced and survived one of the toughest nights since the establishment. At this time, of the Konoha village, only the outer walls, and a few blocks close to the outer walls that were protected well are left intact. Everything else is completely destroyed. The closer to the center of the village, the more serious the misery, and the more serious the signs of destruction. Not to mention the very center of the village, where the Hokage building generally stands, has become nothing more than a deep pit with only dust and rocks. Given the state of the village, it wouldn't be wrong to say that more than 95% of the Konoha has been destroyed in the overnight attack, including Kuroto's home, which is also part of that 95%. However, be that as it may, Konoha was not at all desolate at this moment. On the contrary, the destroyed village was filled with tens of thousands of people, lined up in neat rows following the standard procedure, and partaking in or assisting in the follow-up procedure with everything, be that recording and getting the dead ones buried, getting their injuries healed, summarizing the events from their own perspective, or receiving the food. Unlike the Pain's assault on Konoha that took place in the Canon, where the Six Paths of Pain launched a sudden attack on the village while Konoha's defenses were down, and the villagers did not have enough time to retreat to the refugee shelter before the Super Shinra Tensei was used, which resulted in the immediate death of several thousand Konoha villagers, as well as the injury of more than a few 10,000. The Konoha this time around had been prepared for the raid of the Akatsuki organization. When Satori invaded the village had entered a state of emergency, and the shinobi and Konoha were ordered to help the evacuation of the citizens to the refugee shelters. So, by the time Tendo used his Super Shinra Tensei in an attempt to completely destroy Konoha, most of the villagers were safely moved to the evacuation shelter and most of the Konoha shinobi had gathered far away from the center of the attack. Therefore, the number of casualties is not as serious as imagined initially, especially because the injured ones were given timely medical treatment by Tsunadeheim's slugs. Of course, the number of casualties is not as serious as imagined implies that the number still exists, so although everyone in the is orderly following the procedure, a solemn and heavy atmosphere still lingers in the village. Not delving into the matter too deeply, Kuroto quietly sneaked into the village, and after replacing the shadow clone left in the village, he made his way towards the temporary medical camp in order to find Yui. Kuroto didn't have to search too arduously and easily located Yui, only to find that, despite the severe chakra exhaustion due to the several battles and more specifically because of the unconscious use of Shinra Tensei on one of the Pains, she was still gritting her teeth and using everything she could to heal the injured shinobi and the villagers. Kuroto could see that her legs had already started to soften, and she might collapse at this rate, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of stopping the treatment. Seeing her in such a condition, Kuroto sighed slightly and slowly transferred his chakra into her, making it possible for her to continue the treatment of the injured people without self-harming. In the midst of healing a piercing wound of a Konoha shinobi, Yui was surprised to find the warmth in her body, but upon noticing Kuroto looking at her with a smile, she understood that it must have been done by Kuroto. Yui couldn't figure out how Kuroto was able to give her his chakra, but because chakra transfer technique is not that big of a deal or rare among the shinobi, so she didn't worry too much about it and refocused her attention on the patient lying in front of her, and continued to provide treatment to the injured villagers. It was only after several dozens of patients later when the number of seriously injured decreased, and the other people of the staff asked her to take a break to rest did she stop. As soon as Yui took a break, Kuroto held her and brought her to a relatively isolated tent, and started to inject more chakra into her. After transferring sufficient chakra into her to ease the effects of chakra exhaustion, Kuroto heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "It's okay to want to save more people, but to be able to do so, you must also take care of yourself. If you were to collapse at a critical point in the middle of treating someone's injury, it could prove to be fatal and might even result in the death of the patient." "I am sorry," Yui nodded and apologized silently because she knew that Kuroto is right. Seeing her admitting, Kuroto didn't say anything else about that matter, and just hugged her tightly, and muttered, "I am glad that you are safe. During the entire incident, I was really worried that something might happen to you. Thank goodness you are safe." Yui also hugged Kuroto tightly, for she too had the same worry the entire night. Although she trusts Kuroto's strength and abilities and believed that nothing will happen to him, she still couldn't help but get worried. And her worries were indeed reasonable. After all, the ones who attacked the village yesterday left behind thousands of dead and injured. Even most of the best shinobi of Kuroto's generation was not uninjured either. Therefore, now that she has personally seen Kuroto safe and sound, and felt the warmth by being in his arms, her nerves were finally relieved. The two remained silent and stayed in the same position for a few minutes, and after a while, as if Yui suddenly remembered something, she activated her Byakugan to make sure that no one was peeking at them. She lightly whispered, "Kuroto-kun, yesterday when Shizen-chan, Anko-chan, Izumi-chan, and I were fighting against one of the puppets of the leader of Nagato, something strange happened, and my eyes, and chakra." Before Yui could finish her words, Kuroto rubbed her hair lightly, and nodded, "I know, don't worry about it." A few days ago, Kuroto has sealed a part of his Tenseigan's visual prowess into Yui's Byakugan with the help of transcription seal in order to protect her. This is also the main reason why Kuroto was too worried about Yui's safety until a while ago. After all, Yui wasn't aware of the visual prowess that was sealed within her eyes, thus she could not activate it on her own, and the sealed visual prowess itself was programmed to not activate or help Yui unless she is facing a desperate situation where there is no hope of surviving. So, the fact that the visual prowess sealed within her Byakugan activated must mean that she came to face a desperate situation and had no hope of being able to survive it. In other words, she must have faced a situation where she was just a step away from death yesterday and could have been seriously injured if not dead. This was making Kuroto very worried, and only after ascertaining her complete safety with no signs of serious injury did he feel relieved. Hearing Kuroto's words, Yui finally understood that her guesses were not wrong. The strange thing that happened last night in the refugee shelter was not merely a coincidence, but Kuroto's handiwork. "Kuroto-kun, as I thought, it really had something to do with you." Kuroto nodded with a light smile, and asked, "Who were other people present with you at that time? And who all witnessed that strange incident?" Yui thought about it for a while, then answered, "In addition to me, Shizen-chan, Anko-chan, Izumi-chan, 4 kids as well as the enemy's puppet were present among the people alive at that time. And they are the ones who witnessed the incident. Although, I don't think any of them will connect the cause of the incident with me because the lighting in the refugee shelter at the moment that incident occurred was too bright for anyone to be able to discern anything. By the time the lightning returned to normal, that puppet was already defeated. Since the passage was actually dim, and because the incident was too strange, so everyone assumed that it must have been the work of someone else. No one doubted me, because my strength is also not at such a level." Kuroto nodded lightly. "Well, that's good," and thought to himself, "In any case, I will ask Shursui and Itachi to temper with the memory of the witnesses to make sure that the incident is completely disconnected from Yui." Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin etc. are invisible jutsus that are impossible to be detected with normal eyes. In fact, even the likes of Sharingan and Byakugan can't detect them, for they are not direct chakra manipulation, but manipulation of physical forces. As such, there is no way to connect Yui with that incident. But Kuroto still wants to take extra assurance to make sure that no connection remains in order to eliminate all the possibilities that would point at her and ultimately at him through the grapevine. Although doing so will take away Yui's credit for having defeated one of the paths of pain and bring light to her, for Kuroto Yui's safety and secrecy on his intelligence are much more important. At this time, Yui asked curiously, "Anyway, Kuroto-kun, what kind of jutsu was that? Is it a newly developed secret jutsu? I couldn't even see it with my Byakugan. If not for my instinctive feeling, and the chakra exhaustion that followed soon after, I wouldn't have even realized that such a jutsu was used." "Well, it can indeed be considered a secret jutsu, if you want to classify it to a type," answered Kuroto after thinking for a while, then said, "There are several requirements to use it. At present no one in the village except for me fulfill those requirements, so don't mention it to anyone, not even to Tsunade-sama. Don't tell her anything about it, as it is my trump card, not really, in the extreme situation." Chapter 561, Funeral Ceremony. Ding 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 ding. As Kuroto passed through a street, he could clearly hear the noisy and percussive sounds coming from all directions. The current Konoha village has become a super large construction site. This is neither a metaphor nor exaggerated rhetoric, but just a simple, most straightforward, and accurate description. Wherever one sees, they will find some sort of construction work going on, under the directive of busy villagers and construction workers, while the trolley pullers who are transporting all sorts of materials related to construction work are crowding the streets. It's been 3 days since the night of Akatsuki's attack. Pain and sorrow are still fermenting in people's hearts, but the reconstruction of the village is the most urgent task and cannot be delayed by any means. As the greatest shinobi village among the 5 great powers, Konoha obviously has its own heritage, so after the ruins were cleared and dead bodies were found and removed, the vigorous village reconstruction project started in full swing. And while the Konoha started its reconstruction work, the other 4 Kages who had secretly arrived in Konoha to participate in the 5 Kage conference gathered up all their subordinates and hurriedly returned to their villages because they were worried about the safety of their villages as well. So, immediately after recovering from their injuries under Tsunadeheim's treatment, they did not delay even an hour and secretly returned using the fastest routes. One thing to note is that since experiencing everything that happened 3 days ago, the 5 great shinobi villages have reached a consensus and unanimously declared Akatsuki organization as the enemy of the entire world. Therefore, now the Akatsuki organization has been named as the evilest terrorist organization that must be annihilated at all cost because it threatens the peace of the entire shinobi world. This is not only because the Akatsuki managed to almost succeed in their outrageous attack on Konoha, but also because countless people saw the leader of the Akatsuki organization using the Geto-Mazo statue to extract and absorb the tailed beast out of Killer Bee and Karatachi Yagura. This action of Nagato exposed that Akatsuki's goal of stealing all the tailed beasts is not just pure idiocy, they probably have a method to perfectly use all the stolen tailed beasts. So, their danger level has been increased by several levels again. Moreover, the act of stealing tailed beasts has also touched the bottom line of the 5 great shinobi villages, and even a Wagakure, who used to work together with the Akatsuki organization, is unwilling to tolerate such actions. After all, the tailed beasts are the strategic weapons of the great shinobi villages that are considered as the trump cards to be used as a last resort. The main reason why Kumogakure was considered to be an extremely strong village and even had the guts to provoke Konoha is that the people of Kumogakure have mastered the means to perfectly using the tailed beasts, and by doing so the Jinchuriki have reached Kage-level strengths. In fact, it might not even be an exaggeration to say that one of the reasons why the 5 great shinobi villages are called the 5 great shinobi villages is that they have the power of tailed beasts in their hands. And Akatsuki has openly shown that they have ambitions to steal these tailed beasts. Doesn't this goal alone make them the enemy of the 5 great shinobi villages? Previously, although it was rumored that the Akatsuki wants to steal all the 9 tailed beasts, the rumors were only rumors and they had no basis. Even if Akatsuki did manage to capture the Jinchuriki of Nibi, the 5 great villages were still not so serious about Akatsuki's goal. After all, the tailed beasts are not just the weapons of mass destruction that can be used against the enemies, they are also ticking time bombs that can explode any time in their own village, and unless someone masters how to use that power, they will remain ticking time bombs that will have to remain sealed. Precisely the reason why even the 5 great shinobi villages who have owned the tailed beasts for several decades did not dare to openly claim that they have perfectly mastered the power of the tailed beasts. So, the 5 Kage did not believe that the Akatsuki organization has the means to perfectly use the power of the tailed beasts. But 3 days ago, they all saw what the wooden statue controlled by Nagato is capable of. The 5 Kage themselves witnessed and were shocked to find that the wooden statue controlled by the leader of the Akatsuki organization can actually absorb the tailed beast's churka out the body of the Jinchuriki. This action clarified that the Akatsuki organization not only has the ambitions to collect the tailed beasts but also has the ability to use those tailed beasts. In the eyes of the 5 Kage, such a thing is too horrible. Therefore, they have unanimously declared Akatsuki organization as the enemy of humanity. Anyway, that aside, after the catastrophic destruction that Konoha suffered from at the hands of Akatsuki, the 4 Kages, including the Tsuchikage, have expressed their intentions to Sandaime Hokage that they will try to provide the necessary assistance within their capacity to help with the reconstruction of the village. There was no fraud in their words, and all the 4 Kage really did want to help Konoha this time. The reason is also very simple. They knew very well that their villages will be relatively safe only if Konoha, the figurative head of the 5 great villages, stands at the forefront in the upcoming wars against the Akatsuki organization. The 4 Kage fears that if Konoha is not at the forefront, then the next one to be baptized by Nagato's Super Shinra Tensei will likely be their villages. As such, they want to do what they can to push Konoha at the front so that their villages can remain safe. How? At this moment, Heiei, who was walking next to Kuroto, yawned in tiredness. Kuroto glanced at Heiei from the corner of his eyes and noticed that the already sick and pale Heiei seemed more tired and pale, with deep under-eye marks and sunken eye sockets, as if he is just a few steps away from death. In fact, not only him, even Kurenai and Hyuga looked haggard and seemed extremely tired. Because of the large number of casualties and injuries which resulted in the shortage of manpower, Kuroto's Team Ro had to undertake the missions of 3 Umbu teams. Therefore, his Team Ro has not taken even a little bit of rest in the past 3 days and are extremely tired. Kuroto said lightly, "Everyone, hold on for a while longer. Next we have to attend the funeral ceremony, after which Team Ro will be given half a day's holiday." Heiei rubbed his eyes, and said with a light chuckle, "Don't worry, Captain, we can still hold on. The village is in such a state, how can we be lazy?" Hyuga nodded in agreement. "That's right." Kurenai only nodded silently and did not say anything particular. Although, one can see that her expression is a little distracted, as if she is in the midst of some deep thoughts, or perhaps worry. Kuroto nodded slightly. Regarding Kurenai's deep thoughtful face, Kuroto didn't think too much, because almost all the shinobi in the village have thoughtful and solemn expressions on their faces. In the afternoon, the funeral ceremony officially commenced. In the up and down of the past 3 days, the exact number of casualties and missing shinobi, as well as villagers, have been counted. It was exactly as previously guessed. The number of villagers who had died or disappeared last night reached somewhere around 1,000, and most of these deaths were those villagers who became prey to the evil chakra of the Box of Bliss. The number of Konoha shinobi who died or went missing also reached a number close to 1,000. In the final statistical analysis, all those considered to be missing are also regarded as dead. The reason why they are marked as missing is simply that either their bodies haven't been found yet, or if their bodies are found, they are unrecognizable. At Konoha Cemetery. Wearing a set of black clothes, Kuroto led the Team Ro to attend the funeral ceremony. At this time, thousands of Konoha shinobi are already lined up in front of the graves, expressing their grief for the loss of their loved ones. Sandaime Hokage quietly stood before the memorial stone and looked at the new names inscribed on it with a saddened expression. Among the dead this time, the highest status was that of Konoha advisor Hamura Mitokado from the Elder Council. On the attack that night, while contact with Sandaime Hokage was suddenly lost, Elder Hamura took the charge of the Konoha shinobi and followed the 4 Kages to launch a surprise raid on the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Because he was one of the 5 leaders of the charge, so Hamura Mitokado also received key care from the Akatsuki organization, and it's a pity that he couldn't survive that care. Among the 4 Kage and Elder Hamura, only Tsuchikage Onoki, who was attacking from a relatively safe distance, remained safe. While the other 4 suffered heavily, and naturally Elder Hamura was no exception. In fact, it can be said that Elder Hamura suffered the most. Godame Kazekage can use Scorch Release to mummify her enemies and defend herself. Yondaime Reikage has the Lightning Chakra mode that grants him speed and power. While the Yondaime Mizukage, being a perfect Jinchuriki, had the attack and defense of Sanbai. Therefore, Elder Hamura, who had no such special Kekkei Genkai, or special jutsu, or tailed beast, had the unfortunate luck of getting his name inscribed on the memorial stone. And to be honest, this is not a surprising thing. The strength of the 2 elder advisors Hamura and Koharu was originally weaker compared to Sandaime Hokage and Shimura Danzo. And after the end of the Second and Third Great Shinobi War, both of them gradually turned into civilians with high authority. Coupled with their increasing old age, which brought the decline in physique as well as chakra reserves, their strength is no longer what it used to be. And, obviously, such people can't survive against the likes of the members of the Akatsuki organization. Chapter 562, Have Confidence in Rakudo Sennin. When thinking of the unfortunate death of Elder Hamura, Kuroto's gaze swept over at Shimura Danzo standing in the first row. Although Kuroto didn't actively inquire about it, he still heard a lot of whispers in the past 3 days. And what's interesting is that almost all of those whispers were either connected to Shimura Danzo or Sandaime Hokage, clearly indicating that something is happening between Shimura Danzo and Sandaime Hokage. Understanding how someone is trying his best to increase his influence by the means of rumors, whispers, and evening tea talks, Kuroto's lips arched in an evil smile, filled with contempt. Kuroto doesn't know if something is seriously wrong with Shimura Danzo's brain or what, but the old coot doesn't seem to be able to understand such a simple truth that the position of Hokage not only represents authority and power but also serious responsibility. Although the village was destroyed by the Akatsuki organization, although Sandaime-sama's prestige fell to the bottom, and reputation completely plummeted because of his failure and inability to protect the village, the position of Hokage that Sandaime holds is still not something that the likes of Shimura Danzo will be able to replace, who was not even visible on the night the village was suffering the threat of annihilation at the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Even if the entire village expresses dissatisfaction towards Sandaime Hokage, and the entire Jonin Council votes for Sarutobi Hiruzen to step down, the ones to step up and replace Sarutobi Hiruzen will either be Sannin Jiraiya or Sannin Tsunade. No one in their right mind is going to vote for Shimura Danzo's succession to the position of Hokage. The old fool is not even capable of realizing such an obvious situation and is jumping up and down like a clown at the time of reconstruction of the village, only to insult himself and lose even the last bits of whatever meager reputation he has left. What's more, if you ask Kuroto, he would definitely say that the more you love the feeling of power, the more you love to be in control, the more you should avoid taking the center stage at this time. Because at this time, the position of Hokage is nothing more than a ticking time bomb which might result in your doom any instant. After all, the Hokage will have to continuously lead the charge of attack and defend against the Akatsuki organization. Even if you know that you aren't capable of doing so and will most likely end up dying, you still have to do it, because you are Hokage. Shimura Danzo neither has the required strength nor the required character, and yet he wishes to take the center stage at this point. This just proves that either he is too delusional, or there is something giving him the necessary confidence. I am quite curious as to what exactly is giving him such confidence. Is it the Chimera Jutsu? Realizing this, Kuroto thought, even if Chimera Jutsu is improved and Chimera Buds are made suitable to meet the conditions of his body, what can he do? It's not like he will be able to survive the ceremony in the first place. Which means that Danzo's dream will always remain a dream and never ever succeed, muttered Kuroto with a disdainful chuckle. The reason why Kuroto thinks so and believes so is not that he has any inherent prejudice against Shimura Danzo, but this is Kuroto's observation of Shimura Danzo's character. The more familiar Kuroto has become with the person named Shimura Danzo over the years, the more Kuroto feels that Shimura Danzo is more of a politician than a shinobi, and a politician stage is obviously not on the battlefield of life and death. It doesn't matter how strong a politician becomes, he will always remain a politician and won't ever become a shinobi, because a shinobi is just a tool who is willing to go to any length to complete the task assigned to him. Moreover, a politician like Shimura Danzo will never be able to match a true shinobi in a life and death battlefield. This was repeatedly proven in the canon, and clearly showcased in the Sasuke vs Danzo battle in the Land of Iron. With just a single use of his Susanoo, Uchiha Sasuke was able to reach Shimura Danzo's life several times within just a few seconds of the beginning of the fight between the two. The performance of Shimura Danzo in his battle against Uchiha Sasuke was extremely pathetic. It was definitely not something you would expect from a war veteran and experienced person like Danzo. All these negative points of Shimura Danzo repeatedly prove that neither is he suitable for becoming the Hokage nor will he succeed. After drawing such a mocking conclusion, Kuroto shifted his gaze on the back of the patriarch of the Hyuga clan. The princess of the Hyuga clan was kidnapped from the village. If such a thing were to happen in the past, then it is more than shocking enough to shake the whole village and cause too much chaos, but such a village-shaking thing happened on the night the Akatsuki organization attacked, and everyone digested this information calmly without any panic or chaos. Especially Hyuga Hayashi, the patriarch of the Hyuga clan, and the father of Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi knew that Hinata was kidnapped in the presence of Yui, yet he did not blame Yui for being unable to protect Hinata and only gave her light punishment in order to curb the dissatisfied voices of the members of the main family. Kuroda doesn't know why he did this and does not put the blame on Yui. Perhaps he knew the truth of the matter, and understood very well that even if he was present in her place, he might not have been able to stop Orochimaru and Kabuto. Or maybe he did to not earn Kuroda dissatisfaction. Regardless, Kuroda is still quite grateful because he has no desire to engage in meaningless conflict within the clan. Anyway, that aside, the fact that Hinata and Neji were kidnapped on the night of Akatsuki's attack has dealt a severe blow to the Hyuga clan. In the face of such a situation, not only has Hyuga clan organized special rescue teams, but they are also trying to use the underground black market to get in touch with the kidnappers with the hope of buying the hostages in exchange for ransom. Of course, being the nature of the Hyuga clan, the priority is still given to Hinata, so the ones trying to rescue Neji are only his parents and uncle. And when thinking of the kidnapped Hinata and Neji, Kuroda's gaze subconsciously shifted to the Uchiha father and son pair that was standing not far away from the Hyuga clan. It is ironic to say that not only Uzumaki Naruto but even Uchiha Sasuke was also kidnapped on the night of Akatsuki's attack. As a result, the reincarnation of both Indra and Azura were taken away at the same time, and are now facing one of the worst situations they have ever faced. Kuroda even found this situation to be extremely funny considering that Rakuto Sannin must be anxious and jumping around in panic regarding the safety of both his children. While Kuroda thought about a lot of things, the funeral ceremony continued and was finally finished with the dispersal of Team Ro for the evening. As soon as Kuroda got free, he was hurriedly approached by Tense Shursui and Itachi. Both of them arrived at their usual meeting place, and upon seeing Kuroda, Itachi even asked with a bit of an impatient tone unlike his usual self, "Kuroda-san, when should we make our move?" Kuroda obviously knows what Itachi means by make our move. Adds by Pub Future. On the night the Akatsuki organization attacked the village, Shinichi managed to cleverly and carefully reveal the coordinate of the new hiding base of the Akatsuki organization to Uchiha Fugaku. And Uchiha Fugaku obviously passed this information to Sandaime-sama and Uchiha Shursui. In other words, because of Shinichi's cleverness, Konoha managed to secretly get a hold of the location of the Akatsuki organization's new secret base. And now that both Shursui and Itachi have approached Kuroda to ask, when are they going to make a move, obviously means that they are eager to attack the base of Akatsuki organization. Looking at Shursui and Itachi's worried and impatient expression, Kuroda said calmly, "It's not the right time yet." Kuroda has already considered the thought of rescuing Naruto and Sasuke, who are the reincarnations of the children of Rakuto Sannin, as well as Hinata and Neji, both of whom have a very close relationship with Kuroda and Yui. These children have been kidnapped and are facing the most dangerous situation of their lives. As responsible adults and family members, Kuroda must do his best to save these children. But no matter how Kuroda thought about it, he just won't be able to defeat the current Nagato. If you can't defeat him, you can't defeat him. This is an objective, and it doesn't change or depend on anyone's will. Of course, Kuroda perfectly understands that to rescue the 4 children he doesn't need to try to kill Nagato, just distracting him long enough would be fine. But recklessly dealing with the situation might make the situation worse and lead to the death of the 4 children. This is why Kuroda has been calmly considering things and trying to find a way to bring the 4 of them back to the village. Itachi may not know Kuroda's difficulties, but as a qualified shinobi, he understands that there must be a reason, so he curbed his anxiety and questioned, "Kuroda-san, is there a reason why now is not the right time?" In the minds of Shursui and Itachi, Kuroda, when taking the Yama form, is undoubtedly #1 shinobi with invincible strength, making him akin to God of Shinobi. Even the leader of the Akatsuki organization, who has the Rinnegan, cannot match Yama and has to run away to save his life. So they are unable to figure out the reason why now is not the right time. Kuroda coughed lightly and said, "Think about it. Akatsuki organization is targeting the tailed beast, so their target should have been the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi Uzumaki Naruto, not Uchiha Sasuke. And as far as I know, Orochimaru has been coveting the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, so his target should have been your brother Uchiha Sasuke, not Uzumaki Naruto." While Hinata and Neji were just bystanders who got mixed up in all of this without any reason. Itachi nodded after understanding what Kuroda meant, Basically, he has also figured out this and said, it is as I guessed, they have caught the wrong targets. Which means they are going to find a way to exchange hostages. Shursui questioned with a thoughtful expression, Kuroto-san, are saying that we should wait for a while, and use the opportunity of hostage exchange to rescue all 4 children in a single attempt? Kuroto nodded lightly, yes. I think this will be the most efficient and feasible option. With Orochimaru's characteristic cautiousness, it is impossible to agree to hostage exchange in Nagato's presence, so the place where the hostage exchange will take place will definitely not be Akatsuki Organization's base. At the same time, Orochimaru won't be foolish enough to invite the members of the Akatsuki Organization to his base considering how precious the samples stored in his secret bases are. So the hostage exchange will neither take place in the Akatsuki sphere of influence, nor in Orochimaru's sphere of influence, and Nagato of all people will definitely not be part of the hostage exchange. Such an opportunity will be perfect to safely rescue all 4 children. Shursui bobbed his head in agreement. I see, this is indeed a good idea. In Shursui's eyes, Sasuke is very important as Sasuke is equivalent to his younger brother, but Shursui also knows that Naruto, who is the Jinchuriki, is also very important for the village, especially now that the Akatsuki Organization is crazily capturing tailed beasts. Moreover, this matter also involves the princess of the Hyuga clan and the Kuroto's personal disciple, therefore, they can't be hasty in trying to rescue Sasuke and endanger the safety of the other 3. Itachi also understood this very well, but he can't help be worried about Sasuke's safety, and asked, Kuroto-san. Sasuke, he will be fine, right? Kuroto patted Itachi's shoulder and said in a comforting tone, have faith in him, he may be a kid, but he is your younger brother. I say he has as much preservation in him as you, no, in fact, his preservation is higher compared to you. Trust me what I am saying, this setback and horrible experience will undoubtedly nurture Sasuke and stimulate his growth. Hearing Kuroto's words, Itachi smiled slightly and calmed down his anxiety. What Kuroto really wanted to say, but chose not to say, is that have confidence in Rakuto Sannin. Chapter 563, After Effects on Clone. Maintaining the peace in the shinobi world, and ensuring that Otsutsuki Kagaya does not break free of the Yin-Yang seal to destroy the shinobi world by absorbing all the chakra is a responsibility that Rakuto Sannin has chosen to bear on his shoulder, the father of Ninshu. Before he finds a suitable substitute, Rakuto Sannin will definitely not give up on Naruto and Sasuke, who are the reincarnations of Asura and Indra and were given the job of protecting the shinobi world in the canon. Besides, as Kuroto analyzed previously, the situation of Naruto and Sasuke is not that bad. What Akatsuki is needs of Kyuubi, so obviously their target is the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi Naruto, so Sasuke and Neji are just ordinary hostages in their hands with no value, and what Orochimaru is after is a talented Uchiha's body, for which he has chosen Sasuke as his target, who awakened the Sharingan at a very young age. So, Naruto and Hinata are more or less meaningless to him. In fact, Kuroto knows that Orochimaru wouldn't dare to play around with Naruto. After all, the kid is the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, and Orochimaru should perfectly understand how dangerous Kyuubi can be. Therefore, either a hostage exchange will take place, or the hostages will simply be returned back to the village in exchange for some ransom. Before either of the scenarios happens, the lives of Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, and Hinata should basically be guaranteed. And considering the fact that the trust between Orochimaru and Akatsuki has long been lost, so the hostage exchange will never be completed in a short period of time, which means that Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Neji and Hinata, should remain safe for some time. After repeatedly assuring Itachi, who was worried about Sasuke, Kuroto left a shadow clone to act in his stead, then secretly left the village and returned to the anchor Vantian that has been floating irregularly in the midst of clouds above the sea. As soon as he returned, Kuroto was greeted by Gaara and Karen, who both spoke in unison, "Welcome back, Kuroto-sama." Kuroto nodded slightly, then immediately checked the state of the seal of Ichibi on Gaara's body with a serious expression. After thinking a little, Kuroto said, "Wait, I am going to add an extra seal on your body." "All right, Kuroto-sama." Though he did not understand why Kuroto needed to add an extra seal, Gaara nodded nonetheless. Kuroto did not say much to explain anything, he just waved the hand signs and then tapped on Gaara's stomach. With this action of Kuroto, a tetragram pattern appeared on Gaara's stomach. Ah, and Gaara, who has always been stoic, couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. Karen, who was standing next to Gaara, quickly supported him and asked with a concerned expression, "Why you okay, Gaara-kun?" Gaara gritted his teeth and nodded slightly, "Why yes. I am okay." After completing the seal, Kuroto looked at Gaara's sweaty forehead and explained, "I have completely cut off Ichibi's connection with the physical world and the tailed beast's world this time. Don't try to actively use the slightest bits of its power without my permission, do you understand? This time what Kuroto has done is completely different. With this seal in place, both Gaara and Ichibi's connection is completely cut off. At the same time, Ichibi's interference in the physical world is also completely cut off, and that's not all. Ichibi will not be able to come in contact with the other tailed beasts either using tailed beast's special plane." Gaara also realized that he seems to have lost all the connections with Ichibi sealed within him, and quickly said, "Kuroto-sama, Shikaku has been very cooperative during this period. He doesn't try to threaten me to seize my body, and he also doesn't affect me psychologically, so there is no need to punish him." Kuroto said lightly, "I am not punishing him. The reason I have cut off his connection with everything is different, and it has nothing to do with the uncooperativeness. Well, you don't need to worry too much about it this time, just do as I say. It is for the safety of both of you anyway." "If that's the case, then okay," Gaara nodded hurriedly. Kuroto nodded slightly, gave a few instructions to both the kids, then he walked towards his laboratory. The main reason he has completely cut off Ichibi's connection with everything is mainly to guard against the Akatsuki organization. Because Kuroto isn't sure whether the Akatsuki organization already has or will be able to develop some means to perceive the locations of tailed beasts, so just to be on the safe side, Kuroto chose to completely cut off Ichibi's connections with everything to make sure that perceiving Ichibi becomes an extremely difficult task. By ensuring that Shikaku does not fall in the hands of Akatsuki, Kuroto can delay their plan of resurrecting the Jubi, even if by a little, and as long as Jubi is not resurrected, Kuroto can be sure that the situation will not be completely out of his control. Anyway, after arriving at his laboratory, the first thing Kuroto did was to immediately take out the Fujin clone from the nutrition tank. After placing it on the test bench, he did a comprehensive inspection of the clone body through his Byakugan and by using several medical devices, only to find that the state of the Fujin clone is extremely poor. The entire circulatory system seems to be near collapse state, the bones are decaying and the muscles are disintegrating. Even many organs are not spared and are damaged to a certain degree. But all these things are not the biggest problem. The biggest problem is that these injuries and damages cannot be repaired because of the presence of all-killing ash bones particles in the blood. "The degree of damage and the state of the clone is worse than I had presumed," muttered Kuroto with a sigh. Seeing the extent of the damage that the clone had suffered, it wouldn't even be wrong to say that if this was a human body instead of a clone, the human would have already lost his life by now, because a normal human body simply cannot withstand this degree of damage and would have disintegrated long ago. In fact, Kuroto's other clone bodies wouldn't have been able to withstand such damage either and disintegrated by now. Only the powerful Fujin clone, which has mutated due to the fusion of the Hyuga and Kagaya genes, has been able to barely withstand it without completely disintegrating. But even then, if Kuroto doesn't take immediate measures and repair it as soon as possible, this clone wouldn't even be able to last more than a week, that too when not being in use, and this is already its limit. In order to repair this clone, the key is obviously to purify the blood by removing the excessive concentration of all-killing ash bones particles. Thinking of this, Kuroto's eyes subconsciously shifted to the wind clone beef floating in the other nutrition tank that he hasn't touched at all because of its unsatisfactory quality. Blood transfusion is undoubtedly the best way to purify the blood and also remove the excessive concentration of all-killing ash bones particles from the Fujin clone, and it just so happens that because of the presence of the wind clone bee in the laboratory that Kuroto hasn't used has enough blood necessary for the transfusion process. While thinking about the idea of blood transfusion, Kuroto walked closer to the nutrition tank and looked at the wind clone bee. In fact, The overall specs of the clone B are actually very good, so the clone B is not that bad, but compared to clone A, i.e., Fujin clone, those good specs can only be considered mediocre, and clone B can only be treated as unsatisfactory. Therefore, Kuroto has no hesitation to sacrifice the Wind Clone B in order to repair and preserve the Wind Clone A. The only problem is that the blood of the Wind Clone B2 contains the all-killing ash bones particles. Although the concentration is far lower compared to the Wind Clone A, they are present nonetheless. As such, even if the blood is transfused, this treatment will only be a temporary solution and the root cause will not be solved. Kuroto weighed the situation slightly, and seeing that he has no other option, he finally decided to repair the Wind Clone A by replacing the blood. The development and cultivation of the Fujin clone have already reached perfection. As long as its physical functions are maintained by the time Kuroto will perform the ritual, it can be used in the fusion process. As for the problem of the disease of the Fujin clone being passed to Kuroto during the ritual process, there is really no need to worry about it. If Kuroto's ritual succeeds, he will attain Kekkei Mora. Reaching Kekkei Mora means his physique will strengthen and reach the same level as Otsutsuki Kagaya. When this happens, the disintegrating effects of all-killing ash bones particles will no longer be effective on Kuroto's body. And if Kuroto's ritual fails, Kuroto will undoubtedly die in the ceremony even before the Kekkei Genkai disease becomes active. Therefore, regardless of success or failure, there will be no need to worry about the all-killing ash bones particles affecting the body after the fusion ritual. Chapter 564, Blood Transfusion. After making up his mind, Kuroto did not waste any time and started to act without any delay. With the intention of carrying out blood transfusion, Kuroto carried out all the necessary preparations for the blood exchange operation and soon started the operation. Blood exchange operation/transfusion is obviously much simpler and easier compared to the cell or organ transplantation operation. The real problem that Kuroto faced when carrying out the blood transfusion for the Fujin clone was not any so-called technical difficulty or the lack of knowledge, rather, it was the lack of suitable vessels capable of holding Fujin clone's blood and the corresponding storage container that wouldn't just disintegrate upon coming in contact with the decaying all-killing ash bones particles. It is no secret to Kuroto that the concentration of all-killing ash bones particles has reached unusually high levels in the Fujin clone's blood. Before carrying out the operation, Kuroto even went as far as to conduct a few small tests and found that all the blood transfusion tubes/catheters, as well as most of the containers present in his laboratory, cannot be used to store the Fujin clone's blood as they simply can't withstand the disintegration upon coming in contact with the blood containing all-killing ash bones particles. Basically, within 15 minutes of coming in contact with the all-killing ash bones particles' contaminated blood, the vessels and container will start to show clear signs of decay and turn into pure ash within the next 5 minutes. If the container is made up of metal, it will quickly rust and oxidize, and if it is made up of glass, the structure of the glass will collapse as it starts to heat up and melt. Because of facing this unreasonable problem, it took him a lot of time and effort before Kuroto managed to find a suitable material that could barely hold Fujin clone's contaminated blood. The material he found is the bark of a tree that secretes a special type of glue on its surface. The only reason such a thing appeared in his laboratory is that Kuroto was testing out various colloidal materials that would be suitable in replacing the glue used by Hiroku at the time of making the chimera buds. The results of those tests were obviously disappointing, so at that time Kuroto had just discarded this tree bark and didn't care too much about it, but now that very same tree bark is proving to be quite useful. Kuroto never expected that this tree bark, which secretes a special type of glue, would actually be capable of withstanding the disintegration upon coming in contact with Fujin clone's contaminated blood, but now that he has finally found something he can use to store the blood, so the blood transfusion operation can finally begin. So it began, and lasted a few hours. After a few hours, the blood transfusion operation was finally completed. The transfusion operation went smoothly without any major accidents in the middle, and as the blood in the body of the Wind Clone B was quickly transfused into the body of the Fujin clone, all the vital signs of the Wind Clone B also gradually disappeared. With the all-killing ash bones particles' contaminated blood now exchanged with the clean blood, the disintegration of the Fujin clone also slowed down. The next thing Kuroto did was to properly and securely store the contaminated blood for later research, then dispose of the wind clone bee as it had already lost all vital signs and would be of no use now. With all those pesky tasks completed, Kuroto again came towards the bench on which the Fujin clone was lying and observed it very carefully. After a while, he frowned, then loosened his eyebrows. In order to better understand the status of the Fujin clone, he directly used the Tenseigan soul descend and transferred his soul from the main body to the Fujin clone body. Cough. After coughing for a while to get rid of the blood clots jamming the trachea, Kuroto climbed off the operation table, staggered a few steps, then heavily collapsed on the ground, which wasn't anything strange. Although the disintegration of the Fujin clone body has stopped because of the blood transfusion, the original damage and injuries of the body, as well as the other major organs, have not been treated, so obviously, the body functions are not back to normal. In the fight against Hiriko, Tendo, and Madara, several of his organs, many major vessels, bones, and even muscle fibers throughout the body had been injured or damaged severely. And considering these damages, it's nothing strange that the body has lost all mobility. Now that I see the condition of this clone body, it appears that I went a bit too far in using the Fujin clone, Kuroto sighed while resisting the sharp pain he was feeling all over his body. But Kuroto didn't regret it, because if he didn't do what he did by going a bit too far in using the Fujin clone during his fights with Satori, Hiriko, Tendo, and Madara, then the consequences that the village would have suffered might not have been just about a few thousand deaths. At the price of a few serious injuries of this clone body, if Konoha can continue to exist, and many of his friends and families can continue to live, then this is not too big of a price to pay. What's more, those battles have also been proven to be beneficial to Kuroto from an overall perspective, as his mastery over all the powers and Kekkei Genkais of the Fujin clone have also improved to varying degrees. And please don't underestimate all these improvements in fighting skills. Kuroto's ability to fully bring out his fighting power is inseparable from his major improvements brought by frequent participation in high-intensity life and death battles. One of the reasons why Nagato retreated in a crippled state this time was also because he seriously lacks the experience of fighting against people of the same level as him. Because Nagato hasn't really fought that many life and death battles against someone of similar strength as him, therefore, when faced with the moment of real crisis, his response wasn't up to the standard. He did not use the best tactics that he could have, and as a result, caused many mistakes and misjudgments in the battle. One of those extremely serious misjudgments was his inability to see through Kuroto's facade, as Kuroto managed to fool him without much difficulty just using his own experience. Therefore, even these itsy-bitsy improvements are very important, as they can bring about major differences over the course of several years. Anyway, after putting away this thought, Kuroto sat on the ground in a cross-legged position and instructed the Kazekage puppet to bring over Karen. Kuroto is not that proficient in Iryo Ninjutsu, so although he has temporarily solved the major problem of the Fujin clone by performing blood transfusion, he has no immediate method of treating the injuries that the clone body is suffering from. Fortunately enough, Karen is also present at Anchor Vantien. With her around, just a single bite can provide the necessary healing chakra and heal almost all the major injuries. Although Kuroto doesn't really want to use her in such a manner, he doesn't have any other option at this point because Karen hasn't learned Iryo Ninjutsu either. Thinking so, Kuroto sighed, I'll have to find a way to teach her Iryo Ninjutsu too. While Kuroto was busy in his thoughts, under the guidance of the Sandaime Kazekage puppet, Karen came to the laboratory with a look of curiosity. For her, this is the Forbidden Zone, and this is the first time she has foot anywhere near Kuroto's laboratory, so when she looked around, she felt that everything was full of novelty. Seeing Karen's arrival, Kuroto, who was currently controlling the Fujin clone, beckoned her towards him. Karen nodded and walked up to him, and called out, Fujin-sama. Having been living in Anchor Vantien for quite a while, Karen and Gaara have seen and met Suijin, Tsukihei, as well as Fujin. Of course, they are not aware of the fact that all of them are just Kuroto controlling different clone bodies. What they think is that Suijin, Tsukihei, and Fujin are all Kuroto's subordinates, just like the Kazekage puppet. And seeing Fujin's state, Karen was a little worried. With Karen standing next to him, Kuroto said lightly, "As you can see, I have suffered several serious injuries and need your help. Will you help me?" There was no need to ask, as even before Kuroto had asked, Karen had already rolled the sleeve of her kimono and proactively stretched out her arm. Although she didn't seem to hesitate and actively stretched out her arm without even Kuroto asking, he could still see that her arm was shaking in nervousness and her face had a slight timid expression, and thought, it seems that she remembered the painful memories of her mother's experience in Kusagakure. Shaking his head slightly, Kuroto didn't say much and took a gentle bite at her arm. As soon as he bit on Karen's arm, a gentle yang chakra entered his mouth and soon passed through his entire body, giving a warm feeling. The feeling was like soaking in a hot spring, the whole body felt warm, and the unbearable pain in his body instantly started to dissipate as all the injuries started to heal rapidly. At the same time, Kuroto, with his Byakugan, could clearly see that Karen's body was also becoming thinner. Upon realizing this, he did not burden her too much and immediately stopped after the major injuries were healed. After all, Karen is still too young. Excess overdraft of her chakra will seriously affect her health and deteriorate her foundation. Stopping halfway, Kuroto breathed a sigh of relief and said while gently patting the girl's head, "Thanks, with this, I am healed." At the same time, Kuroto can't help but feel enviable towards the Uzumaki physique. Although Karen at this point in time is just an ignorant young girl who is not even 10 years old, when it comes to her passive ability as a medical nin, she is by no means inferior to Tsunade Hime, the #1 Iryo nin in this shinobi world. While Kuroto was feeling enviable, Karen obviously noticed that not all of his injuries are healed, so she still didn't roll back the sleeve of her kimono and said, I can still hold on." Kuroto shook his head. "Don't worry about it, the major injuries are already healed, rest will heal automatically. So, I am fine now, and you can go back and rest." "Okay," Karen nodded slightly, then under the guidance of the Sandaime Kazekage puppet, she left the Forbidden Zone. With Karen and the Kazekage puppet gone, Kuroto observed the state of his clone body using his Byakugan, then carried out a basic assessment of the physical body. And based on the result of the assessment, he concluded that as long as he doesn't use chakra and more specifically, doesn't use Shikatsumiyaku, then the transfused blood can continue to maintain all the activities of the clone body for the next 3 to 4 months before becoming contaminated with the all-killing ash bones particles. "It seems that I will have to create a few more wind clones in the future to serve as backup blood tanks for the Fujin clone." Chapter 565, The Alive Sensation. "It seems that I will have to create a few more wind clones in the future to serve as backup blood tanks for the Fujin clone," muttered Kuroto with a sigh upon thinking of the high cost of preserving the Fujin clone in the future. The wind clones are created using the cells samples Kuroto collected from Kimimaro, who was already suffering from this problem, albeit on a much smaller scale, so all the clones that have been created or will be created using his cells will also suffer from the same problem, and the difference is only the degree of severity. In other words, even if Kuroto does not cultivate, train, or use these clones for any other purpose, these clones that suffer from hemorrhagic disease as soon as they are created will not be able to maintain their own body functions for a very long time and collapse soon enough. So using these clones, which are already plagued by disease/curse, to act as suppliers of fresh blood for the transfusion into the Fujin clone that is on the verge of collapse is tantamount to treating these clones as disposable blood banks. Because the concentration of all killing ash bones particles is constantly increasing in the blood, so the blood of these clones also have a limited lifespan and cannot be stored normally, nor can you repeatedly draw blood from the clone bodies, and once the blood is drawn, the used-up clones also lose their basic values. This ultimately means that if Kuroto fails to achieve any fundamental breakthrough in his biotechnology within the next few months that will help him preserve the blood of the wind clones, he would have to consume a complete wind clone every quarterly just to ensure that the functions of the Fujin clone continue to work and don't collapse midway. Fortunately enough, Kuroto has recently managed to earn quite a lot of funds from various sources. One of these sources is the 5 Great Villages. Back when Yama rescued the shinobi of the 5 Great Villages, he had casually offered the price of rescuing each individual to the Hokage and the Tsuchikage, which both of them had accepted. When that amount is tallied, it should be several hundred million ryo. These several hundred million ryo should be more than enough to fund Kuroto's Project Godhood for the next few steps, including the cultivation and development of the new generation of Chimera buds. As for the issue of Hokage and Tsuchikage not willing to recognize the deal, Kuroto is not at all worried about this problem. After all, this time, Nagato unabashedly displayed the strength of the Akatsuki organization in front of the 5 great shinobi villages. The 4 Kage plus an advisor elder, as well as their elite troops who had planned to carry out a surprise attack on Nagato in order to solve him with a thunderous blow, couldn't even reach up to him and were almost killed by just one of Nagato's underlings. This just proves that the 5 great shinobi villages don't even have the power to resist Nagato's underlings, not to mention the Super Kage class Nagato himself, who is the bearer of the Rinnegan, the eyes of Rakuto Sennin. Therefore, Kuroto knows that as long as both Hokage and Tsuchikage are not idiots, they will definitely not back away from paying the promised amount to the Amatsukami. Because, not paying the agreed amount is equivalent to offending Amatsukami, and any qualified Kage wouldn't dare to offend Amatsukami in such a precarious situation. After all, anyone with discerning eyes can see that the Amatsukami organization is the only force in the shinobi world that can check and balance the Akatsuki organization, so rather than offending Amatsukami, the 5 great shinobi villages would opt for a wiser choice and would attempt to win over Amatsukami in order to ensure the safety of their respective villages. So, the problem of funds shouldn't be a bother for Kuroto in a short time. After reaching this conclusion, Kuroto transferred his soul back to the main body, stored the Fujin clone inside the nutrition tank, and then turned his gaze towards the other nutrition tanks with a pondering expression. Currently, there are 6 nutrition tanks in front of Kuroto in this laboratory. Of the 6, 3 are empty, while the other 3 stores the Suijin, water, clone, Tsukihai/Homasubi, fire, clone, and Fujin, wind, clone. Naturally, Kuroto wouldn't be using his main body, Yama, to collect the remuneration from the Hokage, because doing such a lowly task is unacceptable for the high and mighty Yama. Therefore, Kuroto must choose a clone to complete this task. The Fujin clone is not completely healed, so Kuroto wouldn't risk using it either. As such, he has only 2 options left to him. The first is the Suijin clone, while the other is the Tsukihai clone. Suijin clone was created using Yuki Haku's cells, and Haku's cells were almost non-aggressive, so the appearance of the Suijin clone was quite similar to that of Kuroto when it was created. But that was only the case when it was created. With the passage of time, which has brought the increase of Kuroto's age, those similarities are no longer so obvious considering different physical growth. The main body has grown quite impeccably as the physique of a young man is supposed to develop, but that is not the case with the Suijin clone, whose physique has developed into that of a trap quite similar to that of Haku. Of course, even with these different body types, the facial features of the Suijin clone are quite similar to that of Kuroto, and these similarities in the facial features are still somewhat recognizable upon closer notice, not to mention the highly conspicuous Byakugan. If the situation in the village escalates, and the Suijin's mask is somehow destroyed, then there will be an issue of Kuroto's cover being blown away. As such, Kuroto will definitely not use Suijin clone either. With all the other options rejected, Tsukihai clone was the only option left, and Kuroto decided to go along with it. After making the decision, Kuroto didn't waste too much time and took out the Tsukihai clone from the nutrition tank, dried off the water, then implanted the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan into the eye sockets of the Tsukihai clone. With that done, Kuroto used Tenseigan's soul descend to transfer his soul into the Tsukihai clone. One side of Kuroto's eyes closed. At the same time, Tsukihai's eyes opened and she slowly sat up from the operating table. This feeling. Tsukihai shook her head slightly and sighed. The problem was not the ever-increasing bust to which she has almost gotten used to by now, but the strange dizziness and headache she felt. Because this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan in her eye sockets was obtained through the most orthodox method, as such, the visual prowess of this pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan is extremely strong. And the visual prowess has further increased and changed after being stimulated by the high-potent yang chakra of the Hashirama cells during the cell transplantation operation in Shui, to the point that this pair of eternal Menjikyu Sharingan and her eye sockets seem to have come to life as if it has a pulse and heartbeat of its own that is constantly beating in rhythmic beats. This is the first time Tsukihei is able to clearly feel this alive sensation from this pair of eternal Menjikyu Sharingan. Is it because I am not the original awakener of these eyes? Muttered Tsukihei with a thoughtful look on her face. The trait alive in this pair of eternal Menjikyu Sharingan is obviously a manifestation of a sense of independence. Tsukihei is not completely unfamiliar with this sensation, as she has felt the same alive sensation from the giant Tenseigan on the moon while being in the resonant state with it. The reason why the giant Tenseigan on the moon has the alive sensation is that it is a combination of thousands of pairs of Byakugan, thus it contains unimaginable spiritual power from thousands of Otsutsuki clansmen. And the fact that the eternal Menjikyu Sharingan has also started to gain a similar, albeit much weaker alive sensation means that a spiritual presence of Uchiha Hideki and Uchiha Ryota power has started to manifest. After perceiving this sensation carefully, Tsukihei couldn't help but conclude, these eyes really do seem to manifest the spiritual presence of Uchiha Ryota and Uchiha Hideki, although, from what I can feel, it's just their instinctive presence, not their complete sense of self. And Tsukihei felt that this is not such a strange phenomenon. After all, Sharingan is the manifestation of one's spiritual essence. Tsukihei is very certain of this because, with the improvement of knowledge and experience, her understanding of the mysterious realm of the soul has also started to become somewhat clear, so the eternal mystery named Sharingan has also been unveiled to her to some extent. In the final analysis, Sharingan, the eyes that reflect the heart, is actually just an organ unique to the bodies of the Uchiha clansmen that helps in the external manifestation of their spiritual power, i.e., the In chakra. Since Sharingan is just an organ that manifests In chakra, then the eternal Menjikyu Sharingan is also the same organ, with the only difference being the fact that the quality and concentration of In chakra it has manifested is very high in comparison to the Sharingan. From this, we can further conclude that the essence of Rinnegan is just the combination of high quality and high concentration Yin and Yang chakra. The combination of Indra chakra and the Asura chakra just happens to be the only and easiest source in the shinobi world to meet the requirements of obtaining high quality and high concentration Yin and Yang chakra. But this doesn't mean that the combination of Indra and Asura chakra or acquisition of the Rakuto chakra is the only necessary condition to awaken the Rinnegan. They are not the only condition, but just one of the many possible ways to awaken the Rinnegan. The key point here is the high quality and high concentration Yin chakra and Yang chakra. As long as these two requirements are met, no matter the source from where they originate, awakening Rinnegan shouldn't be impossible. Chapter 566, Child of the Nine-Tailed Demon Fox. After carefully experiencing the changes in the pair of eternal Menjikyu Sharingan and her eye sockets, Tsukihei slowly drew up some conclusions that are of major significance. First, the most significant and obvious change is definitely the increase in the visual prowess of the eternal Menjikyu Sharingan, and this enhancement is the kind of enhancement that can be clearly felt. As per Tsukihei's own estimation, she'd say her visual prowess has increased by 25 to 30%. Which is a lot. The second, and the most surprising change is the rejection phenomenon. And last, but not the least, the pair of eternal Menjikyu Sharingan are trying to influence Tsukihei, her emotions, and her thought process. After recording all these conclusions on her test leg, Tsukihei was lost in thought. The increase in the visual prowess was not that surprising considering the Yang chakra stimulation that the eyes have received. But the sudden rejection phenomenon surprised Tsukihei, as there was no such case before, and she didn't expect it to appear either. The most reasonable speculation to explain the rejection phenomenon is the increase in visual prowess. And if we go by this scenario, then the eye's attempt to influence Tsukihei's thoughts and emotions is brought by this rejection phenomenon. The aforementioned explanation seems quite self-explanatory, as the increase in the visual prowess has brought an alive characteristic to the eyes, and since the eyes now contain the manifestation of Ryota and Hideki's instinctive thoughts, so they seem to be trying to reject Tsukihei, who is not the original awakener of the eyes, at the same time influence her. Although quite a dangerous situation, this is not a bad thing for Tsukihei. Because these observations, speculations, and explanations clearly show that the pair of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan has indeed changed after being stimulated by the yang chakra of Hashirama cells, and is essentially different compared to a few months back. In fact, it wouldn't even be wrong to say that these eyes are now in an evolutionary state somewhere higher than the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and lower than the Rinnegan. As for the reason why they failed to evolve into the Rinnegan, Tsukihei speculates that the reason is probably either the lack of sufficient yin chakra or the yang chakra in terms of quality and quantity, or that the host who was used for the evolution process did not meet all the required standards. After all, Shui, who was used as a host, wasn't the original awakener of these eyes, so it's not too surprising. If Tsukihei were to use Uchiha Madara's Rinnegan awakening as a reference, at the time of transplanting the Hashirama cells he was already standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world, and even then, only decades after the transplantation of Hashirama cells, by the time he was reaching his death did the Rinnegan awaken. From Madara's reference, it can be seen that for the evolution of eternal Manjikyu Sharingan to Rinnegan, the amount of chakra required should have been very high. And if we go along with this speculation, does that mean these eyes will evolve when the chakra requirements are met? Perhaps a special scenario has to be created to meet the chakra requirements necessary for the evolution. With this thought in mind, Tsukihei dressed up herself, disguised as Homusubi, and then left Anchor Vantien in an underground base. Slurp, slurp, slurp. The sound of slurping continued to echo as a certain blonde-haired kid was busy gulping down cups of ramen. From the casual and unrestrained way of eating without minding his location, it didn't appear as if he was kidnapped, and even he didn't seem to have the consciousness of being a hostage. Looking at this scene, the readers could only sigh, well, that's Uzumaki Naruto for you. At the same time, the black-haired girl with the bob cut and pure white eyes sitting next to him seemed rather timid, which was much more normal given their circumstances, and she was barely eating in small bites while vigilantly looking around in fear. While the two kids, being themselves, a figure walked out of darkness. Hinata's expression shrank. She quickly put aside her cup ramen and clutched onto Naruto's jacket as she timidly looked at the person walking towards them. Seeing Hinata's reaction, Naruto looked at the incoming person and shouted towards him with an angry expression, "Orochimaru. Don't even think about hurting my friend." Indeed, the figure that walked out of the darkness is not someone else, but Orochimaru, who kidnapped Naruto and Hinata from the refugee shelter. Obviously, Naruto doesn't know or realize who exactly is Orochimaru, but back when they were in the refugee shelter, Naruto had heard Anko yelling the opposite man as Orochimaru, so the innocently ignorant and oblivious Naruto also directly referred to him as Orochimaru. Compared to Naruto, who doesn't know anything about who or what does the name Orochimaru represents, Hinata, being the first princess of the Hyuga clan, has obviously heard the name of the snake Sannin Orochimaru, which is why she also realizes the horror of the man walking towards them and doesn't dare to look up at him. As they say, sometimes ignorance is also a bliss. Orochimaru chuckled and walked over without paying any mind to Naruto's warning, nor did he seem to care about Naruto's ignorance. Naruto didn't know Orochimaru's meaning, but seeing the other party coming towards them, he quickly emptied his cup ramen in one single bite, then with his mouth filed up, he hurriedly stood in front of Hinata, guarding her against Orochimaru, and questioned, "Oi. Oimawu, wazu iyuhan huzu suer. Oi. Orochimaru, what do you want to do to her?" Looking at Naruto trying to protect Hinata even with his mouth filled with ramen, Orochimaru stretched out his hand, coiled it around Naruto, and flung it to the side, then reached out his hand to lift Hinata's chin and looked into her pure white eyes. If this action was performed by someone other than Orochimaru, especially a certain blonde-haired kid, Hinata would have made Hinata blush in embarrassment, which might have either led to a daki and dear moment, or she might have become unconscious with steam coming out of her head, but because the other party is Orochimaru, such a thing was obviously impossible. In fact, being stared at by Orochimaru's snake-like pupils and being subjected to his murderous pressure, Hinata shivered. She was so afraid that she didn't even dare to breathe at all. "Orochimaru, let Hinata go." Seeing Orochimaru seemed to be having some ideas about Hinata, Naruto with his sense of justice shouted, and was about to rush towards him. "Ara? Snake! Where did these snakes come from? But just as Naruto was about to get up, he realized that he was unable to move for some reason. He quickly looked down and noticed that his hands and feet were being bound by several snakes that were staring at him as if they will bite him the very next moment, making Naruto dare not make any careless moves. With Naruto quiet down, Orochimaru continued to observe Hinata's eyes, and after finding nothing worth attention, he shook his head in disappointment. Byakugan, although one of the three great dojutsu, it doesn't seem to have anything special that would make it comparable to the Sharingan and the Rinnegan. As more and more Uchiha clansmen with Mangekyou Sharingan appeared in the shinobi world, and as the presence of Nagato with the Rinnegan became more and more dominating, the reputation of the Byakugan that has been considered as one of the two major dojutsu of Konoha alongside the Sharingan, fell to the bottom, and people even start to wonder if being considered one of the three great dojutsu is a bit of an exaggeration and misnomer for the Byakugan. After all, the Hyuga clan has no notable people who can compare themselves with the likes of Mangekyou Sharingan awakeners of the Uchiha clan and the Rinnegan bearer Nagato. Orochimaru has also studied the Byakugan, but he found nothing too attractive about it. In addition to the outstanding investigative ability and the ability to see through the chakra points of the enemies, Byakugan has close to zero performance in other aspects, so Orochimaru soon lost interest in the Byakugan and was attracted towards Sharingan, specifically towards the Mangekyou Sharingan and the Rinnegan because of their wonderful and mysterious origin and abilities. Bored upon not getting what he wanted, Orochimaru released Hinata and also recalled the snakes that tied up Naruto's hands and feet. Upon regaining his freedom, Naruto hurried towards Hinata, and while protecting her, he said to Orochimaru, "It doesn't matter if you have caught me, Orochimaru, but do you even know who she is?" Hinata is from a famous shinobi clan from the village called, it seems to be called, what was it called again? Well, whatever, she is from a famous shinobi clan. If you dare to hurt her, the people from her clan will not spare you. Naruto is still not that much aware of the concept of the noble society, especially the meaning and powers of the shinobi clans such as the Uchiha and the Hyuga, but after spending a lot of time with Sasuke, and always listening to Sasuke's boasting about the Uchiha clan as the first and the strongest clan of Konoha, he has come to understand that children like Sasuke and Hinata are born differently from civilians like him. Children like Sasuke and Hinata who are part of the major shinobi clans such as the Uchiha and Hyuga are born naturally superior to the civilians like him. They are not your run-of-the-mill people who can be provoked so easily, even the ordinary villagers don't dare to mess around with them. Seeing Naruto's serious look as he earnestly explained all this to Orochimaru, Orochimaru couldn't help but think of the man named Namikaze Minato, Konoha's Yellow Flash, the man who had bested Orochimaru and became Konoha's Yondaime Hokage. Looking at the child of that man standing in front of him, Orochimaru sneered, the corners of his lips arched, and he asked Naruto in a gentle tone, "Boy, are you aware of who her parents are?" Upon listening to Orochimaru's sudden question, Naruto's words came to a sudden pause, his entire aura became lonely, and he barely nodded. Does this kid knows the identity of his parents? Orochimaru was a little surprised, and muttered, "Is it possible that someone in the village violated Sarutobi-sensei's order and informed Naruto of the identity of his parents?" After the death of the Yondaime couple, Sandaime Hokage had issued an order to keep the identity and the life experience of Naruto's parents a secret from him, and Orochimaru didn't think that anyone in the village would dare to blatantly violate Sandaime Hokage's order regarding such a serious matter. As such, he didn't consider the possibility that Naruto would be aware of the identity of his parents. In the first place, the number of people who are aware of Naruto's true identity is very few, so Orochimaru was more surprised upon learning this information. At the same time, he became curious about the person who dared to inform Naruto the real identity of his parents, and Orochimaru was also interested in that person's intentions behind leaking such a piece of secret information to Naruto, so he questioned, "Who told you?" Naruto kicked the stone beside his feet, and replied absently, "Everyone says." "Everyone?" Orochimaru frowned, and questioned, "What does everyone say?" "Who are your parents?" Naruto whispered lightly, "The nine-tailed demon fox." Chapter 567, Teaching. Naruto? Orochimaru muttered with a playful smile, "Oh." From the rumors of the nine-tailed demon fox. Because in this verse he defected earlier than in the canon, so Orochimaru personally doesn't know anything about Naruto's upbringing in Konoha. All his knowledge and understanding about the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi comes from the intelligence transmitted to him by the spies lurking inside the village. And after this conversation with Naruto, Orochimaru found out that the kid is simpler than he had initially thought. Rather, it should be said that Naruto is much more stupid than Orochimaru had initially assumed. Aside from his physical appearance, this kid doesn't really look like that man's son. Seeing Orochimaru looking at him silently, Naruto shouted, "It doesn't matter what everyone thinks of me, it doesn't matter that you look down upon me. I will prove that I am as good as just about anyone. No, I am going to prove that I am even better, and then nobody will be able to ignore me anymore, and everyone will acknowledge me, everyone will respect me, you know." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and questioned, "And how do you plan on doing that?" Naruto declared loudly, "Since Hokage is the most respected person in the village, then I am going to become the greatest Hokage there is. When I become the greatest Hokage, everyone will respect me." Orochimaru's snake-like eyes stared at Naruto, and his thoughts gradually drifted past. True, Orochimaru has never been interested in the position of Konoha's Hokage, and honestly speaking, Orochimaru's interest mainly lies in exploring the mysteries of ninjutsu as well as pursuing the eternal life and immortality. But this does not mean that he is indifferent to the partiality Sandaime Hokage showed towards Konoha's Yellow Flash, which resulted in Orochimaru's loss against Namikaze Minato in the Yondaime Hokage's election. Therefore, the reason for Orochimaru's resentment towards Konoha and Hokage is not the fact that he didn't become the Yondaime Hokage, but the disapproval of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was his sensei, and the humiliation of losing to the disciple of his former friend, who is supposed to be a junior. In Orochimaru's heart, he may not have wanted to become the Hokage, but you still have to give the position to him, even if just for satisfying his ego. But Sandaime Hokage didn't do this. He directly ignored Orochimaru and chose Namikaze Minato as his successor, causing Orochimaru's feelings to become distorted towards his sensei and the Konoha village, and prompting him to finally let go of almost all the factors that were stopping him from treading the path of no return. With these distorted feelings of his, Orochimaru planned out the Konoha Crush in the Canon. And truthfully speaking, his objective behind the Konoha Crush wasn't actually the destruction of Konoha, rather, it was his unique attempt of venting out his dissatisfaction against his sensei. But in the end, Orochimaru didn't really care whether his Konoha Crush plan succeeds or not, and Konoha is destroyed or not, because if he did, he wouldn't have secretly killed off the Yondaime Kazekage just a few days prior to the launch of the plan, as Yondaime Kazekage could have been a great ally in the plan. By secretly killing the Kazekage and posing as him, Orochimaru forcibly created a one-on-one fighting situation against his sensei and stopped others from interfering, then used the forbidden jutsu to resurrect the Hokages of the previous generation, which forced Sandaime Hokage to fight against both of his former senseis, Shodaime Hokage and Nidaime Hokage, and also helplessly watch the destruction of the village. This kind of ritualistic behavior is nothing but venting out his dissatisfaction towards his sensei. "You didn't give it to me, right? Then I will destroy it right before your helpless eyes using the very people you respected the most." This is his entire thought process behind the Konoha Crush. But on the night a few days ago, when he saw the village getting flattened by Tendo Pain's Shinra Tensei, Orochimaru suddenly felt lost. When he realized that what he was seriously planning for turned out to be nothing more than a momentary thought for someone on the level of Nagato, he suddenly lost interest in destroying Konoha and venting out his dissatisfaction against his sensei, or it can even be said that his dissatisfaction against his sensei was vented out on that night together with the destruction of the village. And all that Orochimaru cares about now is uncovering the mysteries of ninjutsu and pursuing eternal life. While Orochimaru was busy in his thoughts, Naruto called out, "Orochimaru, why did you bring the two of us here?" Naruto's yell pulled Orochimaru out of his train of thoughts. He glanced at Naruto for a moment, then the corner of his mouth perked up unconsciously. As a former member of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru was quite clear about Akatsuki's intentions of capturing all the 9 Bijou, although he didn't know what they were going to do to control them, he can more or less guess. And in the past few months, his doubts have become more and more clear, especially after the news of Nagato being able to absorb Bijou chakra inside the Geto statue has been made public. Orochimaru doesn't know what exactly will that wooden statue become after absorbing all the 9 bijou. No matter what it is definitely not something that he wants the Akatsuki organization to bring to life. As such, Orochimaru really wants the Akatsuki organization to fail in its goal of collecting the 9 bijou. At this time, Kabuto walked into the dark and damp cave. He came by Orochimaru's side, and whispered lightly, "Orochimaru-sama, the Akatsuki organization has leaked news through the black market. They seem to be interested in a hostage exchange with us." Orochimaru became curious, and questioned, "What is your opinion about their intentions?" Kabuto thought a little, then replied while pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose, "I think they are not sincere enough. Their so-called interest in hostage exchange is probably just a ruse. And what's awaiting us at the site of hostage exchange will most likely be a deathly trap." Orochimaru nodded. "I feel the same." Kabuto asked tentatively, "So, how should we respond, Orochimaru-sama? Should I just ignore them, or—" With a bit of hesitation, Orochimaru instructed, "Promise them." Kabuto wasn't very surprised, for he knew full well how much Orochimaru wants to obtain Uchiha Sasuke from the Akatsuki organization before the Uchiha clan, so after a little consideration, he said, "Orochimaru-sama, let me take care of the hostage exchange. You don't need to personally take such a risk. Anyway, with Sasori on their side, perhaps, I can still act as a double agent." "You are misunderstanding something, Kabuto-kun," said Orochimaru with a grin, as he muttered, "How can I give them the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi?" Kabuto was taken aback for a moment, and questioned, "Does that mean you are giving up on Uchiha Sasuke?" but immediately shook his head, and as if the thought of something, he reacted, "No, that's not the case. You want to use this opportunity of hostage exchange to secretly snatch Uchiha Sasuke from their hands while not letting go the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi?" Orochimaru didn't have the opportunity to respond to Kabuto, because when Naruto heard Kabuto mentioning the name Uchiha Sasuke, he immediately said, "Hey, what do you want to do to Sasuke? Don't you know? His brother Itachi is a very powerful shinobi. If you dare to bully him, he will definitely not let you go so easily." Uchiha Itachi, huh? At the mention of Itachi's name, some bad memories clicked in his mind, but Orochimaru snorted coldly and asked in his magnetic hoarse voice, "Boy, do you want power? Do you want to become stronger?" Naruto gave Orochimaru an "Are you an idiot?" look and replied in an obvious tone, "Of course, I do. Is there even a need to ask such an obvious question?" Orochimaru's forehead twitched upon receiving the "Are you an idiot?" look, but he ignored that annoyance, and spoke after turning around, "Then follow me. From now on, I will guide you in ninjutsu." Ads by PubFuture. Although Orochimaru wants to obtain Uchiha Sasuke, he doesn't want to give Uzumaki Naruto to the Akatsuki, but at the same time, Orochimaru knows that this is not easy, considering Akatsuki's strong lineup. So, Orochimaru thought about it, and finally reached the conclusion that as long as the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi is strong enough, capturing him will become difficult for the Akatsuki. This means, training Uzumaki Naruto and making him capable of protecting himself is the best way to hinder Akatsuki's plan. As for the question of whether Uzumaki Naruto will become strong enough to protect himself from the Akatsuki, Uzumaki Naruto is the son of Konoha's Yellow Flash and Red Hot-Blooded Habanero, both of whom were incredibly talented people in their own rights. Therefore, as their son, he has to have inherited their talent. And Orochimaru himself is also very confident in his ability to train disciples. There are very few people whom Orochimaru has taught earnestly, and without exception, each one of them has become excellent shinobi without exception, whether it is Hyuga Kuroto, Yakushi Kabuto, or Kagaya Kimimaro. Therefore, Orochimaru believes that if Uzumaki Naruto, being the son of those two, and the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi receives his earnest teachings, the kid wouldn't fall behind any of those three. Naruto was surprised at Orochimaru's sudden words. He even believed that he had heard it wrong, and couldn't help but ask again, "Orochimaru, did you really say what I heard you say? Do you really have no problem teaching me ninjutsu?" In Konoha, there are only a handful of people who are willing to talk to Naruto and treat him normally, not to mention someone who is willing to teach him. This is why, when he heard Orochimaru willing to teach him, he was deeply moved in his heart. Although he never said it, Naruto has always been very envious of Sasuke, who has a family caring about him and many people willing to teach him. Yes. Orochimaru nodded slightly and immediately walked out of the cave without giving Naruto any more chance to speak. Receiving a positive reply, then watching Orochimaru's back disappear, Naruto instinctively wanted to follow, but considering Hinata, whom he was protecting until a while ago, he hesitated. Hinata noticed Naruto's desire, and also his hesitation out of her consideration, so she slowly let go of Naruto's sleeve she was holding up to now, and said lightly, "It's okay, Naruto-kun, go ahead. I will be fine." Although she was scared, she could see in Naruto's eyes that he really wanted to follow Orochimaru. Naruto still hesitated slightly. He didn't even know what to say. Leaving her alone here didn't feel right to him. At this time Kabuto said with a smile, "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, Hinata-sama will be alright, I will take care of her. And more importantly, you have gotten a chance of being personally taught by Orochimaru-sama, don't miss it. There are many who hope to be taught by Orochimaru-sama, but not everyone can get such a chance even in their lifetime." Hinata also added lightly, "Yes, Naruto-kun, I have heard that Orochimaru-sama is one of the legendary Sannin, a shinobi who was once a candidate for the Yondaime Hokage-sama. I don't know why he left the village, but he should be a very strong person. So, if you want to become Hokage, then he can definitely teach you something." Under the persuasion of Kabuto and Hinata, Naruto finally nodded, "Alright, but don't be afraid, your family will definitely come to rescue you." Hinata nodded lightly, "Yes." With Hinata's nod, Naruto no longer hesitated and chased after Orochimaru's back. With Naruto gone, Kabuto said to Hinata, "Hinata-sama, you don't have to worry. The Hyuga clan has contacted us. Once the conditions are negotiated, we will let you go back." Hinata nodded absent-mindedly because, at this time, she didn't seem to care about her situation. She lightly glanced at Naruto's from time to time and asked, "Kabuto-san. Naruto-kun, he will be alright, right?" Kabuto pushed his glasses, and replied, "That is, of course. After all, even I don't think Orochimaru-sama will try to mess around with the QB." Chapter 568, A New Approach. In a dark and dingy room, Sasuke, who was tied to one of the two wooden posts, twisted his body slightly, then questioned Neji, who was tied to the other wooden post next to him. "Hey, Neji, you don't seem to be moving at all. Don't you feel numb even after being tied up for the past 3 days?" Neji glanced at Sasuke for a moment, then turned back without giving any answer. It didn't seem that he was in the mood of doing so. "Humph," Sasuke snorted, then muttered to himself, "That's right, I get it. They must have tied you much looser compared to me. After all, I am different. I have awakened the Sharingan. To them, I am a much bigger threat compared to you." Neji coldly said, "Yes, you have awakened the Sharingan, and you are a different type of genius from everyone else. But so what? Are you also tied up here just like me?" Neji then took a pause, and whispered lightly, "Besides, if we are talking about our ability to remove these bindings and escaping, then as a Hyuga who are capable of seeing nearly 360 degrees and having an innate ability to expel chakra from every tenketsu in the body, I am much more of a threat to them compared to you. That's why they took the trouble of using chakra-sealing cuffs on us." "You." Sasuke was left speechless, and fell into a silence. Neji didn't say anything either. With the two kids not speaking anything, an awkward silence stretched into the room, and in this quietness, the two kids were able to hear each other's breathing and heartbeat. After a long time, Sasuke couldn't bear it any longer and broke the silence. "Don't be afraid, my Ota-san and Nii-san will definitely come to rescue me. When they do, you will be safe too." Neji opened his mouth, seemed to be wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't find any right words and said with a sigh, "Then, perhaps I should say, thank you, I guess?" Although the two kids regard each other as rivals, they did not forget that they are companions from the same village and have been caught up in a difficult situation. Communication has always been one of the best ways to relieve stress and fear that are out of control, so after this brief conversation, the pent-up anxiety of the two seemed to be relieved a little. Moreover, at this time, Sasuke is far from becoming the introvert and brooding kid as shown in the canon, so after his anxiety was somewhat relieved, he immediately opened up the chatterbox, and questioned with a curious tone, "Hey Neji, you seem to be worried about something other than escaping here, right?" "What is it?" Neji muttered lightly, "I am worried about Hinata-sama." "Oh, so you are worried about your sister?" Sasuke nodded in realization, and muttered, "Now that you mention it, I am also worried about Kiyomi. I just hope she is safe with Okayasen." Then he shook his head and said to Neji, "Hyuga Hinata should be with Naruto, although Naruto is an idiot, he is still trustworthy. I believe Naruto will definitely not let anything happen to her. Moreover, isn't she the heiress of the main family of the Hyuga clan? So, your Hyuga clan will also try their best to rescue her, so you don't really have to worry about her." "Yes, the clan will try their best to rescue Hinata-sama." Neji nodded in agreement. At the same time, a lonely look appeared on his face. Neji knows that between him and Hinata, the entire clan will give priority to rescuing Hinata, even his father wouldn't be an exception, and this is perfectly understandable. After all, the branch family exists to protect the main family. Whether as a brother or a member of the branch family, Neji too hopes that Hinata remains safe, and safely returns back to Konoha, but, at the same time, such difference also made him feel uncomfortable and lonely. Because, seeing Neji's state, Sasuke realized something and whispered lightly, "Does that mean no one will come to rescue you?" Neji didn't really have an answer to Sasuke's question, and can only say in a self-convincing tone, "Maybe my sensei will come." Sasuke's ears perked up, and he asked curiously, "Do you already have a sensei? Who is it? Is he good?" "Of course, he is good, rather, he is amazing. My sensei is Hyuga Kuroto, he is one of the strongest jonin in Konoha." As Kuroto's disciple, Neji has obviously done his fair share of research about Kuroto's deeds. As such, he does have some information about Kuroto. Moreover, Neji's father also greatly respects his sensei and often mentions to him about Kuroto, so Neji also has great respect for his sensei. Be that as it may, Neji also knows that no matter how great his sensei is, no matter how powerful his sensei is, it would still be impossible for his sensei to save him. After all, the ones who have kidnapped him are the Akatsuki organization, the very same Akatsuki organization that has frightened the entire shinobi world. So, unless his sensei is a member of Amatsukami, rescuing him will be impossible for Kuroto. Before Sasuke could say anything, suddenly a voice came from the corner wall of the room, "So it turns out that the guy Hyuga Kuroto is your sensei?" The sudden voice shocked Neji and Sasuke because they couldn't even sense the presence of the other party. The room in which they are being held as a captive is not too big, and both of them have been constantly paying attention towards the only door leading to the room, and as far as they can see or sense, no one came in or went out in the past 3 days since the two of them were brought here. So, it is quite shocking for them to hear someone's voice out of nowhere. The two kids turned their heads following the source from where the voice came and discovered that the one who spoke was a strange man wearing Akatsuki's traditional cloak and a red mask with black patterns. The person who suddenly appeared in the room is naturally Madara, and the reason he came here was just out of curiosity towards the young Uchiha brought back by Kabuto. Madara has also heard of the name Uchiha Sasuke, who managed to awaken the Sharingan at the young age of 7 and wanted to observe him. In the Uchiha clan, the age of awakening the Sharingan also determines the basic talent of the person in question, and the fact that Uchiha Sasuke awakened the Sharingan at such a young age made him qualified to enter the field of vision of Madara. He wanted to observe Uchiha Sasuke for a while, and then decide on what to do with him. However, what he never expected was that the identity of the other child brought back by Kabuto turned out to be quite useful. The child from the branch division of the Hyuga family happens to be the disciple of Hyuga Kuroto. Neji vigilantly looked at Madara and questioned, "Do you know my sensei?" Madara didn't give an answer to Neji but looked at him curiously. His cover in the shinobi world is Uchiha Madara, so naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to admit that he knew Hyuga Kuroto in person and is a former classmate with the person in question. And now that he has confirmed that Hyuga Kuroto is the sensei of this child in front of him, suddenly a plan cooked up in his mind. After their last action against the 5 great shinobi villages, and the battles against the 5 great villages, the Akatsuki organization is facing the threat of Amatsukami more and more squarely. The situation has gotten to the point that it wouldn't even be wrong to say that all members of the Akatsuki, including him and Nagato, have listed Amatsukami as the greatest threat in their goals. Even among the members of the Amatsukami, their leader Yama in particular is the most feared, a guy who can literally drop meteorites from outer space. And the other members such as Fujin and the 2 Homasubi are no less of a threat. Madara understands this most deeply as he has personally experienced the horror of the 3 of them, once killed by the female Homasubi, then killed by Fujin, and later sealed by the other Homasubi. After tasting so many defeats, it can be said that among the current known members of Amatsukami, except for their leader Yama and Suijin, the others have already brushed up the achievement of being able to kill or trap Uchiha Madara. Therefore, among all the members of the Akatsuki, Madara is more desperate than anyone. Chapter 569, Beyond the Realms of Common Sense. Regarding the development of a spy in Konoha, this is not only Madara's idea but other members of the organization have also mentioned this matter several times. The current Akatsuki already has quite a lot of spies in other shinobi villages, and this is also the reason why they have been able to grasp the movements of those villages quite early and repeatedly obtain intelligence regarding the plans of the kages of those villages, but Konoha is the only shinobi village they haven't been able to penetrate as of yet. So, Madara has been planning to develop a few capable spies in Konoha who will be able to give him important information on a regular basis. Since Hyuga Niji, the disciple of Hyuga Kuroto, was kidnapped by accident, so Madara will not easily let go of this opportunity. As far as Madara is concerned, Hyuga Kuroto is just a member of the branch family of the Hyuga clan. If there is one thing common among all the members of the branch family of the Hyuga clan, then it is definitely that fact that their fate of servitude is decided at the moment of birth, no matter how extraordinary they may become, no matter how excellent they perform, and no matter how splendid of a shinobi the members of the branch family become, they will always remain subordinates and servants of the main family, engraved with the curse of the birdcage, whose destiny, life, and death are always in the hands of the members of the main family of the Hyuga clan. As such, generally, the members of the branch family hold resentment towards the main family. The more talented a member of the branch family, the higher his resentment. Madara feels that he can definitely use that resentment to his advantage, and he doesn't really believe that Hyuga Kuroto wouldn't be tempted if presented with the opportunity to be able to break free of the cage bird Juinjutsu. After reaching this conclusion, Madara shifted his gaze from Niji to Sasuke. The fact that a second Manjikyu Sharingan user has appeared in Amatsukami has made Madara vigilant again. At the same time, his heart is puzzled. When did the legendary Manjikyu Sharingan become so worthless? This doubt is not unreasonable. When Madara was young, the Manjikyu Sharingan was a legend, with almost no one from the Uchiha clan having it. In fact, at that time, many Uchiha weren't even aware of the existence of the Manjikyu Sharingan. It was such a rarity. But now, including himself, Shinichi, Shisui, and the 2 Homasubi of the Amatsukami, there are already as many as 5 Manjikyu Sharingan awakeners in the shinobi world. Such a thing is no joke. In fact, if the Amatsukami had only one Manjikyu Sharingan awakener, Madara can still understand it, and perhaps accept it. After all, during the Second and Third Great Shinobi Wars, just like him, a lot of people died or went missing on the chaotic battlefield, and couldn't be found or retrieved back whether dead or alive due to many reasons. As such, it would neither be too strange nor impossible if a lucky guy from the Uchiha clan managed to survive and coincidentally awaken the Manjikyu Sharingan due to some reasons, just like him. But the probability of this kind of thing happening is extremely low, infinitely close to zero. After all, Manjikyu Sharingan is not something one can awaken just because they want to. The person in question must not only have the necessary qualification, they must also experience despair. If only one such person had appeared beside him, it would already be a miraculous situation, and Madara might still be able to accept such a miracle for once. But if 2 such people appear, then it is no longer a miracle. There must be some other reasons. But no matter how much he tries to think about it, Madara just isn't able to figure out what those reasons are. Therefore, he has come to the conclusion that he must start looking at the root of it. The Manjikyu Sharingan can only be used by the Uchiha clansmen, therefore, one thing he can be absolutely certain about is that the two Homosubi are definitely people of the Uchiha bloodline. Since the Uchiha clan is standing at the center of all his doubts, Madara has decided to look into the Uchiha clan of Konoha to get the answers to his doubts. If I remember correctly, the kid Itachi seems to care quite deeply about his younger brother Sasuke. With Sasuke in my hands, I can coerce him into investigating the origin of the two Homosubi of the Amatsukumi from inside the Uchiha clan, and I don't think he will refuse me, at the end, even if he isn't able to give me any significant information. As long as he gives me a list of possible candidates, I can at least find something about them. The reason why Madara chose Uchiha Itachi to be another spy is that Madara appreciates Itachi's talent and also knows how deeply does Itachi cares about his younger brother. With Itachi's weakness in his hands, Madara feels that he can control Itachi in the palm of his hand. Moreover, Itachi is the heir to the position of the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan, which is to say, he can easily access and investigate most of the confidential information within the Uchiha clan. As such, he is the perfect candidate to be a spy. As for the possibility of Uchiha Itachi being one of the Homosubi, it's not that Madara didn't consider it, but no matter how much he considered it, he didn't think it's possible. Madara doesn't question Uchiha Itachi's talent. Without a doubt, Uchiha Itachi is a one-of-a-kind talent, but how old is he? And how old was he when both the Homosubi had already made their presence in the shinobi world? Even now, Uchiha Itachi is too young, just a little over 13 years old. Both the Homosubi had made their presence as known in the shinobi world as early as 4 to 5 years ago, which means Uchiha Itachi was only about 9 years old at that time. At such a young age, awakening Manjikyu Sharingan is impossible. No matter how talented of a child he may be, it is just impossible. Even the likes of Uchiha Madara, who lived and grew up in the constant war-ridden world of the Warring States period where even children as young as 5 or 6 years of age had to go to the battlefield, couldn't have awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan at such a young age, so how can Uchiha Itachi do it? This is simply beyond the realms of what's considered common sense. Since Madara has concluded that Uchiha Itachi couldn't be Homosubi, so making him a spy by blackmailing him would be the best choice for Madara. Thinking so, Madara looked at the two children one more time, then left the dingy room with a satisfied mood. As for the hostage exchange with Orochimaru, Madara never took that matter seriously. Orochimaru is a traitor to the organization. Traitors within the Akatsuki organization aren't tolerated, and traitors like Orochimaru who have good strength and can influence the situation are even more intolerable. The only reason they haven't yet disposed of Orochimaru is because of how busy Akatsuki has been in regards to the 5 great shinobi villages and the Amatsukumi, and Madara also understands that killing Orochimaru wouldn't be an easy task, so he has never really spared any manpower in regards to Orochimaru. This time Akatsuki just wants to tempt Orochimaru using the hostage exchange and dispose of him for good. So Kabuto was absolutely correct. Akatsuki's offer of hostage exchange was nothing more than a cheesy trap prepared to catch Orochimaru, and by the way, also take the Jinchuriki of Kyuubi from his hands. Of course, Madara is not very optimistic about it given Orochimaru's personality. He knows Orochimaru's cunning and cautious nature, so there's just no way someone like Orochimaru would take such a big risk and agree to the hostage exchange. As such, Madara never put all his hopes into it. Chapter 570, Untitled. He is finally gone. Seeing the masked man leave, the two children, Sasuke and Neji, took a breath of relief. The mere presence of the masked man put too much psychological pressure on the two children, and it was already a surprise that the two children could still remain calm. At this time, Sasuke said in a somewhat confident tone, "That masked man, he may have tried to hide it, but from the way he reacted to the name of your sensei, I can tell, he definitely knows your master." Neji nodded with a heavy heart. "Yes, and he seems to be planning something in regards to my sensei. At the same time, I feel as if..." Madara, who did not conceal his true thoughts, actually gave a very bad signal to the two children, that is, Akatsuki organization may not let them off at all, no matter what. And if such a thing really happens, then let alone returning back to the village. They may not even be alive after Akatsuki finds them useless or their presence bothersome. After realizing how dangerous a situation they are in, the children fell silent. While the two children were silent and did not know what to do or speak, the sound of the metal gate being opened resounded and another person entered their sight. After realizing the identity of the visitor, Sasuke seemed to have found a life-saving straw, and couldn't help but question with a hopeful tone, "Uchiha Shinichi, you are an Uchiha too, right? Are you here to save me?" Shinichi snorted, then shook his head with a sullen face. "Here, no one can save you, and I am no exception." Shinichi really admires the young Uchiha in front of him who managed to awaken the Sharingan at such an early age of 7, and, if it is up to Shinichi, he really wants to save this kid, but he knows that the price of saving Sasuke is losing his undercover identity within the Akatsuki organization. Shinichi can't make such a decision. Moreover, Shinichi is not sure whether he will be able to safely escape from Akatsuki's stronghold while carrying Sasuke with him. After all, that guy, Madara's space-time jutsu, has too many advantages when it comes to tracking, not to mention the unreasonable Gaizetsu. Therefore, Shinichi didn't risk it. Shinichi's blunt and straightforward rejection made Sasuke a little lost. As Shinichi saw that Sasuke's depressed mood, he decided that he can at least comfort the kid. "You don't really have to worry too much. I may not be able to save you, but I can at least try to ensure your safety. After all, you too are an Uchiha, right?" Sasuke was more disappointed, but a little relieved at the same time because he realized that, if Uchiha Shinichi can ensure my safety long enough, then I may be able to get back to the village. But then he suddenly remembered something, and immediately asked, "What about him?" Following the direction Sasuke was looking at, Shinichi turned towards Neji, then shook his head. "I can't guarantee his life. An ordinary child of the branch family of the Hyuga clan has no value to the Akatsuki organization. Moreover, the existence of the cage bird Juinjutsu on Niji's forehead decreases his value even further, so there is really no way for Shinichi to ensure Niji's safety." Sasuke was worried, and hurriedly pleaded, "Shinichi-san, please, Neji is a friend of mine. I will do anything. Please protect him." Although Sasuke also has the iconic arrogance and pride of the Uchiha clan engraved in his personality, he is still an innocent and kind kid at this time, and since both of them have gotten into the same trouble, he considers Neji as his friend and companion, so Sasuke doesn't want himself to be the only to survive. Shinichi shook his head indifferently. In order to ensure Sasuke's safety, Shinichi can still use the excuse that Sasuke is from the same clan as him, and given that he is an extremely talented child, Sasuke has the value of being trained and recruited into the Akatsuki organization. Considering Hiriko's present condition, Nagato and Madara may accept when presented with such reasoning. After all, the threat of Amatsukami is always looming over their head and Akatsuki needs high-tier combat power. But Neji is different. He is a member of the branch division of the Hyuga clan, so Shinichi can't get involved on a personal level. Moreover, because of the existence of the cage bird curse mark, Hyuga Neji has no value in being trained because he just can't be recruited within the Akatsuki no matter how talented the kid may be. As such, Shinichi has no way to ensure Neji's safety. Listening to Sasuke constantly pleading for his safety from Shinichi, Neji, who is also a member of a great shinobi clan, couldn't sit still, and said after mustering up his courage, "Sasuke, don't beg him, even if he is a member of the Uchiha clan, you can't trust him. After all, he is working together with the people who brought us here. Moreover, I am not really worried. It doesn't matter whether he can ensure my safety or not. My sensei, gritting teeth noise, my sensei, will save me." "Your sensei, you say?" Shinichi chuckled, and questioned, "Who is your sensei?" But without waiting for Neji to reply, he continued, "Just give up, kid. Even if your sensei is Hokage himself, he can't ensure your safety." Neji opened his mouth, and seemed to want to argue, but in the end, he could only close his mouth and chose to remain silent, as it was of no use. Neji perfectly understands that such verbal arguments are meaningless, and his pride and the sense of honor of the Hyuga clansmen made him reluctant to do such a pointless thing. Moreover, he will only be giving out intelligence that Akatsuki may be trying to obtain if he speaks too much. Shinichi glanced at Neji with some appreciation. At least this kid knows when to remain silent. Then without saying anything else, he got up and walked out of the room. Just as he was about to leave the room, Shinichi decided to leave some words of advice for the two kids and said, from the moment you two were brought out of the village, your destiny is no longer in your control. If the two of you wish to live, then first understand what it means to survive, and what it takes to survive in this shinobi world. After hearing Shinichi's words, Sasuke felt inexplicably apprehensive. At the same time, he was no longer certain whether his Two-san or Ni-san will be able to save him or not, so, in a worried tone, he questioned Niji in a light voice, "Niji, your sensei's name is Hyuga Kuroto, right? Is he really as powerful of a shinobi as you say? And will he really be able to save the two of us?" Niji was silent, he didn't know how to answer. But Shinichi, on the other hand, who had just stepped out of the room, stopped as soon as he heard the terms Hyuga Kuroto and sensei. Then he turned around his head towards Niji and questioned with an inexplicable expression, "Your sensei, is he really Hyuga Kuroto?" Konoha Village. Hyuga Kuroto was obviously clueless about the interaction of the four kidnapped kids with their respective kidnappers. Currently, his soul was inside the Tsukihei clone, who has returned to the Konoha village, but unlike every other time, this time, Tsukihei did not sneak into the village using the secret routes. Rather, she disguised herself in her disguise of Homusubi of the Amatsukumi and openly appeared at the main gate of Konoha village. Since Homusubi made her presence known, so she was obviously immediately noticed by the Konoha shinobi who were on patrol, and immediately gathered around her. After the events, a few nights ago, similar to the Akatsuki organization, even many Konoha shinobi have come to believe that the village must have made some sort of secret alliance with Amatsukumi, which made the members of the Amatsukumi organization intervene and actively confront the Akatsuki organization on that night. Otherwise, a mercenary organization like Amatsukumi doesn't really have any reason to go to such lengths in order to resist Akatsuki, right? Therefore, the Konoha shinobi who were on patrol not only did not attempt to take Homusubi under custody, given Konoha's previous enmity with Amatsukumi, but were also very polite towards her. Since Konoha shinobi didn't actively attack her, just gathered around her, so Homusubi paid them no mind, and before long, two Konoha Umbu appeared in front of her, and said in a very respectful tone, "Homusubi-sama, Sandame Hokage-sama has requested to see you." Homusubi wasn't surprised, and after silently nodding towards the two Konoha Umbu, she followed them to formally meet the Sandame Hokage of Konoha village. Chapter 571, Homusubi meets Hokage. Bypassing the rebuilding blocks and avoiding the gazes of the ordinary Konoha villagers, Homusubi quietly followed the two Konoha Umbu and arrived at the Hokage's camp. Since the Hokage building is still under construction, so a temporary camp of makeshift tents has been created where different departments that were located within the Hokage building are functioning. As Homusubi followed the two Umbu towards the main tent, the shinobi who were guarding the Hokage camp saw her, and upon realizing her identity as a member of Amatsukumi, all of them were taken aback, then immediately nodded towards her respectfully, showing signs of respect and appreciation as if Amatsukumi was never once declared to be a terrorist organization. Homusubi maintained her cold and arrogant persona, and silently followed the two Konoha Umbu all the way. While passing through one of the tents, she was able to hear noisy discussion. "No, your analysis is wrong, right, Nara-san? What is your opinion on this?" "I wouldn't exactly it is wrong, rather incomplete, but this level of Doton Jutsu is simply unstoppable. You are being too pessimistic, Shimura-san, and Sarutobi-sama, please do not underestimate the destruction bugs of the Aburame clan." Such discussion reached Homusubi's ears as she made her way towards the main tent in the camp. Upon listening to their discussion and arguments, Tsukihei under her Homusubi mask smiled slightly and shook her head. She is no stranger to such argument, as she too has participated in such sessions quite a few times, albeit as Hyuga Kuroto, not as Uchiha Tsukihei. These discussions are carried in almost all the departments of the Konoha military force, including the Umbu, police force, sealing class, intelligence class, medical class, censor class, as well as various clans of Konoha village. As for the content of the discussion? The content of the discussions is generally the intelligence analysis of the friend and foe alike, including their jutsu, appearance, individuality, specialization, intrigues etc., and deployment of corresponding countermeasures. Since the current friend and foe Konoha village is dealing with is the Amatsukami organization and Akatsuki organization respectively, so, the members of these two organizations, as well as the various abilities and jutsu they used in the battle a few nights ago, have become the center of the discussion. When Kuroto attended a similar meeting organized by the Umbu department a few days ago, he vaguely disclosed Nagato and Obito's various Rinnegan and Manjikyu Sharingan abilities from the perspective of an onlooker, and because he is a member of the Hyuga clan with the Byakugan, his input was given extreme importance. And immediately a team consisting of various experienced shinobi was also established for analyzing those abilities one by one in order to create countermeasures accordingly. At the same time, Atsukihei also knows that a similar discussion is also taking place at the medical camp. Because Nagato didn't bother to retrieve the Shirato after its defeat in the Konoha refugee shelter, so, Konoha was able to keep it to carry out an analysis, and for the past few days a team headed by Tsunade Hime has been carrying out a thorough autopsy of the corpse of Shirato. Although the corpse of Shirato was damaged brutally because of the effect of Shinra Tensei, it was the only corpse of Pain Rakuto Konoha managed to capture, therefore, its value is obviously very high. The black chakra receivers about which Kuroto had already given his input has now become the focus of research of Konoha's scientific and medical department, with everyone trying to figure out what exactly that thing is and how to counter or replicate its power. And doing such an intelligence analysis, autopsy, and experiments is nothing strange for Konoha village. This is a great shinobi village. Intelligence gathering, its analysis, and developing respective countermeasures is akin to an instinct for the great shinobi villages. After all, in a battle between shinobi, as long as the difference in strength and skills is not too large, then the difference in intelligence plays the most important role and becomes the deciding factor of how the battle plays out and, in whose favor, does it play out. After putting aside these thoughts, Tsukihei looked at the biggest tent in front of her and followed the two Hokage to enter inside. Inside the makeshift Hokage's tent. As Homusubi entered the tent, the first person she saw was none other than the Sandaime Hokage of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was quietly sitting on the sofa, with the tobacco pipe was in his mouth and a pensive expression on his face. Standing beside the Sandaime Hokage was the captain of the Umbu department, and Udatain Koharu too was present in the tent, sitting on the sofa on the side with a serious expression. After the two Umbu who escorted Homusubi to the Hokage's tent withdrew, Sandaime looked at the person standing in front of him disguised as Homusubi of the Amatsukami, and asked, "Can you please take off that mask of yours?" Sandaime Hokage's meaning was very clear. Just because the person standing before him was dressed as Homusubi of the Amatsukami doesn't mean he was going to accept the other party as the Homusubi of the Amatsukami. There has to be a certain identification that confirms other party's identity as the Homusubi of the Amatsukami. Homusubi, who of course understood Sandaime Hokage's meaning, chuckled lightly, but instead of taking off her mask, she used her chakra to produce the signature flames of one of the two Homusubi. Instantly, intense chakra fluctuations appeared in the Hokage's tent, and the entire tent was filled with bright light and extreme heat as Homusubi's body was covered with the golden flames of Ashihomi. Covered in charring golden flames and yet being completely unaffected, Homusubi, who looked as if the very incarnation of the goddess of fire, questioned, "Is this enough, or should I display my Susanoo in order to confirm my identity?" Looking at the golden flames covering Homusubi's body, and feeling the intense heat as it burned Churka in the surroundings, Sandaime Hokage and Udatain Koharu no longer doubted the identity of the other party, and said, No, this much is already more than enough. We have confirmed that you are indeed Homusubi of the Amatsukami. There is no need to use the Susanoo. As far as the intelligence says, there is only one shinobi, or perhaps they should say kunoichi, in existence in the shinobi world who uses these unique golden flames that burns the very chakra itself, so the fact that the person standing before them was able to use these golden flames that burn their chakra too implies that the other party is indeed Homusubi. At the same time, they also understood that no matter what they say, or try to reason with, the other party is not going to remove her mask, so they did not insist on it either because it might leave a foul taste in the mouth of the other party, and that would be bad for Konoha if they want to work with Amatsukami in the future. And as for the question of using Susanoo, Are you kidding? Who wants to see such a thing here? Sandaime Hokage was already more than satisfied with just witnessing the golden flames of Ashihome in person. There was no need to see Susanoo too. With the matter of identification out of the way, Sandaime beckoned Homusubi to sit on the sofa. Please have a seat. Homusubi nodded, and after extinguishing the golden flames of Ashihome, then she took the seat on the sofa offered to her by the Sandaime Hokage, and stated in a flat tone, Konohadakuru's Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzandano, let's directly get down to the business. I am here to collect the payment that was promised to the Amatsukami a few nights ago. Chapter 572, Homusubi warns Hokage. The payment mentioned by Homusubi is obviously the verbal agreement that Sandaime Hokage made to Amatsukami on the night the Akatsuki organization attacked the village. At that time, Yama, as the leader of the Amatsukami, offered a price for rescuing each individual that was present at that valley on that night. Saving a Kage was worth 20 million ryo each, saving a Jinchuriki was worth 15 million ryo each, and saving a Jonin was worth 10 million ryo each. And just as Yama stated back then, he did consider it quite deeply before offering the appropriate prices for the lives of shinobi of each category. In the bingo book of the black market, or of any shinobi village per se, a Jonin-level shinobi of any of the great shinobi village is generally worth higher than 10 million ryo, whereas some Jonin like Kuroto, Asuma, Kakashi, and Shursui is as worth as high as 30 million ryo to more than 50 million ryo. As such, 10 million is not that unreasonable. The price of Jinchuriki need not be said, as they are weapons of war and are worth very high, so 15 million ryo is more than acceptable. As for the Kages? The bingo book of the black market has no bounty or price for the heads of Kages of the 5 great shinobi villages. The reason is as simple as that killing the Kage of a great shinobi village is equivalent to making that entire shinobi village your enemy, and black market just can't afford to make the entire shinobi village its enemy if they want to continue to survive and function. Therefore, the heads of Kages are worth 0 in the black market, but Yama chose to offer 20 million ryo for each Kage, and it too is more than reasonable. When Homusubi mentioned the payment, Sandaime Hokage nodded, and then passed her a piece of parchment that was already prepared. Accepting the parchment, Homusubi swept her gaze at it. Upon reading the content written on the piece of parchment, she found that it was a detailed list of the names and ranking of each shinobi Yama had saved on that night. Of course, not all the people Yama had saved managed to make it, and the parchment clearly divides the injured and the dead at the time of being rescued by him. According to the enumeration on the parchment, Yama had rescued 3 Kages, including Reikage, Mizukage, and Kazekage, 2 Jinchuriki, 1 being Killer Bee, and the other was Mizukage, and finally, there were more than 47 Jonin-class shinobi of the 5 great shinobi villages. As for the others? They were all corpses at the time they were rescued by Yama, so they will not be counted. Excluding the corpses, and the double count of the Mizukage, people rescued by Yama included 3 Kages, 1 Jinchuriki, and 47 Jonins. Hence, the total sum of money that the 5 great shinobi villages will have to pay Amatsukami organization is 545 million ryo. After seeing such a high number at the end of the list, Tsukihai's face under the Homusubi mask was flushed with excitement. She didn't even bother to care if the list given to her is genuine or not, because she was already more than satisfied with such a huge sum of money. It's not that Tsukihai has an addiction or love towards money or anything. For her, money has only one role, and that is to continue support and fund her research, but the more she has progressed on her research, the more Tsukihai has realized that the project godhead of hers is an incalculable bottomless pit that can never be filled no matter how much funds she continues to provide. Regardless, what she does know is that this huge sum of 545 million ryo will relieve her of her worries in regards to funds for a while, and she will be able to implement many of her plans into practice that was only on paper up to now. Sandaime obviously did not know Homusubi's thoughts, and seeing that the other party was busy reading the list, he coughed light to bring Homusubi's attention on himself, then said, "Homusubi Dano, you should be very clear that Konoha village has just experienced such a catastrophe and is undergoing reconstruction, so, well, I am afraid we won't be able to pay such a huge sum of money at once." Homusubi chuckled. "As far as I have heard, the daimyo of the Land of Fire has expressed his intention of providing his help in the village reconstruction, so Konoha shouldn't be facing any problem in regards to lack of funds. At the same time, each of the other 4 great shinobi villages has also decided to divide to pay a part of the total payable sum. Is that correct, Sandaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen Dano? Because Yagura and Pakura are both her subordinates, so Homosubi is fairly clear about the exact contents that were discussed in the secret 5 Kage conference that took place just before the other 4 Kage left Konoha. One of the important points discussed in the meeting was that each of the 5 great shinobi villages will pay 1/5 of the amount to be paid to Amatsukami organization. There were 2 reasons for such an agreement. First, Konoha was truly hit hard a few nights ago, so it wouldn't be justified for Konoha village alone to pay such a high sum of money, and second is that their pride and dignity as a great shinobi village didn't allow them to let Konoha pay the entire sum. Since Homosubi was fully aware of these details, this is also the only reason why she did not wait too long and came to collect the payment. After all, the amount of 545 million when divided into 5 equal parts is only about 109 million ryo per village, and this is not too much for Konoha, especially when the daimyo of the Land of Fire is supporting Konoha's reconstruction, and the other shinobi villages are also providing assistance within their abilities. Sandaime frowned upon hearing Homosubi's response and said tentatively, "It seems that your Amatsukami organization is also cooperating with some of the shinobi villages." The contents of the 5 Kage conference that took place after the night of Akatsuki's raid are of very high-level confidentiality and only known to the 5 Kage and their 2 guards. And the fact that Homosubi is aware and mentions such a matter of confidentiality quite casually must mean that Konoha is not the only village Amatsukami is in contact with, and whichever that village is, their level of trust in Amatsukami is quite high considering the fact that even the contents of the 5 Kage conference were also relayed to Amatsukami by them. Homosubi was silent for a while, then stated in a noncommittal tone, "That matter has nothing to do with why I am here, and I have nothing to say about it. You are free to assume whatever you wish to Sandaime Hokage Dano." Feeling that they were not going anywhere in such a way, Hiruzen and Koharu glanced at each other, then said, "You are right, the 5 great shinobi villages have indeed made an agreement to jointly pay the amount, but the thing is, other villages haven't yet sent their part of payment, and Konoha village alone won't be able to pay the entire sum at once." Homosubi saw the small actions of Sandaime and advisor Koharu and understood what they are trying to do. It's not that the village is unable to pay the entire amount at once, nor is it that they don't want to pay and cheat Amatsukami. They have every intention of paying, but they want to use this opportunity as an excuse to achieve some other goal. Well, that's what a politician is, I suppose. Thinking so in her heart, Homosubi bluntly stated, "Playing around won't lead us to anywhere, Hokage Dano. If you have something to say, then I'd prefer if you say it directly. My time is precious and I don't have the entire day to sit here and discuss the payment with you." Sandaime silently looked at Homosubi for a while, then said in a deep voice, "I wish to meet the leader of Amatsukami organization, Yama, and talk something in regards to the Akatsuki organization." Homosubi shook her head. "It's not the right time yet." Before Sandaime could speak anything, Elder Koharu, who was on the side, got up from the sofa and questioned, "What do you mean?" Homosubi phrased the right words in her mouth, and said, "I know what you people want to do, but now is not the best time to eradicate Akatsuki organization. There are various other factors involved in this, and I don't have enough time to list them all one by one here." Of course, that's what Homosubi said outside, but internally she was thinking, all this is just a pretext. There is only one reason, and that is, I am just not strong enough to be to kill Nagato as of yet. Without the support of the giant Tenseigan chakra on the moon, Yama is not strong enough to overwhelm Nagato, but Yama can't risk using the chakra of the giant Tenseigan on the moon, as that might lead to Earth's destruction at the hands of those crazy Otsutsuki clansmen on the moon. The current Nagato has surpassed Yama's strength level, and unless Yama manages to combine his Tenseigan chakra mode with his Sage chakra mode, then there is no hope of winning against Nagato, so Yama wants to avoid fighting against Nagato for now. Sandaime asked with a solemn expression, "Many factors? I need to at least know what factors are involved." Homosubi pondered a little, then threw out the name of their worst nightmare, Uchiha Madara. Sandaime Hokage was shocked, and questioned, You mean to say, the masked Uchiha of the Akatsuki who claims to be Uchiha Madara is really Uchiha Madara? Is that man still alive? Homosubi stated in a serious tone. Of course, he is not. That masked Uchiha is not the real Uchiha Madara, but you can say that he is the successor of Uchiha Madara's will. As for the real Uchiha Madara, his threat still exists. I don't think I need to emphasize what that means, but I will say it clearly. Even Nagato, who has become so strong and has started to master the true power of those eyes, is far less dangerous compared to Uchiha Madara, so it would be in your best interest to not act rashly. What Homosubi has said is not the truth, but it's also not a lie. The reason he said so is to deliberately frighten Sandaime Hokage and make sure he doesn't make any careless move. After all, the fear of Uchiha Madara has been deeply etched into the hearts of senior management of Konoha, so using the deterrence of Uchiha Madara is the best choice to avoid unnecessary conflict with Akatsuki organization, for the time being at least. Homosubi's main focus at this moment is developing and improving the Chimera Buds, and since the funds are about to be received, her research and Project Godhood can smoothly progress to the next stage. As such, Homosubi doesn't want to distract herself in non-important things to waste her time, because the time is what's most important for her. What she needs is a peaceful period to continue to carry on her plans. How long will the deterrence of Yama last? No one can say at present, not even Homosubi, but one thing Homosubi can say with certainty is that Nagato, who has just experienced such a big defeat, will definitely stay dormant for a while. But that is only if they are not stimulated. If the 5 great shinobi villages were to recklessly attack the Akatsuki organization, Nagato will definitely make his move, and if he moves, the situation will get out of control, which is not something Homosubi wishes to see. Chapter 573, Konoha's and Uchiha's Commission? Homosubi's goal was obviously achieved, because when Sandaime Hokage and Elder Koharu heard that the real Uchiha Madara might still be alive, their expression turned aghast, and they could only stammer, how is this even possible? Even if they don't consider the issue of age, Uchiha Madara had died at the hands of Shodaime Hokage, Senju Hashirama. And even if they assume that Shodaime Hokage made some mistake, and did not finish Uchiha Madara, how could Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobarama, make the same mistake when he went as far as to personally inspect Uchiha Madara's body and confirm that Uchiha Madara was indeed dead? As the disciples of Nidaime Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and Udatain Koharu are very clear about this. Uchiha Madara died at the Battle of the Valley of the End. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not believe that his sensei would make such a low-level mistake, which would allow Uchiha Madara to escape somehow. This is why no matter how much the masked man claimed that he is Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen never once accepted that identity of his. Homosubi chuckled. The Uchiha is an ancient clan that has been in existence for nearly a millennium. The true depths of the Uchiha clan are not something that just about anyone can know. Even your Nidaime Hokage, Senju Tobarama, who knew the Uchiha clan better than the Uchiha clan itself, did not know the true depths of the Uchiha. We have a lot of forbidden jutsus of the kind that can blur the boundaries of life and death, and alter or decide the destiny and fool the fate. Don't make a mistake by thinking that Uchiha Madara died at the Battle of the Valley of the End. Not only did he not die there, but in fact, he even managed to gain the power of Shodaime Hokage before disappearing. So, if you really ask me who was the true winner of the Battle of the Valley of the End, then undoubtedly it was Uchiha Madara, not Senju Hashirama. Elder Koharu asked with a frowned expression, so, if Uchiha Madara did not die at the Battle of the Valley of the End, then what has he been doing all this time? The First Great Shinobi War, the Second Great Shinobi War, the Third Great Shinobi War, what was he doing for so many decades? Controlling the shinobi world from the shadows, making the outcomes that he wants to see, all for the sake of whatever purpose he wants to fulfill, answered Homosubi. Elder Koharu eyes widened in realization. The Akatsuki organization, was he the one who created it? Homosubi nodded. I suppose that's one way to put it. At this moment Sandaime Hokage said with a solemn expression, the nine-tailed demon fox's attack that happened around 8 years ago, was he the one responsible for that too? Sandaime couldn't help but think so. After all, Up until now there has been only one man capable of perfectly controlling the Kyuubi, and that man is undoubtedly Uchiha Madara. At the Battle of the Valley of the End, he used Kyuubi together with his Susanoo. So, it wouldn't be strange if that man was also responsible for the nine-tailed demon fox's attack. His objective could have been anything, to take back the Kyuubi for whatever plan he has, or to take revenge on Konoha. Whatever his objective might have been behind the nine-tailed demon fox's attack, he failed in the end, but that came at a cost, at the cost of the death of Konoha's Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and the second-generation Jinchuriki of Kyuubi, Uzumaki Kushina. The death of those two was a very big loss for Konoha, and even if more than 8 years have passed since then, Konoha has still not recovered from that loss. Therefore, Sandaime really wanted to know if the person responsible for the nine-tailed demon fox's attack was Uchiha Madara. But it's a pity that Homasubi was not willing to answer each and every question of Sandaime, and said, "Hokage Dano, you have too many questions." Amatsukami is neither obligated to provide such information to the 5 great shinobi villages, nor are we interested, and continued after a pause, "Now let's get back to the why we are here and you give me the payment. I don't think I need to emphasize the consequences of defaulting our payment, right?" Sandaime quickly waved his hands, and explained, "Don't worry, we will not back away from our end of the deal, and Amatsukami will be given full payment they were promised. We just want to talk with you. If we are going to establish a cooperative relationship to deal with the threat of the Akatsuki organization, we need to at least understand a few things about who we are working with, that's all." At the 5 Kage conference a few days ago, the 5 Kage have reached a consensus that only Yama, the leader of Amatsukami, has the strength to check and balance Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization. So, if the 5 great shinobi villages want to maintain their dominance over the shinobi world, then they have but one choice, and that is to cooperate with Amatsukami. And based on this understanding, the 5 Kage have also made a unanimous decision to not do anything that would offend Amatsukami, because if Amatsukami abandons the 5 great shinobi villages, then the shinobi world will be done for. So obviously Sandaime Hokage wouldn't be foolish enough to offend Amatsukami over just a few 100 million ryo. At this time, Elder Koharu said from the side, "If your leader Yama is also afraid of Uchiha Madara, it won't be any harm for the Amatsukami organization to cooperate with Konoha." Homasubi lightly glanced at Elder Koharu and said in a taunting tone, "Let go of your arrogance, old hag. You have to get used to the fact that the shinobi world is no longer within the grasp of the 5 great shinobi villages, and the sooner you learn to start thinking from the perspective of weak people whose lives are never in their hands, then the more you will get to live. Otherwise you will be squashed like an unknown bug with no one left to even remember or recall you after your death." Elder Koharu was angered, and shouted, "You!" Before Elder Koharu could say or do anything, the 5 great villages, and more specifically Konoha village, might come to regret in the future, Sandaime Hokage stepped forward to stop her, and then immediately said to Homasubi, "In my capacity as the representative of Konohagakure in the 5 great shinobi villages, I express my sincere gratitude to the Amatsukami organization for helping us out in the previous 2 conflicts against the Akatsuki organization." After saying so, he waved his hands to the Umbu commander standing on the side. The Umbu commander nodded, then took out 2 bags from a storage scroll and put them in front of Homasubi. "And here's the payment," Sandaime Hokage said while pointing at the 2 bags. The 2 bags contain about 150 million ryo each, and the subsequent 245 million ryo will be paid to Amatsukami in installments within the next 3 months. When presented with the payment, Homasubi no longer paid attention to the offended Elder Koharu. She just took out a storage scroll of her own and sealed the 2 bags within the storage scroll, and after doing so, she turned around and started to walk towards the exit of the Hokage's tent. Seeing that Homasubi was about to leave, Sandaime quickly said, "Please wait a moment." Homasubi turned around with a frowned expression under her mask, and questioned, "Is there something else?" Sandaime Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, and lowly said, "I don't know if Amatsukami will be willing to accept a commission." "A commission, you say?" Homasubi became interested, and questioned, "What does Sandaime Hokage Dano want to be done?" On the night the Akatsuki organization attacked the village, several children from our village were kidnapped by Orochimaru and Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization. We want Amitsukami to rescue those children. The village will be willing to pay 25 million ryo each for the rescue of those children, and we are also willing to add an additional 50 million ryo specifically for Uzumaki Naruto because he happens to be the Jinchuriki of Kyubi," said Sandaime Hokage. Naturally, Konoha village does not place all hopes of rescuing the 4 children on the shoulders of Amitsukami, but Amitsukami's help will undoubtedly increase the probability of rescue of the 4 children, especially the rescue of Uzumaki Naruto, who is not only the child of Yondaime couple but also the Jinchuriki of Kyubi. The Kyubi is very important for the village, so as Hokage, he cannot leave Naruto in the hands of Orochimaru, especially after the Akatsuki organization has repeatedly shown their intention of collecting the 9 Bijou. Protecting the Bijou and their Jinchuriki has become the top priority of the 5 great shinobi villages, so the rescue of Uzumaki Naruto is very important and urgent. In fact, not only Uzumaki Naruto, but even the rescue of Uchiha Sasuke and Hyuga Hinata is very important, whether from a political point of view or for the sake of the future of the village. As for Hyuga Niji? Well, if the village is willing to pay for the rescue of 3 children, then there is no harm in adding 1 more. Homosubi smiled and nodded. The 3 children and the Jinchuriki of Kyubi, huh? Well, we will pay attention. Sandaime requested helplessly, then please. In front of Amitsukami, Sandaime can't really afford to show a tough attitude, so all he can do is request politely. The main reason is that Amitsukami is too strong, so strong that Konoha's power or prestige doesn't seem to deter Amitsukami at all. And the second reason is that Konoha owes a favor to Amitsukami, so Amitsukami is their benefactor. If there was no help from Amitsukami in the battle against the Akatsuki organization, then what would have been the consequences, Sandaime dare not imagine. Homosubi nodded lightly, then left the Hokage tent unimpeded. After walking out of the Hokage camp, when Homosubi was about to leave the village, 2 figures appeared before her. Looking at the 2 people standing before her, Homosubi chuckled and greeted the 2. If it isn't the Uchiha Patriarch and the so-called number 1 genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui of the body flicker. I wonder why such famous people have come to me. That's right, the 2 people standing before Homosubi are none other than Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shursui. Fugaku directly activated his Manjikyu Sharingan and looked at Homosubi, while Shursui with a helpless face awkwardly stood beside Fugaku. Fugaku questioned tentatively, "You are Uchiha Tsukihei, are you not?" "Oh my, you realize my identity so easily?" Homosubi was surprised, then said, "I suppose I shouldn't be surprised." Fugaku said with a stern tone, "Uchiha Tsukihei, I may not know who your parent was, and how you were born, but since you are an Uchiha, should you not come to the clan where you belong? I can see that you don't harbor any hatred or dissatisfaction towards the clan or the village. As long as you are willing to return, I can." Before Fugaku could finish speaking, Tsukihei said, "It's not impossible for me to come to the clan, but you will have to give up on the position of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan." Fugaku was surprised by Tsukihei's condition and entered a pondering mode. Shursui was also surprised, but he was more surprised by what Tsukihei said. Will she really come to the clan? In fact, not only Fugaku and Shursui, even Tsukihei herself was surprised. She posed such a condition thinking that Fugaku will immediately refuse, never thought that Fugaku will start to seriously consider such an absurd condition. You really deserve to be the indecisive Uchiha Patriarch. Uchiha Fugaku would subconsciously hesitate on such a critical question. This undoubtedly shows that he, with an indecisive character, is really not a very good candidate for the position of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, a clan consisting of unruly clansmen who are driven by their emotions. After a while of consideration, Fugaku nodded, "Come to the clan, if you can defeat me and Shursui, the position of the patriarch of the clan is not unnegotiable." Tsukihei smiled, and shook her head. "I am sorry, Fugaku-sama, I was just joking with you. Neither am I interested in the position of the Uchiha Patriarch, nor can I become one even if I want to. After all, Uchiha Tsukihei is dead, isn't she? She died for the sake of the Konoha village, right?" Fugaku frowned when he heard Tsukihei's reply. Putting aside the matter of Uchiha Tsukihei's so-called death, when he heard that Tsukihei is not interested in the position of the patriarch, he was helpless. If even the position of the patriarch is not tempting enough for the other party, then he really has no other bargaining chip. At this time Tsukihei said, "Well, I'll praise you for recognizing my identity and give you a piece of advice. If you wish for the prosperity of your clan, then change your indecisive character Uchiha Patriarch, because this indecisive character will not bring a sense of security to the people around you." Tsukihei's sudden words startle Fugaku, and he can't help but fall into a thoughtful state. Tsukihei found that her words seemed to be doing their job, and continued to walk forward. And just as she was about to pass by Fugaku and Shursui, Fugaku suddenly interrupted her. "Wait. I am here to offer a commission to you." "A commission, you say?" Homosubi became interested. Although she guessed what commission Uchiha Patriarch is talking about, she questioned nonetheless, "What does Uchiha Patriarch want to be done?" Fugaku took a deep breath, and said, "If Amatsukami can help me rescue my younger son Sasuke, I am willing to pay the corresponding remuneration." Chapter 574, The Necessary Evil. If Amatsukami can help me rescue my younger son Sasuke, I am willing to pay the corresponding remuneration. Uchiha Sasuke was taken away by the Akatsuki organization, wasn't he? Whether he is dead or alive at this moment is unknown, and even if he is alive, we may not be able to do anything to save that kid. Homosubi refused Fugaku's commission without any hesitation. If there is a chance, Kuroto will naturally go to save Neji and Sasuke, but he doesn't want to make any reckless move, because taking reckless action will not only endanger the lives of those two kids but his own too. Therefore, Homosubi did not accept Fugaku's commission. As for why did Homosubi accept Sandaime Hokage's commission? Well, because Sandaime Hokage's commission also includes saving Naruto and Hinata from the hands of Orochimaru, which is a much easier task than saving Sasuke and Neji from the hands of the Akatsuki organization. Fugaku's expression changed. He didn't expect that Homosubi will directly refuse without even any thought, so after a while of thinking, he said again, "I have a piece of information that will definitely interest you. If Amatsukami is willing to help me rescue my son, I am willing to share this valuable information with you." Homosubi frowned. What information? She was unable to figure what kind of information would be so valuable that it would tempt even the Amatsukami to help Fugaku. "Position of Akatsuki organization's new base," said Fugaku while looking at Homosubi with a calm expression. Fugaku's eyes were showing his confidence that Homosubi will definitely be interested in this piece of information. After understanding that Fugaku was talking about the location of the new base of the Akatsuki organization, Homosubi gave him a deep glance, and couldn't help but think, "It seems that I underestimated him." What exactly is going on in Fugaku's mind at this moment, Homosubi can more or less guess. Fugaku obviously wants to use the location of the new base of the Akatsuki organization as bait to make Amatsukami launch a raid on them. By doing so, not only will he get the opportunity to rescue his younger son Sasuke, but he will also be able to force Uchiha Shinichi to rebel against the Akatsuki organization and return back to the clan, thus enhancing the power of the Uchiha clan. So, this move of his can be regarded as killing two birds, no, three birds with one stone, because aside from rescuing Sasuke and forcing Shinichi back, he also managed to use Amatsukami organization to his advantage, which up until now no has been able to do. It can be said that Fugaku's plan is very good, and this explains his confidence why he thinks that Homosubi will not be able to refuse, but it's a pity that there's still something that Fugaku has never taken into account. What Fugaku might have never taken into consideration is that Shursui, who is standing next to him, and Itachi, his most trusted son, are members of Amatsukami, so, the so-called secret information that he wants to use as bait is something Homosubi is already aware of for quite a few days now. Therefore, Fugaku's plan wasn't meant to succeed from the start. Seeing that Homosubi did not immediately answer, Fugaku thought that his plan is going perfectly and added, "The information in my hands is absolutely true. If you feel uncertain in your strength, the Uchiha clan is willing to cooperate with the Amatsukami and act together. By combining our forces, it will be easy to destroy the Akatsuki organization." Looking at Fugaku's serious expression, Tsukihei couldn't help thinking to herself, You overestimate yourself and underestimate the others, then shook her head to refuse. My answer is still the same. Fugaku didn't expect that Homusubi would refuse again, and asked in a puzzled manner, why? As for the reason, I have already told your Sandaime Hokage. If you want to know the reason, just ask him yourself, said Homusubi, and then started to leave. The moment she came next to Fugaku, she lightly whispered, also do me a favor and keep the fact that Uchiha Tsukihei is still alive a secret, otherwise, meteorites might start to rain above the sky of Uchiha clan. Is that a threat? Fugaku asked with his eyes narrowed. You are free to believe whatever you want. I am just telling you what will happen if you do what I don't want you to do. Homusubi said, then added, all right then, Uchiha Patriarch Sama. I'll be taking my leave now, see you again next time. Leading this sentence, Homusubi nonchalantly passed by Fugaku and Shursui and continued to walk toward the exit of the Konoha village, but it's a pity that before she could leave in a cool manner, another acquaintance stopped her, and the person who appeared in front of her this time was none other than Hyuga Hizashi. On top of a sentry tower, Asuma saw the Uchiha clan and the Hyuga clan privately contacting the Homusubi of Amatsukami and complained in an unhappy tone, the major shinobi clans are also trying to engage in little private tricks. In the current Konoha, there are uncountable unfavorable rumors circulating in regards to the Sandaime Hokage in the inner political circle, and this had made Asuma feel quite uneasy. He may not have definitive proof or evidence, Asuma can keenly feel that an undercurrent is surging in the village, and this undercurrent might be extremely disadvantageous for Sandaime Hokage. Kakashi, who was still half covered in bandages, sighed at the state of the village and said with a thoughtful expression, the heiress of the Hyuga clan, the son of the head of the branch division of the Hyuga clan, and the second son of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan was kidnapped in the chaos that night. Maybe all they are doing by trying to contact Amatsukami is find a to save their children. I understand that the village is also trying to save them, so they don't really have a reason to contact Amatsukami in such a manner, but a parent can never stop worrying about their child, and the more help they get, the higher the chances of saving their children. That's probably the reason they are contacting Amatsukami. Asuma sighed, I hope it is as you say. Then glanced at Kurenai from the corner of his eyes only to find that an inexplicable expression clouded her face as she was looking at Homusubi. It seemed as if she too wants to go and talk with Homusubi about something but is hesitant. Seeing Kurenai's state, Asuma was reminded of the recent rumors he heard about Kurenai that had something to do with the Fujin of Amatsukami. His face sank, and couldn't help but say to her, Kurenai, although Amatsukami helped Konoha and the other 4 great shinobi villages this time against the Akatsuki, there is no essential difference between them and the Akatsuki organization. So, don't get confused by them. Kurenai looked at Asuma with a frowned expression, and questioned, what are you trying to say? I just, being stared at by Kurenai, Asuma was at a loss. Understanding that if the two are allowed to continue in this manner, the tension between them will definitely rise, so Kakashi had no choice but to intervene and help Asuma. Kurenai, what Asuma is saying is not completely unreasonable. An organization as mysterious and strong as Amatsukami must have its own goals and objectives. Up until now, we have only learned of the frightening objectives of the Akatsuki organization, but we have no clue about what Amatsukami's goals and objectives are. So, we shouldn't let our guard down against them, because for all we know, making our guard down against them might just be the start of Amatsukami's goal. After listening to Kakashi's reasoning, Kurenai lowered her head and became silent. Seeing that the iron was hot, Asuma decided to strike. I know that Fujin of Amatsukami saved you from Orochimaru, but Fujin is also a member of Amatsukami, not a Konoha shinobi. So, it would be best if we keep our distance from them because we never know when Amatsukami will become our enemy. Kurenai remained silent and chose not to argue with Kakashi and Asuma. Instead she looked in the direction of Homusubi not far away with a thoughtful expression. As a Konoha kunoichi, Kurenai understands that Kakashi and Asuma are indeed correct. They never know when Amatsukami, which has been helping them up until now, will become their enemy. And generally speaking, Kurenai's vigilance against foreigners is no worse than anyone else. She is not the type who would desperately try to repay someone foreigner or fall in love with him just because that said foreigner happened to have saved her life. The reason why she fell in love with him after the events a few nights ago, Kurenai has come to accept her feelings, and the fact that she loves Fujin is not only because Fujin desperately tried to protect her from Orochimaru despite all the bloody injuries he received in the process, but also because she has seen his appearance and knows that Fujin is not a foreigner. He is a Hyuga and should have been a Konoha shinobi before leaving the village. Kurenai is more certain of her guess after witnessing Fujin's act of desperately protecting the village from the Akatsuki organization. She feels that deep down inside, Fujin must still love the village, otherwise, he would have never gone so far as to get himself so severely injured and nearly killed just for the sake of a task. Why exactly did Fujin leave the village? Kurenai is not sure and has not been able to figure it out yet. But upon understanding the inner problems of the Hyuga clan, she feels that there must have been some unspeakable difficulties that prompted him to leave the village. But just because he left the village shouldn't mean that he hates the village, and it also doesn't mean that he is an enemy of the village or will never come back, right? Maybe someday, when this is all over, she thought as she continued to look at Homusubi in the distance. On Homusubi's side. Homusubi sighed in pity while looking at the disappearing back of Hyuga Hizashi. This time, Hyuga Hizashi came to meet Homusubi as a representative from the Hyuga clan. The purpose was obviously very clear, it is to entrust a commission to Amatsukami in regard to the rescue of the heiress of the Hyuga clan who was kidnapped by Orochimaru. As mentioned before, saving the children kidnapped by Orochimaru are much easier, compared to saving the children kidnapped by the Akatsuki organization, so Homusubi had no problem accepting the commission. What's more, based on her knowledge and understanding of Orochimaru, Homusubi knows that Hinata wouldn't be in too much danger as Orochimaru has long lost his interest in the Byakugan because he doesn't find Byakugan to be valuable or interesting enough when compared to the Sharingan. In fact, it is not just Orochimaru, even if it is the common opinion in Konoha village or the opinion of the rest of the shinobi world, they don't find Byakugan to be any more useful than a sensor jutsu. With the repeated emergence of Manjikyu Sharingan users, and the appearance of the Rinnegan, the fabled eyes of the Rakudo Sannin, the evaluation of Byakugan has fallen to the bottom. The Hyuga clan, which was barely keeping pace with the Uchiha clan in the past, is now nowhere near equal to the Uchiha clan. But this is not the reason why Homusubi sighed in pity. The reason she did so is that she felt pity for Hyuga Hizashi. She could clearly feel that when Hyuga Hizashi came to entrust the commission in regards to the rescue of Hinata, he wanted to offer a commission for the rescue of his son too, but for some reason, he failed to speak that part and returned without mentioning anything about it. Thinking of the inner torment Hizashi's heart must be feeling at this moment for not even being able to do anything to save his beloved son, Homusubi could only sigh in pity. This is how the Hyuga clan works, and this is the fate of the members of the branch division of the Hyuga clan. Protection and safety of the main family is their top priority. Between Hinata and his son, the safety of Hinata comes first. There is no other option. No matter how much he is worried about his own son, he must first do everything to ensure the safety of the member of the main family, and for this, even if he is forced to give up on his child, then he must do so. He has no say in the matter. Such a reality is damned, and even if it is Kuroto, he really wants to change this damned situation. But Kuroto also understands that now is not the best time to make a move to change the situation of the Hyuga clan. Moreover, for the majority of the Hyuga clansmen, the caged bird Juinjutsu is more. Chapter 575, Danzo's Worries. After receiving the commission from Hyuga Hizashi, Homusubi did not stay in Kanahadakura anymore, and after throwing off all the eyeliners she quickly left the village. Not long after, Homusubi arrived at a familiar location, and this was the forest area outside Shimura Danzo's secret base of operation. In addition to collecting the agreed payment from the Sandaime Hokage, Homusubi had one other purpose why she used the Tsukihei clone publicly, and that reason is to take over the work of Fujin in the improvement of Chimera Buds and Chimera Jutsu and participate in Shimura Danzo's plan. After all, the Fujin clone was too badly damaged in several battles against the members of the Akatsuki organization and won't be of any use for the time being, but the improvement and development of the Chimera Buds and Chimera Jutsu are an immediate priority that cannot be delayed, and Kuroto must be involved in the whole process to make sure that nothing is left out. The rapid improvement in Nagato's strength has made Kuroto feel a little desperate and urgent. At present no one can judge what are the upper limits of Nagato, nor can anyone, including Homusubi, infer when Nagato will make his next move or what will be his plans. Therefore, Homusubi must not waste any time in dangling around and must do what he can in order to speed up the development and advancement of the Chimera Jutsu to complete his Project Godhood as soon as possible. With this thought in her mind, Homusubi continued to walk further and quickly approached Shimura Danzo's base. Whoosh whoosh. But before Homusubi could get too close, suddenly two shinobi wearing the Root subdivision gear appeared in front of her and said to him respectfully, "Danzo-sama is waiting for you at the base, please follow us." The one who spoke was none other than the Bishojo-chan Fujin was quite familiar with, and knowing the other party's identity, Homusubi nodded lightly. "It seems my arrival was within Danzo's expectations. Oh well, it doesn't really matter if Danzo expected me to come or not," and followed the two. It didn't take very long for the party of three to arrive at Danzo's base, and Homusubi soon met up with Danzo. "The two of you can go back to your posts." "Yes, Danzo-sama." After instructing the two subordinates to go back to their posts, Danzo first took a deep look at Homusubi, then said, "I do hope that your Amatsukami will abide by their previous agreement." Homusubi was taken aback by the sudden words of Danzo, and asked in a confused tone, "What agreement are you talking about?" Danzo frowned, and questioned, "Does Amatsukami intends to fool me now?" Fujin clearly stated, "For the future of the shinobi world, Konoha needs a new Hokage, someone courageous enough to stand against the wind, and Amatsukami has chosen Shimura-san for this purpose. After giving out such a promise of supporting me to the position of the Hokage, do you intend to back out now?" When Homusubi heard Danzo's words, she couldn't help but realize, no wonder this old guy is jumping up and down in the village recently, so this is where his confidence is coming from. At the same time, Tsukihei was a bit speechless after listening to Danzo's reiteration of Fujin's words. Back then Kuroto used the Fujin clone to make a deal with Shimura Danzo, and to make Danzo trust him, he spoke all that nonsense of supporting him to become Konoha's Hokage. It was supposed to be just empty talk to tempt Danzo and lower his guard so that he can become the perfect lab rat without any opposition. Kuroto never expected that this old guy would really take that empty talk seriously to his heart. And it just so happens that soon after that talk the village was nearly destroyed, causing Sandaime Hokage to lose trust and confidence from the people of the village. This made Shimura Danzo realize that his chance is here, and he started to jump up and around the village in order to take advantage of this God-given once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing Homusubi silent and not giving any reply, Danzo snorted coldly, "What now? Did Hiruzen offer something more tempting?" Danzo is obviously aware of the fact that Homusubi has just met up with the Sandaime Hokage, and it wouldn't be so strange Sandaime Hokage made a deal with Amatsukami, causing that organization to tilt their support from his side to Hiruzen's side. After listening to Danzo's question, Homusubi's brain turned, and she chose deliberate silence, which was regarded as acquiescence by Danzo. "Damn it, Hiruzen! I won't lose to you. Not this time." After cursing inwardly, Danzo looked at Homusubi and said, "Humph, what can Hiruzen even give to Amatsukami? I know his character better than anyone, he can't give Amatsukami anything except for just some money. But I am different. As long as Amatsukami continues to support me and help me ascend to the position of Konoha's Hokage, I can give the entire land of water to Amatsukami." "Huh?" Homusubi was startled by what Danzo said, and for a moment she even suspected that she heard it wrong. Danzo turned around, and said in a fanatic tone, "The era of the 5 great shinobi villages will end in my hands. When that happens, the entire land of water and the neighboring islands can be handed over to the Amatsukami to manage. One of the 5 great nations in exchange for supporting and helping me in becoming Konoha's Hokage is not a bad price, don't you think? I believe you should feel my sincerity." "I don't feel it at all. The land of water was not yours, is not yours, and will never be yours, to begin with, and the same case applies to the other nations, so why do you get to call the shots? At this time, you are writing this kind of empty check in order to tempt me. Do you think I am an idiot just like you?" Homusubi thought inwardly but didn't give an outright reply to Danzo. Seeing that Homusubi was still silent, Danzo looked back at her, and said in a confident tone, Hiruzen will never be able to give you such an offer, you can't refuse me. Looking at Danzo's face, wait, he was serious just now? Homosubi suddenly realized that this old geezer is not joking, and couldn't help but think at the same time, I really didn't expect that he would have such grand ambitions, unifying the entire shinobi world? This old thing is really... For a while, Homosubi couldn't figure out how to describe the man named Shimura Danzo. After a long silence, she finally said, the reason I am here this time, it's just to replace Fujin and help with the improvement of Chimera Jutsu. As for your proposal just now, I will report it back to the organization. Hearing Homosubi's words, Danzo's face turned into a gloomy expression. Homosubi didn't care about Danzo's reaction at all, and stated directly, take me to the laboratory. With a bit of hesitation, Danzo nodded and ordered one of his subordinates to escort Homosubi to the laboratory she will be working in. Although Danzo was very dissatisfied with Homosubi's attitude towards him, Danzo's rationality told him that now is not the time to turn his face with Amatsukami organization. Not to mention the Chimera Jutsu is yet to be fully completed, Danzo still needs Amatsukami's support in advanced biotechnology and requires Amatsukami's involvement in the improvement to check and balance Orochimaru. Therefore, even if he is dissatisfied, Danzo chose to suppress it for now and focus on what's more important at the moment. After Homosubi left, Orochimaru walked out of the darkness, and said with a mocking smile, it seems that Homosubi doesn't have a very good opinion of you. Humph! Danzo snorted, and said in an annoyed tone, this is the reason why I hate the Uchiha. Uchihas shouldn't exist in the shinobi world at all. Because of being deeply influenced by Nidaime Hokage, Danzo has an indelible hostility towards the Uchiha clan. Of course, Danzo's situation is much worse than Nidaime Hokage. Senju Tobirama, despite not having a very good opinion of the Uchiha clan, was still capable of using that clan for the benefit of Konoha, but that's not the case with Shimura Danzo. In Danzo's opinion, the Uchiha clan shouldn't even exist. Orochimaru also knew this fact, and said with a thoughtful expression, Amatsukami should be aware of your oil and water type relationship with the Uchiha clan, and yet they sent Homosubi to work in the improvement of Chimera Jutsu. I am afraid this is not a very good news for the plan. Homosubi's involvement might even prove to be detrimental. Danzo's eyes narrowed, and said, I must find a way to get in contact with Fujin as soon as possible, otherwise, things will get out of hands. Orochimaru shook his head, don't put too much hop on him. I was there at that time, and I am quite certain, Fujin's injuries weren't normal, they didn't look like a disguise, even Tsunade was helpless and stated that he won't survive. Orochimaru may not have intervened much in those battles on that night, he was still observing everything that was happening in the village, so he had a clear grasp of the entire situation. As such, he is also aware that even Tsunade Haim, the best Irionin in the shinobi world, was helpless in the face of Fujin's injuries. Others may not know it, Orochimaru is aware of the disease that the people of the Kagaya clan suffer from. He has figured out that that disease is majorly related to using Shikatsu Myaku. As such, he perfectly understands that Fujin's situation was really critical, and it would be a miracle if he survived that condition. Danzo said with a regretful expression, sigh, I warned him not to interfere too much, but he just didn't listen, and now this has happened, he is to blame for all this problem. Danzo has regarded that among the various members of the Amatsukami, Fujin supports him, while Homosubi opposes him. He thinks that there must be different factions within the Amatsukami. Fujin must be part of the faction that supported him, while Homosubi must be part of the faction that opposes him, and now that Fujin is critically injured, so the faction that Fujin is part of must be at a temporary disadvantage, which has caused this situation. As for the reason why Homosubi is hostile to him and opposes him, is there even a reason to ask? Everyone knows Danzo's repulsive attitude towards the Uchiha clan, so it is normal for Homosubi, who happens to be an Uchiha, to be hostile towards him. Orochimaru licked his lips with an excited smile, and questioned, do you want to continue the plan? Danzo struck his crutch on the ground, and said with an unquestionable expression, of course, no one can stop me. The age is increasing, and the body is declining, but with this decline, the ambitions that should decrease as well are not only not decreasing but increasing with each and every passing day. Now his ambitions have reached such an unstoppable level that even if a 10,000-meter cliff is present in front of him, Danzo will not stop and jump without a shred of hesitation. Chapter 576, Danzo, Orochimaru and Homusubi's Thoughts. Of course, no one can stop me, said Danzo with a determined expression. Hearing Danzo's answer, Orochimaru smiled slightly. He wasn't surprised at all. If there is anyone in this shinobi world who knows Danzo better than Danzo himself, then it is undoubtedly Orochimaru, who has witnessed the entire process of Danzo turning from an elder who maintained Konoha's stability from the shadows to a slave of power who wants only one thing: become Konoha's light, that is, the so-called Hokage. As such, Orochimaru fully understands for Danzo, who has become a slave and lost himself in pursuit of power, this sudden opportunity is too rare to be missed. This extent of destruction was a first for Konoha. More than 90% of the village was destroyed and there were more than 2,000 casualties. Such a disaster, no matter what the cause and no matter during which Hokage's leadership did it happen, once it happened will inevitably cause the Hokage to fall into a whirlpool of negative public opinion. It must be known that the previous 3 great shinobi world wars, no matter how cruel or painful they were, never once reached the gate of Konoha village, let alone razing the village overnight like what happened a few nights ago. And even if it was the betrayal of Uchiha Madara or the attack of the 9-tailed demon fox, the village never once suffered such an extent of damage. In the hearts of the vast majority of Konoha ninjas and civilians, the inherent concept that Konoha village is the strongest power in the ninja world, and the Hokage is the strongest ninja in the entire shinobi world still exists. The people of Konoha may be willing to understand the difficulties of Sandaime Hokage. Given the feats of the Akatsuki and Amatsukami, they are willing to agree that the enemy this time is just too powerful that even Hokage, who is supposed to be the strongest ninja in the shinobi world, is not able to defeat them for whatever reason, but emotionally, they are unable to accept such a reality. The destruction of their homes and loved ones still makes them subconsciously blame Sandaime Hokage for his inability to protect the village and the villagers. After all, the name and position Hokage represents responsibility. No matter how many valid reasons or excuses there are, the fact that the village was destroyed is unchangeable, so the incumbent Hokage also cannot shirk the responsibility for his failure. When a similar situation happened during the last stages of the Third Great Shinobi War, Sandaime Hokage took the responsibility and stepped down as the Hokage and gave the position to the Yondaime. That move may have been his political maneuver, but he did so nonetheless. So, this time too, he will have to step down as the Hokage. This is a fact that almost all the intellectual and experienced people understand. And with how active Shimura Danzo has become these days, without a doubt, he wants to use this opportunity, because he too realizes that this is not only his best chance but also his only chance. If this opportunity were to be missed, then he will never be able to become Konoha's light. After seeing through Danzo's thought process, Orochimaru licked his lips and asked suggestively, if Amatsukami really falls on the old man's side, your next plan will be greatly affected. Danzo shook his head, and said with a confident tone, it won't happen. As I said earlier, I know Sarutobi better than anyone else. He can't offer a price higher than I am offering them, so Amatsukami will not choose to cooperate with him. I suspect that the reason Amatsukami sent Homusubi to meet Sarutobi is just to borrow him in order to force me to make more concessions. I knew about it and offered the entire land of water, but it appears that just the land of water doesn't satisfy them. Their appetite is bigger, so they want more. I suppose this might indeed be the case. Orochimaru nodded as if he agreed with this possibility, but his eyes that were looking at Danzo's back were clearly emphasizing that he is looking at an idiot, and there was only one thought going on his mind, which is, this guy is utterly hopeless. According to Orochimaru, the reason why Amatsukami sent Homusubi in place of Fujin could be just about anything, and he is not sure what it is, but what he is definitely sure of is that it wouldn't have anything to do with increasing concessions or bigger appetite. After all, the leader of that organization can drop freaking meteors from outer space. Knowing this fact, will there still exist a foolish daimyo or country in this shinobi world who would oppose Amatsukami if that organization tried to take over it through brute force? The answer is an obvious big fat no. In fact, if you think about it, there would be countless countries in this shinobi world who would even welcome Amatsukami and offer their entire land to them, just for the sake of the sense of security that Amatsukami might be able to provide them with. Therefore, what Danzo thinks is bound to be impossible, but Orochimaru did not bother to correct Danzo, because the bigger idiot Danzo remains, the easier it will be for Orochimaru to manipulate him. Danzo obviously didn't know what Orochimaru was thinking. He looked at Orochimaru, and said in an unquestionable tone, the progress of the improvement of the Chimera Jutsu must be accelerated. Orochimaru smiled slightly, and said, recently I have made a major breakthrough on my part, and now the part that was supposed to be completed by Fujin is what's constraining the further progress, so that's up to Homasubi. I just hope that Homasubi, who is replacing Fujin, is as good as him and wouldn't let us down, otherwise, it might take months, or even years to complete the improvement of Chimera Jutsu. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Danzo nodded in appreciation. When it comes to his talent as a researcher, Orochimaru does have a capital to be prided upon. At the same time, he couldn't help but frown at the mention of Homasubi. Danzo feels that it is inappropriate to let an Uchiha intervene in his core plan. But he doesn't really have a choice. Homasubi is the person Amatsukami sent, so he will have to make do with Homasubi, which made him sigh endlessly. Orochimaru didn't care about Danzo's sigh. He was thinking something else, and after a while of thinking, he said tentatively, it's about time you start selecting the targets. Have you considered which Kekii Genkai do you want to swallow? Danzo shook his head indifferently. I haven't decided yet. Orochimaru knew that Danzo won't reveal such an important intelligence to him, so he didn't bother to ask anymore, just turned around and started walking into the darkness while licking his lips in excitement. On Homasubi's side, she read the report handed over to her by an assistant, and after reading it, Tsukihai's pupils under the Homasubi mask shrank slightly. Judging from the data recorded in this report, in the days when Kuroto was absent, the progress of the part Orochimaru was in charge of has made a major breakthrough, and even many other technical difficulties that the entire project was facing were also solved one by one. From this report alone, Homasubi could guess that it was all done by Orochimaru. Almost none of Danzo's researchers are capable of such advancement in such a short period of time, so she couldn't help but think, it seems Danzo and Orochimaru are still maintaining their cooperative relationship. Thinking of this, Homasubi suddenly realized something. Orochimaru kidnapped the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki from the village. Even if Orochimaru and Danzo did not have a conflict over it, Danzo should have at least terminated his cooperative relationship with Orochimaru for the time being. But this didn't happen. Not only did Danzo not terminate his cooperation with Orochimaru, but he didn't even bother to ask Orochimaru to immediately return the Jinchuriki and the Hyuga heiress. This shows that Danzo and Orochimaru might have reached some kind of agreement in private. And thinking so, Homasubi felt more strongly that it has something to do with Danzo's recent secret moves. Danzo is actively seeking the position of Hokage. This is not hidden from Homasubi, and now she has finally realized that the support from Amatsukami may not be his only source of confidence. Homasubi thinks that the two kids, Naruto and Hinata, who are in Orochimaru's hands, are also the bargaining chips Danzo intends to use to his advantage at the time of Hokage elections. Imagine what would happen if Danzo reached an agreement with Orochimaru and enacted a scene of the rescue of Hinata and Naruto. Such an act of bravery will suddenly shoot up Danzo's reputation in the village. In such a scenario, the support of the Hyuga clan will undoubtedly tilt towards Danzo. When that happens, as long as Danzo manages to woo a few other major shinobi clans and get support from the daimyo, it wouldn't be impossible for him to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen as Konoha's next Hokage. But this all depends on one question, and that is, will Orochimaru hand over Naruto and Hinata to Danzo? Chapter 577, The Unexpected Visitor. Will Orochimaru hand over Naruto and Hinata to Danzo? Doesn't he want to use Naruto to exchange with Sasuke, who is in the Akatsuki's hands? Or is it possible that Danzo is offering him something that even Orochimaru is tempted about and can't refuse? As far as Homasubi has thought, the hostage exchange is bound to happen between Orochimaru and Akatsuki. After all, Naruto is of little use to Orochimaru, and Sasuke is of no value to the Akatsuki, and if they want their respective targets with no difficulty, then hostage exchange is the best option. So, reasonably speaking, Orochimaru shouldn't agree to Danzo's offer, or maybe it is better to say that he will only partially agree at best. He may agree to hand over Hinata because she is of no use to him whatsoever, but he shouldn't agree to hand over Naruto. After all, if he wants Sasuke who is in the hands of the Akatsuki, then he would need to hand over Naruto to Akatsuki, which would be impossible if Naruto is rescued by Danzo. But now that Homusubi thought about it a little, she realized that what she was thinking is just an ideal scenario. The ideal in the sense that both Akatsuki and Orochimaru operate in the sense of what's best for them, but will they really operate in such a way? Both Akatsuki organization and Orochimaru are dishonest parties, and there is absolutely zero mutual trust between the two of them, so when the two sides meet for hostage exchange, they will definitely plan and try to pit each other, and both sides must realize each other's mentality. As such, it is possible that the so-called hostage exchange won't even take place, and if hostage exchange doesn't occur, then it wouldn't be strange or impossible for Orochimaru to agree to Danzo's proposal in exchange for some benefit. After reaching this conclusion, Homusubi decided that she will think about this matter at a later date. No matter what Orochimaru and Danzo are planning, it doesn't concern her for the time being. As such, Homusubi put aside this thought for now and focused on the matter at hand. After putting aside the report in her hands, she started to carry out experiments related to the parts she is responsible for. Although Kuroto did not do any active research in the past few days because of being extremely busy in Umbu missions, his brain was not idle. Even when performing the Umbu mission, or doing other important or unimportant work, he was constantly formulating theories, analysis, as well as experimentation plans in his mind, so right now, Homusubi didn't have to think too much and quickly got busy. The major breakthrough that Orochimaru has made is mainly in the aspect of finding a perfect colloidal material for making the chimera buds. The colloidal material that Orochimaru discovered is a special kind of glue with properties that make it suitable to be used for making the chimera buds. This glue is highly active at a temperature of 45 degrees Celsius. The activity level is almost comparable to the glue used by Hiriko to make the chimera buds. But what's different and special about this glue discovered by Orochimaru is that its activity is controllable in variation to temperature, which doesn't happen with the glue used by Hiriko. From 45 degrees Celsius to 30 degrees Celsius change in temperature, the change in activity is negative and is very small, but here's where things start to get interesting. Just as the temperature decreases below 30 degrees Celsius, the rate at which the activity decreases increases, and by the time the temperature approaches 0 degrees Celsius, the activity becomes infinitely close to zero. Normally for almost all the other materials, activity approaches infinitely close to zero at 0 degrees Kelvin, which is almost impossible to achieve, but here, for this specific glue, the activity is approaching infinitely close to zero at 0 degrees Celsius, and this makes it a very big discovery. This kind of colloidal material whose activity is highly dependent on external temperature is very easy to control. As long as the surrounding temperature is adjusted as per the requirements, the risk of the chimera buds running out of control can fundamentally be prevented. Therefore, this breakthrough made by Orochimaru can be said to be critical. Before Orochimaru found this special glue, Homusubi was unable to make a rough estimate of how much funds do she need to continue to invest for the improvement of the chimera jutsu, but now that Orochimaru has found this special glue, the time and money Homusubi needs to invest in the follow-up improvement have become calculable. Not only that, but the discovery of the special glue also helped Homusubi solve many other problems she was earlier facing in the improvement of the chimera jutsu. Orochimaru-sensei sure is helpful, thought Homusubi in a good mood and speeded up the experimental part she was responsible for. Within the next few days, Homusubi quickly redesigned the entire ceremony based on the new glue and specifically added a temperature control system that would allow the host of the ceremony to control the surrounding temperature in order to enhance or weaken the activity of the glue. And aside from carrying out all these tests at Danzo's root base, Kuroto also made sure to upgrade his Anchor Vantian laboratory to the same level or even more advanced compared to the laboratory to make sure that all the experimentation that was done here could easily be replicated in his laboratory too. In this way, time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye more than a month flew by. 1 month later. After a month of reconstruction, the village changed from a desolate and ruined state and started to take back its vibrant form, with a newer appearance. While walking on the streets, one can see the newly constructed streets and residential blocks. Even Kuroto had to admire the construction workers for wiping away almost all the traces of the previous destruction. But it's a pity that even if the village was being built anew, the haze and pain in the hearts of the villagers due to the loss of their loved ones did not disappear one bit. And of course, the result of all that haze and pain within the hearts of the villagers is that within the past month, various unfavorable opinions and rumors that were occasionally heard immediately after Akatsuki's attack fermented. As a result, almost all the ignorant folks started to express their dissatisfaction against Sandaime Hokage and started to question his leadership. This state of unrest reached the point that just about anyone with sufficient IQ could judge that someone is intentionally manipulating public opinion from the shadows. And Kuroto, who was aware of the inside story, knew full well that this someone is none other than Shimura Danzo. After all, Danzo is the type of guy who always makes these sorts of shady political maneuvers. But Danzo was also playing quite well this time. He didn't bother to spread false accusations, nor did he bother to distort the facts. All he did was trigger the doubts hidden in the hearts of the villagers, so even Sandaime didn't have any effective countermeasure, and was in a bit of a pinch. But all this political drama had nothing to do with Kuroto, who was walking towards his new home. That's right, in the village reconstruction, Kuroto's home, which was also destroyed, has been reconstructed. Although the internal decoration has not been completed yet, he has already moved in. So, after completing his umbu duties for the day, Kuroto, who returned home exhausted, didn't even bother to freshen up, and after casually throwing aside his umbu gear, he collapsed on the mattress with the heater turned on. Today, it was really frosty, he muttered while warming himself inside the kotatsu, and soon started to drift into a cozy sleep. But it's a pity that he didn't have the chance to catch up on his sleep, because as luck would have it, the moment he was about to drift into the world of dreams, suddenly a spiral whirl appeared in his living room, and from that spiral whirl a familiar figure with familiar clothing and familiar mask walked out. My name is Uchiha Madara. I'll be damned. Chapter 578, A Deal with Uchiha Madara? My name is Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara, muttered Kuroto with widened eyes as he vigilantly looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in his room, and internally his mind was going haywire. He couldn't help but think, what the hell is Obito doing at my house? Could it be, my identities have been exposed? But if so, then how? Just how in the hell did Obito and Akatsuki figure out that it is me? But before Kuroto had any time to properly consider whether it is exactly as he was thinking and if Obito's purpose is really related to that, Obito spoke. No need to be alarmed, I am not here with hostile intentions. This time, I am here, only to make a deal with you. Hyuga Kuroto! Huh? A deal you say? Kuroto was taken aback, and narrowed his eyes trying to figure out Obito's intentions behind his words. Deal? What kind of deal? And why would he want to make a deal with me? Moreover, the way he is talking, it doesn't seem. From Obito's casual manner of approaching him, Kuroto felt that Obito shouldn't have discovered his secret identity as the leader of Amatsukumi, because if he had, Obito wouldn't have dared to come before him so casually. So, after calming his mind, Kuroto looked at Obito with a vigilant expression, and asked tentatively, why do you think I will make a deal with the likes of you? I don't know, maybe for the sake of ensuring the safety of your dear disciple, Hyuga Niji, said Obito, with a chuckle, then added with a serious tone, you should be aware that he is in our hands. And you see, the thing is, I am not interested in killing him as there's no benefit in doing so, so here I am to make a deal with you. If you wish to keep him alive, and also have him return to Konoha, then you will do as I say. Kuroto blinked twice upon listening to Obito's words. He didn't really expect that Obito would be here to make a deal regarding such a matter, and couldn't help but think, he is an idiot, right? He specifically came to my house just to blackmail me using Niji as a hostage? After realizing some extent of Obito's purpose of coming here, Kuroto immediately came up with a plan and started to enact a performance using his vast acting experience in order to figure out what exactly is that Obito wants to blackmail him into doing. At the mention of Niji, Kuroto showed an expression filled with surprise and burning anger, and slowly reached out his hand into his vest where a kunai is supposed to be hidden as per the Umbu standards. Seeing Kuroto's little actions, Obito's tone darkened, and said, "You should make every move after thinking wisely, because each of your little actions might result in the death of your loved ones." Hearing the warning issued to him, Kuroto's hand stooped midway, and the intense anger was clearly visible on his face. Obito felt satisfied looking at the helpless expression of Kuroto and chuckled inwardly. And while Obito was chuckling inwardly, Kuroto, who was externally showing an expression filled with helplessness, anger, and intense hatred, internally he analyzed the possibility of the success rate of a sneak attack on Obito. Kuroto has many ways using which he can kill Obito, but because of the Izanagi that Obito must have transcribed in the spare Sharingan that he has implanted in his body, he will not die, so each of Kuroto's killer moves will become ultimately useless. The assassination will succeed if and only if Obito's chakra is in a disrupted state. If Obito's chakra is in a disrupted state, he will not be able to use his Izanagi, and then Kuroto can kill him, but looking at Obito, as well as the surrounding using his Byakugan vision, Kuroto felt that the success rate is very low. The reason for the low success rate is the fact that Obito's body is not present in the shinobi world. He is only maintaining a physical appearance in front of Kuroto. In reality, Obito is still present inside the Kamui dimension, so, even if Kuroto attacks Obito, it would be useless as the attack will not connect with Obito's body, and just phase right through him. What's more, Kuroto is still present inside Konoha, and using that particular method would mean exposing his identity as the leader of Amatsukami, which is something Kuroto doesn't want to risk at this point, considering that the possibility of success is zero, so he decided not to play along with Obito for the time being. After letting go of the thought of attacking Obito, he thought about how to answer his proposal. Seeing that Kuroto was busy thinking, Obito added, "You should understand that Hyuga Niji, in particular, has no value to the Akatsuki, and even a moment of delay in compliance can result in his death. If you wish for him to stay alive, you would do well to agree." After pondering a little, and getting repeatedly blackmailed, Kuroto nodded, "All right," but then added with a helpless expression, "I am not sure if you are already aware of this or not, but I am a member of the branch division of the Hyuga clan. As such, the things I can do for you are limited. If you expect me to betray the village, then you are expecting too much out of me." "No, no." Obito shook his head here while waving his hand casually. "Firstly, I have no interest in Konoha's secret intelligence, so, by doing as I say, and working for me, you are not technically betraying the Konoha village, so you don't have to worry about becoming a traitor. And secondly, even if I asked you to do that, you cannot deny it, as you are not in any position to negotiate here. You would do well again by keeping that in mind as well." Kuroto was startled by Obito's words, and nodded in realization. "All right, I suppose." Then he questioned with a confused gaze, "But if you don't want Konoha's intelligence, then what do you want me to do?" At this question, Obito's expression under the mask became extremely serious, and he said in a deep tone of voice, "I want you to collect intelligence on Amatsukami for me." Amatsukami. Kuroto was again taken aback, and for a moment he didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Obito's bad luck. Obito came to threaten and blackmail him, the leader of Amatsukami, for what? To investigate Amatsukami's intelligence and report it to Akatsuki? Kuroto had to really commend Obito for making such a bold decision. Seeing that Kuroto was silent, Obito thought that he was hesitating, and said, "I know everything about you, everything about your abilities and history, to your relations, so you don't need to make excuses, because doing so might cause you heavily. I know that you are the team leader of the elite Umbu unit, Team Ro, so you have access to the entire intelligence network of Konoha Village. And since you are the guy who managed to locate Akatsuki's base in the Amage Cure, so don't go denying that you are not capable of investigating Amatsukami's intelligence. You are pretty capable of, and even if you are not, you will find it no matter what, if you want your loved ones to not die suddenly. I am also aware of the fact that Konoha and Amatsukami have started to cooperate, so finding intelligence on Amatsukami shouldn't be that difficult for you. Hence, you will do as I say, if you do not want your dear disciple to die. I see, Kuroto agreed with a nervous expression, but internally he couldn't help but stare at Obito blankly and think, this guy is really an idiot. No doubt about this. At the same time as Kuroto was looking blankly at Obito, Obito also looked at Kuroto, but Obito's gaze was different. He looked at Kuroto as if he has Kuroto dancing in the palms of his hands, and thought to himself, no matter what, you don't have the option to refuse me. Hyuga Kuroto! Chapter 579, Obito's Temptation. It seems that because the Akatsuki organization is unable to get any information from any other source or any other shinobi village, so they have decided to finally turn their attention on Konoha village to seek out information, thought Kuroto with a thoughtful look on his face which he did not hide from Obito. No doubt, after the previous war against the 5 great shinobi villages and Amatsukami, Akatsuki has become more and more afraid of Amatsukami. The very action of Obito to sneak inside Konoha in person, and blackmailing Kuroto using threat, coercion, and hostage that he has in order to make Kuroto his spy, shows that Akatsuki is getting more and more impatient due to their continuous inability to find any useful information about the Amatsukami. It's just that Akatsuki's, or should it be said that Obito's luck is really bad. Whether through intentional or unintentional coincidence, the person Obito ended up choosing for the purpose of obtaining intelligence on Amatsukami turned out to be Kuroto, the very leader of Amatsukami. As a result, not only did Obito fail miserably in what he intended to do, but he also exposed the focus of Akatsuki organization's next course of actions. But it's a pity that Obito didn't realize the reality, and how big of a blunder he made. When he saw the contemplative look on Kuroto's face under his intimidation, Obito felt that he only needs to give a little more push, and Hyuga Kuroto will give in. Thinking so, Obito said with Madara's deep voice, it's time to decide. I don't have all day long to spend here with you. Seeing that Obito seems to be getting impatient, Kuroto thought, I guess there is no harm in agreeing to him. By doing so, I can find an opportunity to lay down a trap and then get rid of him directly by taking advantage of his overconfidence and carelessness. After making such a decision, Kuroto deliberately showed a tangled expression on his face as if he was still hesitating. And sure enough, Kuroto's acting skills worked just as he intended them to. When Obito saw that Hyuga Kuroto was still hesitating, his face under the mask turned gloomy. He subjected Kuroto to cold-killing intent, and said in a threatening tone of voice, it seems that you still don't understand the meaning of my words. I am not here to negotiate with you. I am here to tell you what you have to do. If you don't agree to my conditions, then the consequences you will face will not be good. Oh, by the way, I heard that, aside from a disciple, you have a fiancée. What's her name? Hyuga Yui, correct? Then there is also the daughter of the Miko of the Land of Demons who is like a sister to you. She seems to be the same age as Hyuga Niji. Her name's Cheyenne, right? Kuroto's heart jumped when Obito mentioned Yui and Cheyenne, and he coldly looked at Obito. Seeing the coldness in Kuroto's eyes, Obito shrugged, don't give me that look. So long as you do as I say, no harm will come to them. Then he took a pause, and added in a bewitching tone, if you do as I say, and bring me some useful information about Amatsukami, then I can even help you get rid of the cage that is currently binding your fate and limiting you. Kuroto narrowed his eyes, and asked with a confused expression, what do you mean? Obito chuckled, oh, don't play so dumb, you know exactly what I mean, the cage bird curse seal. If you manage to give me useful information, then I can help you get rid of the cage bird curse seal. Obito obviously felt that just threatening and blackmailing Hyuga Kuroto might not be enough, so, after thinking a little bit, he decided to throw out a card that almost no Hyuga clansman from the branch family can resist. After all, it is a well-known fact that the members of the Hyuga branch family generally detest the cage bird curse seal. The stronger and more talented a shinobi from the branch family is, the more disgusted they will be towards the cage bird curse seal that controls their destiny and life and death. So, Obito felt that even Hyuga Kuroto won't be able to resist the temptation of getting rid of the cage bird curse seal, and exactly as he intended, when Kuroda heard that the Akatsuki can even help him get rid of the cage bird cursed seal, he was really taken aback. Help me break free of the cage bird cursed seal? Obito nodded, yes. Whether Obito is being serious and really intends to help Kuroda get rid of the cage bird cursed seal or not is something that perhaps only Obito knows, but Kuroda felt that Obito wasn't being serious, and just intends to present a carrot in front of him to tempt him and control him using that temptation. The reason why he thinks as such is that Akatsuki doesn't really have the ability to crack the cage bird cursed seal. Kuroda is sure of this. He is so sure, because even Kuroda, who is a Hyuga and an expert in Fuinjutsu, hasn't managed to find a way to completely break the cage bird cursed seal as of yet, so how can Akatsuki find a way? But for instance, Kuroda does assume that Akatsuki has the ability to find a way to break the cage bird cursed seal. Would they really devote their energy to it? Kuroda doesn't really think they will, because it is of no use to them. Therefore, Kuroda knows that even the temptations that Obito presented before him are just empty words with no sincerity, so he didn't take them seriously. Besides, even if Obito was really being sincere, Kuroda wouldn't really bother, because the cage bird cursed seal does not limit him. Of course, even if Kuroda knew the truth, he still decided to play along with Obito. Kuroda's face showed a moved expression, and while rubbing his forehead he asked in a surprised tone, "Are you being really serious? Can Akatsuki organization really help me get rid of this caged bird cursed seal?" Obito nodded confidently. Of course, there's nothing in this world that the Akatsuki organization cannot do, then added in a convincing tone, "We have the Rinnegan. In the face of those eyes, no jutsu exists that cannot be broken. Cage bird cursed seal is just a stronger seal, there's just no way it wouldn't be broken." Hearing these words, Kuroda seemed convinced, and nodded immediately. "All right, I can try to investigate all the intelligence that the village has about Amatsukami. As long as I do find something useful, I will relay it to you, but do make note that I am not giving you any guarantee." Obito seemed satisfied, and nodded. "If you want to break free of the cage bird cursed seal, then you will make sure that you will bring me useful intelligence about Amatsukami. As long as you give me something useful, you will be rewarded accordingly." Kuroda nodded slightly, then as if he suddenly remembered something, he asked, "But how should I contact you? You should know that intelligence is only valuable and useful if it is passed on immediately, so, in order to relay intelligence to you, I would need some method of contact." Kuroda knows that as long as he can actively contact Obito, and call him to the location he wants, he can prepare advanced traps and get rid of this troublesome guy, so a means of contact with Obito is what Kuroda really wants to have. "I know, but you don't have to worry about contacting me. I will come to you on my own, but do note that my eyes are always on you. If you try to deceive me, then be prepared for the consequences." Obito said so in a deep tone of voice, then disappeared without giving Kuroda any chance to say otherwise. Undoubtedly Obito also considered the possibility that Kuroda might give in to his intimidation on the surface, and then report everything that happened right now to the Hokage and Amatsukami, which was bound to make things difficult for him. As such, Obito had no intention of giving out anything that might make things troublesome for him. Watching Obito disappear, Kuroda clicked his tongue in annoyance and then sighed at his own carelessness. This time Kuroda was really caught off guard, and that allowed Obito to get so close to him. Chapter 580, A Deal with the Masked Man? One of the training grounds near the Uchiha clan district. Whyish 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 whyish. Tuck 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 tuck. With the sound of cutting through the wind, several shurikens that were thrown from midair hit the center of targets. After landing swiftly on the ground, Itachi removed the black cloth covering his eyes, and seeing that all targets were hit perfectly, Itachi smiled slightly, then looked at the sky and sighed. His younger brother Sasuke has been abducted, and there has been no news about him so far. Although Itachi believes in Kuroda's judgment, and understands that they can't be hasty, he is still very anxious and worried, and by doing intense training in shuriken throwing practice is he able to calm his mind. "Sasuke, please be safe," thought Itachi to himself. Clap 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 clap. Just when Itachi was momentarily distracted, suddenly the sound of applause came from behind him, which was followed by a deep voice. "Wonderful technique, as to be expected of Uchiha Itachi." As soon as the sound of applause reached his ears, Itachi immediately leaped backward, and vigilantly watched the masked man with his three-tomo Sharingan. Seeing Itachi's quick reflexes, the masked man wasn't surprised and said, "No need to be nervous. I am not here to kidnap you or kill you. I am just here to have a chat with, and probably make a deal with you." After leaving Kuroto's house, Obito didn't directly leave the village, but came to the Uchiha clan with the purpose of finding Uchiha Itachi. Itachi did not bother to do all that drama, and acting like Kuroto, he simply looked at the masked man, and after judging that the masked man was in an intangible state that would make it difficult for any of his attacks to be effective on him, Itachi concluded that making a move on the masked man was useless, so he asked blankly, "What kind of deal?" And as exactly as Itachi judged, Obito was indeed in an intangible state. The reason is that currently he is near the Uchiha district, and Uchiha Shisui lives here. It has been unanimously agreed by everyone that Uchiha Shisui is currently the strongest shinobi among the 5 great shinobi villages, with his Manjikyu Sharingan and mastery over Senjutsu, and Obito really didn't want to risk fighting him. Therefore, even when in close presence, Obito chose to remain intangible. Well, that aside, hearing Itachi's question, the masked man brought a topic that he thought Uchiha Itachi would definitely be interested in. There are 2 Homosubi in the Amatsukami organization, and both of them are apparently Uchiha clansmen. I'm just wondering, aren't you curious about their identities and who the 2 of them are? Itachi replied calmly, "Currently I am more curious about your identity. Someone who is hiding behind a mask shouldn't really care about the identities of other masked people." Ha ha ha, the masked man chuckled lightly, then said, "The 2 Uchiha with Manjikyu Sharingan cannot appear out of thin air. They must have had some background with the Uchiha clan, and they must have left some traces within the clan. I personally suspect that the 2 of them are probably Genin or Chunin who went missing inexplicably during the 3rd Great Shinobi War. You are the eldest son of the current Uchiha Patriarch. As such, you are more than qualified to check the genealogy of the Uchiha clan and investigate their identities. As long as you help me find the identities of those 2, I can promise to return your brother back to you safe and sound." Itachi was perplexed by the masked man's words, and asked again, "So you want me to help you find the identities of the 2 Homosubi of the Amatsukami organization?" The masked man nodded lightly, "Yes. Just use the information you find about the possible identities of the 2 Homosubi in exchange for getting back your brother. I don't think it's a bad deal, right?" Itachi stared at the masked man for a while, then nodded without any hesitation, "Sounds good. All right, I agree." Itachi obviously didn't trust the other party to simply hand over Sasuke, but this did not stop him from using this opportunity to temporarily ensure Sasuke's safety by agreeing to the masked man's so-called deal. Seeing that Itachi agreed, the masked man nodded slightly, and said, "All right then, I will come to see you again," then disappeared without leaving any trace behind. Seeing that the masked man has left, Itachi didn't stay at the training field any longer and went in the direction of the Uchiha clan district. In a forest area outside Konoha village, the masked man who disappeared in front of Itachi appeared on a tree outside Konoha village. As the masked man come out of spiraling whirl, the pitcher head of the Zetsu also phased out of the tree and said, "It appears that Konoha village has changed their sensing barrier, and this time, they have added a mechanism that makes it difficult for me to pass through without being noticed. With this, I can no longer enter and exit Konoha village like before." As one of the 5 great shinobi villages, Konoha has always had a sensing barrier around the perimeter of the village that is managed by the barrier team of Konoha. In fact, the sensing barrier around Konoha has always been much more advanced and high-tech compared to the other shinobi villages because of the fuinjutsu knowledge that Konoha inherited from the Uzumaki clan. Despite this advantage, because the previous sensing barrier had been in operation for a very long time, so its frequency and passcodes were known to many people like Orochimaru and others who were able to enter and exit Konoha at will. This time, since the village was being rebuilt from the scratch, so the sensing barrier that was also destroyed along with the village was built anew with added mechanisms that would make it difficult for others to infiltrate the village. The masked man smiled slightly, and said, "It doesn't matter, this sensing barrier will never be able to stop me. Moreover, the problem we have been facing in regards to having a good spy on Konoha village might also be solved soon enough. Hearing the masked man's words, Zetsu asked, "Does that mean your plan worked smoothly?" "Well, I did initiate the plan of developing spies in Konoha and came in contact with 2 shinobi today. One of them is the captain of an elite Umbu unit, while the other guy is the eldest son of the current Uchiha Patriarch," said Masked Man, then added after a short pause, "Given their identities, and the positions they hold, they should be able to inquire and pass me something that might prove to be useful for us." Zetsu nodded, then asked doubtfully, "But are they credible enough?" When asked such a question, the masked man recalled his conversation with Hyuga Kuroto and Uchiha Itachi. The anger that Hyuga Kuroto had when he was put under duress, and the surprise and excitement that Hyuga Kuroto expressed upon hearing that he might be able to get rid of the cage bird cursed seal, at the same time, the worried expression that Uchiha Itachi showed when remembering his younger brother Sasuke, all these scenes kept flashing in the masked man's mind, and after some time he said to Zetsu, "Of course. I can't be sure if they are credible enough or not, at least no yet, but I think we might just be able to obtain some useful intelligence from them using the hostages we have. After all, these people have yet to let go of their fetters. As long as the lives of their loved ones are in our hands, they will comply." White Zetsu nodded. "In that case, I hope that your informants can really help us find some information about the Amatsukami organization." But Black remained silent and didn't really have much hope from these 2 informants. After all, he has lived very long, and knows a lot more than the masked man and the white Zetsu. It's just that he can't reveal his knowledge so easily, as that will bring trouble in his final plans. The masked man didn't know about Black Zetsu's thoughts, so after agreeing with white Zetsu, he thought about something, and asked, "Did you find any new information about that guy Orochimaru?" "The Kyuubi's Jinchuriki is in his hands. We must obtain the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki as soon as possible." White Zetsu shook his head helplessly, and said with a frustrated tone, "No. Orochimaru seems to have abandoned all his previous bases. I am using my clones to find his new base, but as of yet, there is no lead. So, where exactly he is currently and what exactly he is doing is a complete mystery." The masked man knew Orochimaru's cautious and cunning nature, so he didn't blame Zetsu, and after a little thinking, he said, "Continue to try contacting him through the black market with the excuse of hostage exchange. So long as he covets Uchiha Sasuke, he might get tempted and as a result, end up showing some flaws that we will be able to take advantage of." Zetsu nodded lightly, "All right." The masked man thought about something again, and said, "Also, assign Toby the role of contacting the 2 informants and obtaining intelligence from them at regular intervals." "Got it," Zetsu nodded, then asked, "Is there anything else?" "Nothing for now," said the masked man as he took one look in the direction of the village, then disappeared into the spiraling whirl. Zetsu too looked in the direction and phased inside the tree. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 14.